Carol Sue Kleber. A riddle that has existed for nearly 47 years has finally been solved. On June 5, 1976, a 16-year-old girl named Carol Sue Kleber was discovered strangled to death, startling her family and the entire northern Kentucky region. After years of investigation, no clues or suspects were found, and the case remained unresolved until new technology was crucial in solving it. How did the killer get away with hurting Carol Sue Kleber in this way? Good to see you again on Mystery Detective, where we examine perplexing cases from all across the world. Today, we'll look at the mysterious Carol Sue Kleber case, which was solved in 2024 after being unsolved for 47 years. But first, if you haven't already, kindly click the bell icon, like this video, and subscribe to inspire us to make more engaging true crime content for you. Having said that, let's dive right into this mystery without further ado. Kentucky in the United States is home to the county of Boone. Boone County was established in 1798 and was named after Daniel Boone. The Cincinnati Northern Kentucky International Airport, a key hub for the area, is located in Boone County, which is the fourth most populous county in Kentucky. Burlington serves as the county seat, and the county is well known for its historical sites, outdoor recreation areas, and robust agricultural sector. However, a tragic murder would occur in this area of Boone in 1976. On November 28, 1959, a new life was born into the world in the state of Kentucky. Daniel Henry Kleber and Betty Jane Meek Runneker, her proud parents, were beaming with pride as they held their adorable baby girl in their arms and gave her the name Carol Sue Kleber. Before we continue, we want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy our content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Thomas Kleber, her older brother, watched on in wonder, excited to welcome his new sister into the family. Carol was incredibly funny. She had a great deal of empathy for those who were less fortunate and was surprisingly modest for a teenager. At the age of 16, she volunteered at St. Charles Nursing Home. In her younger years, Carol had also been a Brownie and a Girl Scout. She loved to sew, cook, play records, and listen to music constantly. She began taking piano lessons when she was 5 years old. Carol was chosen by her piano teacher, Hattie Schatzman, to represent her students at the Ohio Music Teacher Association, while she was also learning how to play the violin. She had performed 2 times at the Taft Museum. She was a beloved member of the Dixie Heights High School String Ensemble. Thanks to her love of music and natural talent, and her classmates were drawn to her outgoing and kind nature. Sadly, her family, friends, and teachers won't be able to see much of her talents anymore, as a tragedy soon befell Carol. On June 5, 1976, as the sun rose and shined brightly over the Kentucky town of Union, Dr. Gaines Huey, a respected Walton dentist who was ready to attend to his patients' dental needs, left his home early in the morning as the neighborhood's residents started their days as usual. As Dr. Gaines traveled down Chamber Road, he noticed something unusual at the road's edge. He soon stopped his car out of curiosity and moved toward the thing. It wasn't until he was close enough that he realized what he had discovered. There was a body lying eerily still next to a culvert that served as a rainwater drainage pipe. Dr. Gaines, who was in a state of shock, immediately dialed the Kentucky State Police with trembling hands. Jan Wushner just so happened to be working that day. Jan Wushner, an experienced detective who had previously worked for the Boone County Sheriff's Department, hurried to the scene in order to solve the mystery surrounding the dead body that was lying by the roadside. Around 7:15 a.m., detectives from the Walton State Police Department arrived at the crime scene. With a keen eye for detail, their eyes swept the area where the body was. The detective started their investigation after spotting the obvious indications of a struggle. Broken twigs and trampled grass suggested a violent altercation between the victim and her attacker. After being viciously attacked, the victim, who was a female, was strangled to death. As their sense of dread increased, The investigators grimly realized that this was a murder rather than a random act of violence. Despite their best efforts and their determination to search every possible angle in their pursuit of justice, the investigators were unable to uncover any tangible evidence at the crime scene. They then settled to look for information on the victim's body. Her body was taken to the county medical examiner's office so that a thorough autopsy could be performed. The medical examiner meticulously performed an autopsy, searching every square inch of the victim's body for clues. Every wound, scrape, and cut was meticulously recorded, and each hint was carefully examined. The gruesome details of her death were made clear by the autopsy findings. According to the evidence, she had endured a brutal beating. Her body was marked by the obvious effects of a tire iron used with relentless force. The once beautiful face was now deformed by swelling and bruising, and the examiner observed the woman's deep scalp wounds, which were probably caused by a blunt object. She had suffered an irreparable head injury from the crushing blow, which had tragically and prematurely ended her life. There were also obvious indications of physical brutality and abuse. All those involved experienced a heartbreaking moment, and the cause of death was finally identified as asphyxia, brought on by manual strangulation and blunt force trauma to the head. The investigation took on a new level of urgency after the discovery of such viciousness. Investigators found some traces of foreign DNA on the victim's clothing while examining the scene's evidence. They did their best to match it to someone at the time, but they failed. They, however, carefully stored the evidence in the anticipation of future technological developments, confident that it might someday result in a breakthrough in the investigation. With the aid of DNA taken from the victim's body and their tireless efforts, detectives were able to track down the victim's brother. He mustered the courage to approach the body and identify it as his sister. Thomas Klaber, who was 23 years old at the time, entered the morgue as he stood in front of his beloved sister, Carol Sue Klaver's lifeless body on a cold metal table. His face was dripping with tears, realizing that he would never again get to see his sister's radiant smile or hear her contagious laughter. The pain in his heart was unbearable. The investigators searched every possible lead as the investigation developed. They scoured the neighborhood, knocking on doors, talking to locals, and gathering any details that might shed light on the tragic incident. In order to understand Carol Sue Klaver's life and potential enemies better, they also dug deeply into her past and spoke to her family and friends. The investigators discovered that for the Claiborne family, June 4, 1976, was a typical day. Getting on her bike, Carol Sue Claiborne, a 16-year-old carefree teen, got on her bike and pedaled around town with a smile on her face as the wind blew her hair. She said hello to the neighborhood residents, talked with friends, and enjoyed the warmth of the summer day. She has arranged to meet a friend at Zeno's Hyde Park restaurant later on in the evening. She left her house at 5:30 p.m., but as dusk fell, a young man driving a swanky Chevrolet Monte Carlo followed Klaver back to her house. One of the neighbors claimed to have caught a glimpse of the young man, who was towering at 6 feet tall with a slim build. He had sandy blonde hair. The man and Carol spoke briefly before Carol entered the home, leaving the man outside in anticipation. A short while later, Carol came out from the house, hopped in the car, and left with the man. That appeared to have been the last time anyone would ever see Carol alive again. The murder of Carol Sue Klaber went unsolved despite the investigators' best efforts to find the owner of the suspected vehicle. The case wasn't moving ahead, and every lead had been exhausted, leaving the detectives baffled. The case eventually became unsolved, and it remained that way for more than 40 years. A ray of hope appeared in the Carol Sue Klaber murder investigation after years of no progress. Coy Cox and Timothy Adams, two cold case detectives from the Boone County Sheriff's Office, gave the case new life in 2017. In their relentless pursuit of the truth and justice for Carol Sue Klaber, these two detectives teamed up with Jerry Keith, the first detective on the case, who had kept it so dear to his heart even after retiring. The trio used cutting-edge technology to work non-stop. In order to put together a fresh perspective on the tragedy that had baffled them for years, they painstakingly went through the old evidence, speaking with witnesses and sifting through leads. The two top suspects that Keith had earlier named were the focus of their initial investigation. The first suspect was a man with a history of auto theft, whose car had a startling resemblance to the one Carol was last seen in. The detective targeted this man and examined him closely in an effort to elicit any useful information from him. The man, who was a suspect in the investigation, denied any involvement in Carol's killing. He disclosed his past crimes to the detectives as he opened up to them, but he steadfastly maintained his innocence in Carol's murder. In order to compare his DNA to the DNA that was discovered in 1976 from the victim's clothing, collected his DNA. The results of the DNA analysis arrived in December 2018 after a long wait. Finally, detectives Cox and Adams called the man to let him know that his DNA results were negative, and he was no longer a suspect in Carol's murder. On hearing this, the man realized he could finally breathe easily and begin his life afresh. He felt as though the weight of the world had been lifted from his shoulders. Following the DNA results, Cox and Adams returned to their tenacious hunt for the murderer. They were back at square one because the leads on their initial suspect had run dry. Then, in 2020, they made the decision to turn to their second suspect, who had already been found guilty of a vicious sexual assault in the same neighborhood just 2 years prior to Carol's murder. In 2020, he was 77 years old and went by the name Michael Dean Tate. Cox and Adams contacted Michael Dean Tate's assault victim from 1978 for her account of the assault as they worked to establish their case against him. She didn't reveal her name, but she remembered the night clearly. She described the frightening darkness of the Park Hills on the night of October 1st, 1978, when she was viciously attacked at around 2 a.m. in her own garage. The victim remembered that despite her best efforts to fight and scream, her attacker seemed to take a sick pleasure in hurting her. But after 2 hours of hell, the attacker fled, leaving her wounded but still alive. Years passed before she was able to overcome the psychological and physical scars Tate had left behind on that fateful night. Cox and Adams were forced to consider the possibility that Tate might have been connected to the murder of Carol after learning about his involvement in the 1978 case. The detectives considered Tate as a prime suspect in Carol's murder case because he frequently traveled to the area for work in the 1970s-1980s. Tate nevertheless maintained his innocence and denied any involvement in Carol's death despite the detectives' evidence against him. The detectives had hoped that their investigation would eventually point them in the direction of the offender. Their hopes were quickly dashed, though, when Tate's DNA was not found as a match to the DNA at the crime scene. Tate was also living in Cincinnati in 1976, according to court records, which ruled out his involvement in the crime. The detectives wondered if they would ever be able to solve this long-running case, which had lain dormant for nearly 50 years. The case remained unsolved until the Boone County Sheriff's Office contacted Othram Lab on September 17, 2022, because of their expertise in genetic genealogy. The Kentucky State Police Central Forensic Center sent a DNA sample from the 1976 crime scene to Othram Labs with funding from the Season of Justice. A team of expert scientists in Othram was able to create a complete DNA profile for the real suspect using advanced forensic-grade genome sequencing. With the aid of advanced technology, they were able to access priceless genetic data that had been kept secret for many years. Based on the comprehensive DNA profile they had created, the forensic genetic genealogy experts at Othram Labs used genealogy to generate leads for investigations. In a startling turn of events, Othram Labs provided a response on November 25, 2022, less than 2 months after receiving the DNA samples. By examining the genetic data left by the murderer, they identified a link to a man named Thomas W. Dunaway, who had passed away in 1990 at the age of 33. More research revealed that Dunaway had a son, but the boy had never met his father. The investigators made the trip to meet with Thomas Dunaway's son, whose identity was kept secret, in order to collect DNA samples for comparison. The outcomes of these significant laboratory examinations would hold the key to unlocking the mystery that had long eluded law enforcement. Detectives meticulously gathered the required samples with a desire to learn the truth and a firm commitment to justice. In January 2023, the case's lengthy investigation came to a conclusion. After nearly 47 years, Carol Sue Klaber and her family received justice when Dunaway's son's DNA partially matched the traces of DNA they had discovered on Carol's body years earlier. This was made possible by the use of cutting-edge technology and the detectives' dogged determination for justice. Although the process was difficult, the perseverance of those involved had paid off, leading to a discovery that would provide comfort to everyone impacted by the tragic events of 1976. The Carol Sue Klaber murder case was never given up on by the police. Thomas W. Dunaway, who was 19 years old at the time and was born on May 20, 1957, was able to remain undiscovered for a very long time. Detectives were able to learn important details about Dunaway's past and the terrible things he had done by being persistent and keeping an open mind. When Carol was last seen at her home with a man who resembled him, the police learned that he resided close to Davo Park. As they dug deeper, more negative information about Dunaway came to light. Dunaway was a persistent criminal. His 6-month crime spree had left a trail of evidence in the form of the vehicles he had driven away from each crime scene. Just 6 months after Carol Sue Klaber's death, in December 1976, he was found responsible for another murder. So the horror did not end there. Ronald Townsend, who was only 19 years old, was discovered lying on the ground, shot to death. The news devastated the neighborhood, but Thomas Dunaway's capture and admission of guilt in Townsend's murder helped lift people's spirits. Dunaway received a life sentence, but sadly, he was only imprisoned for 7.5 years before being released in 1984. His release made the community wonder if justice could really be served. The terrifying pattern of violence and darkness that consumed Dunaway's life was revealed by Detective Coy Cox. Although Carol's murder may not have resulted in justice, the police were able to reveal the full scope of Dunaway's lethal and dangerous reign of terror. Ronald Townsend and Carol Sue Klaber murders both had unsettling similarities. Just a few inches from the road, both victims were left in full view as if the murderer were making a point. As the investigation progressed, authorities learned Dunaway was absent without leave from the Army at the time of Townsend's murder. 9 days after Carol's murder, Dunaway had joined the military and was initially assigned to Fort Knox before being transferred to Fort Carson in Colorado. Thomas Dunaway, who had joined the military, couldn't seem to stay out of trouble. Dunaway had an unrivaled love for cars, but it ultimately brought him to ruin. He traded his beloved 1973 Chevrolet Monte Carlo for a striking orange Chevrolet Vega because he had an eye for a good deal. He had no idea, though, that the detectives looking into the murder of Ronald Townsend would be drawn specifically to this flashy car. Dunaway and his orange Vega were the targets of an all-points bulletin that the detectives relentlessly pursued. On the gloomy Christmas Eve of 1976, Dunaway was apprehended in South Carolina on suspicion of Townsend's murder and an unlawful possession of a firearm, putting an end to a long game of cat and mouse. The relationship between Carol Sue Klaber and Thomas Dunaway has investigators perplexed as they look deeper into the mysterious case of Carol Sue Klaber's murder. It's possible that Carol and Dunaway ran into each other when they were young and attended Erlanger-Ellesmere schools, but it's not clear how they ended up connected. However, in the midst of the confusion, Detective Coy Cox provided a crucial hint that might help solve the mystery. It's possible that Carol's love for the Vow Park led to a chance meeting with Dunaway. The park held a special place in Carol's heart. She had a reputation for being extroverted, so it's possible that's how she met him. Maybe they just happened to cross paths in the park, and as they laughed and shared stories in the calm environment, they became acquainted. There is no doubt that the park is significant to their relationship because Dunaway lived close to where Carol used to ride her bike. There was a mixture of relief and sorrow following the identification of Thomas Dunaway as Carol Sue Klaber's murderer. The news that Dunaway passed away on December 28, 1990, at the young age of 33, left the family feeling conflicted, even though the authorities consider the case to be closed. Even though the Klaber family is aware of the truth, justice still seems elusive to them. Thomas Klaber bemoaned that he couldn't help but wonder what justice meant anymore and wished he could have confronted Dunaway before his death. Thomas Klaber has been haunted by the memory of his sister's murder. He has carried this burden for almost 50 years, never being able to completely let go of the worry that his family might experience another tragedy. He calls his 28-year-old son, Daniel, late at night because he is so concerned about his safety. Like he lost his beloved sister, he is afraid of losing anyone else who is important to him. It's a fear that holds him in a vice-like grip and serves as a constant reminder of how fleeting life is and how vital it is to cherish the people we care about. The thought of disturbing his sister's final resting place was intolerable to Thomas Klaber. His heart ached at the thought of disturbing her peaceful sleep in order to find her killer. Thankfully, investigators discovered an alternate route. They succeeded in exhuming the body of Carol Sue's killer instead of her remains. The fact that his sister can finally find peace and the small victories are what matter most to Thomas. The recent court order for Detective Cox to exhume Dunaway's body for DNA testing is proof that his commitment to seeking justice knew no bounds. Detective Cox was prepared to face whatever challenges lie ahead. The procedure of entering the DNA into Cody's may be just the start of a new chapter in the pursuit of justice. After almost 50 years, Carol Sue Klaber received her justice. Although her killer cannot be convicted in a court of law, Lewis Kelly, the Commonwealth's attorney for Boone County, has proclaimed the matter closed. As he described the bittersweet experience of informing Carol's brother that the murderer had been apprehended after all these years, Detective Cox's eyes filled with tears. The satisfaction that comes from knowing the truth offers some comfort in the wake of such a catastrophe, despite the reality that the past cannot be altered. Detective Coy Cox and his crew have finally solved the murder mystery of Carol Sue Klaber after 46 years by identifying Thomas W. Dunaway as the culprit. Regardless matter the amount of time that may pass, this case shows how dedicated law enforcement is to pursuing justice for victims and their families. What are your thoughts on this case? Share your opinions in the comments section below. Moving on to the next case. Christina Kaka. Mario Kaka and Elizabeth Rutledge welcomed Christina Kaka into the world on December 10, 1986, in the Greater Toronto Area. 6 years earlier, in 1980, Elizabeth had left the Philippines for Canada, joining an affluent Filipino community in Toronto and a few other extended family members who were hoping to start a family of their own. Christina was born a few years later as a result. She was raised by her fiercely independent mother despite the fact that her father was not a major part of the family after her birth and departed when she was just 1 year old. Elizabeth remarried and had another child, a son named Michael, approximately 4 years later. She was determined to make the life for her children as bountiful and smooth as she could, aided all the way by Christina's love for her younger half-brother and willingness to help take care of him. As a young girl, Christina soon found a refuge at her local church where she swiftly made friends with fellow members of her congregation and developed a deep-rooted love for the community around her. Christina's mother, Elizabeth, had been raised as a devout Catholic and promised to bring up her own children with a stronghold on faith and spiritual teachings. Christina embraced this full force, spending free time even as a young child within the walls of her church. As she grew from childhood into adolescence, she sought more opportunities to volunteer, particularly with the fellow youth at her church and after-school programs. If one thing was for certain, it was Christina's uncanny ability to nurture relationships with kids. guiding them through rough patches or simply educating them through creative efforts. The kids were just as attached, holding on to Christina's every word, calmed by her bubbly spirit and soft-spoken demeanor. It was a match made in heaven. Christina knew her future involved leading students and sharing the wisdom she gained in both school and church. Thus, she made that her dream, focusing on education and further volunteer efforts as she entered high school and beyond. After a very successful 4 years of high school, Christina quickly enrolled into a local community college to study early childhood education whilst continuing to volunteer around Cabbagetown. To help aid her daughter's dreams, Elizabeth, building a business of her own, worked odd jobs around town such as a cashier and a caretaker to support her daughter's secondary schooling. Christina never forgot her mother's sacrifice and vowed to one day repay the favor. That day came after Christina received her early childhood education certificate in 2 to 6 when Christina graduated from college and entered the hustle and bustle of adulthood. She secured a job at the daycare at St. Bernadette's Family Resource Center, working long 9-hour days, constantly helping the children with their schoolwork and expanding their imaginations. It was exhausting employment, but Christina embraced it with all of her heart and mind. She even took her earnings and split part of her paycheck to assist with half the rent with her mother, a payback she had promised in return for all her years of sacrifice. It was a beautiful gesture and just a microcosm of Christina and Elizabeth's connection. Alongside the daycare position, Christina always helped organize events and other activities around Cabbagetown as well. She was a huge part of Youth for Christ, an international Filipino organization that aided young people seeking spiritual inspiration and helped plan their largest conferences at their local chapter. And of course, as with everything else in her life, Christina's desire to help everyone leaked back into her relationships with her close Filipino family, helping organize her mother's massive 50th birthday celebration. Sadly, however, it was through these multiplying efforts and jobs that Christina wore down. And when she sought a weekend of relaxation to distress from life for just a moment, she met a mysterious fate. A fate that led her into the woodlands of rural Ontario, never to be seen again amongst the Rainbow Falls. Let's now turn to the timeline of events that led to the disappearance of Christina Kaka. On Sunday, July 28th, Christina Kaka celebrates her mother's 50th birthday with a bevy of family and friends. It sports a tremendous turnout and highlights the strenuous efforts Christina puts forth in lifting up her loved ones. It also exhausts Christina into a burnout, and she begins looking for a mini vacation. As July turns into August later that week, Christina tells her closest friends, Faith Castillo, Eddie Meeg, and J.B. Reyes, of her desire to take a step back and get some much-needed time away from everyday life. The others agree and suggest a weekend excursion to Montreal in the neighboring territory of Quebec. Another few days pass and Christina and company search for hotels in the greater Montreal area, but find them too expensive. One of the groups suggests staying at their friend's house in the city, but they all agree it would be too short notice. The 4 of them completely overhaul their plans at this point and instead decide to go on a camping trip in rural Ontario at one of its numerous woodland getaways. They search for parks on the internet, selecting the 3rd option in their Google results and mark Rainbow Falls Provincial Park as their destination for the upcoming weekend with no questions asked. On Friday evening of August 3rd, Christina spends her last night home with her mother. Elizabeth tells her daughter to wear away the previous week's stress and the two fall asleep together, awaiting the rest of Christina's crew. A few hours later at 3 a.m. on Saturday, August 4th, Faith, Eddie, and JB show up at Christina's house in Eddie's beat-up 1992 Toyota Corolla, their gear and belongings packed. Elizabeth notices the poor shape of Eddie's car and feels uneasy about the young adults traveling 1,500 kilometers in such a rust bucket. Thus, she has the friends transfer their things to her own personal vehicle and lets them drive that instead. Christina grabs her suitcase full of a few outfits and various supplies, kisses her mother goodbye with a hasty, "I love you," and leaves her home for Rainbow Falls. Over the next 33 hours through Saturday afternoon, evening, and on to the following morning, the friends make a few stops to break up the long drive. These stops include a tourist excursion at Nays Provincial Park in Marathon, a grocery pickup in Schreiber, and an incident where the car ran out of gas around Wawa, and the group of friends are listed the help of a young man named Ian, who helped them get petrol at a filling station nearby. Christina and the gang finally arrive at Rainbow Falls Provincial Park in Rossport, Ontario at noon on Sunday, August 5th. A few minutes after arriving, the quartet of friends check into campsite 72. However, they noticed that this particular campsite is located on the main public road and swiftly switch their reservation to campsite 88, a more private site further into the backwoods. Over the next 2 hours, Christina, Faith, Eddie, and JB unpack their things and set up their miniature campsite fashioned with a tent and fire pits. They take pictures of one another documenting their stay. At 2:25 p.m., a photo is taken of Faith and Christina posing with enlarged sunglasses near their campsite. An hour later, at around 3:30 p.m., another photo is taken of Christina eating campfire-cooked pasta with her friend JB watching. Another 3 hours pass by and the crew decides to hang back at the tent rather than explore the nearby trails or beaches. Instead, at 6:30 p.m., all 4 friends lay down for a nap exhausted from the previous slumber when the group finally wake up at 10:30 p.m. Eddie says his alarm clock must have stopped working. Either that or they all slept through the ringing. Nevertheless, the friends decide to stay up finishing off their prepared food from earlier and drinking a little bit of alcohol. At 11:59 p.m., another photo is taken by the crew, this time of Faith and Christina sitting near the fire pit. Another 9 minutes go by, and at 12:08 a.m. on Monday, August 6th, the last photo of Christina is taken by Faith, depicting her sitting next to JB and Eddie, who holds a flashlight over their pastor at the center of the camp. The group continues chatting amongst themselves until about 3 a.m. when Eddie heads to the comfort station nearby to shower and clean up. Eddie returns to the tents half an hour later at 3:30 a.m. where Christina remains the only one still awake. She jokingly suggests the two go swimming in the dark of night before they fall asleep. 8 minutes before the sun rises at 6:30 a.m. and only after a few hours of rest, Christina and Eddie wake up once more. They notice Faith and JB are still out cold in a deep sleep and decide themselves to arise for the day. Christina asks Eddie to accompany her to the comfort station to use the bathroom, to which Eddie agrees. The couple exits the tent and heads down the trail. A few minutes later, on their way back to their tents from the comfort station, Eddie asks Christina if she'd like to go jogging with him. Despite a foot injury from a few years back and a scary hiking incident from just a few weeks earlier, Christina accepts the invitation. Eddie, training to be a firefighter, suggests running along the Trans-Canada Highway nearby. Christina shoots this idea down, however, and wishes to stay on park grounds at a fork in the road where one path splits towards Highway 17 and the other towards Rainbow Falls Park Trail. Eddie decides to split up with Christina and run towards the highway anyway. Christina asks Eddie how long he wants to run, and he jokes that he will run until he dies. Laughing it off, Christina turns down the park trail towards the waterfalls without setting a time to meet back up with Eddie. Eddie turns to see her jogging back into the park just as the other campers begin to rise for the day. This would be the last confirmed sighting of Christina Kaka. Over the next hour, Eddie runs along the highway towards the Rossport campground on the west side of Rainbow Falls Provincial Park. He stops at a picnic area, carves his initials into a rock, and returns back to campsite 88, where Faith and JB still sleep, and Christina is nowhere to be found. Eddie doesn't worry too much and sits outside by the fire pit. At around 8:30 a.m., he goes around the campsite looking for a small axe to chop up some lumber, but fails to find anything to use. 30 minutes tick by, and at around 9 a.m., a man by the name of Paul Gauthier steps out of his RV located on the Rossport campground site in Rainbow Falls, about 5 kilometers from campsite 88 on the White Sand Lake side. As Paul drinks his morning cup of coffee, he spots a short-statured woman walking down the loop from Highway 17. Paul later remarks that the woman could have been of Asian descent and was wearing dark clothing similar to Christina. At 9:30 a.m., Faith and JB finally wake up. They ask about Christina's absence, to which Eddie tells them about their separate morning jogs. Neither friend appears too worried, and Faith remarks of Christina's occasional introverted nature and that she was probably just off finding a bit of privacy to reflect or pray by her lonesome. Another 30 minutes go by, and Eddie asks JB to check out the beach near the comfort station for any signs of Christina, while he and Faith make breakfast. JB returns empty-handed. At 11 a.m., the trio of friends decide to set out and look for Christina. Eddie and JB drive back to the fork where Christina was last seen and take the path she jogged down earlier that morning. They reach another trail split, and Eddie sends JB on the trail heading towards Lake Superior while he heads down the Rainbow Falls Trail. Eddie reaches the end of the trail at a rocky outcropping with no set path in sight. He asks a woman back on the trail where it leads, and she says all the way to Rossport. Unable to continue running the length of the newfound trail, he goes back and finds JB in the car, once again returning without any luck. At 1:45 p.m., Eddie and JB return to campsite 88 where Faith waits for them, finding no answers herself. The trio leaves a note behind in case Christina returns to find them missing, letting her know they've gone to Rossport to expand their search. At around 2 p.m., the three friends stop at the Rainbow Falls gate to pick up a few trail maps for the area. The person working the gate asks about their intentions, and they inform the worker of their search for Christina and plans to head to Rossport to look for her. The worker tells them that it's highly improbable that Christina made it all the way to Rossport on foot, as it's 12 kilometers away, and instructs them to alert the Ontario Provincial Police, called the OPP, immediately. Within the next 30 minutes, the OPP Northwest Region Emergency Response Team learns of Christina's disappearance and sets forth a complete search and rescue mission comprised of helicopters, a float plane, and other assorted aircraft fitted with GPS trackers, infrared cameras, and sonar detection for the vast bodies of water surrounding the Rainbow Falls. About an hour and a half later, around 4 p.m., Elizabeth Rutledge gets a call from the OPP announcing that her daughter has gone missing. She alerts her family members and purchases flights to the Rossport area at once. Early the next morning on Tuesday, August 7th, 24 hours after Christina vanished, the OPP Canine Unit arrives on the scene to potentially track down Christina's scent. Unfortunately, pristine conditions for canine tracking are best served within the first 12 hours of a disappearance, and with an entire day between Christina's last known movements and the dog's initiation, no trace is picked up. Later that day, Elizabeth finally makes it to the Rainbow Falls campgrounds with assorted family members. However, because of the ongoing search and rescue investigation, they are not allowed to venture deep into the park. Over the following 2 to 3 days, the OPP conducts an entire search mission along the 53-kilometer stretch of the Cask Isles Trail, the main pathway crossing through Rainbow Falls' entire property. They split up into teams of 3, canvassing each side of the trail, but find very little in connection with Christina. On the 4th day of the investigation, aircraft equipped with infrared cameras fly over the park before sunrise to pick up on any living beings. The only creatures they notice are plenty of moose and a few bears, but they do find an increase in carrion bird activity, such as circling turkey vultures and crows. However, when the ground crew sweeps the areas underneath the buzzards, they find no signs of a corpse or other dead species. 5 days after Christina's disappearance on Saturday, August 11th, over 100 local residents of nearby communities volunteer to trek into Rainbow Falls Provincial Park and help investigators via grid searches. Again, nobody is able to uncover anything of note, and the case grows colder. Finally, on August 23rd, 17 days after Christina went missing along the Rainbow Falls trailhead, the OPP call off their official rescue units, confident that wherever Christina ended up, it was not at Rainbow Falls nor around any of the campsites on the park's property. Meanwhile, authorities conduct a second investigation outside of the woodlands, interviewing everyone who had been registered to the park during the time Christina was also there. Detectives also interrogate Christina's 3 friends, including 3 separate interviews with Eddie, the last person to see her alive with certainty. All 3 are cleared of any wrongdoing and released by investigators. In the decade and a half since Christina Kaka disappeared without a trace, very few clues have been announced by the OPP in connection with her case. There have been few leads and barely any press covering the ordeal, leaving Elizabeth and the rest of their tight-knit Filipino community desperate for answers. To this day, Elizabeth and her family still conduct infrequent searches of Rainbow Falls Provincial Park, hoping one day they might stumble upon that lost piece of evidence that might just bring Christina's fate to light. As just mentioned, the clues found in the search for Christina Kaka have been few and far between. Whether this has been a byproduct of the OPP withholding evidence to protect their investigation, or simply the fact that nothing has been found since August of 2007, is not clear. There have been no announcements by the OPP via either a press conference or media outlets around Ontario. So until there are, we're operating under the assumption that law enforcement is just as empty-handed as we are. There was one small finding discovered by a team of search and rescue experts in the days following Christina's disappearance. While canvassing alongside the White Sand River, flowing down from Rainbow Falls into Lake Superior, the team found a pair of socks next to a hole 35 feet deep beneath the waterfalls, as well as one rogue footprint. Investigators claimed these clues led to nowhere, reasoning that the socks were too large to belong to Christina and were probably left behind by a swimmer the previous day. It was never clarified if the socks were tested for DNA, nor if the footprint matched the shoe signs or imprint of Christina's footwear. It is safe to assume the footprint was ruled out, but the socks scenario is still unclear. The socks were likely wet and engorged being so close to the water, so it is possible they may have seemed too large for a young woman to wear when in fact they were merely waterlogged. In a theoretical scenario, it could make sense that Christina jogged all the way to the waterfall to gain a bit of reflection time that her friends mentioned she might have been looking for. Then, after swimming or rinsing her feet off in the water, she was either pushed forward and got lost, or was kidnapped. There were no signs of a struggle, so it is highly unlikely, but it could be the reason why so few clues were unearthed. It could also explain why the footprint wouldn't match Christina's because it was actually the prints of an abductor, or a person of interest who may have seen her in her final moments. We are hopeful that despite their appearance, the OPP still tested the socks against DNA either found back at the campsite, back in Christina's bedroom, or her immediate family. Without any official statement, it is impossible to know for sure and only increases the darkness gathering around the case. Let's now turn to the most prominent theories surrounding the disappearance of Christina Kaka. The simplest theory that pertained to Christina's disappearance, especially during the initial investigation in the weeks following August 6th, was that she had gotten lost in the wilderness and failed to rejoin civilization, perishing due to the elements and being an inexperienced camper. These theories stemmed from the fact that rural Ontario is an easy place to lose track of your whereabouts, especially in the heavy woodlands surrounded by endless forests. While Christina had been on camping trips before, she wasn't incredibly fond of the survival lifestyle or spending copious amounts of time alone in the woods. There's a large gap between a relaxing camping getaway for a weekend and meandering into infinite trees, where the road back is more than obscured. In fact, less than a month prior to the Rainbow Falls excursion, Christina went on a miniature hiking day trip with the same crew of Faith, Eddie, and JB at Seton Hiking Trail in Pickering, Ontario. Whilst in the woods, the gang got lost, and Christina specifically was rattled by this. She prayed she would get out alive, and of course she did in the end. But this tale does show Christina's hesitant demeanor and tepid relationship with extreme survivalist outdoorsmanship. However, this point is actually part of the argument used against this theory. If Christina was wary about getting lost, why would she stray from the set trails of Rainbow Falls and even risk the chance of wandering off? Sure, Faith told reporters later that Christina liked her moments of solitude, but mere weeks after a traumatic experience in the woods, it just wouldn't make sense for Christina to put herself back into harm's way. Christina's uncle, later interviewed by reporter Kate Baker, noted that Christina was fearful of many things, including wild animals and spiders and other foreign insects. It just doesn't paint a picture of someone ready to jump into the expansive wilderness. It wasn't just Christina's personality that led investigators away from these theories, however. The fact that next to nothing was found in the entire park to suggest Christina even existed outside of her belongings at Campsite 88 was a pretty clear sign that she was no longer anywhere near Rainbow Falls. For instance, the helicopters and other aircraft that flew low to the ground reported finding no shades of off colors or cameos highlighted against the treetops. Experts say that anything of any color, even the neutral shades Christina was wearing that day, stick out quite clearly against the greens of nature and would certainly have been picked up by trained spotters during the search. Rescue operatives also combed each side of the Rainbow Falls trailhead, where Christina was last seen on multiple occasions, finding no man-made trail leading away from the main road or a spot in the trees where someone could have forced their way through. Finding no signs of Christina here was especially crucial, seeing as though 95% of all missing people in the wilderness are found within an 8-kilometer radius from where they were last seen. Not only that, but the statistics at Rainbow Falls Provincial Park in general do not support the theory that Christina got lost. In the park's entire history, only one other person has been reported as missing, an ill 70-year-old woman who was found 9 hours after the filing. For a place known for its family-friendly atmosphere, large events, and generally enclosed property lines, someone getting lost inside is just not supported mathematically or practically. In a similar vein, some people wondered if Christina had gone off the trail only a short distance, but rather than getting lost, was attacked by a wild animal and dragged off. There is a considerable black bear population in and around Rainbow Falls in addition to wolves and other predators, and the OPP leaders were quick to point out their possible complicity. However, it was quickly ruled out when multiple black bear experts were questioned on the case and informed investigators that it didn't make much sense. Between 2000 and 2007, out of an estimated population of 900,000 black bears in North America, there was an average of just 2 black bear-related deaths per year. Also, if Christina was unfortunate enough to run afoul of a beast, the black bear would only have taken its prey up to 600 feet from the site of the attack. This would have meant that the presence of drag marks would have been found in the park along with blood and signs of a fight. In terms of a wolf attack, well, they are even less likely to kill humans, with only one reported case of a wild wolf-related death in North America around 2007. Again, without drag marks or human remains, it is highly unlikely an animal killed Christina and pulled her away. Even the greatest human killers don't leave behind pristine crime scenes. So, to think a wild creature could attack and leave no evidence is nonsensical. So, if it wasn't animals, or the harsh backwards that ensnared Christina, was there anything else in the park that could have lured her into danger? Obviously, there were plenty of fellow campers in the park at the time, most of whom have been vetted and cleared by the OPP. But what about the last person to see Christina? We detailed earlier about how the OPP interrogated Faith, Eddie, and JB on 3 separate occasions before ruling them out, but people still question Eddie's behavior that August morning. Mostly, these theorists question why he would randomly suggest a jog to Christina. And furthermore, why would she oblige? As was previously mentioned, Christina had a foot injury not too long before the camping trip in which a needle jabbed into her foot and inflamed the tendons, causing her pain when standing or walking for extended periods of time. She also wasn't an active jogger, only going for light runs on rare occasions. So, could Eddie have made the story up and persuaded Christina to go with him into the woods for other reasons? Well, the answer is almost certainly no. Firstly, Eddie had an incredibly promising future. He was training to become a firefighter and was an active volunteer. He also had absolutely zero motive to hurt Christina. They were great friends and leaders in their youth for Christ Chapter. Neither Faith nor JB mentioned any animosity between them, and they got along in front of other family and friends just as well. Secondly, if Eddie did want to harm Christina, why wait until they were at Rainbow Falls? The group went on other trips, including the hiking trip to Seton where Christina actually got lost. Why not act then? Sure, leaving Christina behind in a campground 1,500 kilometers from home was not the best idea. Could he have sacrificed a jog along the highway to run back with Christina instead? Of course, but these choices do not place the blame on him in any way. Christina was an adult and independent enough herself. She didn't need supervision. Regardless, the OPP ruled out any involvement of Eddie. And when taking a step back to look at his character, it is fairly obvious he's in the clear. Another unpopular theory that is still worth mentioning revolves around the idea that Christina ran away on her own, disappearing intentionally and leaving the campgrounds of her own volition. Now, this would definitely explain why not even a semblance of a trace was found in the direct aftermath of her disappearance, and maybe why she so readily split up from the group that morning. In terms of support, however, there aren't many facts to prop up this theory. There have been rumors that Christina was set up for an arranged marriage. She was displeased with and was unhappy about where her life was headed. That is in complete contrast to all the information and testimonies we've researched thus far. Everyone surrounding Christina told police and the media that she was very content, passionate even regarding her life circumstances, including her plan to return to school. Her relationship with her mother was as close a bond as mother and daughter could share, and she displayed zero fear or hesitancy around any of her community members. While it is still possible Christina strayed from the beaten path to find time to recollect and be in isolation during her trip, it is unlikely she intended to do it on a long-term basis and had every intention of meeting back up with Eddie and the others that morning. She was acting like herself, arousing no suspicion in those last moments spent with her friends. Incidental behavior plays a huge role in runaway teenagers and adults, and Christina simply wasn't the type of person to camouflage disdain and attempt to escape her current life. Without a doubt, the most viable theory left in Christina Kalika's case file is that she was silently abducted near Rainbow Falls not long after leaving Eddie. How was this possible with so many campers around? Well, it's important to remember that while there were people awake and active at 6:30 a.m., the park was not at peak operating hours, and there were plenty of spots along the Rainbow Falls Trail that were left unoccupied and unmanned. The trails were not busy, so if someone was lurking in the brush, they could do so for an extended period of time without having to interact with anyone else. The sun was also just barely above the horizon at the time, so the trailhead would have been covered by the shadow of the trees. Again, this would have been the perfect shroud for someone to hide within and wait for an unsuspecting victim. Once they confirmed Christina was alone, they could have jumped out, startled her, and kidnapped her, making minimal noise. The important question at this point becomes how the abductor got Christina out of the park undetected. If the person did not want to deal with dragging her body through the thick brush, they could have threatened Christina and told her to be quiet and walked out pretending to be her friend or guardian, perhaps using a weapon to force her to obey. It's possible the kidnapper knocked Christina unconscious, but that again means they would have had to drag or carry her a long distance through the park. And there was no evidence of such action found in the 17-day search and rescue. A much more sensible version of the theory is that Christina wandered off the trail she was jogging along and ended up near the Trans-Canada Highway, or Highway 17, that runs the length of Rainbow Falls. Once she was by the highway, she could have met someone who was looking to pick up unsuspecting women and connected with the wrong individual. Christina's family said she was the type of person to trust anyone, that she truly lived by the admirable motto of innocent until proven guilty, and that if someone asked for her help, she wouldn't have had second thoughts about lending a hand. Of course, this is where things would have gone sour. An amendment to this theory would be that wherever along Highway 17 this took place, It was far enough from Eddie's own jog along the Amaz he never reported seeing anyone pick up another person from his interviews. So who might have picked Christina up? There aren't any known serial killers who operated in the Rossport area in 2007. However, the Trans-Canada Highway runs through a massive chunk of Canada, and it wouldn't have been out of the question for a few hardened criminals to drive up and down the freeway hunting for a stranded passerby. Of course, this parallels the phenomenon of the Highway of Tears quite eerily mentioned frequently in Canadian true crime law. It involves a disturbing pattern of unsolved disappearances between many Indigenous Canadian women along a 725-kilometer stretch of Highway 16 between Prince George and Prince Rupert's British Columbia, Canada. While this is quite far from Rainbow Falls, the potential for a copycat or other similar serial killer is not out of the question. Christina's case also loosely parallels another horrifying string of crimes in rural Canada's history known as the Starlight Tours. Dating back to 1976, the Starlight Tours involved officers of the Saskatoon Police Department offering to drive drunk and lonely Indigenous folks back from bars and local establishments to the Saskatoon jail where they could sleep off their stupor only to transport them into the wilderness, strip them of their clothing and belongings, and force them to find their way back to civilization alone. Many of the victims were never heard from again, and the Saskatoon PD went under heavy fire for it. No officers have ever been convicted, but these accusations have accrued over the years with some as recent as 2018, and there's mounting related to Saskatoon. However, there are plenty of Canadian citizens and Indigenous peoples who have shared stories of friends and relatives picked up by law enforcement or people claiming to be so, only to be driven out into the wilderness and left to die. It should be noted that Christina Kaka is not an Indigenous Canadian, but a Filipino woman. And while she could easily be mistaken for someone of Indigenous descent, there is no evidence to suggest she was a victim of a Starlight Tour or similar phenomenon. We merely bring this up to suggest the possibility that Christina was picked up by someone along Highway 17 who offered to take her back to the Rainbow Falls Provincial Park entrance only to be snatched and kidnapped once she got into their vehicle. If the Starlight Tours are merely a microcosm of the devastating racism shown towards Indigenous and Asian peoples of Canada, it is very possible that the horrors beset on the victims we know are beset on others we don't know about too. Again, we're not suggesting the Saskatoon PD were at fault in this case, but it points to a culture of crime that exists and is worthy of discussion. Whoever took Christina knew exactly what they were doing, and, like the OPP believes, it was the act of a methodical killer who operated with precision and stealth to carry out the act that led to Christina's disappearance. In the case of Christina's sudden and bizarre vanishing, we believe that she had no intentions of leaving Rainbow Falls on her own, and that she fully intended to meet up with Eddie and her friends after a swift morning jog. We believe it is sound reasoning to deduce that along the Rainbow Falls trailhead, she met someone who had been in the park with the sole intention to prey on an unsuspecting, vulnerable woman. The person probably asked Christina if she could help him find a specific landmark and led her into danger. Another sequence of events could be that she walked away from the path she was on, got a little lost, and asked the suspect for help who promised to guide her back to campsite 88, only to take her down the Trans-Canada Highway and drive off with her in the opposite direction. Regardless, the person was likely skilled in deception and manipulation, and recognized who this person was is not identifiable at the moment. However, it should be noted that a major celebration known as the Drag Fest occurred in Terrace Bay, Ontario, around the time of Christina's disappearance. Terrace Bay is a town on the outskirts of Rainbow Falls, and the festival attracts over 10,000 car enthusiasts each year, and some of them most certainly stayed at the park as part of their trip. With so many out-of-town folks staying at the campsite for such a short time frame, one of them could have used the opportunity to commit a dastardly act. Not many outsiders visit Rainbow Falls, and the Trans-Canada Highway intersecting the park provides the perfect escape routes for a wayward criminal. What said criminal did with Christina is impossible to discern, but without a shred of evidence or fragments of a clue left behind, all we can do is hope they didn't steal Christina's life from her and that she is somewhere still breathing, surviving, alive, and with hope. Meanwhile, we will share that hope alongside the memory of Christina, for hope is what she shared so effortlessly to her friends, to her community, and to her family. Gave the children she impacted at church and school hope by being a strong moral compass, a reliable role model, and an energetic friend. She demonstrated to the kids she taught that no matter what happens in life, anything is possible, and that anyone, regardless of age or size, can achieve great things with an optimistic outlook. In the end, Christina would have undoubtedly had this positive influence on classrooms of her own, since her intentions to return to school and pursue her studies in childhood education would have undoubtedly resulted in countless opportunities as a teacher at schools throughout the Greater Toronto area. To be able to return Christina Kaka to her family, not just somewhere over Rainbow Falls, but somewhere where her future is still open to her, where she can fulfill her potential and change the world with unwavering faith and unconditional love, where her mission to inspire hope is both renewed and accomplished, is the hope that motivates our work. If you know anything about Christina's disappearance, give Crime Stoppers a call at 1-800-222-8477. Moving on to the next case. Deanna Denise Howland. In 2004, Deanna Denise Howland, then 35 years old, resided in Alton, Illinois. She fought drug addiction, living a nomadic life, and was a mother of 4 children. From different fathers, the majority of her children never even met her. In May 2004, Deanna vanished from sight. The fragmented remains of a lady were discovered at a Missouri rest stop 1 month later in June. On June 28, 2004, maintenance personnel in Warren County, Missouri, made the find while walking down a slope at a rest area off of Interstate 70. The woman had lost her head, legs, and hands. When discovered, all she had on was a black bra. Her body had not decayed, as police observed at the time, indicating that she had probably been killed a few hours earlier. From the crime scene, a knife was also found in a nearby sewer. There were also a few other hints. The day before the torso was discovered, witnesses reported to authorities that they had seen a white utility van in the vicinity. The woman had a history of appendectomy and cesarean section, as evidenced by a number of scars. Sadly, the woman's identity eluded detectives, and the investigation was abandoned. In order to check for potential matches, Missouri Crime Lab experts requested that family members of missing girls who fit the description of the unidentified woman submit their DNA samples in 2016. 3 of Deanna Howland's offspring provided their DNA samples, and someone struck a match. The children were told that their mother had gone missing and that the woman whose torso had been discovered in the Missouri rest stop was her. The unanswered question was, who killed her? It would take several more years to get an answer to that query. Before we continue, we want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy our content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Researchers may begin using genetic genealogy in 2019. Testing was done on the knife and the torso's DNA. Ultimately, DNA testing located Mike Clardy in 2022. He was questioned by Maryland Heights Police Department officers. Then, Clardy admitted to killing Deanna Howland. He claimed to have dispersed her remains throughout Warren and St. Louis counties. He added that they had disagreed, which is why he killed her. Investigators revealed at a press conference in St. Louis, Missouri, on January 12, 2023, that 63-year-old Mike Anthony Clardy had been taken into custody in relation to Deanna's case. Ashley Kinnear, Deanna's daughter, said this during the press conference. "Thank you to each and every one of you. The sheer number of people here astounds and impresses me. Moreover, how many individuals are curious, and how many other people are interested in this narrative because it's about my mom, and I always have been. And I was aware that you were aware that something had occurred. I was aware that she didn't choose to part ways with us. Furthermore, it gives me great comfort to know that there are a lot of other individuals who share my concern, share my belief, and are eager to share this side of the story rather than only stating that a body part was discovered. Along with wanting to know more about her, they also want to know how our lives might have turned out differently if she had been there to assist, teach us the lessons that mothers are meant to teach their children. Clardy is presently being held in Warren County on a $1,000 cash bond. Given that Deanna's head and limbs were never found, it would be ideal if Clardy could lead investigators to the location of her disposal. Moving on to the next case. Geraldine L. Smith. Myth, a shoe that included a foot, was discovered in December 2021 close to Port Angeles, Washington's Elwha River mouth. Someone made the discovery and informed the Clallam County Sheriff's Office of what he had seen. After several hours, the shoe was found by investigators who had launched a search and rescue operation in the region. The label of the shoe revealed to the investigators that it was a woman's size 8 New Balance brand sneaker. Investigators were unable to determine the woman's age, ethnicity, height, weight, hair color, or eye color during her life due to the minimal recovery of her remains. Since the remains of the unidentified woman were found, detectives have painstakingly followed up on a number of leads regarding her identification. The woman's identity remained a mystery despite efforts. Eventually, investigators ran out of leads and the case was closed. In order to ascertain whether cutting-edge forensic DNA testing could assist in establishing the identity of the woman or a close relative, the Clallam County Sheriff's Office collaborated with Othram in 2022. Othram created a thorough genealogical profile which was subsequently utilized by the company's internal genealogy team to generate investigation leads that were forwarded back to the agency. After learning from Othram, the Clallam County Sheriff's Office Criminal Investigations Bureau contacted one of the surviving family members who kindly supplied a DNA sample that was forwarded to Othram Labs for comparison. Othram verified shortly afterward that the foot belonged to a Sequim, Washington resident. On January 7, 2018, Geraldine L. Smith was reported missing. When Jerry Lynn vanished, she was 68 years old. The surviving family members expressed their gratitude to Othram Labs, the Clallam County Sheriff's Office, and the public for their kind funding of Othram's study on the family DNA. The Clallam County Sheriff's Office encourages anyone with information to get in touch with them by calling the tip line at 360-417-2540 and mentioning agency case 2001-23819. Moving on to the next case. Juana Barraza. Juana Barraza was born on December 27, 1957, in Apaza, Yucatan, in Hidalgo, Mexico. Her upbringing was not what one would anticipate from a parent. According to multiple stories, her father was said to have fathered up to 32 children, while her mother was a sex worker who gave birth to Juana at the age of 13. Her mother was also described as an aggressive drinker. Juana's mother sold her to an older man for alcohol when she was 12 years old. Juana had additional trauma at his hands as a result of his sexual assault of her. Because of the continuous assault, she had suffered 2 miscarriages by the time she was 16, and eventually she gave birth to a son, who, at the age of 24, passed away from wounds he had received during a mugging. Other than the fact that Juana had a succession of abusively failed marriages that produced 2 daughters and 1 boy, not much else is known about her early, terrible life. According to all accounts, Juana was illiterate and relied on minimum wage work, small-time stealing, and ultimately home burglary to support her family. Most famously, Juana was employed by wrestling tournaments as a popcorn vendor. It was mentioned that she was an enormous admirer of lucha libre, a kind of Mexican professional wrestling well known for its usage of fighters wearing masks. She coordinated local wrestling matches for small-town fiestas and was frequently spotted in the front rows of stadia. Juana even made an effort to build her own wrestling career, but it didn't work out because she was only ever involved in little amateur matches. Over the course of her criminal career, she adopted the moniker La Dama del Silencio, or the Lady of Silence. She told reporters, "I am quiet and I keep myself to myself," in response to a question about why she picked this name. Nevertheless, the Lady of Silence monica's misdeeds have an unsettling relationship. There was an increase in horrific crimes against elderly women in Mexico City in 2003. The alarming statistics were noted by the public and media, but Mexican authorities quickly dismissed the fear as exaggeration. Thus, the number of cases kept rising unchecked until law enforcement eventually started a comprehensive inquiry into the crimes in 2005. Women over 60 who lived alone have been known to be attacked by the unnamed serial killer known as Meta Vajitas, or the Little Old Lady Killer. Although some were beaten, the victims were frequently strangled using objects like telephone lines, stockings, and curtain ropes. Although it hasn't been extensively published, there have been a few online news items suggesting that Juana sexually defiled her victims. The murderer was also known to occasionally steal expensive items, but more frequently, trophies like Bibles and crucifixes were taken. When it was discovered that 3 of the victims owned the same print of an 18th century artwork, police were led to believe that there may have been more than one perpetrator at one point in the inquiry. They were thus following up on dead ends for a while. According to the killer's profile provided by Mexican law enforcement, he was a guy who was unsure of his sexual identity and had probably suffered abuse at the hands of his mother or grandmother. This may have contributed to the act's savagery, which suggested a deep loathing for his victims. The fact that in November of 2005, witness testimony surfaced describing the killer as wearing women's attire, but that the killer was a huge, short-haired, and, quote, masculine-looking woman, allowed authorities to deduce the sexual identity problem component of that description. Authorities detained about 49 transsexual sex workers for interrogation as a result of this profile and their suspicion that the murderer was a transvestite man, possibly due to their own prejudices against the notion that women are serial killers. The LGBTQ community and the media were greatly offended by this, and journalist Joe Tuckman of The Guardian called the police's conduct ham-fisted. 2 months later, investigators started taking fingerprints from unidentified remains in the morgue in the hopes that they would identify the serial killer they thought had committed suicide. Oddly, officials believed that the murderer would not have been able to bear the responsibility for all the crimes she had committed if she had been a woman. Law enforcement finally made the necessary breakthrough in January 2006 when a suspect was apprehended while escaping the residence of one of the most recent victims. An 82-year-old woman was the victim. She was strangled to death with a stethoscope. Just before tripping over the body, the old woman's lodger witnessed the murderer flee, and the perpetrator was apprehended by passing police and neighbors. When the 48-year-old mother of 4, Juana Barraza, was revealed to be the murderer, both the police and the media were taken aback. She matched the suspect's composite photos with her conservative clothing and well-cropped hair. She was discovered in possession of pension paperwork, a stethoscope, and a phony social worker ID card. The final straw for Juana came when detectives raided her house and discovered artifacts removed from the crime scenes along with carefully tucked away newspaper cuttings detailing her offenses. Juana had entered the homes of some of the most vulnerable individuals by pretending to be a representative of the government and enticing them to enroll in social services. She allegedly volunteered to perform part-time tasks for them, such cooking and cleaning, while she was with other people. Juana was said to wander around areas in search of elderly people living alone. Juana's fingerprints linked her to at least 10 further killings after she was apprehended. According to some sources, she went on to confess to 4 crimes, while the majority of records state that she only confessed to 1, the murder of Ana Maria de los Reyes, who was the victim of the crime she committed right before she was apprehended. She stated that she had become enraged with the old woman, and that her outburst was a result of her own mother's unresolved grievance, who passed away in 1980. Juana disclaimed any knowledge of the other cases. In the spring of 2008, during her trial, prosecutors tried to accuse her with 27 fatalities, and they even claimed that she might have been guilty for as many as 40. In the meantime, Juana's defense said that she was mentally unfit and that she was being exploited as a scapegoat to appease the public and the media. However, this did not work out. Juana was found guilty on March 31, 2008, of 16 counts of murder and aggravated burglary. She was given a jail term of 759 years. Juana had her two youngest children, ages 13 and 11, living at home with her when she was arrested. They were both sent to live with their older sister, who had left the family early in marriage and yet maintained a strong relationship with their mother. All accounts agree that Juana and her kids had positive, healthy connections, and that the kids were well-mannered and amiable. Juana married Miguel Angel, a 74-year-old prisoner serving a life sentence for murder, while she was incarcerated. On their wedding day, the couple met by mail and went on their first date. The couple reportedly spent just 2 hours together, seeing one other 3 times after that. The union disintegrated in less than a year. Juana, the first female serial killer in Mexico history, will probably serve the remainder of her time behind bars. When she turns 100 years old in 2058, she will theoretically be eligible for release. Moving on to the next case. Catherine and Sheila. John and Mary Lyon were born in Kensington, Maryland, with Catherine and Sheila. Jay, the elder brother of the two sisters, became a homicide investigator after graduation. Their father, John Lyon, was well known for hosting WMAL radio. The family lived in a peaceful middle-class neighborhood at a time when parents were less worried about unexpected disappearances and kidnappings. It was common for parents to let their children play outside. Back then, when everyone looked out for each other's children, things were simpler. Sheila and Catherine were both honor roll students at school. Like most youngsters, they had posters of Kenny Loggins and John Denver in their bedrooms, and they kept their money in piggy banks. On the first day of their Easter break from school, Catherine and Sheila decided to walk to the nearby Wheaton Plaza Mall. The plan was to go to the Easter exhibitions in the afternoon and have dinner at the Orange Bowl Pizza Place, which was located around half a mile away from their residence. They left at 11 a.m. and agreed to return to their homes by 4 p.m. By 7 o'clock that evening, the Lyon sisters' parents had phoned the police because they had not returned home. The police went through every tree stand and weed patch in order to conduct a comprehensive search. The police also sent scuba divers inside every abandoned house and building, as well as into storm sewers and ponds. Neighbors of the Lyon offered their time to scour the woods and streets. Months of intensive search work yielded hundreds of tips and much media attention in the months-long hunt for the Lyon sisters. But when the tips dried up, the Lyon family started to lose hope and got anxious for information. The sisters were at the mall at 1 p.m., according to witnesses who told the police. A little child who knew Catherine and Sheila told the police that he saw the two of them talking with an unnamed man who looked to be in his 60s and was wearing a brown suit outside the Orange Bowl. He told about the children speaking into the microphone close by and the man moving about with a tape recorder concealed inside a brown briefcase. About 2 weeks after the two girls disappeared, a witness in Manassas, Virginia, stated that she saw them bound and gagged in the back of a 1968 Ford station wagon. The police later categorized this lead as dubious. A media frenzy surrounding the tragedy resulted in calls from people seeking attention, psychics, and extortionists. In the weeks that followed, calls were placed to the Lyons' residence. Calls were made requesting money as ransom for the girls. One man gave the Lyons instructions to leave $10,000 in an Annapolis courtroom washroom. The Lyon family was then given instructions by the authorities to pay a little ransom of $101 in the briefcase, sufficient to render it a federal offense. However, the ransom was never paid. An 18-year-old boy named Lloyd Welch went to the Wheaton Plaza Outlet Mall, the location of the Lyon sisters' final known whereabouts, a week after they were abducted. Approaching a security officer, Lloyd Welch disclosed that he had been there when the girls vanished from the shopping center. Lloyd claimed to have seen the girls talking to a man prior to their abduction. The background of Lloyd Welch was not generally known. Welch was a carnival worker who was thought to as a nomad since he moved from town to town. He was interrogated by the police and put through a lie detector test. But Lloyd did not pass the lie detector exam given by the police. Even though he didn't succeed, he was promptly ruled out as a suspect and dismissed as an untrustworthy witness because of the belief that he was only interested in getting attention and possibly the $9,000 reward for solving the case. As the investigation goes on, a small child who was the Lyon sisters' friend offers yet another reliable lead. Fearing reprisals, the girl's identity has been kept a secret until now. She said she saw a man who might have kidnapped Sheila and Catherine. She said the man was white, in his late teens or early 20s, with scars and acne on his left cheek. He was also dressed shoddily. The girl said the man was glaring at her so hard with the maul that she had to get up to him and say something. The suspect was sketched by the police, but they kept it confidential. After exhausting every lead, the Lyon sisters' investigation was abandoned for a while. 2013 saw detectives examine the cold case of Catherine and Sheila Lyon. They went through case files containing witness testimony, sketches of possible suspects, and interviews. They focused on Lloyd Lee Welch, an 18-year-old who gave a statement to the police in 1975 at one point. In his interview, Lloyd Welch gave a detailed account of the kidnapping of the Lyon sisters, claiming to have witnessed it. As previously said, officials at the time didn't think much of Lloyd Welch since they thought he had given them fake information to get the reward money. As they continued to go over the case files, investigators saw that Lloyd Welch looked like one of the composite sketches from the 1970s that showed the possible kidnapper. Following up on these leads, investigators learned that Lilliard Welch had a long criminal past. This includes a Montgomery County arrest in 1977 for breaking into a house 8 blocks from Wheaton Plaza and taking $580 worth of jewelry. Since the sisters' abduction in 1973-1977, he has been charged with multiple felonies, including rape in 3 states. Detectives discovered that Lloyd Welch was incarcerated for child abuse when they were attempting to locate him. To try and make a link between Welch's case and Catherine and Sheila's, they paid him a visit in jail. When detectives encountered Lloyd Lee Welch in the prison where he was being housed, they were shocked by what he told. "Why you are here is known to me." Lloyd Welch remarked, "You're here about those 2 missing kids." Welch was a carnival worker who was thought to as a nomad since he moved from town to town. In 1975, Welch worked for a carnival firm and traveled the nation. It was when he was in Maryland that Catherine and Sheila Lyon disappeared. Following a long discussion with Lloyd Welch, the investigators also named Lloyd's uncle, Richard Welch, as a person of interest. They believe that in the late 1970s, he worked as a security guard in Wheaton. Although Lloyd Welch admitted leaving Wheaton Plaza with the Lyon sisters, he denied in the strongest terms that he had hurt them. After allegedly taking the girls to his uncle's land in Bedford County, Virginia, he claimed to have lost contact with them. According to Lloyd Welch, his father and uncle sexually assaulted the girls, killed them, and then set their remains on fire. Because Lloyd Welch's father had already passed away and there was no evidence to file a charge against his uncle, detectives are unable to independently confirm his statements. Amidst these disclosures, the detectives got an unexpected call that will ultimately lead to a breakthrough in the case. Police were informed by Henry Parker, a cousin of Lloyd Welch, that during a visit to his Virginia home in December 1975, he helped his cousin take out 2 duffel bags. Parker claimed the bags were covered with red stains and smelled like death. He went on to say that they burnt the packages in Bedford County, Virginia's remote mountainous area. By then, the investigators had all they required to bring charges against Lloyd Welch. The police accused him of killing Sheila Lyon and kidnapping Catherine Lyon. The 2 girls were allegedly kidnapped by Welch from the mall and transported hundreds of miles to a distant location. Afterwards, he killed the females and burned their bodies. 10 women spoke in court, describing how Welch had also kidnapped them. One of the ladies, now in her 50s, told police that Welch had approached her outside of a record store. She needed to talk to him about her brother stealing a radio, he told her, posing as a police officer. She added that as soon as she attempted to phone her brother, Lloyd Welch left. Welch was on trial for the killings of Catherine and Sheila Lyon while he was serving time for other offenses. After the matter stretched on for 2 years, he eventually acknowledged his guilt to the allegations. After a protracted search, the family may now finally rest comfortable knowing that their daughter's killer has been apprehended. Authorities think the sisters were burned, raped, killed, and maybe mutilated while being held against their will. The case's circumstances are still a little unclear, though. Lloyd Welch received a 48-year sentence because of his elderly age and the fact that he is currently serving a 33-year sentence in Delaware for a different offense. Most likely, he will spend his entire life behind bars. John Lyon expressed his gratitude to the judges after the trial. For him, his wife, and his 2 boys, the past 3 years had not been easy. He did, however, thank the police working on the case, stating that throughout the previous 3 years, they had treated his daughters like their own, and he would always be appreciative of that. The loss of Catherine and Sheila profoundly changed the dynamics within the Lyons family. John Lyon began serving as a victim's advocate in Montgomery County, helping other families cope with grief and loss. The conviction of Lloyd Welch rocked the state of Maryland. The Lyons family's usual afternoon turned into the worst nightmare imaginable. There's finally some serenity thanks to the industrious investigators who uncovered every detail in their quest to solve the case. Moving on to the next case. Terrence Williams. Terrence Williams was born on January 17, 1976, and raised in Chattanooga, Tennessee. He had fathered 4 children and had multiple run-ins with the law by the time he was 27. He was charged with DUI and spent 55 days in jail after running afoul of the law over unpaid child support. Additionally, he was imprisoned for 11 months in 1995 after entering a guilty plea to robbery. Terrence, however, relocated to Naples, Florida after being released from prison in order to improve his life and be nearer to his mother, Marcia. Terrence has worked in construction for the most of his adult life. However, he had taken a job at a Pizza Hut restaurant just before he vanished. The 27-year-old and his mother had a very close relationship. Marcia thought it strange that on Monday, January 12, 2004, she had not heard from her son, as he had been calling her every day and they had spent every Sunday together. She didn't hang around. She located the white Cadillac that Terrence had had towed. Marcia discovered that Collier County Sheriff Office Deputy Stephen Calkins had signed a tow report. Calkins was an Illinois farmer by trade who had been on the force for 17 years. He had never experienced any problems at work and had an impeccable record. Calkins was a married father of 3 who had previously won praise for his assistance in removing an overturned pickup vehicle from a man who was suffocating to death. However, it seems the deputy had a more sinister side that had either been ignored or covered up. Between 9 and 10 in the morning on January 12th, Terrence was allegedly stopped by Deputy Calkins close to the Naples Memorial Cemetery, which is situated near the intersection of 111th Avenue North and Vanderbilt Drive. Terrence was operating a vehicle without a license, and Calkins found out that his license plate had expired. The deputy then loaded the 27-year-old male into the back of his vehicle and left. Terrence vanished from sight. Employees at the cemetery informed Terrence's mother that they had witnessed Calkins placing the young man in the rear of his vehicle. The staff later observed him pulling the Cadillac to the side of the road, even though he had initially begged to be allowed to leave it there. Marcia received a call from Terrence's roommate asking if she had seen him the day following the incident. Calkins' statements to detectives during the course of the investigation into Terrence's disappearance were frequently contradictory. After telling investigators that the car had been abandoned at first, he subsequently said that he had pulled it over because it looked to be having some issues. In addition, he later called a dispatcher and asked for Terrence's details, contrary to his claim that he had come upon an abandoned car. Afterwards, Calkins stated that Terrence had requested a lift to the Circle K shop on Wiggins Pass Road from him. The 27-year-old claimed to be employed there and expressed worry about losing his position. Terrence had long dreadlocks, but the deputy claimed he seemed like a very clean, well-spoken, respectful young man, so he agreed to drop him off. Calkins made the decision not to arrest Terrence when he informed him that his registration was in the Cadillac's glove box as they were driving to the store. The deputy drove back to the older car after dropping off the 27-year-old and checked, but the glove box was empty. Calkins, mortified, called the Circle K store and discovered that Terrence was not one of their employees. The 27-year-olds were not captured on camera, and investigators' review of phone records did not reveal that Calkins had made a call to the business. Nobody who worked at Circle K remembered ever speaking with him. The deputy, however, was unable to explain this disparity. Throughout the course of the investigation, Calkins took 3 polygraph examinations. He failed the question, "Did you stay in touch with Terrence after you dropped him off at the Circle K?" The deputy said, "No," in response. It is important to keep in mind, too, that polygraph examinations are notoriously unreliable and are typically not admissible in court. Despite a search of his patrol car, no proof turned up. The examiners observed that it was spotless. A GPS tracking device was installed in Calkins' car in case he went to the disposal site, but he never did. The area's swamps were examined for corpses. It is reported that because there was insufficient evidence to support a warrant, the deputy's home was never searched. Later, Calkins was let go from the sheriff's office for a variety of offenses, including lying about the case, being uncooperative during it, and disregarding agency policies and procedures. He has persisted in denying any involvement in Terrence's disappearance in the years that have passed. He's currently living in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Marcia filed a wrongful death lawsuit in August of 2018, alleging that Calkins was to blame for Terrence's passing. According to Florida law, if a person hasn't come home for 5 years and there are no investigative leads, they may be assumed dead. Marcia claimed that the reason she brought the action was to provide Terrence's 4 children with closure. June 2019 saw the lawsuit dismissed. However, Marcia and her attorney were allowed to modify the complaint within 20 days. The judge determined that the evidence did not establish Calkins' guilt for Terrence's disappearance and assumed death with sufficient strength and impact. According to a 2021 article, this action is currently under dispute. Regretfully, it's commonly accepted that Terrence wasn't Calkins' initial victim. On October 14, 2003, at around 6:30 a.m., Felipe Santos, 24, disappeared. Felipe, a Mexican resident of Immokalee, Florida, and his brothers were engaged in a minor traffic accident while they were traveling to work. After arriving on the scene, Deputy Calkins placed Felipe in the rear of his police car for driving recklessly and without a license or insurance. When Felipe's 24-year-old supervisor called the county jail later that day to post bail, he discovered that Felipe had never been arrested. Like Terrence, Culkin asserted, he declined to arrest Felipe due to his cooperation and politeness. He left the youth at the Circle K on Immokalee Road, a nearby community. The driver, who was involved in the incidents, however, said that Culkin appeared irritated by the 24-year-old's lack of documentation, and that he had just mentioned that he was sick of stopping individuals who were driving without licenses. Despite a complaint from Felipe's family, Calkin was found not guilty. The 24-year-old is thought to be dead because he hasn't been seen or heard from since. Terrence's mother thinks her son has passed away as well. The Starlight Tour argument, which explains the practice of police officers bringing people to the edge of town or outside of the city boundaries and leaving them to find their own way home, is a widely accepted theory in both of these cases. The abuse is said to have begun in the 1970s and gained widespread attention around 2000, when Native American men in Canada started to experience it frequently. According to some, Terrence was abandoned in the Everglades and perished from exposure or another threat. The last time Terrence Williams was seen was early on January 12, 2004. He was close to the Naples Memorial Cemetery, which is situated between Vanderbilt Drive and 111th Avenue North. He's a black man with brown hair and eyes. When last seen, he was around AA160 and about 5'8" in height. The following are a few of Terrence's tattoos. The name Terrence in blue highlights on his left forearm, the initials ET on his right shoulder, and AT on the left side of his chest all have red ink. In addition, Terrence's upper right teeth has a gold crown adorned with the letter T, and his other top front tooth is likewise gold. He has a black birthmark on the right side of his belly and a vertical scar on his right shoulder. His last known attire included a silver watch, 2 diamond earrings, blue trousers, brown Timberland boots, and a short-sleeved t-shirt. Felipe Santos, on the other hand, is a masculine Hispanic who has brown eyes and black hair. He was approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, weighed about $150 at the time of his disappearance, and was dressed in a t-shirt, blue pants, and boots. Call Crime Stoppers at 800-780-8477 if you know anything regarding the location of Terrence Williams or Felipe Santos. Alternatively, 239-252-9300 can be used to reach the Collier County Sheriff's Office. Moving on to the next case. Theodore Earl Weir. Strangely, food and sources of heat are found around a man who has starved and frozen to death. A perfectly functional car that has more than a quarter of the gas tank left is found abandoned. The bones of 4 physically fit men who appeared to have voluntarily left the safety and comforts of their own car and ventured out into the wide and harsh mountainous environment during the bitterly cold and impenetrable winter months were discovered strewn miles apart. One individual, thought to be dead, is still missing. It sounds like the beginning of a mystery or a book, but regrettably, this is the start of a story that is so terribly aggravating that it has perplexed both investigators and family members to this day. Born on May 26, 1946, Theodore Earl Weir had brown eyes and brown hair, and he was an attractive, chubby man. His loving family remembers how gregarious he was. Ted used to wave frantically at strangers, his childlike smile plastered on their faces. However, if the people he waved at didn't wave back, Ted would become very upset about it and would argue about it for hours. Ted was an average American guy who went to Marysville High School with his younger siblings, despite being somewhat less intelligent than his contemporaries. Like everyone else in his very small town, he took pleasure in the same hobbies. His priorities were socializing and sports, and he avoided problems. Ted's family had been pushing him to go from his prior job at a local snack bar, where he was serving customers and cleaning up after them, fearing that the duties would be too demanding or stressful for him. Ted liked to recite funny names from phone books or intriguing news articles he saw in the newspaper to his close friend Bill Sterling when he would pick up the phone. Friendly and dependable, Ted was a competent and trustworthy man who was cherished and supported by his family. Ted's grandmother remembers the last time she spoke to him. Ted's grandma watched him go as she usually did on cold days and nights and yelled after him, "You need a coat." "Oh, Grandma, I won't need a coat, not tonight," was his kind reply. Ted's grandmother and he couldn't possibly realize how mistaken they were. Jackie Charles Hewitt had only been alive for 24 years. Standing at 5 feet 9 inches and weighing 60, he was remembered for being slow to react in social or professional settings and for having a slight droop to his head. Ted loved his brotherly relationship with Jackie Hewitt, who accompanied him everywhere he could. Ted was also protective of Hewitt, assisting him with everyday activities at the Yuba City Gateway program, where they spent a lot of time during the day, and even going so far as to feel like an elder brother to him. William Lee Sterling, a 28-year-old man born on April 5, 1949, weighed 170 and measured 5 feet 10 inches tall. Those who had the pleasure of meeting him remember his pale blue eyes and dark hair contrasted greatly. William Sterling was a kind and giving man who frequently spent endless hours going to mental hospitals and reading religious materials he would obtain at the library to the patients. Sterling was characterized as being extremely devout and devoted to God's writings and the propagation of his message. William had a special bond with Jack Madruga. Born on June 18, 1947, Jack Anton Madruga, 30, was described as thick-set, weighing approximately =190, with brown hair and brown eyes. He was 5 feet 11 inches tall. Jack was a former U.S. Army soldier who had served in Vietnam and a graduate of high school. Jack worked as a line worker for Sun Sweet Growers, one of the biggest growers and processors of dried fruit in California, until he was put off in November. Some people thought that he lost his job because of his cognitive ability. Despite his reputation for being slow, Jack held a driver's license from California and was skilled enough to drive his cherished 1969 Mercury Montego, which was eye-catching and blue and white, around in comfort and safety every day. Gary Dale Mathias was the most recent addition to the team. Gary, who weighed 170 pounds and stood 5 feet 10 inches tall, had light brown hair and hazel eyes. His family claims that his large-lensed spectacles, which are constantly magnified, are necessary to his vision because without them, he would effectively see double. At the age of 25, Gary worked part-time as Bob Klumpf, his stepfather, an assistant gardener who ran a small landscaping company. Gary was also getting paid by the U.S. Army for his disability. Gary, like Jack Madruga, had been in the Army, but 5 years before he vanished, he had been serving overseas in Germany when he had drug issues and a mental health issue, leading to his psychiatric discharge. Gary was placed in pharmacological treatment for paranoid schizophrenia at the age of 20, taking Cognitin and Stelazine to address what his stepfather referred to as his haywire periods following his military discharge. Gary was compliantly taking his prescribed drugs, and according to one of our excellent success stories, he hadn't experienced a psychotic episode in more than 2 years. However, it didn't mean he had avoided problems completely. He was described as having a high-functioning level, but when put in demanding or stressful settings, his functionality declines. These boys were expected. They were safe at home if they weren't out supporting their parents or engaging in straightforward healthy activities like going to a sporting event or getting a bite to eat. The 5 men were a member of the Gateway Project, a day program for people with mental disabilities. The Gateway Project, a day program for mentally challenged people in Yuba City, is no longer in operation. The 5 men got to know one another and worked together on this initiative. A few months before the boys vanished, Gary, who also met them at the day program, had only recently begun traveling with the group. Even though the boys were described as intellectually challenged in a 1978 article that appeared in a local newspaper while they were still missing, that piece was untrue. Ted Weyer's mother remembered her son's ability and empathy, as well as those of his friend, William Sterling, a fellow missing youngster. Her account of a particularly terrifying civic duty shows the 2 young men's aptitude and understanding. Once, when someone overdosed on Valium, Ted and Bill assisted the person in getting to a hospital. The boys' helpful deed demonstrates both the capacity of their intellect and their heart. These were not, by any stretch of the imagination, incompetent individuals if they had the resources to identify and help someone in such extreme need. It should also be made very obvious that Gary Mathias was psychotic rather than slow. That distinction is crucial. Albert Einstein's son suffered from schizophrenia, as did Broadway actress Mira Popkin, who starred in Cats and Miss Saigon. John Nash, a Nobel laureate and recipient of the Nobel Memorial Prize in Economic Sciences, co-authored and published numerous academic articles during his career. However, he was also diagnosed with schizophrenia. Both award-winning football player Lionel Aldridge and Scottish goalkeeper Andy Gorham have been formally diagnosed with schizophrenia. Their awards and devoted fan bases tell the tale of a frequently misdiagnosed mental illness. None of the missing men could understand what or who could have brought them up that desolate road in the mountains. All lead primarily stay-at-home lifestyles of such planned predictability, with the exception of Gary Mathias, who occasionally went out with friends into the early hours of the morning. The youngsters had talked about nothing but the big game on Friday, February 25th, the day before their sudden disappearance. The young men had the opportunity to play a basketball game in the Special Olympics Championships as part of their involvement in the day program. Family members emphasized that the boys would never have done anything to endanger such a chance and that they wouldn't have missed this occasion for the world. Last year, he had attended the Special Olympics playoffs and obtained an autograph from Sally Struthers. Remember, Jack Madruga's mother says, he even had his basketball gear all out in his room. Ware begged his mom to tidy up his white tennis shoes. His goal was to get everything flawless for his big game the next day. The parents of Gary Mathias remember their enthusiastic son having a similar demeanor. "We have a big game on Saturday," he continued emphasizing. "Please prevent me from oversleeping." The prize-winning team would receive a free week in Los Angeles in addition to the honor of competing in an official tournament, which added to the draw and excitement of the big event. The name Gateway Gators, which refers to the Gateway program that the lads first became friends at and was supported by the city, was proudly placed on each player's shirt. The lads would never play that game, but they looked forward to their exciting and competitive day. They would never again feel the comforting embrace of their friends and family. Rather, they would encounter a terrifying and immobile destiny. The 5 young men from the flatlands 50 miles to the south got into a 1969 Mercury Montego that was turquoise and white and drove out of the parking lot after they had attended a basketball game at Chico State University at around 10 o'clock in the evening on February 24, 1978. The group then proceeded to a nearby store where they purchased 1.5 quarts of milk from Bayer's Market, 1 Hostess cherry pie, 1 Langendorf lemon pie, 1 Snickers bar, 1 Marathon bar, 2 Pepsis, and 1 Snickers bar. Seldom the purchase of men who intend to rough it in the winter highlands. The main game was scheduled for February 25th, the following day. But the guys never had their chance to show off on the basketball floor. Family members' worry at the rule-abiding boys' tardy homecoming swiftly gave way to panic that evening when they discovered the boys hadn't returned home. They made urgent phone calls. 4 days after the boys went missing, on Tuesday, February 28th, authorities discovered Jack Madruga's Mercury prominently displayed against the forested backdrop of the Oroville Forest. When the automobile was initially seen by police, its vivid turquoise color stood out obscenely against the white of the nighttime storm that had swept over the Oroville-Quincy Highway, a winding, narrow route that passes directly through the Plumas National Forest. The car was more than 70 miles away from Chico on a road that, according to the locals, needed to be intentionally driven, not just a site where someone would take a wrong turn. Any vehicle or passenger would notice that this route was visibly different from the typical scenery in the vicinity due to its narrow curves and twists, setting it apart from the nearby highways and freeways. The vehicle appeared to be in good operating shape when it was discovered in the rural mountains east of Oroville on Plumas National Forest Road, which was blocked by snow but could be reached at any time because it was open and there were no barricades. It had a 1/4 tank of gas when it was stopped in the middle of a gravel road northeast of Oroville, but the keys were missing. The car was a little stuck after roughly 10 inches of snowfall that night, but not immobile for 5 healthy men like the missing teenagers. Family members said that the men, who were wearing street clothing and low-cut shoes, were ill-prepared for the weather in which they found themselves. Given the wintry conditions in which the automobile was parked, they risked getting frostbite quickly in the deep snow. Their empty wrappers showed that everything they had bought from the corner store had been consumed, save for the half-eaten Marathon bar that they had left in the back seat of their car. Bar which they had left in the back seat of their car and was half gone. The hefty American car, with its low muffler and robustly reinforced suspension, escaped unscathed by the rugged terrain, leaving no dents or scrapes on its undercarriage. Although family members claim that none of the boys knew the road, investigators surmised that this would mean the drivers were extremely cautious or had perhaps been in that area before. The day the automobile was discovered, February 28th, a blizzard had blown through the woods, dumping 9.5 inches of snow on the top mountain. The search teams endured hardships trying to find any information regarding the group's whereabouts as they ventured out in large numbers over the rugged terrain on horseback or in four-wheel drive vehicles. Search and rescue dogs were used by some staff members to comb the mountainside for any information on the men's whereabouts. Counties in the San Francisco Bay Area, as far away as 150 miles, had offered their assistance in the search. The weather was so harsh and the terrain so uneventful that the search party almost lost men in the terrible conditions. Several times the search had to be canceled because it was too unsafe to continue in the cold and snow. All they could find, though, was their automobile. A childish commitment to the rules was one of the characteristics of many of the boys' modestly decreased cognitive processing skills. Jack Madruga's mother remembers her son's deference to authority figures and thoughtfulness for her. Melba Madruga recalls, "I'm sure he would have come home straight from the game. He would never have willingly ventured into the mountains that evening." Close quotation. Ted's family also claims that it would be quite unusual for him to spend the entire night out and that it would be out of character for him to forget to tell his grandmother about his plans. In addition to the altered itinerary, the boy's car's whereabouts perplex the family. According to his relatives, Madruga, the proud owner of the car, would not have driven so high up in height and so far off the path, especially in the snow. He also detested camping and the cold. The fact that Madruga was unfamiliar with the route and, being the watchful and cautious individual that he was protective of both his person and his automobile, added to the family's consternation. Madruga would never have traveled up that steep, narrow, winding, and dark road. That automobile was only ever driven by Jack, according to Melba Madruga. He was giving and compassionate, but not careless. He took great care in his vehicle, which he would never be allowed to drive. Joseph Shones, 55, provided information to detectives on a journey he had taken on February 24th, the night the boys vanished, at approximately 5:30 p.m., in order to assist with the investigation. Shones clarified that he had made the drive that far to observe the amount of snow in preparation for a planned family vacation the following weekend. He informed the authorities that his automobile became stuck in the snow and that while attempting to free it, he experienced a small heart attack and was unable to continue. EKG readings obtained later at a hospital verified to authorities that Shones had, in fact, experienced a small heart attack, as certified by doctors. All of this occurred to Shones, not far from the spot where the boy's automobile was discovered 4 days later, about 150 feet away. Shones felt calm enough to go into his car, switch on the heat, and sit down in the seat, where he would spend the night following the initial shock of the heart attack. The sick man, who was gradually running out of petrol, claimed to have heard whistling noises coming from the nearby road at some time during the night. Shones spotted what appeared to be a few guys walking in the brilliance of what he thought were a pickup truck's headlights, along with a woman holding what appeared to be a baby. Shones got out of his car to seek for assistance. The group's cries echoed through the chilly night, but as Shones cried out for help, the headlights went out and the voices became quiet. At first, he claimed to have woken up to the sound of conversation and the light from a flashlight shining into his car. Startled but unflinching, he regained consciousness faster this time and realized instantly that this was his opportunity to help. Shones cried out for aid once more, but each time he was met with sudden silence and the group's light sources being extinguished. Shones claims that after an unspecified period of time, his automobile ran out of gas, forcing him to leave it and seek refuge in the chilly early morning hours before the sun rose. After experiencing a heart attack and a near-death experience, the stranded driver traveled the 8 kilometers back to his initial objective, a lodge he had visited prior to his strenuous journey. He saw an empty turquoise and white Mercury Montego in the middle of the road at the beginning of his voyage as he descended the hill. As leads came in, there were a few false sightings, but no one reported anything until weeks later, following the public announcement of the reward. The primary lead under investigation was a woman who reported seeing a shining red pickup truck with 5 boys inside of it. She says that on Saturday, the day of the much-anticipated basketball game, at about 2:00 p.m., she spotted the gang outside of Mary's Country Store in Brownsville. The proprietor of the store also recalls giving some meals to a bunch of men, but the specifics raise doubts about an apparent case of mistaken identity. The witness says she's seen Jack Madruga on the phone, but because he detested using the phone, his brother made it very evident that he would never have done it. Gary Mathias's stepfather also wondered how the lads would have paid for food, considering that none of them had enough cash on hand to stay throughout the planned night out. Overall, the stepfather of Gary Mathias disputes the sighting. According to an article published before the boys' bodies were discovered, the family of one of the boys, whose name is not known, consulted psychics. Family members were informed by a fate teller that the boys had been abducted and taken to Arizona and Nevada. According to another psychic, the boys were killed in Oroville in a 2-story red house with a driveway made of gravel with the numbers 4723 or 4753. The house may have been brick or stained wood. Investigators searched every street in Oroville for that house for 2 straight days. It was non-existent. Not a single lead materialized. Klompfe, the stepfather of Gary Mathias and other family members of the missing boys, contributed $1,000 toward the boys' recovery, which was increased to $2,600 by contributions from the community. New evidence surfaced on June 4th, a little over 100 days after the boys went missing, thanks to the spring thaw. During a Sunday outing, a group of motorcyclists discovered a trailer site belonging to Regional Park Services that was abandoned and had just one eerie resident. Ted Wehier had frozen to death while lying on a bunk in the main 60-foot trailer. He had 8 sheets carefully draped over his body and tucked around his head and torso. His leather shoes were vanished and were nowhere to be seen in the neighborhood. Ted's gold necklace, his wallet still containing cash, and his nickel ring with his name etched on it were all perched on a bedside table. Ted always carried these mementos about, so the family was familiar with them. What was new and unusual, though, was a gold Waltham watch that was missing its crystal. The object was not recognized by any member of the missing party's numerous families. The fact that Gary Mathias's shoes were there but Ted's were not was also peculiar. Since Mathias wouldn't have needed the shoes and Gary's feet would have been swollen from severe frostbite, investigators surmised that Mathias may have given them to his companion after his death. A far more unfamiliar look than the unfamiliar timepiece in an even more perplexing incident was the man himself. Ted, who used to weigh 200 pounds and be 5 feet 11 inches tall, was reported to have starved to death and lost between 80 and 100 pounds. He had severe frostbite on his feet. The amount of facial hair that had grown revealed that Ted had been living in that trailer for 8 or 13 weeks, apparently in excruciating pain from starvation. Even though his body was severely decayed, what was left of it revealed a tale of fight and survival. Ted Wehier lasted an estimated 8 to 13 weeks until famine and the weather claimed his life, as evidenced by the growth of his beard, which had grown over an inch. The average monthly growth of human hair is half an inch, according to the CDC. He was discovered 19.4 miles from his automobile, still wearing the green slacks and striped velour top from when he was last seen. It is completely mysterious how he managed to cover about 20 miles in the extremely cold snowdrifts, which were nearly as tall as him. The trailer had a broken window that allowed someone to enter, and it was discovered locked. No fire was started, even though there were plenty of materials in the trailer, including wood furniture and paperback books, and matches were clearly visible and accessible. It was discovered that over a dozen separate military wet ration cans, pre-cooked meals, and prepared foods had been opened and eaten. A can was found to have been opened using an Army P-38 can opener, which the missing men's relatives claim could only have been used by the two youths who served in the military, Jack Madruga and Gary Mathias. But in the same shed from which the Army rations were removed, there was also a locker containing enough fruit cocktails and dehydrated Mexican feasts and other mixed meals to sustain the men for years. There was nothing in the unlocked locker, nothing had been done to the meal. The fact that the propane tank was still there and unattended was equally annoying to loved ones. According to Yuba City Lieutenant Lance Ayers, all they had to do was switch on the gas, and they would have had heat and gas for the trailer. William Sterling and Jack Madaruga's remains were found by recovery personnel one day after Ted Wyer's body was found on June 5th. Lying on different sides of the logging road that had led to the trailer Ted had been found in, they were still 11.4 miles from their automobile, even though they were miles behind Ted and the trailer he was found in. With his back to the freshwater stream, Jack Madruga's body lay there. His body had been half scavenged by wild creatures, but he was still facing the sky and holding his beloved watch in his right hand in a poignantly human gesture. William's bones were dispersed over a 50-square-foot area along the road as his body had decayed. 2 days later, Jackie Hewitt's father discovered his own son's remains while out on a search and rescue mission. It was every parent's worst nightmare come true. He had always been a helpful and a doer, so even though family members and detectives had attempted to talk him out of the hunt, he was determined to be useful. The image of a parent discovering his own son's backbone lingers in the minds of all who saw it. The boy's identification was eventually verified by the family dentist, although Hewitt's Levi's and unusual Getters-branded sneakers served as a preliminary clue. The following day, an assistant Plumas County sheriff would discover his skull 100 yards distant at the foot of a hill. Similar to what happened to Jack Madruga and William Sterling, Jackie Hewitt's body was discovered northwest of the service trailer where Ted Wyer was discovered. 3 wool blankets from the Forest Service and some partially corroded flashlights that were turned off were located about a quarter mile away from the trailer. It was impossible to determine whether this discovery, some residual debris left by a previous individual or group, had been utilized by the youngsters or was just a coincidence. The Mathias family was the only one who was never informed of their son's whereabouts or fate. They were never able to find closure in the discovery of their son. They learned that Gary Mathias was acquainted with residents of Forbestown, which is located roughly halfway between Chicago and Yuba cities. Forbestown is on a route that has a turnoff that is so easy to miss that someone traveling on it late at night would have ended up getting lost and heading north toward the mountains. However, Gary's acquaintances in Forbestown claimed they hadn't seen him in over a year, so that connection was of little use. There are many theories explaining the rationale and reasoning behind these terrible deaths, but one thing stands out above the rest. In below-freezing temperatures, logic and reason are rendered meaningless. We may not understand these guys' behavior, but after being in the cold for a while, delusion and confusion might have taken hold. However, that doesn't explain why they left their automobile behind. The most valuable item that Jack Madruga had was an automobile that he only permitted other people to drive, and that he would only take out when absolutely necessary. Why abandon a perfectly fine car that, according to eyewitnesses, wasn't even really stopped in the snow? When it became clear that their journey into the woods would be fruitful, why not turn around and keep going through the chilly, dark night? After walking for 10, 15, or 30 minutes, why not turn around? Why not head back to the gas-powered, still-functioning car for warmth when the woods have shown to be so barren that you could walk for weeks without coming across another structure or human? Ted was starving, so why was he surrounded by dehydrated food? And why was he immobilized, lying close to a propane tank that was full? Friends and family still ask inquiries like these, to name a few. Moving on to the next case. Caroline Glenton. William and Margaret Glenton, who were devoted parents, welcomed Caroline into the world in Derry, Northern Ireland. Her parents loved her dearly as their only child after 5 miscarriages. Caroline was raised in a loving and caring environment thanks to her parents' unfailing support and compassion. The family moved to Bonhill, a small Scottish town with charming scenery and hospitable locals, in search of better prospects and a close-knit community. Caroline grew into a happy, intelligent young girl in Bonhill. She went to Our Lady and St. Patrick High School in Dumbarton, where she was well-liked for her extracurricular activity passion, academic rigor, and sociability. Regretfully, Caroline's parents separated when she was just 7 years old. Caroline experienced severe trauma from having to live with her mother due to her father's military service. She would have preferred to be with her father, whom she loved so much. Caroline was a 4th-year student in August 1996. Navigating the trials and tribulations of puberty, like many other 14-year-old girls, she had hopes and goals for the future, and she saw a bright future ahead of her. While her mother was out celebrating her 40th birthday, Caroline invited her best friend Joanne Menzies for a sleepover on August 24, 1996. At 23:45 p.m., when they strolled outside past the Ladyton shops, Caroline mentioned that she was meeting her lover, Robert O'Brien, at a bridge. She went to the meeting in spite of her best friend's advice to stay away, and Joanne returned to Caroline's house. That was when Robert was 18. But Caroline was smitten with him, even if her mother wasn't sure about the age difference. Before we continue, we want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy our content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. 3 weeks before to the commencement of their relationship, the pair had gone to the Oasis performance at Belloc Castle County Park. Originally intended to be a fleeting affair characteristic of adolescent love, Caroline's meeting would sadly prove to be her last. Her route of choice took her to Diltship Bridge, a well-known detour she frequently used. The bridge provided a speedier, more private route by connecting to the river towpath. Caroline, sadly, never made it to her destination. The following day, a bystander in Renton found her partially dressed body in the River Leven, close to Bonhill. A terrible incident had taken place beside the gorgeous river. It was discovered that she had sustained serious injuries when detectives dug into the circumstances surrounding her death. She was unconscious due to severe blunt force injuries to her face, neck, and scalp. The news of her horrible murder stunned the small town, plunging her family and friends into deep sorrow and hopelessness. Investigating immediately and thoroughly, law enforcement officials tried to solve the enigma surrounding that terrible night. The peaceful riverbanks and peaceful trails became the focus of intense scrutiny as cops searched for evidence and asked passers-by for information. Tragically, Caroline's mother turned 40 on the day her death was found by the police. This terrible turn of events made the family suffering much worse since they had anticipated a day of celebration, but were instead met with unspeakable grief. Caroline had been asleep before being dipped into the river, according to a pathologist who had diagnosed her with 10 serious brain injuries. After more research, it was discovered that she had been brutally attacked by a gang of teens who continuously punched, kicked, and struck her head and body with a blunt weapon. They also verbally abused her. The names of these 4 persons were publicly known in the hamlet in 1996, but there was never enough proof to make an arrest or file charges against them. The primary explanation for this was that they all steadfastly adhered to the same alibi, telling police they had spent the night at an Allen Crescent apartment. Even though the attack was vicious, drowning was found to be the primary cause of death. The needless death of a life so young devastated the community. The funeral for Caroline was held in Alexandria on February 26, 1997, and people traveled from all around the area to attend. Friends, family, and neighbors came together to offer their last respects and farewells. The memorial service served as a moving reminder of the young life that had been so brutally murdered, leaving an unfillable gap in its wake. There was evident pain, But there was also a strong commitment to honor Caroline and pursue justice for her premature death. The community endured years of sorrow and uncertainty as a result of the case's unsolved status, despite the start of a thorough inquiry. The case was re-examined by Police Scotland's Major Investigation Unit in June 2019, which is when new optimism for the mystery's resolution surfaced. Residents of Allen Crescent were re-interviewed as part of the investigation. This is the location that Robert O'Brien, Andrew Kelly, Sarah Jane O'Neill, and Donna Brand all claimed to have spent Caroline's death night. Linda Dorian, a neighbor upstairs, made a crucial discovery when she disclosed that she had saw 4 persons leaving the residence with 2 little children. The group headed toward the River Leven after walking along Allen Crescent and crossing Main Street, which links Renton and Alexandria. This gave important new details to the timeline of events and refuted previous reports. The night in question, 4-year-old Archie Wilson and his younger brother Jamie were being watched by Andrew and Sarah. Later, Robert O'Brien and his expectant girlfriend Donna joined them. Together, the group, which included the small kids, left the flat. Linda heard a lot of noise and a fight when they returned, which was more than an hour later. One of them said something to the effect that it was not supposed to happen, or something like that. That was really extreme. What will this look like? It implied that something important had happened while they were away. The account provided by 4-year-old Archie Wilson the day after Caroline's life was taken was consistent with the new facts. Archie had reported to his mother, Betty, that he had seen Caroline fall into the water during a quarrel that had taken place close to the river. His comments at the time sounded ambiguous and hard to follow up on. They believed Archie had caught up on the rumors after Caroline's body was discovered. Nevertheless, Archie's innocuous remarks became into an important piece of evidence when the neighbors provided corroborated testimony. Caroline's case was given new life and optimism by the reinvestigation. The goal of the painstaking investigation by detectives was to provide Caroline with justice and comfort her bereaved family and community. This discovery represented a major advancement in the long-term investigation into the horrific death of a little girl whose life was tragically cut short. 3 people were accused in November 2021 with her murder. Ages of 45 for Robert O'Brien, 44 for Andrew Kelly, and 44 for Donna Marie Brand. Before she could be charged, Sarah Jane O'Neill, who was also involved in the case, passed away. The trial, which attracted a lot of attention and reopened old scars for the community and Caroline's loved ones, started in November 2023 at the Glasgow High Court. After what he saw, Archie was never the same. Currently in his early 30s, he was considered unsuitable to testify in court. Joanne Menzies, 42, Caroline's childhood friend, testified in court that O'Brien had threatened to kill her because she had kissed another boy and that she had witnessed him repeatedly bullying Caroline. O'Brien, Kelly, and Brand were convicted guilty of killing Caroline on December 14, 2023. Glasgow's top court handed down a verdict, bringing an end to a case that had plagued detectives and the community for many years. Notably, at the time of the crime, all 3 of the guilty people were teens. The public questioned why this proof was not collected in 1996. According to Detective Inspector Granger, it seems as though the pertinent questions were merely left unseen. He added that the fact that illegal drugs were widely available in Renton and the surrounding area in the late 1990s, and that many possible witnesses were themselves lawbreakers, leading chaotic lifestyles, presented another challenge. All of Caroline's teenage attackers were drug addicts who used shoplifting as a means of supporting their addictions. The sentencing phase provided some finality in January 2024. Lord Braid passed sentence, saying, "You have taken a daughter from a loving mother." Miss McKeach has talked about the suffering that Caroline's passing has brought about, and the emptiness that her passing has created. She will never get to see Caroline as the lady she could have been. There is no way that any sentence I give her could ever make up for what she has lost. Kelly and O'Brien were both given life sentences. O'Brien was sentenced to a minimum of 22 years in prison before being eligible for release. O'Brien had the kid with Brand in the years after the murder, and he was imprisoned for both a major assault and an attempted murder. Since he was the one who hurt Caroline, he was the primary offender in this case. Kelly was supposed to serve at least 18 years. Brand was only sentenced to a minimum of 17 years in prison via video call on April 22nd because he was deemed incompetent to appear in court. For Caroline's friends and family, especially her parents, Margaret McKeach, the punishment was a turning point. "This is the day I have been waiting for the past 27 years," she said. She continued, saying that although it is justice for Caroline, it won't bring her back. "I'm not sure if justice has been served, but I do believe that closure is the appropriate term." The conclusion of a case that had had a lasting impact on the Bon Hill community, which was still grieving from the tragedy, brought some comfort to them. The convictions and sentencing acted as a reminder of the commitment and tenacity of law enforcement in pursuing justice, regardless of the passage of time. Even though Caroline is still deeply hurt, this outcome pays tribute to her legacy and emphasizes the unwavering pursuit of justice. Following their sentences, O'Brien and Kelly both filed an appeal against their convictions and life sentences in order to try and win their freedom. Moving on to the next case. Christina Renee King. Because Christina Renee King was a little woman, her relatives called her Cricket. She was a native of Kansas City, where she was born in 1972. Christina was the wife of professional roofer Christopher Wayne Goodall. He was a devoted spouse. The couple gave birth to their first child, April, in 1988. Ashley, her baby sister, arrived 3 years later. The family could not be supported by Christopher's job, therefore Christine made the decision to find other sources of income. Sources claim that she began begging for money in the Central Street neighborhood while providing escort services. Christina appeared to lose hope after Christopher was sent to prison at some point. People who knew her generally agreed that she was a good person despite her social designation. However, her circumstances had brought her to live on the streets, where she had to deal with the harsh reality of a society that frequently ignored the humanity concealed behind labels. Although Christina was imprisoned for a short while, her life took a dark turn once she was just released. Her last day was the day after her discharge. When the family received devastating news in 1998, April was in the 5th grade and enjoying her 10th Christmas. Christmas morning, December 25th. A group of boys were searching for metal scraps, hoping to turn a quick profit by selling them to the junkyard. They were searching an abandoned nursing home's driveway for bits that could still be salvaged. Then, in the chilly winter morning solitude, they discovered a half-naked person that had been beaten, bruised, and thrown away like rubbish. Her head was hit with blunt force injuries, and her pants were partially pulled down. Nearby were the victim's shoes, bra, and other personal items. The victim suffered a horrific facial smash. After KCPD notified the family, their lives were never the same. Christina King was 26 years old and her body was found. It is still unknown who may have killed her and why. Christina's mother, Penny Barnett, often checked in with the KCPD to see if any new information was available. Barnett was not informed by the police that they did have a lead. Next to Christina's body at the crime scene was a used condom that was found. In actuality, they displayed a great deal of ineptitude and negligence, but more on that later. Penny Barnett was once treated so harshly by police detective Terry Mast while he was on duty that she sobbed as she hung up. She explained to her husband that Detective Mast had been callous and had called Christina horrible names when he inquired as to why. There was blatant discrimination against Christina. At different times, the family was informed by the police that, as a streetwalker, she was just another casualty, implying that she was not particularly important. Later in life, April saw her mother's autopsy images and was horrified to realize how many bruises, abrasions, and traumas her mother had sustained. Following his death in 2010, Christopher Goodall left the two girls orphans. But Christina's death had already shattered their family. When Ashley was just 14 and April was 17, They had been living alone for 5 years. Ashley revealed that she used to troll through Quindaro in an attempt to find the person who killed her mother. Quindaro was a ghost town in the 1990s, a deserted community. It was not safe. She was in danger and in need of comfort, so she kept running into things. Ashley eventually got into a truck with a person she thought was involved in her mother's murder. The man was allegedly under suspicion after a significant quantity of his illicit substances were taken by 2 other women and Christina King's cousin. That was simply a street rumor, though. Thankfully, he did not hurt Ashley and was not the guy she was seeking for. 20 years went by with no new advancements. The family convened for a prayer vigil and balloon release on North 27th Street and Sewell Avenue in December 2021. Justice for Wyandotte, an advocacy organization devoted to promoting openness in police enforcement, had organized the vigil. The families of individuals harmed by the law itself consented to assist Christina King's investigation because it benefited them. The entire event was coordinated by Khadija Hardaway of the Wyandotte Group's Justice Division. She stressed the significance of incidents like this while speaking to the crowd, saying that they proved the need for the Kansas Police Department to create a cold case section. She asked the newly appointed chief of police to use available funds to create a cold case section. Hardaway stated that this action would improve openness in handling recent investigations as well as cold cases. This sparked an investigation within the KCPD that ultimately resulted in Christina's case being solved. Carl Oakman, the new chief of police, would consider this proposal carefully. Additionally, he promised to establish a cold case unit inside the force as soon as he took office on January 1, 2021. As promised, he established Kansas City's first cold case a year later, and by January 2022, it was running. 30 years of cold cases could be solved with the help of 3 full-time detectives. It is crucial to understand why Wyandotte Justice was formed in the first place. Pearl Davis, a 43-year-old mother, was the catalyst for everything. Born in 1953, Pearl Davis was the mother of 2 tiny children, Cordria and Aish Musaver, and the cousin of Khadija Hardaway and niece of Imam Hanif Khalil. Samimam Musaver was another name for Pearl. She was an Islamic community member in Kansas City, a dedicated worker who did everything in her power to support her kids. She was a skilled seamstress who also operated a transportation company that offered rides to Chillicothe Correctional. She also maintained a daycare, sold meals and bean pies, drove SRS, and took on a variety of other duties while fully involved with her family's lives. Pearl was so socially busy that everyone noticed her absence right away. Regretfully, Pearl's lifeless body was discovered in an abandoned home on the 700 block of Lafayette Avenue in Kansas City on November 22, 1996. Her late mother owned the house. Pearl had been savagely stabbed over 40 times, her garments ripped off and scattered around according to the autopsy. Roger Golubsky of the KCPD was handling the case. Detective Golubsky faced numerous charges. He frequently abused his position of power. Between 1983 and 2008, the KCPD neglected to look into the cases of multiple women who were killed in a similar way. Most of them were working women of similar ages. Many times these women were dealing with homelessness, substance abuse, or providing escort services. Brutal means like stabbing, blunt force trauma, asphyxia, and strangulation frequently played a role in their untimely ends. Their corpses were ruthlessly left in secluded buildings or far-off places. All these ladies were found half or completely naked, with their shirts or pants pulled down in a disconcerting pattern. Last but not least, the victim's clothing was always discovered close by. All of these horrific situations were sadly experienced by Christina King. As time went on and the cases remained unsolved, it became increasingly clear that Golubsky was not quite right. None of the case files included information that Roger Golubsky provided about the women who were ruthlessly murdered, despite the fact that he knew most, if not all, of them. Even with so much potentially useful physical evidence at our disposal for examination, the majority of these specific cases did not receive enough forensic scrutiny. This led to a deficiency in either gathering enough evidence or making enough attempts to identify possible attackers whose DNA or other forensic findings might be compared. The level of ineptitude was astounding. In actuality, in the Christina King case, the KCPD neglected to launch a follow-up investigation after receiving a DNA match with a possible suspect. Inspired by the long-standing disregard for the cries for justice made by Golubski's victims, Khadija Hardway worked with the community to plan protests and rallies. The intention was to prevent the unresolved cases, the impacted women's faces, and their tales from disappearing. Inspired by Pearl's story, she teamed together with other like-minded ladies in 2020 to form Justice for Wyandotte, a non-profit. The group put a lot of effort into trying to combat the dishonest people in the department. It has been observed that police officers overuse force, intimidate, fabricate evidence, make erroneous arrests, and coerce people into giving false testimony in order to escape being unfairly accused and imprisoned. Because justice was served for Wyandotte, the atrocities were brought to light and the systemic corruption was revealed. They brought up the example of Lamont McIntyre, who was wrongfully convicted and imprisoned for 23 years for a crime he did not commit. Roger Golubski was keeping an eye on him when he was arrested. Despite being cleared in 2017, he never received justice. Golubski was unrestrained. However, there was still a lot of information about Golubski's frequent victimization of women. During her tenure with the organization, Hardaway arranged a meeting between Carl Oakman, at the time a contender for chief of police, and herself. She brought up the obvious and intolerable lack of interest in unresolved cold cases in the community at this conference, highlighting the long-term effects on families and loved ones in Kansas City. She was a fervent supporter of the Kansas City Police Department creating a cold case squad. Justice Wyandotte convened with Oakman to discuss the many unresolved instances that had occurred in Kansas City since 1965. They also petitioned for the establishment of a cold case section and started an awareness campaign. Police obtained a DNA match on the condom discovered close to Christina's bruised body back in 2003. Gary Davis was named as the suspect. Surprisingly, though, he wasn't taken in right away to be questioned. Gary Davis was under close monitoring by Wyandotte County Community Corrections, yet it took 14 months to interrogate him. Although Gary Davis, 52, was a resident of Kansas City, he was a truck driver between the ages of 23 and 25 at the time of Christina and Pearl's alleged events. Because of the nature of his work, which required him to be miles away from the crime scene, it made sense why, back then, he would have avoided any kind of link. Davis wasn't arrested for a full 20 years, even though the police were always aware of his movements. It was a plotting procedure that appeared to be taking forever. The suspect would be questioned by the department for 14 months, after which there would be a 20-year silence. Following Wyandotte's public cry for justice in 2021, it took an additional 18 months to process the DNA, appoint a team, and apprehend the offender. When the cold case unit connected in 2022, it appeared out of nowhere. Gary Davis Sr. was their first suspect and his DNA was found in both crime scenes. Additionally, police discovered a Facebook page that matched Davis's name and description. The page had a variety of divisive and unpleasant remarks, but the majority dealt with truck driving and the disparities in treatment between men and women in society. When officers attempted to contact him, they discovered that of the 3 phone numbers he had provided, only one was active and was not accepting messages due to an overflowing voicemail. Ultimately, in September 2023, Davis was taken into custody and accused of killing Christina King. A $500K bond was imposed for him. Furthermore, there was no statute of limitations. Thus, regardless of how long ago the crime was committed, the cases could still be prosecuted, and he would still be accused, tried, and found guilty. His sentence would be life in prison if found guilty. Unexpectedly, Kansas City Police Chief Carl Oakman and District Attorney Mark Dupree of Wyandotte County held a press conference to commend their investigation work. While Oakman minimized the significance of the DNA result and emphasized the necessity for a comprehensive investigation, Dupree insisted that the investigators had worked non-stop. They actually downplayed the significance of a DNA hit, saying it required work to analyze and make sure the correct person was apprehended. Regarding Golubsky, Kansas City lawyer Cheryl Pilati brought up the tainted culture inside the KCPD in March of 2022. She submitted a statement with the intention of indicting not just the disgraced detective Roger Golubsky, but also the entire society that supported him. In charge of an erroneous arrest, Golubsky was accused of federal offenses such as trafficking, intimate assault, and kidnapping. Since Davis was a long-haul trucker who lived thousands of miles away, the KCPD is currently collaborating with other law enforcement agencies to investigate whether he was involved in any other killings that have occurred in the area. At least 8 other instances involve Davis as a suspect or person of interest at this time. Justice for Wyandotte led to the creation of the Cold Case Section, which would go on to solve 11 more cases. It is reasonable to believe that the KCPD bears some responsibility for delaying an arrest that would have been feasible years earlier by almost 30 years. The relatives of the victims deserved an explanation and an apology from the department. An inept department betrayed the traumatized loved ones, particularly Christina's daughters, who searched for closure for years. Moving on to the next case. Tanya van Calenborg. The adventurous and free-spirited young Tanya van Calenborg was born in Saanich, British Columbia, Canada, on March 7, 1969. Her bold decision to wear a man's tuxedo to her high school prom revealed her rebellious side as a child and gave rise to her independent and outspoken personality. Tanya's decision to travel throughout Europe with her best friend, May Robeson, just before meeting her future lover, Jay Cook, was a clear indication of her curiosity and passion for travel. She was deeply impacted by this event, which made her want to travel more and stay away from long-term attachments. Tanya had obligations even though she preferred to live a nomadic lifestyle. She worked part-time as a waiter at Pickwick's, a Vancouver City restaurant with a British theme, and as a dog walker to pay for her travels. Her choice to forego education in favor of working towards her travel ambition demonstrated her resolve to forge her own course. J. Rowland Cook was born in Saanich, British Columbia, on December 16, 1966. By the time 1987 arrived, Jay, then 20 years old, was struggling with the feeling of being lost. He had no idea what he wanted out of life, therefore he was not sure how he would handle the responsibilities of adulthood. Growing up in a household where his father, Gordon, fostered a strong work ethic, Jay and his 2 sisters participated in the family business. A tiny, family-run business that specializes in furnace installations is Cook and Talbot Limited Heating Specialists. Jay continued to work in the family business to pass the time, even though he was thinking of changing his focus to marine biology. Jay had a solid reputation as a trustworthy and responsible person going back to his high school years. He showed his concern for others at parties by stepping in to protect a friend from danger caused by over-drinking. He once showed off his impulsive and vivacious side by quitting his work at a pizza parlor and riding for 3 hours through the rain to meet pals. When Jay met Tanya in July of the same year through a mutual friend, his life changed dramatically. Jay's responsible and kind personality drew Tanya in, and their romance took off right away. Jay was liked by everyone around him because of his vibrant attitude and eagerness to take on challenges, even if he was unsure about his own future. Even though it wasn't very long, Tanya and Jay's relationship was adventurous. Tanya's early resistance to become a permanent resident stood in stark contrast to Jay's desire to build a future with her. Their choice to travel to Seattle for work purposes demonstrated their dedication to one another as well as their love of novel experiences. Sadly, Tanya and Jay's journey would take a terrible turn that would end with their deaths. The route was supposed to be scenic, beginning with a ferry ride from Victoria to Port Angeles, Washington, and ending with a drive via a series of motorways to Seattle. When Tanya first tried to invite May, her best friend, to go on the trip with them, May had to say no because of a medical condition. Later on, when she looked back, May was still plagued by guilt and wondered if her presence could have prevented the horrible events that transpired. On November 18, 1987, the young couple set out on their journey in Jay's father's 1977 Ford Club van. Jay was traveling to Seattle to retrieve the furnace from a supplier. The initial part of their drive was uneventful, save for a small diversion and a missed turnoff. However, at 10:16 p.m. at a ferry station in Bremerton, Jay and Tanya were last seen with confirmation, buying a ticket to Seattle. Concern surfaced the next morning when the supplier waited in vain for them to pick up the furnace. On November 20th, the family of the missing couple, the Van Keelenborgs and Cooks, reported them missing. Law enforcement was reluctant to launch a thorough investigation despite growing concerns since they could find no proof of malevolence. A lawyer named Bill Van Keelenborg took matters into his own hands while the families waited anxiously. He organized a helicopter search because he was frustrated by the lack of progress, but his efforts were hindered by the size of the Washington state. Tanya's partially nude body was discovered in a ditch close to Parson Creek Road in Skagit County on November 24th, which was a tragic discovery. She had been shot in the head in an execution-style manner, abused and restrained with plastic ties. Bill Van Keulenberg, Tanya's father, was called in to help identify his daughter. Investigators found numerous important pieces of evidence that added to the horror and mystery surrounding Tanya Van Keulenberg's case after her lifeless body was found near Parson Creek Road. Tanya's wallet and a set of keys were discovered behind the bar at Essie's Tavern in Bellingham, according to the barman. The barman thought it was lost stuff at first, but after learning about Tanya's case, he realized and called the police. Tanya's belongings were found in the wallet, leading to a more thorough investigation of the region. Other hints started to emerge as detectives explored the area. Zip ties that matched the ones Tanya was bound with were found, connecting the crime scene to Essie's Tavern. This particular element raised the possibility of a link between her murder and the place where her possessions were discovered. When the team found a van that fit Bill Van Keulenborg's description, the inquiry took a dramatic turn. This van, driven by Jay Cook, was discovered close to Tanya's corpse. Examining the inside of the van, a somber reality emerged. The blood on it belonged to Tanya and Jay, too. Jay's safety was immediately called into question due to the condition of the van and the presence of blood evidence. Jay Cook, whose whereabouts were unknown, had made him a prospective suspect at first, but he was now seen as just another victim. There had been early suspicions that he was somehow involved, even responsible for Tanya's demise, but the evidence strongly showed that he too had met a horrible end. Just 50 miles from Tanya's discovery site in Snohomish County, a guy by the name of Scott Walker discovered Jay Cook's lifeless body on November 26th while out hunting. Even more terrifying than Tanya's crime scene was probably Jay's discovery. Dog collars and twine firmly tied around Jay's neck made for a gloomy image. He had been asphyxiated by tissues and a pack of cigarettes, which was disturbing. Bloodstains on his clothing and severe head wounds indicated he had likely been the victim of severe abuse, if not torture. The chronology of incidents leading up to Jay's demise turned out to be a crucial component of the inquiry. Jay's life may have been stolen first because the couple's van was discovered near Tanya's body rather than Jay's. The unsettling inference was that the attacker may have killed Jay in order to make it easier to attack Tanya. Investigators were left in shock by the graphic circumstances of Jay's death, which left them wondering how serious the crimes against the young couple could have been. Throughout the process of piecing together the events, law enforcement was plagued by the unsettling issue of who was behind such heinous deeds. Although Jay's discovery gave his family some comfort, it also made the case's resolution even more urgent. Now that it was established that both victims were deceased, attention turned to identifying the person who had committed the crimes. Following the brutal murders of Tanya Van Kuylenburg and Jay Cook in December 1987, their families experienced additional suffering. Threatening letters were written to both families by an unidentified letter writer claiming to be the man in question. The anonymous writer was eventually ruled out as a suspect as authorities dug deeper into the letters, leaving the families with more questions than answers. Jim Scharf, a detective who was greatly impacted by the horrible nature of the unsolved case, was essential in the pursuit of justice. He assisted in the formation of a cold case squad in 1995, and one of their first assignments was the Tanya and Jay case. When detectives looked into the victim's van in May 2003, the search for answers took a dramatic turn. Tanya's black trousers, on which male DNA was found, were one of the important pieces of evidence that were found. Jay Cook's DNA did not match. The unidentified person with the DNA label became a critical area of interest for the detectives. The FBI's National Offender Database, CODIS, received the profile in 2003, but it produced no hits, putting the case at a painful halt. Detective Scharf handled more than 200 names that came across his desk over the years, along with a plethora of speculations and false leads. Unrelated to the victims, Chelsea Rustard uploaded her DNA to a public database in 2015 in order to research her family history. She had no idea that the key to solving the puzzle of what had happened to Tanya and Jay would be found in her DNA. The day of the breakthrough was finally April 25, 2018. Motivated by the capture of the Golden State criminal, Detective Scharf worked with Parabon Nanolabs and genetic genealogist CC to apply the same technology. More. After uploading her DNA to GEDmatch, Person A was able to identify additional second cousins in a matter of hours, allowing her to create a comprehensive family tree. William Earl Talbot II was the name that surfaced. Investigators followed Trucker Talbot until they were able to acquire a thrown-away paper coffee cup in order to verify the match. Lisa Collins, a forensic scientist, later verified that the DNA on Talbot's cup and Person A matched. William Earl. Talbot II was taken into custody on May 17, 2018, following more than 3 decades of investigation. After years of uncertainty, the families of Tanya Van Kuylenburg and Jay Cook were informed of this momentous development. It was a historic event for investigator Scharf, providing justice and closure to one of the most puzzling unresolved cases he had ever come across. In June 2019, William Earl Talbot II was found guilty and given a life sentence without the possibility of release for killing Tanya Van Kuylenburg and Jay Cook. On December 7, 2021, an appeal court, however, reversed the conviction because of bias among the jurors. A second trial may now be possible as a result of this ruling. The appellate court dismissed the idea of a retrial on December 22, 2022. However, the guilty conviction was upheld on the same day by the Washington State Supreme Court. The defense's decision to not pursue peremptory challenges to have the relevant juror dismissed was highlighted by the court. On December 22, 2022, Talbot is still being held. Moving on to the next case. Tara Louise Baker. Have you ever imagined what it might be like to have a bright future suddenly taken away from you? What if, for more than 20 years, justice appeared elusive? At the University of Georgia, 23-year-old Tara Louise Baker was a first-year law student who looked forward to a successful and meaningful future. Tara was well known for her wit and tenacity and had always been an exceptional student. After graduating from Lovejoy High School in 1995, she was well liked by both instructors and students for her strong academic record and outgoing demeanor. At Georgia College in Milledgeville, she carried on with her journey by concentrating on pursuing undergraduate degrees with a focus that demonstrated her drive and dedication to her objectives. Tara excelled academically, participated in extracurricular activities, and made enduring friendships during her time at Georgia College. Her decision to pursue a career in law, a subject in which she hoped to have a substantial impact, was confirmed by her experiences and success throughout these years. Tara started a new chapter in her life as a law student at the University of Georgia in the fall of 2000. She made a name for herself right away as a dedicated learner who was well-liked by both her teachers and peers. Tara's future seemed bright as she approached the difficulties of law school with the same commitment that had defined her academic path. But on January 19, 2001, Tara's life took an unanticipated and devastating turn. Her bright trajectory was cut short on that awful day, leaving her family, friends, and the University of Georgia community shocked and in despair. The young woman was vivacious and determined. Tara Baker was last seen by her friend on January 18, 2001, at the University of Georgia Law School Library at around 7:30 p.m. Tara called that same buddy later that evening at 9 o'clock to make sure they had made it home safely. She informed them during their talk that she intended to depart the library by 10 o'clock at night. Regretfully, this would be her last communication with anyone. Firefighters from Athens, Clark County were summoned to a fire at Tara's apartment on 160 Fawn Drive in Athens, Georgia, early the next morning on January 19, 2001. They discovered Tara's body, which was tragic, as they battled the fire. Investigation quickly showed that the fire was started on purpose. A brutal act of arson meant to hide a horrible crime that had claimed the young, bright law student's life. The University of Georgia and the neighborhood were shocked by Tara's passing. Law police responded quickly, starting a comprehensive investigation right away to find out what exactly happened before her untimely death. Detectives worked to apprehend the offender by going through evidence, speaking with possible witnesses, and pursuing many leads. Even with these great efforts, Tara Baker's case inquiry was shortly concluded. Her case was unsolved for 23 years, a cold case that caused her family, friends, and the community to endure a protracted period of sadness and uncertainty. The pain experienced by those who loved her only grew worse due to the lack of closure and the unrelenting passage of time. Tara's mother never gave up on her pursuit of justice over the years. She preserved her legacy by tenaciously pushing for a resurgence of interest in and consideration of her case. Tara's narrative turned into a community-wide cry for justice and a symbol of a lively life cut brutally short. Tara's case remains unresolved, which emphasizes the difficulties that come with killing investigations. Although there was new hope due to advancements in forensic science and investigation methodologies, the solutions remained frustratingly elusive. Even so, the determination to bring Tara's case to justice endured, a testament to the legacy of her life and the general public's need for closure. The Coleman-Baker Act was unanimously passed by the Georgia General Assembly in June 2023. According to the statute, state and local law enforcement organizations must create protocols for reviewing unresolved cases and deciding whether to conduct a thorough reinvestigation in the hopes of discovering new information or the identity of the offender. In addition, the statute gives families that don't agree with the results of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation a way to have an administrative law judge look into the matter. In addition, if more than 6 years had elapsed, law enforcement was compelled to investigate unresolved cases. Tara Louise Baker and Rhonda Sue Coleman are honored in the Act's names. The Athens Clark County Police Department and the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, GBI, Cold Case Unit teamed up in September 2023. They carried out a thorough examination and analysis of the current inquiry into Tara Baker's passing. This newfound effort was motivated by the persistent desire to finally put an end to a case that had plagued the town for more than 20 years, as well as advancements in forensic technology and investigation methods. Every piece of evidence was re-examined, prior witness statements were carefully reviewed, and fresh leads were investigated as part of the cooperative inquiry. To find any overlooked facts, detectives interrogated those involved in the case again, painstakingly went back to the crime scene, and used state-of-the-art forensic techniques. This all-encompassing strategy was intended to help them solve the conundrum that had eluded them for so long. In particular, investigators held out hope that contemporary DNA testing and other cutting-edge forensic instruments might provide fresh insight into the case. Technologies that did not exist or were in their infancy when Tara died were now being used to evaluate evidence with new capabilities and eyes. This involved using improved crime scene reconstruction techniques, examining digital traces, and retesting biological evidence. The GBI and the Athens-Clarke County Police Department exhibited a revitalized spirit of cooperation and dedication during their partnership. Both organizations were dedicated to pursuing justice for Tara through all means necessary. They realized that solving this case would not only comfort Tara's friends and family, but also strengthen the community's faith in their commitment and tenacity. After years of doubt and loss, Tara's family voiced cautious optimism about a revived investigation. They thought that by working together, they would be able to find the answers they had been looking for and bring the offender to justice. Along with the investigators, the community came together to support them and provide any fresh information that could help solve the case. State and county investigators revealed a major development in Tara Baker's long-running case on Thursday, May 9, 2024. In relation to Tara's death, Edric Lamont Faust, a 48-year-old Athens resident, was taken into custody and charged with several major crimes. These allegations included arson, possessing a knife while committing a felony, tampering with evidence, hiding the death of another, 2 counts of felony killing, 1 case of aggravated assault, and 1 count of aggravated sodomy. An invigorated sense of justice and optimism for Tara's family and the community was brought about by Faust's arrest, which was a turning point in the inquiry. The utilization of sophisticated DNA analysis and additional biological evidence, which were unavailable during the initial inquiry, enabled this accomplishment. The vital piece of information required to identify and capture the offender was provided by the advanced forensic methods used by the Athens-Clarke County Police Department and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's cold case team. Faust was apprehended right away and is still detained there on a $15,000 bond, according to the Clarke County Sheriff's Office records. Tara lived on Fawn Drive in East Athens, a short block away from Faust in the same area off Lexington Road. Athens-Clarke County Clerk of Court records state that Faust has a lengthy criminal past. Numerous arrests of Faust are on file with the Clarke County of Athens. Faust was taken into custody and entered a guilty plea to aggravated assault for severing someone's neck less than a month after Tara passed away. Faust was imprisoned from August 21, 1997 to July 20, 1999, then from May 1, 2001 to May 28, 2023. On March 3, 2020, Faust was arrested for simple violence, disorderly behavior, and criminal trespass. This was his most recent offense. On November 14, 2022, he entered a guilty plea. He received a 12-month probationary period and 50 hours of community service. The horrific nature of the incident that rocked the community more than 20 years ago is reflected in the seriousness of the accusations in Tara's case. It is said that Faust employed a tool that causes strangling when it is used offensively against a person. He is charged with beating Tara's head with a blunt object and stabbing her in the neck with a knife longer than 3 inches. In addition, the warrant states that Faust attempted to destroy evidence by lighting Tara's flat on fire, hid her body, and assaulted her throughout the attack. After years of suffering and uncertainty, Tara's family saw the arrest as a major turning point in their lives. As an officer at the scene on January 19, 2001, Jerry Salters, the current head of the Athens-Clarke County Police Department, stated, "For many years, I have hoped the Baker family would find justice for Tara's loss. I have carried this case with me during my time at ACCPD. I was there at that terrible moment, I recall. Today that this case has come full circle, I am grateful for the detectives' efforts both then and today. It fills me with great joy to know that the evidence gathered back then had a part in the current arrest and all the cops that handled this case over the years. Her family was reminded of the terrible loss they had experienced, but they were also relieved that Tara's family had finally taken a concrete step toward justice. Virginia Baker, Tara's mother, thought back on the previous 23 years and the person Tara might have grown up to be. "Please occasionally consider our Tara and the amazing person she might have been," she said. "Her life had so much potential. I'm very appreciative. I want the world to know that prayer is effective. Never give up on your prayers. Never give up hope in your heart because it can come true." Meredith Baker Schroeder, Tara's sister, also talked about Faust's most recent arrest. "There have been a lot of complex feelings over the last few days. We mourn as if it were 23 years ago. We mourn Tara's passing. While we wait for answers, we grieve for the people we lost along the way. We are sorry for the younger generation, who will never know the full scope of their Aunt Tara's amazingness. We too feel sorrow for the Faust family. We are thankful for this day, even though we know it is just the beginning." Justice for Tara Louise Baker's case, which has plagued her family and community for more than 20 years, has finally been served with Edric Lamont Faust's arrest. The discovery honors Tara's legacy and serves as a comforting reminder that the fight for justice will never end. Moving on to the next case. Zachary Whitley. Zachary Whitley was shot and killed in 2016 during a heist. The people of Greenville County, South Carolina, were shocked and saddened by his untimely death. Then, 6 years later, Charity Sutherland met a similar end at the same house, setting the stage for yet another horrific and deadly crime. On the surface, these seemingly unconnected episodes remain dormant as cold cases. But years later, diligent investigative work would lead to discoveries that would result in the prosecution of the guilty. Situated in the northwest region of South Carolina, Greenville County is renowned for its lively downtown and charming small-town atmosphere. Some Greenville County areas continue to face problems including poverty, crime, and complaints of domestic abuse, despite the county's expansion and development. Zachary Whitley lived in Greenville County for a considerable amount of time. He was well known for his warmth and commitment to his family. Zachary had a friendly demeanor, but his life took a bad turn that would involve him with members of the community's criminal underworld. His 2 daughters and son were dependent on him. Therefore, he worked as a landscaper and pool installer. Loved by many in the Greenville community, Charity Sutherland was known for her kind and compassionate nature. Charity was unfazed by her early motherhood and remained committed to giving her child a better life. She had a contagious grin and a kind heart, and she was devoted to her family. Charity Sutherland and Zachary Whitley had no idea that their lives would be brutally ended in the same house, under strangely identical circumstances. A violent altercation disrupted the tranquility of a calm Sunday afternoon in Pelzer, Greenville County. Around 4 p.m. on April 16, 2016, a fight on 220 Eastview Road turned violent. Zachary Whitley, who was 31 at the time, got caught in a deadly crossfire inside the house. A single bullet wounded Zachary in the chest as mayhem broke out. Even with his serious injuries, he tried to flee because of pure adrenaline. Clutching his chest, he stumbled out of the house, and before he could make it to his car, he passed out in the front yard. Before assistance could get to him, he passed away from his wounds. The interior of the house was just as terrifying. Zachary's buddies, 3 more people, were shot several times and suffered critical injuries. 2 victims, who were all struggling for their lives, were taken by ambulance, and 1 was airlifted to Greenville Memorial Hospital. Witnesses provide the authorities with specific descriptions of the perpetrators, who are described as 3 males and a female getaway driver in a silver Toyota. According to the description, the first suspect was a thin, male black man in his early 20s. He weighed between 120 and 130 pounds, was 5 feet 6 inches tall, and wore pants and a black cut-off t-shirt. The second male suspect was 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighed 160 to 170 pounds. He had long blonde dreadlocks and was dressed in a bright Bob Marley jacket. The third man suspect, who was 6 feet 1 inch tall, was identified by his white clothing and possible dreadlocks. The getaway driver was a woman with short hair and a heavy-set build. Despite these thorough descriptions, no one was taken into custody right away. Law enforcement and the community were left wanting justice and a resolution as a result. As Zachary's loved ones grieved his passing, detectives attempted to piece together what had happened on that terrible day. The urgency around Zachary Whitley's case started to fade as the weeks stretched into years, and the once promising leads became stale. Despite the intensive efforts of law enforcement, the elusive offenders appeared to disappear without a trace. Then, in 2022, a sickening feeling of déjà vu struck Greenville County among the residual frustration from Zachary's case. Once again, a fresh tragedy threw a pall over the village. Zachary Whitley was killed at 220 East View Road, the same place where another horrific shooting occurred on April 2, 2022. 21-year-old Charity Sutherland was shot and killed in her house early in the morning. Charity was found dead in her bedroom, and her 3-year-old son was at the site of the crime. The violent crime was immediately the subject of an investigation. Motivated by a desire to provide the bereaved family with justice, law enforcement diligently collected evidence and pursued leads. This occurred just a few months after her brother died in a tragic vehicle accident. In the months that followed Charity's horrific demise, the case appeared to be at a standstill. To rekindle interest in the case, her family and friends organized a vigil at Herdklotz Park on April 2, 2023. Charity had a strong influence on everyone around her, according to her father Linny, who remarked, "She was just such a good person." Everyone she met admired her personality and demeanor. She was just a kind of person that could be liked and cherished. You desired to be in her presence. During a press conference on February 16, 2024, the Greenville County Sheriff's Office revealed important developments in the 2 unsolved cases. Sheriff Hobart Lewis stated that Zachary Whitley's 2016 murder and Charity Sutherland's 2022 murder had both been solved by the investigations unit. Both incidents happened at the same location, 220 Eastview Road in Pelzer, despite having no connection to one another. The GCSO Cold Case Unit's identification of 22-year-old Charles Russell Reams as the prime suspect in Charity Sutherland's crime brought new developments to the 2022 investigation. Reams, her child's father, had been a person of interest from the start, but there wasn't enough evidence at first to file charges. Charity passed away after what was thought to be a persistent domestic problem in her home. Reams was taken into custody in Rome, Georgia, in January 2023 on unrelated allegations of assault. He abducted a woman and used a gun to strike her in the face, resulting in swelling, bruises, and a broken lip. In addition, he is charged with trying to choke the victim. At that point, the investigators could connect Reams' DNA evidence with witness accounts. As a result, in January 2024, warrants for his immediate arrest were issued on suspicion of his involvement in Charity's murderous death and carrying a weapon during a violent crime. Pending extradition, Reams is being held without bond at the Floyd County Detention Center in Georgia. In the 2016 case, 34-year-old John Wesley Nix was found guilty of Zachary Whitley's murder. Authorities determined that it was a shady business involving illegal substances. In the process of selling illegal narcotics from the house on Eastview Road, Nix shot 4 individuals. After the case had stagnated, cold case detectives looked into it again in 2022. By employing enhanced DNA forensic technologies and carrying out further interviews, police managed to get witness accounts and DNA proof that designated Nix as the gunman. Nix was taken into custody by the GCSO's Specialized Investigations Unit for the fugitive apprehension at his Wade Hampton Boulevard workplace. Nix was charged with a violent crime, criminal conspiracy, attempted robbery, assault and battery, and possession of a weapon during a violent crime. At the moment, he is being held without bond at the Greenville County Detention Center. 2 other suspects connected to the event are currently being sought by the GCSO. After years of doubt and anguish, the families of Charity Sutherland and Zachary Whitley have finally found much-needed closure thanks to the recent developments in their cases. Charity's sister, Jessica Kemp, expressed gratitude to the victim's anonymous Georgian attacker for having the guts to come forward. "My sister would most likely still be here today if she had the same bravery." Fema Hester, her mother, expressed gratitude to the person who stepped forward and assisted in Ream's imprisonment. "I believe it might have taken longer for the investigators to locate the evidence they required to apprehend him if she had not taken the actions that she did. My angel is her." Rahim, the son of Charity, is being sought after by his family for full custody in the wake of his father's incarceration. Charles Russell Reams and John Wesley Nick's arrests demonstrate how committed the Greenville County Sheriff's Office is to bringing the victims' rights to justice. The community honors Charity and Zachary's memories by uniting in support of the victims' families during the ongoing judicial proceedings. Moving on to the next case. Amy Velarde. When Amy Velarde entered her parents' and elderly grandmother's 3-bedroom home on November 2, 2015, she was horrified to discover blood all over the place. Amy discovered that her stepfather, Mike Scott, 58, her grandmother, Violet Taylor, 82, and Mike's mother, Barbara Scott, 80, had all been brutally murdered. But who would do such harm to the elderly? Especially because it didn't seem like anything valuable had been taken. No indication of a break-in or entry. Nothing unusual. Could it be a trusted and loved one of theirs? Together with their 2 mothers, Mike and Kathy resided in a trailer in Columbia, South Carolina. They had dated in their junior year of high school but lost touch. When they happened to cross paths again, love blossomed once more, and it was meant to be. They looked out for their friends and family and were the most compassionate people one could imagine. Being outdoorsy, Kathy enjoyed being active. Violet Taylor, her mother, trusted her with all of her money, particularly after her husband went away and left her some land. Barbara Scott, Mike's mother, cared for the little ones in the nursery and was an involved member of the church. She and Violet got along great and decided to live together in harmony with their kids for the majority of their days. A single-wide trailer was occupied by Kathy's 32-year-old daughter Amy and her fiancé, Ross Velarde, on the same plot of land. Ross and Amy were also the home of Amy's son and daughter. The distance between the 2 houses was under 50 yards. From clothes to doctor visits and even father-daughter dances at school, Amy's mother and stepfather raised her kids as if they were their own. As grandparents, Mike and Kathy were very active. Prior to her involvement with Ross Velarde, Amy had a history of disobedience and multiple previous husbands. It is said that Ross, who was 28 at the time, is a likable man. He was a Marine with specific combat instruction designed to protect embassies. He received benefits for his contributions. Amy's kids went to the church's 4th of July celebration in 2015, which Mike and Kathy attended. When they got home, Amy and Ross were entertaining guests and drinking. A fight broke out as Mike and Kathy attempted to remove the kids from the circumstance. Amy refused to let the grandparents see the kids ever again and held on to her kids, claiming they were hers. Since Amy and Ross were heavy Facebook users, their interactions on the platform shed light on the failing relationship between Amy and her parents. This was made clear by the numerous Facebook posts and messages that Amy, her parents, and other family members exchanged. The tense family dynamic was exacerbated by the conflicts and accusations in these communications. Amy made a public accusation of lying on July 9th, implying that it was Mike and Kathy. For the benefit of the kids, Mike's sister, Pam Isabel, gently pleaded with Amy the following day to cease exposing their private arguments on the internet. In a furious reply, Amy vowed never to allow Mike to again be her children's grandfather. By July 16th, Mike and Kathy made an effort to make amends with Amy by expressing regret and sending well wishes. Even yet, Amy continued to write about emotional abuse and to share videos of her disputes with her family, which fueled their ongoing feud. Despite their bond with her children, a neighbor claimed that Amy was generally hostile and disrespectful toward her parents, yelling at them and wishing they were dead. Because of their strained relationship, Amy did not invite her mother Kathy to the wedding on October 24th when she married Ross. Mike knocked on Ross and Amy's door the week after Ross and Amy were married. He expressed his regret to Amy and said that Kathy and Violet were suffering much from not being able to see the grandchildren. After her apology, Amy started going back to Mike and Kathy's residence. She assured them they would be able to see the kids the next weekend when they picked them up from Ross's parents' place. Amy's kids were at Ross's parents' house out of town the weekend of the tragedy. Amy became worried as soon as she hadn't seen her family in a few days. Amy checked on them on November 2, 2015. She heard the television on even though the lights were out. When she turned on the lights, she saw nothing but terror. At 12:30 p.m., she immediately called 911 and requested that they visit their Pendleton house on Refuge Road. By the time the officers arrived on the scene, it was really bloody. At first, all they could see on the faces of the victims were bullet holes caused by gunshot wounds. However, they soon discovered that a full cut had been made across their throats. The fact that the criminal changed weapons made it a special kind of crime. It looked like the victims had been shot after being stabbed. There was no indication of forced entrance, but there was indications of a fierce struggle. At the time, investigators thought that the victim's killer had been allowed entry into the residence. The main bedroom closet had a shelf tilted forward, which led investigators to believe that something heavy had been taken out of it. It was thought that money had been taken from a safe. The fact that Mike Scott stored cash in the residence was known to a few people. This was widely known. Amy was viewed as the mourning relative until the officers searched her trailer and found $67,000 in cash. Mike Scott stored his money in an envelope, labeled with the denominations. It did not appear likely that the couple's assertion that the money was savings plus profits from their dog grooming business was true. Near the entryway, the investigators discovered an unopened bucket of Halloween candy. From there, the police deduced that the family had most likely been killed on October 31st. After months of being kept apart, Mike and Kathy appeared to be anticipating a visit from Amy's children, as evidenced by the toys on the table in the living room. The grandparents seemed to be anticipating the children's visit, but Amy and Ross were close by in their trailer with her out-of-town kids. Why? Every victim had defensive wounds on their hands, indicating that they had retaliated against their assailant. Mike may have bled to death in the living room because he was discovered face down in a sizable blood pool. His left side of his neck had 6 huge incisions on it, all caused by a long knife blade. He also received a bullet wound to the back of his left ear. The 2 elderly women, Barbara Scott on the inside and Violet Taylor on the exterior, lay side by side in the living room. Violet's neck was nearly entirely slashed in a near decapitation incident. She also had defensive wounds on her left hand and 2 gunshot wounds to her head, which shows how resilient she was. With about 6 stab wounds to her neck, chest, and left shoulder in addition to a close-range gunshot wound behind her right ear, Barbara Scott was the most injured of all. Given their age and fragility, the extent of Barbara and Violet's knife wounds was especially upsetting. Kathy Scott was discovered in the bedroom, suffering from severe internal bleeding after being stabbed in the right lung through a major blood vessel. The injury measured 9¼ inches in depth, and the rectangular bruise matched that of a battle knife with a guard or hilt. She was also wounded by 2 gunshots. She also seems to have been going for a gun when she tripped over a cushion and a backpack. What happened was explained by the place where she was discovered. There were footprints on the carpet leading up to the hallway. She was probably stabbed, and after running to the bedroom, she was shot. Given the variety of killing techniques and the footprints discovered at the murder site, police had enough grounds to suspect that there were at least 2 attackers. Another intriguing detail was that Mike Scott had sent his pal a picture of cash, showcasing his housing savings. There was a missing sum of money. The date on this photo was October 29th. The cash in the picture matched the serial numbers of the cash that was later discovered in Amy and Ross's trailer, further linking them to the crime. Amy was acting strangely at the funeral. She had a chilly demeanor and was wearing red, while everyone else was crying and sad. Amy gave Violet's niece a stern remark when she came to pay her respects. "It was not me." She demolished every piece of evidence, even the bloodied carpeting, as soon as the funeral was over. However, the couple only came under investigation in 2018. 3 years later, Amy moved to reclaim all of the evidence that was taken from the residence. This includes money as well as cars and weapons. That's when the investigators started to notice her. Her spending was much more suspect than her actions. The police had to review the couple's financial records in order to gather circumstantial evidence. The majority of the funds came from a $25,000 disability check that Ross received after being released from the Marines in 2013. They had Styles for Miles, a $5,000 income tax refund, and $17,000 from their dog grooming company. Ross purchased a $14,000 pickup and a $1,500 Mustang in 2013. For a grand total of $35,000, he also paid $15,000 for 2 Harley-Davidsons. But he only received a $25,000 disability payout, leaving a $10,000 shortfall. There were notes suggesting that with only $40 in their company account, the couple struggled to pay their rent in 2015. It was then mentioned that on November 1, 2015, they were required to pay $7,000. It was surprising that just a few days after their home catastrophe, they had the money. Styles for Miles, their company, brought around $2,100 in 2014 and about $27,000 in 2015. Even with these gains, their expenditures greatly outpaced their actual revenue. Amy's cousin, Hannah Taylor, who used to work for the Pendleton Company, revealed that the couple had been having money problems. Hannah said that it was so awful that her wages were consistently insufficient. "I used to check the voicemails and phone calls as soon as I arrived every morning. You wouldn't believe the number of voicemails left by bill collectors." Just a month or two prior to the killings, Hannah addressed Styles for Miles about not getting paid for her services and was subsequently sacked. She also said that she noticed a big military-style knife in Amy's car, which raised questions because it was thought that a military-style knife was used by the person who killed the victims. "Please, honey, don't spend any more money," Ross texted his wife on September 4, 2015. "The amount remaining in the business account is just $40. Amy texted Ross on October 15, 2015, saying that people were arguing about the rent at the shop. In response, Ross asked, "Baby, what do you want me to say to them?" "We really don't have the funds right now." According to Roxy Voorhees, a different employee of Styles for Miles, Amy made the decisions regarding her connection with Ross. Because of Kathy's decision to remove her biological father from life support after his horrific automobile accident, Amy harbored a deep-seated animosity for her mother. It looked like the couple's phones rang close to their house on Halloween night as they looked through cell phone data. The fact that Ross's red Asics shoes, which were captured on camera, matched the shoe prints discovered at the scene was another crucial piece of evidence. That specific hoodie and the sneakers Ross was wearing were never found. There's more. The couple's account of going out and then retiring to bed at 9 was not supported by the texts. They were spotted at a store after 9:38 p.m., and text messages put them in the area at 8:36 p.m. Amy refused to participate when the detectives wanted to interrogate each of them separately. Ross forgot that he and Amy had informed the police that evening that they would be in bed by 9. Given the discrepancies in the couple's accounts, it was clear that they were lying. Investigators thought they had enough evidence after going through all of the material, which included bank and cell phone records, shoe prints at the crime scene, contradictory statements, their erratic relationships with the victims, and some of Mike's cash discovered in the Villard trailer, to present the case to the Attorney General. It took more than 8 years after the horrific events of Halloween 2015 for Amy and Ross Velarde to be apprehended in December of 2023. They were detained pending trial after their bond application was turned down on February 16, 2024. Amy Velarde is the only person who would actually gain from their death, according to prosecutor Heather Weiss. Amy relocated her family into the house and promptly cleaned up the murder scene, according to her. What Amy did with the money she inherited is unknown to the investigators. Pam Isabella, the sister of Mike Scott, is appreciative that she is now receiving justice after suffering the horrific deaths of her mother and brother. The murderous couple, Amy and Ross, allowed their avarice and animosity to make them blind. Their family was very caring and understanding, allowing them to live rent-free and providing for them in every way. Everything was lost for them. Love, security, kinship, and even cash were what they desired. Maybe everything would have worked out okay if they had carried on with their lives, and they nearly got away with it, not realizing that ultimately the truth comes to light. Moving on to the next case. Patricia Kalitsky. In 1955, Patricia, then 16 years old and a junior in high school, went to her cousin's wedding on a chilly December evening. It was there that she saw 18-year-old airman Lloyd Dwayne Bogle for the first time. There was no denying their immediate attraction to one another. It resembled a lightning strike. There was more to their relationship than meets the eye. After dating for a month, they started discussing marriage. They appeared to be a unit, spending a lot of time together, going on many dates, and having similar aspirations for the future. Subsequently, on the evening of January 2, 1956, over a month following their initial encounter, the youthful couple enjoyed a romantic meal at Pete's Drive-In Restaurant, situated in the Great Falls region of Montana. Around 9 o'clock at night, witnesses saw them leave the drive-in and travel west off Central Avenue toward a popular lane known as Lover's Lane in Wadsworth Park. That was their final sighting to the public. With a mystery in their trail, neither Patricia nor Dwayne made it back home. Patricia and Dwayne left Pete's Drive-In at exactly 9 o'clock that evening, marking their last meeting. Patricia's family assumed she had fled with Dwayne when she failed to return home that evening. It felt familiar to her parents. At Patricia's age, her elder sister had also absconded. Patricia's parents also believed that she had eloped with Dwayne. The question was circling around Patricia's parents: her reason for eloping. As they considered it, their concern grew. Patricia was not the kind to run away. She attended high school religiously and showed an unrelenting commitment to her education. Her ambitions of attending college came true. She also respected her curfew and never stayed out late. This added to the confusion of her abrupt absence. Furthermore, Dwayne was more than simply a fleeting acquaintance in their minds. They welcomed him as one of their own. He received complete acceptance from the family. They had no justification for running away. The confusion was heightened by Dwayne's status as a rising sergeant, second class at Malmstrom Air Force Base. He was in a steady position, assigned to the 29th Fighter Interceptor Squadron. The couple didn't seem to have any reason to flee together. The man who was lying sprawled between a car and a tree was encountered that same night by 2 women and 2 servicemen. They ignored it, thinking the man had fallen next to his car because he was too inebriated to drive. A life disregarded, a moment missed. 3 young boys exploring the Great Falls area the following morning, January 3, 1956, came across a dismal scene. The body of 18-year-old Lloyd Dwayne Bogle was discovered. His mutilated body was partially hidden beneath the vehicle, a horrifying discovery visible in the early morning light. Dwayne's own belt was shackling his wrists. A lethal cut went through his skull. The car's ignition was still on while his body lay close to it. Headlights cutting through the early morning gloom. A depressing scenario. An autopsy was recommended by authorities after a coroner's assessment. The horrifying reality became apparent. Dwayne had been shot, but the bullet had not yet been found. The hunt went on for the missing bullet. It was a crucial hint that would help apprehend the offender. The tragedy was compounded when it was revealed, in a chilling autopsy, that Duane had survived for several hours following his shooting. Patricia had vanished from sight. Finding Patricia quickly became a top priority. January 5, 1956, came and went. Patricia's body was found not far from Duane's in a steep ravine. 8 miles from Duane, fully dressed, perched at the lip of a precipitous precipice off a remote roadway in northwest Montana. During the first investigation, no evidence of robbery or assault was found, a scene that begs questions. Duane's automobile had an expensive camera in it. In his wallet was a $5 note. Patricia wasn't subjected to indecent abuse, motivations that are ambiguous and under question. When Patricia's remains were first examined, there were no indications that she had been exposed to any unlawful violation or force. But it was discovered after her autopsy that she had most likely endured a traumatic encounter at the hands of an animalistic abuser. Perhaps because of the sensitive nature of the subject at the time, the news reporting on the incident only made passing references to this. Recall that it was the 1950s. Even though DNA testing was not available at the time, inspectors carefully preserved a swab in case further research was needed. Furthermore, the presence of several injuries suggested a violent altercation between Patricia and her attacker. Investigators formally questioned a possible suspect on that same day. The identity of this suspect, an airman who was Duane's acquaintance, was withheld. A few days previously, Patricia's mother had picked up on Duane's anguish, and he confided in Patricia that he was concerned and could not get over his unrelenting grief. He opened up about a recent argument with a buddy. Many thought the man the police were questioning as a possible suspect was him, but ultimately, suspicions about this guy faded. The case was unresolved for over 30 years without any significant leads. Investigators took a crucial choice in November 1989 to look for the gunshot and focused on a nearby tree. The cottonwood may contain the bullet, as Cascade County Sheriff Barry Michelotti disclosed, underscoring the tree's pivotal role in the investigation. And this bullet's recovery was crucial because it may reveal the weapon's caliber and potentially link it to other weapons that had been taken into custody in related cases over the years, which could lead to significant advancements in the investigation. Because of the tree's enormous girth and dense bark, Sergeant Dick Duncan was aware of the previous failed attempts to X-ray it. This tree was a barrier, rising to a height of around 80 feet and having a trunk diameter of about 4.5 feet. But this time, they'd made the bold decision to remove about 33 growth rings from the bottom part, hoping that by doing so they would expose bullet trails inside the tree, a possible tunnel or entrance, a silent record of the past. Their strategy worked, and the 33-year-old evidence was found by the authorities. When detectives found bullets in the cottonwood tree, optimism grew once more that the culprit would be found. However, these hopes were swiftly dashed when it was discovered that the bullets did not match any rifle connected to any other illegal activity. Even in the absence of noteworthy discoveries, the investigation continued, relentlessly pursuing each clue. An incredible 35 people were questioned about the case, demonstrating the great lengths taken to pursue justice. Edward Wayne Edwards, whose criminal history dates back to 1956 when he was arrested in Montana for burglary, was one of the possible suspects in the case. After breaking out of Akron prison in 1955 and starting a nationwide campaign of gas station robberies, his criminal adventures became more intense. Edwards was placed on the FBI's most wanted list by 1961, a designation he maintained until his apprehension in 1962. Decades went by after his 1967 parole release before he was once again in the headlines. He was arrested again in 2009, and in 2010 he came clean about killing Billy LaVaca, Judith Straub, Tim Hack, Kelly Drew, and Danny Log Lochner. Nearly identical in age to Duane and Patricia, all the victims were young adults. His evil activities went even farther, as he acknowledged that he had encouraged Danny Boyle, a soldier in the U.S. Army, to go AWOL before taking his own life and burying him in a shallow grave. Despite being given a death sentence on March 4, 1011, for his role in Danny Boyle's death, Edward Wayne Edwards died of natural causes in prison just 1 month later, avoiding full justice for his series of horrific crimes. Edwards's MO served as the connection between him and the Duane-Patricia tragedy. The place where Patricia and Duane met their tragic end was Lover's Lanes, and Edwards had a terrifying habit of picking on couples there. This unsettling resemblance increased suspicions about Edwards and his possible role in Patricia and Duane's terrible ends. James Joseph Whitey Bulger, a notorious local criminal, was another suspect in the Duane-Patricia case that was being looked at. Bulger's criminal past began in 1951, when he was arrested in connection with a case of misconduct, including an assault that was comparable to the one that Patricia suffered. Bulger's presence in the area was established during the time that Patricia and Duane met their awful end. But even though he was close to the crime scenes, no strong evidence emerged to link him to the incidents in any way. Time had diminished any prospect of new leads, and the hunt for the elusive culprit had come to a standstill. But in 2012, when Sergeant John Cadner took over as the CCSO's head of detectives, a ray of optimism reappeared when he was assigned to revive this cold case. Sergeant Cadner was aware of the vital significance of the DNA evidence that was taken 56 years ago from a swab. Detective Phil Madison sent this crucial sample to the State Crime Lab in 2001 when he was still there, but it merely served to demonstrate that Duane's DNA did not match his profile. As a result, it was included in the CODIS, Combined DNA Index System, library. Unfortunately, the database produced no interesting matches. Thus, the investigation was abandoned once more. After receiving the case, Sergeant Cadner collaborated with Bode Technology to replicate the DNA sample. They were able to properly recreate the sample by 2019. They didn't limit their comparison to the CODIS samples this time. Additionally, they compared it to DNA from common people found in public DNA databases. People who are interested in learning more about their family history use these databases. The Golden State perpetrator was apprehended in 2018, just a year earlier, thanks to the participation of some of his family members in an analogous open-source DNA database. This made him easier to find and apprehend. 3 people matched the sample Sergeant Cadner uploaded. Investigators made contact with their relatives. After gathering DNA samples, they discovered that Kenneth Gould was the most similar person to the alien DNA that Patricia Schwab had provided. This was remarkable, said Sergeant Cadner, because at last, after 65 years, we had a lead and a place to investigate. Up until now, everything was all conjecture. We now had a name and a good lead. It changed the dynamics of the case entirely. The authorities faced a fresh challenge. Since Kenneth Gould had already passed away in 2007, officials were unable to obtain a DNA sample from his bones. In 2007, Kenneth Gould was cremated. This posed a problem. Still, they got in touch with Kenneth Gould's kids and gave them the rundown on the case. The kids unexpectedly consented to donate their DNA for comparison. The investigators were pleasantly delighted by their entire cooperation, as they had not anticipated their answer. Sergeant Cadner revealed, "They were really helpful, but I wasn't sure how they would respond when I told them their dad was a suspect in this case." It was discovered that their DNA matched the sample discovered at the crime scene. From Great Falls, Kenneth Gould was well known for his horseback riding along the Vineyard Road region, which is where Patricia's bones were found. Strangely enough, he had once lived near Patricia's parents, but there was no connection between him and either Patricia or Duane. Notably, Gould married a 16-year-old at the age of 25, which was Patricia's age at the time of the killings. Just 1 month after Patricia and Duane's untimely deaths, Gould made a dramatic, life-changing decision. His entire life was turned upside down. His family moved to Geraldine, Tracy, Hamilton, and then out of Montana altogether, where they settled in Missouri with no plans to go back. It was decided that Kenneth Gould was the most likely suspect in the killings. but without a fair trial, his guilt could not be proved beyond a reasonable doubt because he was dead. Sergeant Cadner expressed his viewpoint, stating that although they were unable to establish Gould's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt due to his death, the overwhelming weight of the evidence led to him as the main suspect. He emphasized that even though they were unable to put the gun in Gould's hand, he was very positive of Gould's involvement in the crime given the facts and information that had been acquired. Sergeant Cadner was informed by Kenneth Gould's daughter that some people have secrets they keep hidden, which might mean that her father had certain secrets that no one else knows about. The families of Dwayne Bogle and Patricia Kalitsky were eventually contacted after Kenneth Gould was identified as the culprit, providing them with the closure they had been waiting for more than 60 years. The families were glad to finally have answers and closure after a protracted length of time, but they were also brought back to terrible memories by the discovery, particularly for those who had a personal relationship with the pair. Sergeant Cadner observed with empathy that the families are feeling a range of emotions. It's a time of bittersweetness. Patricia and Dwayne were vivacious and well-liked by all. This resolution is difficult yet heartfelt since investigators poured a great deal of themselves into the case, giving up a portion of themselves to seek justice. The only other survivor of Patricia Kalitsky's family, her sister, had passed away from severe dementia by the time the culprit's identity was made public. Years of anxiety and unfounded rumors about Dwayne's whereabouts, including a possible connection to organized crime, had plagued the Bogle family. Karen Bogle McCarthy, Dwayne's 54-year-old niece, considered how their generation was affected by contemporary technology at the time of the disclosure. She conceded that although technical progress had its advantages, it often reopened long-closed wounds that had begun to mend. Edgar Wilson, Kenneth Gould's 10-year Missouri neighbor, stated in an interview that he was very shocked by the charges against Gould. Wilson painted Gould as an essentially nice man who abstained from vices like drinking and stirring up trouble, characterizing him as mild-mannered, non-confrontational, and virtuous by nature. Gould lived on a farm in Missouri with his family and became well known as a superb horse trainer there. At his property, he also took care of goats and animals. There is an unproven theory that Kenneth Gould secretly harbored feelings for Patricia, and that he took matters into his own hands when Patricia suddenly developed feelings for Dwayne, and after a month of dating, they began discussing marriage. Kenneth Gould became outraged upon witnessing the pair having sexual relations in the car and held them at gunpoint when he confronted them on Lover's Lane. Using his own belt, he restrained Dwayne and made a threat to leave Patricia. Dwayne killed himself next to his car when he objected. Then he abducted Patricia, carried her 8 miles into the forest, had his way with her, and then killed her too. His idea does contain a few anomalies, though. Although Kenneth and Patricia were over 13 years apart in age, there was some debate as to whether or not Kenneth truly married his wife at the age of 25, or whether she was 16 when they got married. Furthermore, this tragedy took place just 4 years following Kenneth's marriage. Did the remarks made by the daughter of Kenneth Gould, that everyone has secrets, have a deeper meaning? Is it possible that the daughter was aware of her father's romantic interest in Patricia in some way, or was it merely a casual comment? 3 people who could have provided insight into the crime's purpose have all passed away. Therefore, it is still unknown. Was it a cruel conclusion to a triangle of love, or was it a moment of weakness when a generally kind human turned into an animal for the evening? Was there just one person who did it, or were there multiple attackers? People who had the answers to these questions are no longer with us. Moving on to the next case. Ruth Marie Terry. A 12-year-old girl was following a barking dog in Provincetown, Massachusetts Race Point Dunes on July 26, 1974. The young girl came across a corpse that was decaying. The remains lay just a short distance from a road, and a noticeable amount of insect activity was present. We found tire traces 50 yards from the location, and 2 sets of footprints guided us to the body. The victim was face down on half of a beach blanket. There was no indication of resistance. According to police theories, she was either asleep when the attack occurred or she knew who was attacking her. The presence of the beach towel and sand at the scene suggests a possible relocation of the body to its original location. Under her head were Wrangler pants and a blue bandana. A gold-flecked elastic band pulled her long red or auburn hair back into a ponytail. She had painted her toenails pink. The police estimated the woman's height and physique to be around 5 feet 6 inches, with a sporty build. She also had other teeth extracted and underwent costly dental work, including crowns that cost between $510,000 and $550,000. The victim had one forearm removed as well as both hands. The attacker nearly decapitated her, possibly by strangling her. The military may have used an entrenching tool to crush her head on one side. The autopsy results indicated that the woman died approximately 2 weeks prior to her discovery. It was difficult to tell how old she was. She might have been 20 years old or 49. Several investigators at the time believed that the missing teeth, hands, and forearm indicated the perpetrator's desire to conceal their identity or the victim's identity. Authorities investigated thousands of cases involving missing persons and a list of authorized cars driven through the region. There were no matches discovered. Extensive searches of the nearby dunes revealed nothing but trousers, bandana, blanket, and ponytail holder as evidence. The investigators did not succeed in identifying the victim, despite their best attempts. They dubbed her the Lady of the Dunes. The tragic conclusion of the case led to the woman's burial in October 1974. They made a woman's first facial reconstruction out of clay in 1979. In 1980, researchers dug up her remains for analysis, but found no further evidence. They dug up the body again in March 2000 to collect DNA. In May 2010, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children CT scanned her skull, using the resulting pictures for another reconstruction. The original thin metal casket had corroded and decayed, so in 2014, one of the case investigators donated money for a new one. Over the years, there were a number of leads, but none of them proved to be successful. A Canadian woman informed a friend in 1987 that she had witnessed her father strangling a woman in Massachusetts in the early years of 1972. Police searched but were unable to find the woman. Although it turned out not to be the case, another woman informed authorities the victim's reconstruction resembled her sister, who had vanished in Boston in 1974. Rory Jean Kessinger, a missing criminal who would have been 25 years old at the time of the incident, was another lead that investigators pursued. In 1973, Rory Jean had escaped from prison. Authorities saw similarities between the victim and Rory Jean. Her mother's DNA, however, did not match the victim's. We also ruled out 2 more missing women, Vicki Lamberton of Massachusetts and Frances Ewalt of Montana. Over the years, many competing theories and suspects have emerged in this case. In 1981, investigators discovered that mobster Whitey Bulger had spotted a woman who bore a striking resemblance to the deceased at the time of her likely death. Bulger had a reputation for extracting his victim's teeth. In 2018, Bulger passed away in prison, with no established connection to him. Initially, authorities considered Tony Costa, a repeat criminal from Truro, Massachusetts, as a suspect, but ultimately ruled him out. Costa passed away on May 12, 1974. In July 1974, the victim was discovered. A man named Haddon Clark once told investigators he was the one who killed the Lady of the Dunes. Authorities diagnosed Clark with paranoid schizophrenia, a disorder that can lead someone to fabricate a confession to a crime. Clark wrote a letter to a friend in 2004 claiming to have killed a woman on Cape Cod, Massachusetts. He also sent 2 sketches. One image showed a nude woman lying on her stomach, while the other showed a map indicating the location of the body. In April 2000, Clark took investigators to a location where he claimed to have buried 2 victims 20 years before. Furthermore, he claimed that between the 1970s and the 1990s, he had taken the lives of other people in different states. Investigators were never able to conclusively connect him to the Lady of the Dunes case. The Lady of the Dunes may have served as an extra in the 1975 movie Jaws, which was filmed near the village of Munemsha on Martha's Vineyard, approximately 100 miles south of Provincetown, between May and October 1974. This theory first surfaced in August of 2015. Just weeks earlier, Joe Hill, the son of horror writer Stephen King, brought this to the police after reading The Skeleton Crew, which describes how amateur detectives are cracking America's most enigmatic cases. As Hill watched the movie's 4th of July beach scene, he noticed a woman in the crowd, dressed in pants and a blue bandana, identical to the clothes found with the body. What if, he thought, 100 million people saw a cherished summer classic and never realized they were staring at the young victim no one has ever been able to identify? While the principal investigator has expressed interest in this lead, others have called it speculative and unrealistic. In 2022, Othram received the skeleton remains. This resulted in the development of a DNA profile, which later served to identify the victim and pinpoint distant relatives. The FBI field office in Boston revealed the victim's identity on October 31, 2022. Her name is Ruth Marie Terry. There was no information provided on probable suspects or the reason Ruth was in Massachusetts at the time of her murder. The FBI claims that they ascertained Ruth's identity through investigative genealogy, the same technique they used to identify over 850 offenders and other unidentified victims. On September 8, 1936, Ruth Marie Terry was born in a hut on a mountainside in Whitewell, Tennessee. Her parents, Johnny and Eva Terry, died at the age of 23, shortly after giving birth to Ruth. Ruth left Whitewell to work at the Fisher Body Automotive Plant in Livonia, Michigan in 1957 after a brief marriage. She gave birth to Richard in 1958, but because of her financial situation, she was unable to raise him. In exchange for him covering her bills, she permitted Richard Hanchett Sr., the superintendent of her workplace, to adopt her child. Ruth relocated to California after the adoption procedure was completed, leaving Livonia. When Ruth contacted her son in 1972, he was still in a coma after an 18-day heroin overdose, so he wasn't ready to see her. She married Reno, Nevada, antiques trader Guy Rockwell Moldavan on February 16, 1974. 4 months before her demise, the pair paid a visit to her Whitewell family. Ruth's grandmother, Brittany Novonglonsky, subsequently recollected that Ruth never seemed like herself when she was around Moldavan, who had a possessive attitude. After that, the couple traveled to Chattanooga to see Kenneth, Ruth's half-brother, and his spouse Carol. They later remembered that Ruth and Moldavan had mentioned they were going to search for antiques across the United States. Kenneth also mentioned that while they were leaving, they talked about going to Massachusetts. Moldavan went back to Tennessee in the late summer of 1974 to inform Ruth's relatives that she had vanished from their California house. Jan Terry, her sister-in-law, claims that he only visited briefly and informed them that he was unsure of Ruth's whereabouts. James, Ruth's brother, hired a private investigator and journeyed to California in order to locate her. The investigator informed Ruth's family that she had voluntarily left the state after joining a religious cult and sold all her possessions. Family obituaries had recorded Ruth as dead for 2 decades prior to her investigation. Some family members believed she was in a witness protection program but was unable to contact them. The Massachusetts State Police declared on November 2, 2022, that they were looking for information about Guy Rockwell Moldavan, Ruth's spouse. He died on March 14, 2002, and was born on October 27, 1923. Michael Semyon, Abram, Albert Zedlansky, Moldavan, and Sylvia Lily Silverblatt adopted Moldavan, who has a brother named Jay Moldavan. Living in New York City, Moldavan attended the American Academy of Dramatic Arts in 1942. He was unable to serve in the military during World War II because of a mastoid illness. In Bellevue, Pennsylvania, on May 11, 1946, he married Jo Ellen May Loop, a professor at the time. After relocating to Seattle, Washington, where Moldovan worked as a disc jockey, the pair resided in New York, California. On July 16, 1956, the couple got a divorce. In Kootenay, Idaho, on September 30, 1958. 2 years later, Moldovan married Manzanita Eileen Manzi Ryan. Dolores Ann Mearns, who was 18 at the time, was Manzanita's daughter from a previous marriage. On April Fool's Day in 1960, both ladies vanished from Seattle, and Moldovan was soon after considered the main suspect. They discovered their bodies in a septic tank a few days later. Moldovan left Seattle, but the FBI detained him and accused him of escaping illegally in order to avoid testifying about their deaths. Despite not facing any charges for their deaths, the FBI imprisoned him for 15 months for illegally leaving the country without providing a statement. Moldovan married Evelyn Marie Emerson in King County, Washington on July 29, 1960, not too long after. They remarried in Los Angeles on August 10, 1963. Moldovan faced theft charges after defrauding his third wife's family of $10,000, coinciding with the disappearance of his second wife. In 1961, a judge found him guilty of those crimes and sentenced him to 15 years in jail. In March 1962, a judge postponed the punishment as long as the Moldavans paid back the money. Anne Rule, an author of true crime books, focused a portion of her 2007 book on Moldavans and the events surrounding his second wife and her child, including a detailed account of the police's attempts to link Moldovan to the crime. Moldovan is also the main suspect in the abduction of 17-year-old Barbara Jo Kelly, a waitress in June 1950, as well as the murder of 28-year-old bread truck driver Henry Lawrence Red Baird. Barbara last saw her lover Baird in Humboldt County, California on June 17, 1950, when they went on a date. Baird's body lay face down on the sand near Table Bluff the following morning. Someone had shot him in the back of his head. He was naked, save for his socks and shoes. He found everything belonging to Barbara neatly folded and placed underneath him, except for her stockings and shoes. There was no sign of Barbara herself. Since she hasn't been seen or heard from, it's believed that Baird was abducted by the person who shot her. In or around 1976, Moldovan relocated to Chular, California, a tiny town close to Salinas. He had retired from his position as executive vice president of a Beverly Hills silver store, according to a 1985 feature article about him. According to the article, he was a volunteer host of a 3-hour call-in show about growing older and navigating transitions at Pacific Grove's radio station, Kazoo. He also worked at a tobacco shop in Carmel. His obituary stated that he died after a protracted illness at his Salinas home. People regarded him as an artist, actor, and poet. He was born in Santa Fe, New Mexico. His sister, Joan Towers of Salinas, and his wife, Phyllis Moldovan, survived him. Cape and Islands District Attorney Robert Galois released a statement on Monday, August 28, 2023, stating that an investigation concluded Mr. Moldovan's accountability for the events with Miss Terry in 1974. He said that the case is now formally closed. Investigators are currently looking into possible connections between Moldovan and additional crimes. Moving on to the next case. Sophie Sergei. Born in 1973, Sophie Sergei was from Pitkiss Point, a tiny isolated town on the Yukon River in western Alaska. Sophie was a Yupik, and Pitkiss Point had less than 200 residents then. Native Americans typically populated the area. Growing up in this small town, Sophie's early years were influenced by the particular difficulties and natural splendors of rural Alaska. Sophie was given a strong sense of family values and community, and a connection to her indigenous roots by the hamlet, distinguished by its remote location and sparse population. The strong ties bound the people of Pitcairn Point together as they shared a common way of life in the isolated wilderness of Alaska. Sophie was praised for being a model citizen and a fantastic daughter. She had a bright personality, was a diligent worker, and was determined to follow her dreams. She rose to prominence in the community's eyes, especially among the younger crowd. Sophie had goals for her life that went beyond the confines of her tiny community. She hoped to do more important things. Despite the difficulties of the isolated location and scarce resources, Sophie's commitment to learning was evident. She was fortunate to be awarded a full scholarship to the University of Alaska, a prestigious school that meant moving around 500 miles from her hometown. This shift marked a tremendous transition from the close-knit indigenous village to the vibrant, culturally varied campus. Sophie was fascinated by the wonders of the water, so her academic interests at the university were focused on marine biology. Sophie was a standout student until she hit a rough patch in life, which forced her to leave college for a while. This choice was made for two reasons. First and foremost, Sophie wanted to return home to help and care for her aging mother because she felt a strong sense of duty to her family. Second, she decided to work and save money for the necessary dental treatment after realizing the financial limitations imposed by her educational path. Sophie worked as a teacher's assistant at a school in her local village while she was away from the university. This decision demonstrated her excellent work ethic and dedication to community service. Sophie showed her independence and sense of responsibility when she chose to take charge of her financial condition and work toward accumulating money for her dental treatment rather than burdening her family. She wanted to re-enroll in college after completing her 2 years of study in marine biology, demonstrating her unwavering devotion to reaching her academic goals. But in April 1993, Sophie's life tragically changed course while spending a weekend in Fairbanks. The first part of April 25, 1993, appeared to be a typical day with regular activity. Sophie had taken a plane to Fairbanks on this particular day to see a dentist. She intended to live in Bartlett Hall, a dorm, and stay with her friend Shirley, a University of Alaska Fairbanks student. That evening, Sophie went out and had dinner and a movie with friends, participating in activities typical of many college students. During a sunset viewing excursion, Sophie is shown in the last known snapshot, her arms out, seemingly ready to embrace the world. After returning to Shirley's room in Bartlett Hall, Sophie spent the evening socializing and watching movies in a laid-back atmosphere with Shirley and her partner, Noah. Sophie walked down to the common area later in the evening for a drink and then decided to smoke a cigarette. Shirley advised Sophie to smoke in the second-floor restroom to escape the bitter cold, considering the below-freezing weather in Alaska. Sophie consented, and in her absence, Shirley and Noah decided to depart, notifying Sophie with a note left on the door. They had no idea that this choice would unintentionally add to the mystery surrounding Sophie's abduction. When Shirley returned to her dorm room the following morning, she found that Sophie had yet to return. Shirley called the police to report Sophie missing after worrying and failing to locate her companion. Concurrently, without knowledge of the catastrophe in Fairbanks, Sophie's orthodontist called to inform her family that she was not there at the appointed time. As the day went on, a janitor in charge of the Bartlett Hall second-floor restroom discovered something awful. After a vicious attack that involved binding, gagging, tasering, beating, stabbing, and, finally, a gunshot to the back of her skull, Sophie Sergey's body was discovered in the bathtub. With Sophie's bra and pants pushed up, her body wet from the rushing water, and her underwear and pants pulled down, the crime scene perfectly captured the heinousness of the deed. The finding stunned the University of Alaska Fairbanks community and prompted local officials to investigate immediately. After Sophie was brutally murdered in a college dorm, there was a reaction of shock and disbelief, which resulted in increased security and student mental health services. As soon as Sophie's body was found on April 26, 1993, Forensic specialists, detectives, and local law enforcement swarmed the dorm to carefully document and scrutinize every square inch of the crime scene. The rigor and cruelty involved in extracting hair samples, fingerprints, and possibly even DNA from the scene. Even though forensic technology was still in its infancy in 1993, investigators realized that saving these samples would be crucial for future developments in DNA analysis. The fact that there was no alcohol or illegal substance in Sophie's system at the time of her autopsy highlights how serious the crime against her was. Piecing together the circumstances leading up to Sophie's death required the use of eyewitness accounts, which were invaluable. Later on, two students, Vanessa Allen and Jennifer Roy, would offer insightful insights. During the semester, Vanessa lived in the dorm and told of her uneasiness the night of April 25th, when she entered the rarely used East Side restroom. She became suspicious when she discovered the tub room's light was on, as it was not typical. Vanessa heard noises coming from the other room that sounded like firecrackers. Jennifer Roy, a senior about to graduate, was also studying late on the west side of the dorm. At about 1:30 a.m. on Monday, she heard unmistakable noises through the shared wall with the other bathroom. There was a tremendous thud against the wall, an indiscernible rustling sound, and some murmuring that Jennifer surmised might be a male and a female. The combination of witness accounts, forensic evidence, and the graphic details of Sophie's attack led to a more significant effort to locate and capture the attacker. The impermanent character of college campuses, where students come and go throughout the semester and sometimes never return, presented obstacles for the inquiry. It took a lot of work to locate people for interrogation since room assignments fluctuated frequently, and the dorm roster occasionally gave false information about who lived there. By interviewing witnesses and following leads, investigators sought to piece together the sequence of events that took place the night of the attack, focusing on the hour between 1 and 5 in the morning when Sophie was abducted. The Sophie Sergei case became cold over time. However, investigators occasionally looked at it. As forensic technology advanced, particularly in DNA analysis, authorities took advantage of the chance to re-examine the evidence. In an attempt to identify the perpetrator of Sophie's horrific murder, attention turned to utilizing the preserved DNA samples. The accomplishment was made possible by improvements in DNA testing capabilities in 2018. Detectives could construct a suspect's genetic profile through contemporary DNA analysis of the preserved samples. The likelihood of finding a match could be increased by comparing this profile to DNA databases. Closing Sophie's case required a tireless pursuit of justice and a dedication to using cutting-edge forensic technologies. A key role was performed by the technology known as genealogical DNA analysis, which became popular in investigating cold cases. By comparing DNA from crime scenes with genetic databases accessible to the general public, this technique may be able to identify family ties. Genetic DNA analysis has proven crucial in revealing suspects' identities in numerous cases that have gone unsolved for decades. A pivotal moment in the investigation came when Stephen Downs, a Maine resident, was named a prime suspect. Subsequent inquiry showed that Downs was a student at UAF and living in the dorm where Sophie was killed at the time of the brutal attack. When Downs' DNA was found to match Sergei's sample taken decades earlier, he was taken into custody despite having denied any relationship with the man during his 2019 interview. He was a nurse in Maine when he was extradited. Prosecutors assembled evidence during the trial that connected Downs to the scene of the crime, building a solid case against him. Important testimony was given by witnesses including Vanessa Allen and Jennifer Roy, who described what happened to them the night of the attack and offered insightful explanations of what happened. The trial's main goal was to piece together Sophie's tragically short life by using the testimonies of people who were in Bartlett Hall on that awful night. The testimony of witnesses and developments in forensic science greatly aided the pursuit of justice for Sophie Sergei and her bereaved family. After the trial was over, Stephen Downs was found guilty of both the attack and Sophie Sergei's death and given a sentence of 75 years in jail. Even after justice has been done, Sophie's sad death's devastating effects continue. Even though her friends and family were able to find closure almost 30 years later, the tragic events of 1993 still have a lasting impact on their lives. The path taken by Stephen H. Downs from an unsolved cold case to his arrest and conviction demonstrates the revolutionary power of genetic genealogy in providing victims with justice and comfort to bereaved families. Moving on to the next case. Terry Ladwig. In 1994, Terry Ladwig, then 28 years old, resided in Concord, California. Stephen Ladwig, a naval petty officer, was her husband. In the Concord apartment she lived with her husband on Adelaide Street, Terry was beaten and strangled on December 2, 1994. After returning from a tour of duty over the USS Parche submarine, Stephen Ladwig discovered Terry's body. She never had Stephen Ladwig as a suspect in her death. The police at the time had not named any suspects. The apartment was searched for forensic evidence. The absence of any indication of forced entrance was the only other lead investigator's advantage. It is possible that Terry was acquainted with her assailant. The investigation was closed after investigators were unable to identify a suspect. James Grimsley, 55, was detained in Salt Lake City, Utah, on January 27, 2023, and accused of killing Terry Ladwig. Grimsley, who was working as a truck driver in Salt Lake City at the time of his arrest, was originally from Oregon. Lieutenant Sean Donnelly of Concord Police stated that they are unsure about the motivation. We can assume that the victim allowed him into the flat because there was no indication of a forced entry. I can confirm that the scene was aggressive. Terry and the suspect appeared to have been engaged in a heated altercation. Many interviews were done during the initial inquiry, and forensic evidence was taken from the scene, according to Donnelly. We won't reveal the precise relationship at this time, though. After the arraignment, we or the district attorney's office may provide that information. Grimsley was extradited to Contra Costa County after being arrested in Salt Lake County on a $1,000 warrant. Following the public announcement of Terry's arrest, Brittany Cerez, one of his pals, had the following to say. She was an amazing lady. She was a really kind person. People laughed at her. Every time she entered, she would make me smile. Moving on to the next case. Danielle Claus. The horrific murder of renowned artist Danielle Claus shocked the beach community of Ventura, California in 1991. The tragedy would plague the neighborhood for more than 30 years. After years of silence, developments in forensic genealogy ultimately provided light on the long-standing mystery, giving her family and the community some closure. Danielle Claus, who was born on July 24, 1948, was a gifted and compassionate artist who was well known for her imaginative poems and lively energy. She overcame serious personal obstacles, including as addiction, and made impressive progress in her rehabilitation. After successfully turning her life around, Danielle committed herself to other people going through similar struggles. She was employed at a Ventura adult education facility where she helped those struggling with addiction by offering support and direction. Danielle was a talented poet as well. She and her sister worked together on a poem called Sheltered Heart. It powerfully portrayed a heart that had been brutally attacked and was bleeding and damaged. This imagery would tragically mirror her own death circumstances. Ventura, California had a night on July 15, 1991, that would stay with the locals for decades. At approximately 8 o'clock in the evening, Danielle, 42, was observed chatting with a man. This occurred at the intersection of Thompson Boulevard and Hemlock Street. Danielle would not be seen alive again after this. When Danielle didn't come home the following day, her husband filed a missing persons report. Her battered and partially dressed body was found early on July 16, 1991. Before we continue, we want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy our content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. On a hillside near Tioga Drive, in a flood control catch basin, approximately 1 mile from her last known location, her body's discovery shocked the neighborhood and prompted the Ventura Police Department to launch a comprehensive investigation. The scene of the crime was bleak. Danielle's head had been severely injured by blunt force trauma. Later, an autopsy would reveal that there was evidence of additional assault against her. Investigators discovered a blood-stained rock close to Danielle's body, which they suspect to be the weapon used to kill her. Investigators painstakingly gathered evidence from the scene, including papers, trash, cigarette butts, fingerprints, and anything that appeared suspicious or out of place. However, despite their diligence, the initial inquiry ran into problems. Witnesses claimed to have seen a white pickup truck close to the location, but it was challenging to determine who owned the truck. Despite searching the neighborhood and speaking with several others, detectives were unable to find the perpetrator or obtain enough information to make an arrest. Their attempts proved insufficient to prevent the investigation's conclusion, and ultimately the trail became untraceable. With the technology available at the time, the physical evidence gathered, including DNA from the assault kit, was insufficient to identify a suspect. Danielle's terrible death remained unresolved for over 20 years. Her case file became more than 1,000 pages long as detectives tracked down every possibility they could find and every clue they could. With the arrest of the Golden State offender in 2018 made possible by forensic genetic genealogy, this would all change. Nationwide cold case investigations would be revolutionized by this case. New investigator Tyler Buck of the Serious Crimes Branch of the Ventura Police Department spent many hours a week working on cold cases. He was especially interested in how DNA technology might be able to assist in solving them. He went over the 1,000-page case files very carefully in an attempt to find anything that had been missed. Buck mentioned that the DNA sample for the case had been sent to CODIS. Sadly, no matches had been discovered. After that, Buck examined the evidence and got in touch with the crime scene investigation team. He learned that no DNA test had ever been performed on the weapon, the rock, or Danielle's fingernail clippings. Investigators made the decision to examine these materials in May 2021 in order to compare the DNA from the assault kit with that on the rock and fingernail cuttings. The findings by September 2021 verified that every sample matched one unidentified suspect. Recognizing the need for contemporary approaches, the group investigated forensic genetic genealogy, an expensive but useful tool. They made requests for help from several organizations. Mystique Gillis, a senior forensic genealogist with Identifinders International, assisted with the DNA sample analysis. The DNA profile was created and then uploaded to numerous genealogical databases. Genealogists had created a portion of the suspect's family tree by July 2022. They found a live relative who was interested in genealogy in May 2023. This relative had already constructed a family tree and given a sample of their DNA. She only had 2 male first cousins, according to analysis, and she was a first cousin match. As a result, the suspect pool was reduced to 2 brothers, the late Larry Devin Welsh and his Virginia-residing sibling. It was difficult for the investigators to get a covert DNA sample because there was only 1 brother left. The Welsh brothers' profiles were further enhanced by a cold case assault section by October 2023. Welsh had hazel eyes and brown hair, according to analysis. This fit the profile of the suspect. Blue eyes and blonde hair characterized his living brother. Virginia State Police helped by getting a DNA sample from the brother who was still alive in order to confirm. He gave details of Welsh's life. Testing revealed that he was the suspect's full sibling and not the suspect. Thus, it was established that Larry Welsh was the owner of the DNA found at the crime site. Welsh was connected to the crime by other factors. At the time of the murders, he possessed a Ventura P.O. box and a white Ford Ranger. Around the time Danielle vanished, he was spotted with her, and he was also seen by another witness close to the scene of her body's discovery. Welsh, who was 41 years old at the time of the murder, had overdosed and died in 1999. Danielle Klaus's family felt some closure after he was identified. Marcy Fort, her sister, conveyed her appreciation for the commitment of the Ventura Police Department and all those engaged in cracking the case. She thought about the lengthy road to justice and her sister's life. My sister was much more than just a casualty of a vicious act. She was a mother, a wife, a sister, a daughter, and an artist. She was taken from us too soon, but she was a good person with a powerful soul. She recalled seeing her sister's corpse. She was completely unrecognizable due to her severe beating. That was not how I wanted my mother to see her. It was simply heartbreaking. Festivities. I've always hoped to find out who was responsible for this. My prayers were answered 33 years later. They performed an amazing job, and I am so happy that I get to witness some justice at all. The Ventura Police Department's ingenuity and tenacity are demonstrated by the way Danielle's case was resolved. Chief Darren Schindler of the Ventura Police Department stated, "It gives me great pleasure to recognize the tenacity of detectives in their pursuit of justice for the victim and her family, from the first investigation in 1991 to the most recent developments in forensic techniques. Hope and a blueprint for resolving other unsolved cases are offered by the happy resolution of Danielle Klaus' case." Moving on to the next case. Joanne Howell. In the 1970s, Joanne Howell, an accomplished vocalist, enjoyed considerable popularity in her native Australia. Joanne, who was 51 years old, was employed as a secretary for a security firm by 2007. She left with an ex-boyfriend she had broken up with, staying in an apartment in Eustyle, Melbourne. Joanne's body was discovered inside her apartment on April 21st. They'd beaten and strangled her. She passed away at the spot despite the paramedics' best attempts to save her. Relatives spoke out, claiming that they overheard Joanne and her ex-boyfriend fighting a lot that day. Paul Charlton was his name, and he was 52 years old at the time. Joanne gave him 4 weeks' notice to move out the day she was taken from us. During an interview with detectives, he stated that he went outside the apartment to walk the dog. Upon his return, he discovered Joanne's fate and promptly contacted the authorities. Investigators needed additional evidence, but it was clear to them that Paul was the reason behind Joanne's death. One of the witnesses came forward and said, "I saw a man acting strangely around Joanne's apartment around the time she was killed." According to a medical examiner, Joanne died at about 9 o'clock at night. After 11 p.m., Charlton made a police call. This implied that he would have needed to spend more than 2 hours walking the dog, which is improbable but not completely impossible. The case was abandoned after a protracted inquiry yielded no meaningful leads. Authorities requested additional information from Republic in December 2020, claiming they were getting close to wrapping up the case. Paul Charlton was then detained after being apprehended at his residence in January 2021. According to Detective Inspector Tim Day, the community shouldn't ever forget about Tran, and the police haven't either. This is the time, if you know anything, to come forward. We are making a call to anybody who could have overheard a communication with someone that could provide insight into Tran's circumstances. He was freed on bond in June 2021, since it appears he doesn't represent a risk to the public. When the media attempted to interview Charlton, he became defensive and swung his walking stick around, not endangering anyone in the community. Investigators have not provided a detailed explanation for his arrest despite the passage of time. Nevertheless, they have stated that in 2020, they installed listening devices in Charlton's home, and statements he made contributed to his detention. Charlton is currently awaiting trial, and the investigators think I have sufficient evidence to secure a conviction. Moving on to the next case. Karen Snider. Karen Snider, an 18-year-old, was well known for her kind and loving demeanor. Everyone who knew Karen was touched by her warmth and friendliness. She was a loving mother and a well-liked member of her community. On November 12, 1966, her life, however, took a terrible and unexpected turn that evening. Her husband discovered her dead at her Calumet City, Illinois, home. The scene was just horrifying. Karen had sustained over 120 knife wounds to her head, arms, legs, shoulders, and chest. The several shattered ribs and bruises on her face and hands further demonstrated the savagery of the attack. Even with the intensity of the attack, Paula, her 2.5-month-old infant, was safe in her cot, a quiet observer of the horrific crime. James Barbier, one of the pallbearers, was a friend of Karen's husband as well. Those in attendance were taken aback by his obvious injuries. James was taken into custody for her death following the burial. He was never properly charged, though, even after the arrest. About whatever possible reason he might have had for doing such a horrific deed, the authorities stayed silent. Their silence simply served to heighten the mystery surrounding Karen's terrible death, leaving friends and family in search of clarification and redress. Authorities were forced to free him because they could find no solid evidence linking him to the heinous crime, which left the Snider family and the neighborhood without closure. An unexpected resurgence of the long-dormant investigation into Karen Snider's slaying occurred in December of 2022. Detectives in Calumet City reopened the case in response to a call regarding the decades-old crime from a man named Kevin Seeley. He said that Dee, his grandmother, talked about the case a lot. She implied that the family still harbored unanswered questions and unfounded suspicions. It didn't take long to identify this caller as a member of Karen's family. His tenacity served as the impetus for a revisitation of the terrifying events of 1966. Kevin stated, "One day I was reading up on it at work and I was like, okay. Perhaps in 57 years technology will allow for the identification of the criminal." Motivated by this fresh tip, 2 Calumet City detectives went inside the department's evidence locker. They were shocked to learn that every piece of evidence from the initial probe had been painstakingly maintained. There was a lot of important information in the locker. It contained numerous physical objects found at the crime scene as well as large volumes of blood evidence. Detailed case files outlining the inquiry are also included. The detective was determined to use contemporary forensic techniques, so he sent the blood-stained clothes to the Illinois State Police Crime Lab for examination. Since the 1960s, DNA technology has advanced significantly, opening up new possibilities for identifying the offender. The detectives then set out for Creve Coeur, Missouri, equipped with a search warrant and met with growing expectation. James Barbier, a 79-year-old former co-worker of Karen Snider's husband and the original suspect from all those years ago, was their target. Barbier has continued to be a fascinating figure over time. He provided the detectives with a DNA sample which opened the door to a possible breakthrough in the unsolved case. The evidence that was tested produced definitive findings. Every item tested positive for the DNA of James Barbier. His DNA was collected by detectives in March 2023 using a buccal swab, and the match was unmistakable. Barbier was a prime suspect from the start, but Karen Snider's family experienced decades of confusion and suffering before they ultimately made a breakthrough. That fateful night, Barbier went back to his Gary, Indiana, home where his wife was watching their small child. He was acting very differently than normal. He seemed anxious and tense. The blood smeared on his skin, the stains on his clothes, and the cuts on his body were all visible to his wife. Barbier raced inside without saying anything, taking off his bloodied clothes and tossing them in the washing machine. His wife was confused and uncomfortable by the sight, feeling that something was very wrong. The Snider family is facing a difficult decision after many years. Their hopes for justice were reignited by the recent arrest of Barbier and the reopening of the case. James Barbier has an arrest warrant issued for him in April 2024. Law enforcement officials showed up at Barbier's Missouri residence on April 29, 2024. The 79-year-old spouse of Karen's co-worker was taken into custody. An investigation that has plagued Calumet City for almost 60 years saw a dramatic turning point with the arrest. After being arrested, Barbier was extradited to Illinois in 3 days. Initially, it is not apparent if Barbier had obtained legal counsel. The arrest has left people who remember Karen, her terrible death, and the unsolved mystery surrounding it, feeling both relieved and grieving all over again. Barbier appeared in court again on May 2nd, this time confronting the seriousness of the recently discovered DNA evidence that connected him to one of the clothes Karen was wearing when she passed her. There was a noticeable tension in the courtroom as the community awaited Karen's justice, and the specifics of the case, which dates back decades, were reviewed. Barbier's age and health were factors that the court had to take into account when deciding his pretrial status under the Pretrial Fairness Act. As a result, the judge chose to free Barbier, but with stringent guidelines meant to keep him within the legal system. Even though Barbier's release was conditional, opinions differed. His being able to stay at home free until the trial disappoints the family. Bill Neves, Karen's brother, remarked, "It's hard to believe he was free for 57 years while he was sitting there. And since my sister has been in the ground, we need to, hopefully, create a strong case and ensure that he is held accountable for his actions." Barbier would not, however, be kept in jail until trial due to the legal system's duty to strike a balance between the pursuit of justice and humanitarian concerns. Regular check-ins with law enforcement, giving up his passport to thwart any escape attempt, and a requirement to continue living under house arrest with electronic monitoring were all part of his release terms. These steps seek to meet Barbier's age and health-related problems while maintaining his accountability and court accessibility. Barbier's next status hearing is scheduled on May 21, 2024, in Markham Court. Karen's daughter, Paula Larson, stated that perhaps he could have also killed me if he had had more time or, in my opinion, been much more insane than he is. "This is the man," my father's side of the family had always said. From the day he discovered her until his death, my father battled to see that justice was served. Paula spoke of her mother's beauty and her family's deep love for her. When the matter was reopened, she got a call. It was among the best phone calls I have ever gotten. The call they made the other day to inform me that the individual had been taken into custody and arrested was the second best call I have ever heard. The other day, I had to drive by the graveyard. In the drive by myself, I shouted aloud, "Mom and Dad, we got them." Moving on to the next case. Kelly Ann Workman. Everyone knew who the criminals were when Kelly Ann Workman was discovered, yet it took 35 years for someone to come forward and dare accuse the bullies responsible. Stanley and Joan Workman, farmers, welcomed Kelly Ann into the world in 1965. They lived in Seymour, Missouri's Douglas County. Stanley spent 19 years working at Dayco Corporate, but his true passion was farming and taking care of his dairy herd. Mark and Pam Workman were Kelly's 2 siblings. Ames Matthew Workman, her baby brother, died while still a baby. She was a peaceful, well-mannered kid who lived with her parents. She had blonde hair and green eyes. Kelly frequently performed yard and house maintenance for local Dogwood residents. For around 3 years, she manicured the Dogwood Cemetery's lawn. In this region, it was not unusual for a young lady to take care of a cemetery and for her to work late into the night. She was not afraid of the graveyard. However, it turned into a nightmare for her family on June 30, 1989, when Kelly just vanished while working late into the night. Her parents thought she was a little late at first, but her parents were more worried as supper time drew near and Kelly was not to be seen. Their daughter was not usually out this late without warning. Shauna Beebe, Kelly's cousin, can still clearly recall the day Joan Workman, in a panic, ran to their house to inform Kelly's father and uncle that she was missing. The days that followed were characterized by an intensely emotional and chaotic moment. Family and friends came together, organizing search teams and clinging to hope as each hour went by. Their concern turned into worry, and they called the police. A massive search that covered Douglas County started. Kelly's last known sighting was at 5:40 p.m. while she was cutting the lawn at Douglas County's Dogwood Cemetery. This is close to her place of employment, the Southern Baptist Church, at the intersection of Z and Highway 14. Her uncle saw her working diligently, but by 6:15, he was unable to see her anymore, so she either departed or was taken somewhere else. Kelly's sister, Pam Workman, lived roughly 200 miles away in Kansas City, Missouri at the time. The 22-year-old was going about her day. She was unable to fathom the catastrophe that would befall her family. A knock on Pam's flat door on July 1st interrupted her morning routine. Her aunt and uncle were standing there, worried expressions on their faces. They brought the breaking news that Kelly was missing, which would change Pam's life irrevocably. Even though Pam's travel back to Douglas County wasn't very long, it seemed to go on forever. Every mile served as an agonizing reminder of her sister's absence and the family's impending uncertainty. The laborer family gathered in prayer and concern for Kelly's whereabouts for several days. The fact that barely 2/3 of the lawn had been mowed and Kelly's keys were in the ignition of the car was the most perplexing thing. The lawnmower was switched off but still fully fueled. She was interrupted, the detectives concluded, and was not to be robbed. It's possible she was abducted. Heartbreak overwhelmed the relief when Kelly was eventually located. Sadly for Kelly's family, a week after her kidnapping, her body was found. Kelly was 24 years old. Over 10 miles after her last sighting, in the Mark Twain National Forest near Oldfield, her body was found submerged in a creek. For two of Kelly's uncles who were present at the moment, the revelation was especially terrifying. Authorities were unable to pinpoint the precise cause of her death because of the speed at which her body decomposed. After taking an X-ray of her, they discovered no signs of a head injury or bullet wounds. They surmised that she had probably passed away on the evening of June 30th or July 1st. Pam frequently thought that the case of her sister was not given the attention it required. Her grief and annoyance were further exacerbated by this feeling of neglect. Still, optimism lingered. Bam held fast to the hope that justice will eventually be done, not just for Kelly, but for all the families that suffer because of a cold case. Pam was adamant that Kellyanne was a victim of excessive knowledge. She may have heard something regarding illegal substances or money while working at Dogwood's store on certain days. This also provides motive. The offender felt compelled to silence her. Although Pam feels that the police did not do much, there was another issue with the investigation. They lacked the means to prosecute the 3 suspects they had. They provided alibis during the interrogation. During a conference on July 10, 1989, law enforcement officials acknowledged that they lacked physical leads in this case. Participants in the conference included members from the Missouri State Highway Patrol's Springfield and Willow Springs offices, as well as the sheriff's departments of Christian County and Douglas County. They just did not have enough evidence, even with all their resources together. The laborers made a public appeal for people to take action and pleaded with any witnesses to come forward. On July 13, 1989, a $10,000 reward was made available. When Kelly went missing, they had first offered it, but now they were asking people to come forward with knowledge about what had happened to her tragically. 4 months into the investigation, on October 20th, the Douglas County Sheriff acknowledged that not much had changed. The department eliminated circumstances, evidence, and suspects as it carried out its inquiry. On the case, they possessed nothing. When the Workmans made a tiny progress, they felt hope. On December 30th, 1989, Joan Workman, Kelly's mother, was sporadically reviewing the day's events with her family. She received a crucial piece of information from a different family, a friend of theirs, that they neglected to disclose or overlooked. 4 days after Kelly was kidnapped, a friend of Kelly's contacted to report that they had seen a man at the Workman's house the afternoon Kelly vanished. Unfortunately, neither the witness nor the intruder was identified, but at least it indicated that someone had witnessed something. This was a really interesting turn of events. Due to threats and coercion, this person never reported anything to the police. This was probably someone Joan knew well, because she firmly believed Kelly would have fought back if the offender had been a stranger. However, the months soon became a year. Another statement was published by the sheriff's office. They were sure that Kelly's case would be resolved since there was someone out there who had vital information. Leonard Dwight Banks and Bobby Lee Banks, the notorious Banks brothers of the area, were the prime suspects. Bobby Lee Banks was given a polygraph test in August 1990 at the Missouri State Highway Patrol's request. It should come as no surprise that he failed the exam, which his lawyer said was caused by a lack of feeling. Their lawyer advised them not to make any public statements at the time because of the intense media attention. The police also requested that his brother, Dwight Banks, submit to a polygraph examination. The brothers lived in Seymour and had been seen about town. Dwight consented to take the polygraph exam, during which the researcher asked him 3 key questions. First of all, did he murder Kelly Ann Workman? Does he then know who killed her? Finally, did he appear to be under the effect of illicit substances? Unlike his brother, Dwight said no to every inquiry, and the examiner concluded that he was telling the truth. Additionally, the police learned that on the day Kelly vanished, a young guy was spotted in the cemetery. Later in the day, the burned-out truck belonged to this man. This man was probably involved, and his cronies burned the truck and threatened him. For a while, everything was silent. 2 years later, in October 1992, Joan received a call from an elderly person who identified herself as a lady. This person thought Kellyanne's death was related to the woman and her boyfriend, a licensed narcotic dealer. The caller's name was never discovered, and the woman and her boyfriend had alibis, thus this seeming lead was meaningless. However, in the interim, White's former partner revealed that he had requested her to provide an alibi on the night Kellyanne died. Authorities were still in the dark 6 years after Kellyanne Workman's decomposing body was found. According to Christian County Sheriff Steve Whitney, there were no findings from a grand jury probe. Stanley Workman, Kelly's father, thought more than one person was involved in her kidnapping and murder, but he had no evidence. When a fresh lead surfaced in the middle of July 1995, the investigation was reopened. Sheriff Whitney hinted that he had suspects, but he would not elaborate. Whitney underlined the difficulty of assembling a strong case, despite his confidence in knowing the identity of the attacker. Another interesting lead emerged as the investigation went on. Additionally, Bobby and Dwight Banks were named as suspects in Kelly's murder by July 1996. Kelly was working at the Dogwood store a few hours before she was abducted, as Dwight Banks had admitted to seeing her with his brother Bobby. However, he claimed that neither his brother nor he was involved in their tragedy or kidnapping. Actually, he and Bob were having fried chicken at his house when she had vanished. Investigators had good grounds to suspect that Dwight had used illegal drugs, like Valium or relaxants, to help him pass the polygraph exam that his brother had failed. While Kelly's case was going through all of this, on July 16, 1996, a bomb was discovered at the Workman's house. The explosive was defused by police, the Jefferson City Bomb Squad, and officers from both counties. On Joan's car's hood was where the explosive was discovered. It was found at 5:30 a.m. with a menacing writing on it. When the squad set the bomb's timer off at midday, they discovered no explosive materials. It was just supposed to frighten the family. Rita Sanders, a 17-year law enforcement veteran, thought she knew who killed Kelly Ann Workman. They assisted in disposing of the body. 2 were from Seymour, and the 3rd was from a rural area near Fordland. She mentioned that just before Kelly vanished, 2 suspects were spotted close to the crime scene. Rita thought they had the case solved, but time and manipulated evidence made her dubious they would ever face justice. Remarkably, Rita was let go from the force in that same year. Rita informed the laborers that as Kelly valiantly fought for her life, a witness observed her being violently placed into a pickup. When a man from Ava came forward and admitted to the crime in December 1998, things really got going. He also named 2 other males as suspects, but no one was taken into custody. Wiley Belt was an accomplice and witness. DNA testing warrants were served to Dwight Banks in Seymour and Wiley Belt in Fordland on June 9, 1999, in relation to Kellyanne Workman's death. However, neither guy was charged or detained, and the test results were never made public. In an interview, Wiley Belt said he didn't know the Banks brothers and that he wasn't terrified of the testing. He claimed that since he saw Kelly at the Dogwood store that day, someone must have noticed him there. Thus, the case was forgotten for many years. No fresh leads were available. A few of the cops who were involved retired, and the photographic proof was destroyed. While grocery shopping, Kelly's sister Pam once ran into Dwight Banks. He wanted to get into a fight with her because it was a bad experience. Kellyanne Workman's case was given to investigators Christopher Holland and Leslie Albrecht in 2021. The case has long been regarded as open. The 2 were employed by the Senior Services Bureau of Special Investigations and the Department of Health at the time. They were put on caseloads in southwest Missouri for dependent adult abuse and elder abuse. Albrecht and Holland did not have a meeting with the eyewitnesses until the 2nd year of their investigation. In the end, they contributed vital information that strengthened the case against Belt and Bank brothers. Soon after this information was made public, an indictment was filed. However, Stanley Workman died on September 11, 2022, before he could witness the offenders being brought to justice. A Douglas County grand jury indicted Bobby Banks, 65, of Seymour, Leonard Dwight Banks, 64, of Gainesville, and Wiley Belt, 64, of Ava, on February 20, 2024, for Kellyanne Workman's 1989 murder, assault, and kidnapping. Each of the men had a $250,000 cash bail that kept them detained at the Douglas County Jail. At their arraignments, the 3 men entered not guilty pleas. Attorneys attempted to persuade the court to grant Dwight Banks some mercy in light of his diabetes and pancreatic cancer struggles. Since all 3 of the counts are first-degree offenses, the maximum sentence for each is life in prison. Moving on to the next case. Mary Jane van Gilder. Mary Jane van Gilder made a choice during World War II that would result in a long-lasting mystery. She moved to an Ohio Air Force depot in search of fresh prospects, leaving behind her life in West Virginia, her husband, and her 5 children. Mary Jane's life, however, took an unexpected turn in March 1945 when she abruptly quit from her job and vanished. It would take nearly 8 decades for her story to come to light. Mary Jane Croft was born in Montana on November 19, 1911, the 4th of John and Anna Croft's 8 children. On January 29, 1929, at the age of 17, she wed James Wesley Van Gilder. After their twins were stillborn in 1935, Mary Jane gave birth to their 5th child by the time World War II broke out. But something happened in Mary Jane and James's marriage 2 years after the birth of their youngest child, Cheryl Judy Gay Van Gilder. After that, Mary Jane left the Van Gilder family farm. She rented an apartment in downtown Fairmont, above the former Fairmont Theater, after divorcing James and her kids. In Fairmont, West Virginia, she subsequently began working. Mary Jane Van Gilder left her husband James and their 5 children behind when she traveled from Fairmont to Huron County, Ohio, in 1944. At the Wilkins Air Force Depot in Shelby, Ohio, 7 miles from Plymouth, she accepted a civilian position. Mary Jane would buy war bonds from various Shelby area People's Bank branches throughout this time of her family's estrangement. After that, she would mail them to Anna Mae, her eldest child. Anna Mae told me that after sending me war bonds, she wrote to ask that I return them by mail. She then proceeded to cash the bonds at several Ohio banks. Anna Mae added that occasionally, her mother would also send clothes for her. She started to become curious and demand answers regarding her parents' divorce despite these enigmatic messages from her mother. Mary Jane asked for all of the bonds to be returned to her in January 1945. That marked the end of her relationship with her family. According to court documents, on February 12, 1945, she filed for divorce in Ohio. Less than a month later, on March 8, 1945, she announced her resignation from her position, citing an increase in domestic responsibilities as her reason. When Mary Jane did not appear in court, her counsel withdrew her divorce case in April 1946. However, James Van Gilder had already received his divorce decree from a West Virginia court by that point. James remarried in 1946 and carried on raising the children he and Mary Jane had together. In 1985, James departed from this life. Mary Jane's loved ones searched for her on multiple occasions throughout the years, but she was never formally reported missing at the time of her disappearance. Not until Lester Croft, Mary Jane's brother, came home from World War II did Anna Mae start looking for her mother in earnest. Lester visited the Marion County Sheriff and corresponded with the Plymouth, Ohio police chief. They would correspond through the 1960s as the decades passed, but they wouldn't discover a connection to their mother's history until 2004. Following an article published in a Plymouth newspaper on December 2, one of her grandkids got a letter from William King the following month. He claimed to have worked with Mary Jane at the Ohio Depot, but had lost contact with her during layoffs at the company. The search for the family would stall from 2004 till 2018. Mary Jane's granddaughter, Mindy Wilson, sent a Facebook comment to the Shelby Police Department in October 2018. Detective Adam Turner was given the case by Police Chief Lance Combs. He combed through Ohio's and the nation's unidentified descendant cases for years, looking for any that fit Mary Jane's description. He discovered a newspaper item about a Jane Doe that was discovered in Preble County, Ohio in the 1960s while conducting his investigation. The description of the deceased woman's remains seemed to fit Mary Jane. Late in 2019, the bones were dug up and transported to a state crime lab. Turner stated, "They informed me that the body was not Mary Jane van Gilder, based on some DNA testing they were able to perform. This is how the tale may have ended. I might have simply said, 'I'm done,'" Turner remarked. "This no longer belongs to me. Preble County is this." Nevertheless, he made the decision to move forward, working with Moxie Forensic Investigations to create a DNA profile and using investigative genetic genealogy to solve the case. After 3 years, with a few setbacks owing to the epidemic, they discovered that Preble County Jane Doe was not a woman after all. The closest related to the human remains, Tina Barrett of Cincinnati, a great-niece, is matched by DNA. Tina had entered her DNA profile into the public genealogy database GED Match, where users may choose to grant law enforcement access to their personal data. Albert Frost, a Hamilton, Ohio resident who vanished sometime in the early 1960s, is the owner of the human remains. So, when Albert's body was discovered in May 1968, why did the coroner think he was a woman? His bones, which were dispersed across roughly 75 feet, were severely decayed. Turner believes that the fact that Albert was short and extremely thin could have contributed to the error. The cause of death could not be ascertained by the coroner. Turner revealed that there was a rumor among his nieces and nephews, who are among his surviving family members, that Albert was fatally battered outside of an Eaton, Ohio pub. Turner solved another enigma when he contacted Tina. Tina remarked, "Up until that point, I was unaware that Albert even existed. Therefore, I assumed they were referring to my great-aunt Clara. Nobody discussed it. It turns out that the same family has 2 lost siblings. Clara, Albert's sister, vanished also and was never found again. She went by the pseudonym Inez and disappeared 10 years before Albert did in the 1950s. She was in her early 20s. When the young mother vanished, she was residing in Cleveland, Ohio. Turner was informed by several family members that Clara's mother had sold her to a man who would go on to marry her. When she disappeared, they had 2 children together, an infant and a toddler. Clara's family reported to the police that she had suffered physical abuse from her husband because they found her disappearance odd. Clara's husband reported to the police at the time that she had just fled. According to Tina, she wasn't the kind of person to simply get up and walk away. By 1952, Turner learned that her husband had remarried and relocated the family to Pennsylvania. Clara's late husband is being investigated in this case. He passed away many years ago, according to information from her family. Mary Jane's disappearance investigation remained an unresolved cold case. When Turner was able to obtain Mary Jane's military personnel file and post it online, it gave him a breakthrough in the cold case. Turner refers to her as a civilian sleuth who had been following the case. November 2023, the woman learned about Percy L. Sebring's name. Upon further investigation, they discovered that this individual, like Mary Jane, had also worked at the Wilkins Air Force Depot in Ohio. A few days after filing for divorce in February 1945, she was promoted to high-lift fork operator, according to employee records. She replaced Percy in the role and most likely learned from him. Turner discussed this breakthrough as follows. There were dozens of names in Mary Jane's military file, but this one in particular would turn out to be important. 1969 saw Percy's passing in Kansas City, Missouri. A train rolled over him. However, Turner was able to track down his documents and discovered he had wed Mary Jane Sebring. She was born on the same day as Mary Jane van Gilder and died in 1990. The couple was residents of Arkansas and had 2 children, one of whom was born in December 1945 and was named Percy Jr. 9 months have passed since Mary Jane quit her position at Wilkins Air Force Depot. Turner contacted Bobby Sebring, one of Percy Jr.'s children, on Facebook and informed him that she was unaware of her grandmother's existence and that it had not been discussed. According to Turner, Bobby and her siblings provided him pictures of their grandmother, demonstrating beyond a shadow of a doubt that Mary Jane Sebring was, in fact, Mary Jane van Gilder. He contrasted their signatures as well. The structure and design of every letter were strikingly similar. It became official in 2024 after a DNA test. Without a doubt, Mary Jane Sebring was Mary Jane van Gilder. Mary Jane Sebring was using a different Social Security number than the one that was listed in her military personnel file, which she had somehow obtained. Following her death from colon cancer on May 31, 1990, Mary Jane was interred next to her husband, Percy, in his native Louisiana. The Sebrings, Mary Jane's grandchildren, thought she was amazing and the epitome of a grandma. She enjoyed gardening, and hydrangeas were her favorite flower. She was an excellent chef and enjoyed sun tea. Turner claimed that during Mary Jane's terminal illness, she confided in one of her granddaughters about something she was unable to disclose to her and would never know. According to him, her granddaughter had previously thought that her grandma was speaking incoherently, but everything now makes sense. Turner said that after spending decades looking for Mary Jane, the Van Gilder children and grandkids had experienced great anguish in learning the truth about her fate. Though she never had the opportunity to meet her grandmother, Mindy Wilson expressed gratitude for having been able to inform Mary Jane's surviving children about her passing. "Our family has at last found closure," Mindy added, "but it has been a hard road. Our grandmother's disappearance began many years ago, before I was even born." Turner claimed that because their grandma lied to them about her past and never revealed who she truly was, the Sebring grandchildren have also been going through the range of emotions. He continued by saying that the reason Mary Jane chose to leave her family in West Virginia and begin a new life somewhere is still a mystery, and most likely will never be discovered. A family that mourned her for 79 years and loved and looked after her. It demonstrates how actions we make can have an impact on generations of members of our immediate family as well as our descendants, even beyond time and space. We should always think about the people we love when making decisions in life. Mary Jane, it turns out, had a family and a second secret existence. Both families were unaware of one another. The disappearance of Mary Jane van Gilder was a story of reinvention rather than malicious play. She made the decision to start again and move on from her background, which was unknown until Detective Turner's tenacious research ended a family's long-term search. Moving on to the next case. Mary Mars Cowen. On July 4, 1965, Mary Mars Cowen, a 39-year-old homemaker, went out drinking and dancing with her spouse, Dr. Madison Cowen III, a professor of hematology at the Kentucky Medical Center. Sam and Betty Strother, who were pals, were also with them. In true American fashion, the group celebrated Independence Day by heading to the members-only Idle Hour Country Club. In 1965, their drink expenditure of over $40 amounted to much than $300 in alcohol alone. Sam Strother would subsequently estimate that the four people in the gathering drank 10 beers apiece. Following their night of dancing and mingling at the club, the elites went back to the Strother residence, which was 3 streets away from the K-Win residence. Mary complained of being sick, so Sam Strother, the husband of one of her friends, drove her home. The couple's 2 kids and the Strother's kid were staying at the K-Win residence. After arriving home, a taxi was summoned to return the babysitter to her apartment at 12:30, but because of a misplacement, it took over an hour for the taxi to show up. While he had a beer and stayed downstairs with the babysitter, he indicated that he left at roughly 1:30 a.m., leaving the door unlocked until after the babysitter was picked up. He said Mary never returned downstairs. Back at the still divorcing Strother residence, Dr. Madison Cowen and Sam kept drinking and mingling until around 3 in the morning, when Dr. Cowen declared himself too drunk to go home by himself, and made the decision to stay the night, which was not unusual for him to do. Betty picked up her child and the K-Win children the following morning and drove them back to her own house to prepare them breakfast after hearing from her own child that they hadn't had any food yet. She later took them to a neighboring swimming class. Betty returned to the K-Win residence after leaving the kids off and calling and phoning Mary again without success. She discovered Mary was still in her bedroom, sitting rigidly in a dark chair with her head cocked to one side. The room was unoccupied, and her bed remained made. Betty figured she had dozed off. When Betty looked more closely, she saw that Mary had passed away, not just from a bad hangover, but from a serious illness. Alone and terrified, Betty contacted both Sam Strother, Mary's husband, and Dr. Kwan, Mary's husband, and they both came right away. Sam Kwan was given the task of throwing away Mary's drink, which was on the bedside table, as soon as Dr. Kwan declared that Mary had killed herself. Upon confirming her death, they phoned one of Dr. Cowen's medical pals rather than the police or an ambulance. It took until the crime scene was sufficiently tainted before police were summoned. The coroner needed 6 weeks to declare her death to be a homicide. It wasn't until the later autopsy that it was discovered she had been stabbed twice with a needle of some kind, carrying an unidentified solution that the 2 needle marks on her thigh became visible. The cause of death was determined by autopsy to be carbolic acid poisoning. The CDC states that carbolic acid can result in the following symptoms: nausea, heavy perspiration, headache, dizziness, ringing in the ears, seizures, coma, respiratory depression, and death. Mary had blood alcohol content just below the fatal threshold of 0.4%. Her alcohol use may have made her already extremely vulnerable to attack, making it possible for her killer to give her the 2 injections of what the police thought to be a sedative. The extravagant means of taking a life, the drink spiking or other oral ingestion technique, the 2 puncture wounds, and the blood alcohol content all looked like they were taken straight out of a Hollywood film. And as everyone who has watched a movie knows, the husband is usually the main suspect. The pair was not at all pleased in their marriage despite the urge of Mary's father, the well-known George Swineboard, the dean of Kentucky's thoroughbred auctioneers, and the man who sold many of the future winners of the Kentucky Derby. The purportedly grieving spouse, Dr. Madison Cowen, was anything but a faithful man. Mary had received a divorce request from Dr. Cowen, but the divorce process had not yet started. Aside from his own wife, he was seeing two other ladies. He first had an affair with a colleague hospital hematologist, Dr. Emma J. Lepet, a divorcee. This would start a lengthy romance that had been going on for more than 2 years when Mary passed away. Subsequently, Dr. Cowen started dating Barbara Liepman, who was a colleague's wife in addition to being one of his patients. Suffering from Hodgkin's cancer, Barbara Liepman appeared to be Dr. Madison's go-to woman following the breakup with Dr. Lepet. Regarding Barbara Liepman, the philandering physician subsequently admitted to law enforcement that, quote, he was in love with her. But Barbara Liepman's husband was not in such a playful mood, and he threatened to hurt the man who was seeing his wife physically. Mary Cowen knew about the affair and was concerned about how it might affect her husband's reputation as well as his distinguished family. Given that his second affair included a patient, his medical license was in jeopardy. To further complicate things, Barbara, the patient who later became a lover, was expecting a child and wanted an abortion from Dr. Madison. She told the police that she was concerned the abortion wouldn't take place after Mary died, though it's unclear if she thought her boyfriend or husband was the father. Naturally, Barbara's husband, Dr. Liepman, would be the second physician to be charged with murder if word of this affair spread. However, there existed a third possibility, which, upon closer examination, would seem to be the most malevolent of all. Dr. Lepet, the other lady, was reported to be extremely domineering. She would drive by Dr. Madison Cowen's house and phone his office a lot in an attempt to stay in touch. She even had the ability to inform his secretary that she was under no obligation to forward any calls from Mrs. Liepman to Dr. Cowen. Liepman was unhappy enough with Dr. Lepet's fixation on him that he was altering his exit strategy from the office and hanging his coat in different locations so that Dr. Lepet could keep an eye on him. Dr. Lepet often called Dr. Liepman, Barbara's husband, incoherently informing him of his wife's extramarital affair, albeit she did not disclose the identity of the other party. These calls were strange and invasive, inquiring about Barbara's background at random, yet the most peculiar call came in between 2 and 3 in the morning on July 5th. Reportedly from Dr. Liepman's wife, this call, which was answered by a phone receptionist, stated that he was needed at home. By this point, Dr. Liepman was aware of the calls and had a suspicion that the woman who had been questioning him so much about Barbara was the one who was calling, not his wife, and that the call was placed to make him go home and discover his wife cheating. At this point, Dr. Liepman was aware that Dr. Cowen was the one conducting an extramarital affair. Dr. Liepman, infuriated by the continuous calls at all hours, called the police. However, since he was unable to identify the caller and no crime had occurred, the police were unable to address the issue as it was merely a phone call. However, months after the first murder, Barbara Liepman received test results from the hospital related to her Hodgkin's cancer. The results were given to Dr. Lepet, a fellow hematologist, while Dr. Cowen was not on duty. Dr. Lepet concluded that giving Barbara Liepman nitrogen mustard would be the best course of action. A chemical included by Schedule 1 of the Chemical Weapons Convention is nitrogen mustard. Liepman said that Dr. Lepet wasn't her doctor and that she wouldn't accept treatment until Dr. Cowen returned to duty. Nitrogen mustard is a potent medicine. After Mary's sudden death, Dr. Kwan continued to meet Barbara and displayed odd behavior. 5 days after Mary's daughter passed away, he informed her that the pathologist believed her daughter had simply consumed too many Alka-Seltzers, causing gas to build up in the system and seemingly causing a heart attack, which, given that the pathology and mortuary departments had not yet determined the cause of death, was a strange remark to make. With no additional leads or witnesses, the police were left to speculate as to who might be trying to tie up loose ends: the philandering husband, Dr. Cowen, the jealous ex-affair, Dr. Lepet, or the resentful husband, Dr. Liepman. When a writer interviewed Dr. Lepet years later, she said that she had never even met Dr. Cowen. There has never been a murderer apprehended, and Mary's case is classified as a permafrost cold case. Moving on to the next case. Crystal Rogers, with her partner Brooks Hawk, their 2-year-old son Eli, and her 4 children from her last marriage, 35-year-old Crystal Rogers resided in Bardstown, Kentucky in 2015. Just around 14,000 people live in Bardstown, a little town known as the bourbon capital of the world. Tommy and Sherry Ballard had one daughter, Crystal, who was the oldest. They were, by all accounts, extremely close. To ensure that her 5 children were always well taken care of, she worked 2 jobs. Brooks, Eli, and Crystal spent the weekend of July 4th at his family's farm. Situated around 9 miles south of Bardstown's downtown, the farm spans 245 acres. Crystal left 2 of her kids with a babysitter and dropped off the other 2 at her ex-husband's residence. When Brooks awoke on July 4th, 2015, Eli was beside him, but Crystal was nowhere to be seen. She had disappeared entirely. It wasn't her car in the driveway. Surprisingly, Brooks chose not to file a missing persons report. He kept celebrating the 4th of July at the farm with his family. He claimed that because she frequently went out with friends and stayed out late, sometimes not returning home until the next morning, he was not initially concerned about her absence. But Crystal's family was worried right away. When they called her several times that day and she didn't pick up, they started to get worried. 2 days later, on July 5th, Crystal's mother, Sherry Ballard, reported daughter missing. She later told the newspaper, "I told Brooks that I was going to report her missing to the police department, and he said that's what you should do." Before we continue, we want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy our content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Tommy Ballard, Crystal's father, discovered her maroon 2007 Chevrolet Impala on July 5th. It was parked near the Bluegrass Parkway's mile marker 14, flat tire in tow. Her mobile phone and pocketbook were discovered inside, and the keys were still in the ignition. The driver's seat was not where it normally was. The fact that Crystal had not been the last person to drive the car was quickly discovered by her relatives. Sadly, the finding of Crystal's car provided no information concerning her location. After that, her family declared a $25,000 reward for information that helped solve her disappearance. With teary eyes, Sherry Ballard added, "We love her. We're looking for her. We just want her to come home." Families and strangers from all over the world set out to search every square inch of Nelson County and the surrounding area, demonstrating the community's tremendous response. Sammy Johnson, a family member, stated, "We have searched the rivers. We have looked everywhere for her, including homes, farms, wells, and sinkholes." The Ballard family was outspoken in their belief that Brooks Hook was somehow connected to Crystal's disappearance. Crystal's sister stated in an interview that Brooks Hook has never once offered to look for the family or provide assistance. In an interview, he acknowledged that there were moments when their relationship was tense, but he categorically denied being involved in Crystal's abduction. He declared, "I am innocent in every way in this." He insisted he was assisting with search operations behind the scenes, despite the criticism from Crystal's family. On July 8th, 3 days after Crystal's automobile was discovered, Brooks was taken in for interrogation by the Nelson County Sheriff's Office. According to Brooks, Crystal went on a date night the night before she vanished. He said that after they arrived home and she was playing games on her phone, they fed the cows and went for a walk around midnight. The chronology and additional particulars of Brooks' narrative did not make up. They were out walking in a field at that time, especially with their 2-year-old son, so it did not make much sense given how much rain there was that evening. John Snow, a detective from Nelson County, conducted the interrogation and pointed out the contradictions in Brooks's account, but he persisted in saying he was unrelated to Crystal's abduction. Detective John Snow questioned Brooks about a late-night phone call with a specific number on the night that Crystal had disappeared during the interview that was recorded. When Brooks, Crystal, and the kids got on the phone, they were driving home in their pickup. Who was calling Brooks? The detective questioned. Reluctantly, Brooks revealed to him that Steve Lawson was the owner of the number. When Detective Snow inquired as to Steve Lawson's identity, Brooks said that it was someone he employed. Brooks admitted to the investigator that he had no idea why Steve had contacted him at such a late hour. Then, Brooks was told by Detective Snow to contact Steve from the questioning room. Steve clarified by saying that he had spoken with Brooks regarding a rental property. According to him, Brooks instructed him to contact Katie, who was in charge of the properties, and she promised to get back to him. Brooks corrected him, pointing out that it was actually Crystal. Detective Snow questioned Brooks about his decision to tell Steve Lawson that she would call him back after the call, given that Brooks had been by his side in his truck at the time. With an explanation, Brooks said he didn't want to disturb Crystal with work-related matters at that late hour. When Brooks' brother, Nick Hawk, a Bardstown police officer, found out that his brother was being examined by detectives, he called Brooks on his cell phone and advised him not to talk to the authorities. When Nick was asked to testify before a grand jury the following day by city officials, investigators began to assume that he was also involved in Crystal's abduction. Nick ceased collaborating with the sheriff's office at this point. He did, however, consent to a polygraph examination following a Kentucky State Police interview. The FBI contacted Nick, and on July 20th, he eventually underwent a polygraph exam. Concerns regarding the polygraph test findings were raised by the examiner with McCubbin, the chief of police in Bardstown. Nick claimed he didn't care what your computer said when presented with the data, refuting any suggestion that he had been dishonest. "I object to being called a liar, which is what you are doing to me." Tommy and Sherry Ballard, Crystal's parents, began the process of attempting to obtain custody of Eli, the 2-year-old child she had with Brooks Hawk, in August of 2015. The Ballards saw Brooks Hawk for the first time since Crystal was reported missing on that particular court day. Tommy Ballard told me he looked me in the eye after the court hearing. I looked him in the eye. "All I want to do is see my grandson. The only people I worry about are my daughter and my grandchild." At that point, it was decided that Eli would remain with Brooks. 3 months after Crystal vanished, the Nelson County Sheriff's Office announced in October that she was no longer living. Nick Hawk was let go from the Bardstown Police Department on October 16, 2015, for obstructing the investigation into Crystal's disappearance. He was charged with informing his brother that he would be interviewed by detectives and giving him advice not to talk to them. Later, Nick informed the Kentucky State Police that he had just called his brother to warn him that he should defend himself in case they were trying to trick him. In October 2015, the Kentucky State Police formally designated Brooks Hawk as a suspect in Crystal's disappearance. "I have 8 pages of circumstances that led me to look in Brooks Hawk's direction," a police officer stated. Hawk went on to refute any involvement on his part in the disappearance, claiming, "My entire family's name is trashed for something that's not even connected to me. It requires a great deal of effort and energy. Even pulling over on the side of the road makes me appear guilty, and this is becoming ridiculous now. I don't require legal counsel, I'm not guilty, and this is getting ridiculous in my opinion." Footage from the separate police interviews with the Huff brothers was later made public by the authorities. A local newspaper said in December 2015 that Danny Singleton had been arrested on 38 charges of false swearing on allegations that he had misled under oath to a grand jury about the Crystal disappearance inquiry. Singleton has worked with Brooks Hawk for a long time and is a good friend. Singleton was detained for 6 months before entering a guilty plea and being let out of jail. When a private investigator discovered that a white Buick was parked at the Hawk farm the night Crystal vanished, it became a crucial piece of evidence. A few weeks after Crystal vanished, Anna Whitesides, the grandmother of the Hawk brothers, sold the white Buick she owned. The 82-year-old was subpoenaed by the authorities to testify before a grand jury in June 2016. According to the subpoena, the car might have been cleaned, used for body disposal, and then sold in an effort to hide evidence. Invoking her Fifth Amendment rights, Anna Whitesides declined to appear before a grand jury out of concern that she would be found guilty of a crime. There are many factors that may trap an 82-year-old woman, especially in a high-profile case with an investigation this frenzied, according to Whiteside's attorney. Attorney Jason Floyd said that the information provided by the car buyer and Anna Whiteside's statement to the police was sufficient. A judge ruled that all upcoming Whiteside's proceedings must remain confidential. Despite several search operations during the course of the year that Crystal remained missing, Hawk's grandmother had never been charged or arrested in relation to Crystal's disappearance. Afterwards, a more thorough search of the Hawk family farm was conducted in August 2016. At least 14 cadaver dogs were used by the police to search 300 acres. According to Detective John Snow, the Hawk farm is thought to have been the scene of a crime involving Crystal. The homes of Nick Hoke, his brother, and his mother, Rosemarie Hoke, were searched, as was the home of Hoke's grandmother, Anna Whiteside. Several pieces of agricultural equipment were taken as possible evidence. John Snow later stated that the search was conducted in an attempt to locate DNA, a body, or other possibly important evidence. I have hope. We are heading in the right way, in my opinion. We may still have a long way to go, but I believe we're getting close. When Brooks Hawk's new girlfriend, Crystal Maupin, was seen on camera damaging signs related to Crystal Rogers' case, she was taken into custody in July 2017. Supportive signs for the family had been placed all throughout Bardstown ever since Crystal vanished. A court ordered Crystal Maupin to submit an apologetic letter to Sherry Ballard after she took several of those signs. Sherry made a comment. She might have just apologized. I apologize for what I did, but it seemed more like she was attempting self-defense. Tommy Ballard, Crystal's father, looked for his daughter every day and even began his own inquiry. On November 19, 2017, 16 months after her abduction, her devoted father was getting ready to go hunting on the Ed Brent Lake family property. The eldest son of Crystal, his 12-year-old grandson, was beside him. Tommy Ballard was hit in the chest by an unidentified shooter who moved toward him. He didn't make it. Tommy Ballard was 54. According to the coroner's office for Nelson County, Crystal's father was shot once in the chest, with the bullet passing through his back and into his chest. Sherry, Crystal's mother, thought he was being targeted because he was so close to making a breakthrough for their daughter. She revealed to a journalist that her husband's search for their daughter led to his death. She claimed that her spouse was the greatest supporter of the search for Crystal and was constantly coming up with new places to look for her. Sherry Ballard claimed he felt he was being followed in the days before he was shot, and he feels he was targeted. Following the deadly shooting, the police conducted another search of Anna Whiteside's house but turned up nothing. 2 retired troopers were employed by Commissioner Rick Sanders to look into a few high-profile, unresolved cases in Bardstown, including the one involving Crystal and her father, Tommy Ballard. While Brooks was the primary guardian, Crystal's mother continued to attempt to obtain custody of Eli, her youngest son. Nelson Circuit Judge Stephen Hayden made a strong case in his final custody decision, stating that there is substantial evidence of animosity between the Ballard family and Brooks, and that there's a substantial risk of emotional harm to the child. Only a few weeks after Crystal vanished, Sherry Ballard and her late husband submitted a petition for grandparent visitation. "I've done everything conceivable that the courts have requested me to do," Sherry told a local reporter. "I still don't get to see my grandson. I will not accept the fact that he is not my daughter's son. That is her son. They seem to want me to simply take him out of my daughter's life, but I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm not going to do that." Sherry was first awarded weekend visitation dates with her grandson by a judge following multiple custody hearings in trial court. In November 2018, however, a 3-judge panel overturned that ruling, concurring that it is not in the boy's best interest to spend time with his grandmother because of the ongoing conflict between Brooks and Sherry. That decision was followed by multiple hearings. In November 2018, Nelson County chose Ramon Piñeroa as the next sheriff following the resignation of Ed Mattingly. The primary investigative agency in Crystal's disappearance had been the sheriff's office. It had been said that Ramon Piñeroa was determined to solve Crystal's case. He stated in an interview that the agency had a solid notion of what had occurred to Crystal and that his goal is to gather sufficient information and proof to file an arrest. There was a growing desire for justice as the years passed. As her story was told on TV shows and true crime podcasts, Crystal's family never gave up looking for her or giving up on pursuing justice. The case of the mother of five has generated a lot of news coverage, podcasts, and films. A crime series revolves around Crystal Rogers' disappearance. Part of the first episode of the third season of the well-liked real-life nightmare features the newest docuseries. The HLN Investigations team delves further into Crystal's disappearance in Bourbontown Mystery. The Crystal Rogers case has also been the subject of numerous podcasts. Crystal's family has put up signs across Bardstown and the surrounding towns requesting any information regarding her disappearance. For many years, the 35-year-old's disappearance had baffled the authorities, tormented her family, and lingered in the tiny community of Bardstown. John Snow, the lead detective in Crystal's investigation, retired in July 2019. During one of his final interviews, he was questioned about the likelihood of finding Crystal's body. "I believe she will be discovered eventually," he responded. "Indeed." The next month, Jody Gilliland, the top deputy of the Nelson County Sheriff's Office, was appointed as the new lead detective. Crystal's family held a vigil in 2019 and stated that they think of her every day. People say it gets better, but it doesn't, according to her mother. Every day is challenging. The prayer vigil was held in Crystal's memory, but according to her family, it was also done to preserve her story in the hopes of learning more about her whereabouts. Pink, her favorite color, was prevalent. To wrap up the event, there were pink t-shirts, pink ribbons, and a pink balloon release. After all these years, Sherry Ballard said it made her happy to see the community still turn out to support her daughter. "No matter how long it takes, I will bring my daughter home," she continued. Sherry Ballard said that her family was close even before Crystal vanished. "The children have had a difficult time, but I don't want them to give up." Hope never fades because God works miracles. Regarding leads in the case, Sherry stated she has faith in the police to locate Crystal. On September 10, 2020, fresh testimony was heard in the custody case involving Crystal's youngest child, according to court documents. Judge Hayden refused Sherry Ballard's request for temporary visitation rights in October 2020. The child was not questioned by the court. According to Hayden's ruling, the child and Brooks have a strong bond. The judge characterized Brooks as a loving father. During legal proceedings, Brooks stated that the child exclusively interacts with him, his mother, and his new partner, Crystal Maupin, who is also named Crystal. Judge Hayden wrote, "Given their demonstrated hostility toward Brooks, the court is unconvinced they would be able to keep that vow, but it believes the testimony by Sherry Ballard was sincere and they would not do so on purpose." He went on, "It's safe to say that there's a big rift between the parties that will probably never get fixed." 5 years have passed since Crystal was last spotted in Bardstown in July 2020. Although her disappearance had attracted national attention, she was nowhere to be found and no answers had been found. Kylie, one of Crystal's 5 children, spoke with a radio station for the first time about her life without her mother. The inability to wake up every day and ask, "Hey Mom, what are you going to do today?" was expressed by Kylie. Similar to everyday small things, the little things are far more important than the large, important ones. It's the countless small things that she has been missing out on for the past 5 years. Kylie, who is now 19 years old, was only 14 when her mother vanished. She could still remember. She was not responding to my calls or texts. No one was able to contact her. She went on, saying that major life events like graduation are particularly difficult. Seeing all the kids with their mothers at my high school graduation made me feel really proud. It was difficult for me to see other mothers there, even though I knew my mother was proud, like I just wanted her to be there physically. After a day like that, Kylie said she writes to her mother in a journal almost every day. I'll be telling her this, and then on the very next page that this is really serious. You really ought to have attended. Like she's just right over my shoulder talking back and reading what I'm writing. The family has collected money over the years in exchange for information that helped Tommy Ballard and Crystal get arrested. By the time Kylie was 19, the reward had grown to $100,000. Until justice is served, Crystal's family had one simple request. Everybody keep praying and do not lose hope. You give us hope and you keep us going. Federal authorities announced in August 2020 that they were taking over the investigation in Crystal's disappearance, which led to a slew of searches at properties belonging to the Houck family. During the summer of 2020, the FBI took over from Kentucky State Police and the Nelson County Sheriff's Office as the lead investigator in the case, with over 150 federal agents serving search warrants at 3 sites owned by Houck and his family members. An FBI Louisville spokesman previously said all 3 locations had already been searched to various degrees over the years. The search took place in the Woodlawn Springs subdivision, where Brooks Houck's construction company built several houses shortly after the disappearance of Crystal. Federal agents, with the help from Nelson County Highway Department vehicles, were continuing to zero in on a driveway and tuck away pieces of concrete and materials from outside a home. A photographer of a local newspaper saw investigators using a jackhammer on the driveway of a home. Throughout the search, police were allowing only a few cars into the subdivision, and reporters were kept out. Crystal's mom commented on this search. I do not think they would just randomly pick a driveway unless they had a reason to do that. When my daughter went missing, Houck was building in that neighborhood. The FBI had not disclosed any details of their findings at this location, but on August 27, 2021, they did announce that an item of interest had been recovered from the concrete at one of the homes. During this most recent search, the FBI also stated that they know there are people in Bardstown who have information on this case and added that it was time for those people to come forward. One of the properties was the home of Brooks Houck, and another belonged to his brother Nick. On September 7, 2021, the FBI announced that the search in Bardstown had ended with several items of interest sent to a lab in Virginia for testing. Sherry told a local newspaper she had a lot of hope that her family will soon finally learn what happened to their daughter. She said, "And I do have a lot of hope that this is where the investigation needs to be at, and that they may be able to provide me answers this time." Regarding the thought of finally finding out what happened to her daughter, Sherry said, "I want it, but it is going to be so hard for me. I just hope that I can handle that when they come to meet me with the news, even though I have waited for 6 years. I need closure. Her kids need closure. And to physically hear it, it's going to be so hard on us." The FBI has not released more details on the items of interest that were sent to the Virginia lab for testing. FBI spokeswoman Katie Anderson told a newspaper in October 2021 the agency had nothing new to share on the Crystal Rogers investigation. In 2021, the FBI said it was also offering up a $25,000 reward for information leading to the identification, arrest, and conviction of the individual or individuals responsible for Crystal's disappearance. Crystal's case remained unsolved. One reason was that it was turned over several times between agencies. Sherry Ballard said in an interview in 2022, her daughter's children were then 22, 21, 19, 17, and 9. Crystal was a very good girl. She was a very good daughter. She was nice to everyone she met. She even let a friend stay with her because the friend didn't have a place to go. That is the type of person she was. We are a pretty tight family, and I'm not doing anything unusual that any mother would do for their daughter at all. Crystal's mother stated, "I am just praying we will get some form of closure." She still remembers in vivid detail the day she went to the police station to report Crystal missing. "I recall them telling me it may be a year before we find any answers, and I was just surprised. I was simply like, there's no way I'm waiting a year to find my baby," Ballard said, choking back tears. In October 2022, the FBI started another search at Brooks Farm. this time for 5 days. Afterwards, they indicated they won't comment on exactly what was collected. The farm is held by the mother of Brooks Haupt. In January 2023, Attorney General Daniel Cameron appointed a special prosecutor to investigate Crystal's and her father's cases. On July 3, 2023, the 8th anniversary of her disappearance, the agency tweeted it made tremendous progress in bringing this case to its appropriate conclusion. We continue to explore every available lead until those responsible for Crystal's disappearance are held accountable. On September 7, 2023, the investigation took an unexpected turn when it was stated that a suspect had been charged in connection to the crime. Joe Lawson is his name. At 32, he had never been mentioned in the media as a suspect or as having anything to do with Crystal's case. The arrest marked the first significant event in many years. Instead of being charged with Crystal's murder, Joseph Lawson is now facing a conspiracy charge. This indicates that the authorities think he had some role in the events that led to Crystal's alleged death, either through planning or execution. Her corpse was still missing. Lawson was also accused of tampering with physical evidence, which implies that Lawson may have deleted, covered up, changed, or manufactured tangible evidence in order to impede the official process. The charges of tampering with evidence were filed in June and conspiracy on July 24th, respectively, but they weren't scheduled since he was admitted to the hospital following the receipt of the indictments. Lawson made an appearance on Zoom during his Nelson Circuit Court arraignment. Following the reading of his indictment, the court accepted his not guilty plea. The indictment, which stated that the above-named defendant committed the crime of criminal conspiracy to end somebody's life on July 3, 2015 and/or July 4, 2015, did not specifically say Crystal. As a result, his bond was set at $500,000 in cash. When he and/or a co-conspirator purposefully took someone's life, and they did so with the intent to promote or facilitate the crime, he consented to assist one or more others in the preparation, execution, attempt, or solicitation of the murder. Lawson's attorney, Kevin Coleman, attested to the charge's relation to Crystal's case. He refused to offer any more remarks. Lawson is scheduled to return to court for a pretrial conference on October 26, 2023. Lawson has previously into a foul of the law. He has previously been charged with methamphetamine possession, burglary, trespassing, and assault. Investigators did not confirm whether Steve Lawson, who called Brooks Hawk the night Crystal vanished, is related to Joseph Lawson. However, a newspaper's check of public records revealed that Steve Lawson of Bardstown, Kentucky, is linked to Joseph Lawson. Their ages are same. After speaking with Till Ballard, Crystal's grandfather, a local newspaper was able to corroborate that Lawson's arrest was reported to relatives by the FBI. The elder Ballard expressed his belief that the two killings were connected. He expressed his optimism that his son's shooting incident will come to an end as a result of Crystal's arrest. Tommy was not going to give up on his search. Someone needed to halt him. I believe Lawson is also aware of Tommy. Lawson is being held, but his precise whereabouts are being kept secret in accordance with federal law. Eventually, on September 27, 2023, Brooks Hawk was taken into custody and accused of killing Crystal Rogers. The amount of his monetary bond is $10,000. Additionally, he is told not to communicate with Rogers' family. The FBI office stated in a release that its agents have been totally committed to holding those accountable who caused Crystal Rogers to vanish. We are taking a big step toward fulfilling that pledge today. On October 5, 2023, Hawk was arraigned. A trial date announcement is the next stage in the lawsuit. It's also anticipated that one more person might be taken into custody. This is what Sherry Ballard said when the arrest was made public. It would be an understatement to suggest that today was overpowering. She composed, "I have looked forward to this day for 8 horrifying years." Seeing Brooks Hawk placed in handcuffs seemed unreal to me. I've knew he was guilty all along. Everyone will now be aware of that. I'm not even sure what feelings I had today. Most likely everyone you could think of, I believe. I must express my gratitude to the FBI. The moment they arrived at my door, God sent me an angel. I have first-hand knowledge of the effort and long, exhausting hours that one particular agent put into this case in order to make today possible. He never once forgot that I was a wife and mother going through the most terrible period a mother and wife could experience. The toll this had on him is beyond me. Without him, today would not have occurred. I appreciate all of the assistance he provided in his office. His colleagues put forth a lot of effort. They have my gratitude for watching out for my family and me. We also appreciate the Nelson County Sheriff's Office's help in making today possible. I express my gratitude to the prosecution attorney and his team. Moving on to the next case. Darlene Zetterauer, born in Savannah, Georgia, to Wilma Joyce and Robert Charles Zetterauer, Darlene Zetterauer possessed an indestructible kinship with Barbara Susan Schreiber, affectionately referred to as Barbie. The two daughters were the definition of friendship. Born in 1961, only a few months apart. After completing their 8th grade education at Attucks Middle School, they were eager to begin their much-anticipated summer vacation in Hollywood, Florida. The teens, Barbara and Darlene, told Barbara's mother they were going to spend the night at their friend Valerie's house when they left their Hollywood home on the tragic evening of June 18, 1975. There are contradictory tales regarding the specifics of their movements that evening. But according to the majority of tales, they visit Darlene's close friend Gail's house. In 1975, on a bright June day, 14-year-olds Barbara Schreiber and Darlene Zetterauer wandered through their Hollywood neighborhood. They stopped at the intersection of Northwest 40th Street and Sterling Road on a bench. The last confirmed witness to the best friend's whereabouts, Gail, remembers clearly seeing them sitting together on a busy Hollywood street bench close to the intersection of Hollywood Boulevard and Route 441. Her recollections of Darlene depict a vibrant, carefree girl with an unusual finger-style hair pullback. Neither of the girls drove or owned a car like many other young people of their era. They frequently relied on hitchhiking to get to their destinations because they lacked access to their own vehicles. Laughter filled the air during the carefree summer days before high school for the three of them. However, Gail remembers that fateful day when a white van unexpectedly pulls up next to the bench. Gail watched as both females climbed into the white van voluntarily. Their fate was decided when the door closed. Darlene and Barbara were bold, gregarious girls, unlike Gail. Gail's father was strict and would not have let her get into a stranger's van, even though she longed to go on their adventures with them. Gail ultimately made the decision to remain. Because that was the final time Darlene and Barbara were seen alive, it was this astute parental wisdom that eventually saved Gail's life. Darlene and Barbara disappeared without a word. The cause of this horrific kidnapping remained a perplexing enigma. Then, early on June 19, 1975, two teenage girls' lifeless bodies were discovered by a family out fishing. Darlene and Barbara were there. They were lying side by side by the canal, a startling sight that paralleled Highway 27 about 4 miles north of Andytown, a long-gone trucker outpost. Investigators uncovered a startling reality. The significant amount of blood at the scene indicated that both individuals had died from a gunshot wound, most likely from a high-caliber bullet, maybe a .45. According to the blood spatter study, both females met their tragic end in the location of their bodies. Regarding how dressed they were, different stories surfaced. Some said they were completely clothed, while others alluded to something more darker. Before the deadly massacre, they were both cruelly coerced. The last person to see the girls alive, Gail, conveyed her concern to the media when their bodies were found. She related that she was afraid for them. I had no idea what the situation was. I'm glad I refrained from going into that uncharted territory with them. Gail said seriously, I believe the person behind this was just a sick individual. The community was plagued by a great deal of ambiguity regarding what transpired before Barbara and Darlene's terrible deaths. After conducting a preliminary inquiry, the investigators found Valerie, the purported host of the scheduled sleepover, who disclosed a startling reality. The teenagers had never planned to stay the night together. It was a trick that Barbara and Darlene frequently pulled off when they wanted to go out and do things without their parents knowing. Witness statements led Broward County investigators to believe the females may have been trying to hitch a ride north, maybe in search of illegal drugs. The innocence and youth of the victims garnered enormous support from the community and media, but the absence of contemporary technology presented unsurmountable obstacles for detectives trying to apprehend the elusive offender. It was a very difficult case from the beginning because there were no leads and no technologies to follow their movements. The case was abandoned. Andrew Giannino, a detective with the Broward County Sheriff's Office, was burdened with the case for many years. Tens of thousands of Broward Sheriff's Office detectives, deputies, crime scene investigators, and forensic experts were used in the relentless search for justice. Decades later, their persistent efforts to find the truth about the unsolved case paid off. The Broward Sheriff's Office Cold Case Unit assumed command in early 2023. They were greeted with piles of reports, many pictures of the crime scene, evidence boxes, and Barbara and Darlene's outfits. BSO Crime Scene Unit Detective Roberto Casares carefully dissected Darlene's clothes, extracting DNA from the fibers. The result of this painstaking process was what the investigators had been waiting for almost 50 years. It took the cold case team almost 50 years of failed efforts to retrieve the suspect's full DNA profile. Armed with this discovery, detectives dug through databases for a long time before finding a match. By using his biological artifacts, the cold case unit was able to establish a clear connection that led to the lead suspect in the case being identified as Robert Clark Keebler. The disclosure provided a glimmer of hope following years of agonizing ambiguity, bringing Barbara and Darlene one step closer to justice. Investigating Robert Clark Keebler's past revealed an alarming pattern of violent assault, forced sex, and armed robbery from South Florida to California. Officials declared Keebler dead in South Florida in 2019, ending any possibility of direct responsibility. Still, the families of the victims continued to demand answers. After conducting a thorough investigation, Detective Janina came to the conclusion that Robert Clark Keebler had driven Barbara and Darlene to the remote Everglades, where he had brutally attacked them before shooting them. He had not been connected to the case prior to the DNA testing. A new line of investigation opens up as the case comes to a satisfying conclusion. Investigators are currently closely examining the potential link between Keebler and the unresolved South Florida flat tire killing cases. Detectives are still searching the past for hints, hoping to find DNA evidence that connects these crimes to the tragic events of Barbara and Darlene. Darlene and Barbara were robbed of the opportunity to live life to the fullest, and will always be remembered by those who loved them and their families. Their experiences serve as a painful reminder of lives cut short, of potential never realized, of a tragedy recorded in history, and of the need for justice and answers that might possibly be discovered by community contributions and collective memory. Moving on to the next case. Judith Judy Weaver. Judith Judy Weaver, who was working at the Belnesque Cafe in Everett, Washington, on a sunny June night in 1984, disappeared from sight. Her brutally murdered body was found in her apartment the following morning, leading to a mystery that would plague her loved ones for almost 40 years. Up until the police discovered a man with a troubled background thanks to a breakthrough in DNA technology, reopening a case that was previously deemed to be unsolvable. Born and reared in the little town of Everett, Washington, Judy Weaver's life began there. Judy was well liked in her hometown because of her kind smile and amiable disposition. Judy's grace and charm were evident when she was crowned the queen of a local beauty competition at the age of 17. Along with her mother, Edith Perot, she co-owned the Belnesque Cafe on Hewitt Avenue in 1984. She devoted her life to provide for her family. Judy's presence at the popular local cafe gave it a personal touch that patrons valued. She collaborated with her mother and Kathy Myers, her daughter, to turn the Bell Ness into a true family company. As a streetwise and careful person, Judy was known to keep a revolver in the cafe's basement as protection as she tallied the till. She made sure her loved ones' safety was her top priority and that she was fiercely protective of them. Being a single mother, Judy's two daughters, Kathy Myers and Colleen Kaiser, were the focal point of her family life. They loved their mother and saw her as an inspiration. Judy was excited about what lay ahead, eager to meet her future grandkids and relishing the pleasure of seeing her daughters blossom. When Levi was 4 months old, she got to know him, the eldest grandchild. There were signs at the Bell Ness announcing that it was a boy's birth. Sadly, Judy's life and the lives of others who knew her would go down a sad path. Judy worked at the Bellenest Cafe in Everett, Washington's downtown on June 1, 1984. The popular local holiday known as Salty Sea Days was coming to an end, and the city was a flurry of activity. Judy completed her shift at the cafe as dusk was drawing near, and she began her daily walk home. Locals in Everett were probably enjoying the last bits of the celebrations in the streets. Judy went to the Dairy Queen, which is conveniently located near her Rucker Avenue apartment, as she usually did. Most likely, she placed an order for a serving of vanilla ice cream, a common indulgence. Later on, a witness claimed to have seen Judy there with a young man who they thought could have known her. It seemed little at the moment, but this stop would be the last time Judy Weaver was seen alive. On June 2nd, just after midnight, a bystander saw smoke emanating from Judy's apartment. She resided in an apartment in a brick, one-story structure with 5 units at the intersection of 35th Street and Rucker Avenue. The Everett Fire Department was informed of the fire by the bystander who used a payphone to dial 911. There was a sense of urgency and heavy black smoke as the firefighters arrived. They discovered something awful as soon as they walked into Judy's apartment. Judy had suffered a severe beating and was discovered in her bedroom, bound with a phone cable. Her garments had been sliced off with a knife, and she had been strangled. The bedroom was the only area where the fire, which was started with a paper towel in a Pond's cold cream jar, had spread. However, it was obvious that their goal was to hide the attack and murder. Her apartment's back door was unlocked, indicating that her attacker may have entered through it. Judy's body was discovered by firefighters who had to crawl into the smoke-filled bedroom to get to her. Judy's family was distraught and the community was stunned by the crime's severity. Her daughters, Kathy and Colleen, had to deal with their mother's abrupt and violent death, which sent them into a nightmare. The killing became widely known, bringing a pall over the city and announcing the beginning of a protracted and difficult investigation. Following Judy's horrible murder, the Everett police immediately began a thorough investigation to identify her attacker. Among the first detectives on the site were Gary Woodburn and Pete Grassi, who worked non-stop to piece out what had transpired. The fire, which was intentionally started to hide the crime, had only partially succeeded, and the crime was especially horrible. It left detectives with just enough proof to realize how serious and vicious the attack was. At first, the investigators were hopeful that the forensic evidence taken from the site would help them identify the offender. They took samples from the flat, such as the butt of a cigarette and a piece of carpet. In an attempt to locate a match in DNA databases, the samples were transferred to State Patrol crime analysts. However, the case almost instantly stalled. The leads they had suddenly dried up and the DNA samples did not match anyone in the current databases. Detectives subsequently canvassed the area and spoke with witnesses again, but no one was able to offer any significant new information. No one ever identified the young man who was allegedly seen with Judy at the Dairy Queen, and there was no indication that he was connected to anyone she knew. Despite Judy's well-known status in the community, no one was able to come forward with any information that would have pointed to a suspect. The case was abandoned after several years. Pete Grassi, who had conducted the initial investigation into the incident, went over the evidence again in 2002 in the hopes that new developments in forensic technology would yield fresh leads. After further analysis, the DNA from the carpet and the cigarette butt could be read, yielding a readable strand. The main suspect at the time was exonerated since the DNA did not match. Once more, there was no match for the DNA in any law enforcement database, thus investigators were left without a workable suspect. The Everett police, especially those who had been involved from the start, were very frustrated with the investigation becoming cold. In 2009, Grassi declared that there was nothing more to be done. Unless a fresh tip materialized, or DNA technology progressed to the point where it might identify the offender, detectives thought the case might never be solved. Judy's daughters never lost faith and persisted in demanding answers even as her family dealt with the grief of her unsolved murder. It hung over the Everett town as a cold case for almost 40 years. But a big discovery in 2024 managed to completely dissect the case. The breakthrough was made possible by forensic technology advancements and Everett detective Susan Logofetti's tenacity. When Logofetti and her group went through the case files earlier this year, they paid particular attention to the DNA evidence that had been taken from the crime scene. A ligature used to bind Judy and DNA profiles discovered on pantyhose were two of the most important pieces of evidence. Over the years, these DNA samples had been screened several times through the national DNA database CODIS, but no matches had been found. However, since the initial samples were gathered, technology had developed dramatically, and investigators were optimistic that a fresh examination might provide answers. Then they had a suspect, but they still required a fresh sample of his DNA. To find out the gum company representative's favorite flavors, Logofetti and other undercover cops pretended to be representatives of the gum firm. The investigators observed the suspect chewing gum in front of them and collected several pieces. They placed the gathered gum in a ramekin and submitted it to be compared with the victim's DNA. A 66-year-old man called Mitchell Gaff, who has a long history of predatory aggression against women, was identified by the DNA profiles. Gaff had been residing in Olympia, Washington, going by Sam Wise Price, his legal alias. As a Level 3 offender, he poses a significant risk of reoffending. His violent and long criminal record included a prior conviction that revealed a pattern of him tying women up before attacking them. Once the match was confirmed, all officers responded promptly. On May 1, 2024, they discovered Gaff in Olympia and took him into custody. He was charged with several offenses including first-degree assault, first-degree arson, first-degree kidnapping, first-degree burglary, and, finally, the murder of Judy Weaver. He was taken into the Snohomish County Jail. When investigators attempted to speak with Gaff, who had a history of dodging justice by changing his legal name and relocating, he invoked his right to silence. Despite his silence, the DNA evidence established a strong connection and strengthened the case against him. The breakthrough in Judy's case demonstrated the value of forensic scientific advancements and law enforcement's dedication to cracking even the most difficult cases. Mitchell Gaff's arrest, which came about after almost 40 years, provided some closure to a family and a community that had been left waiting far too long for answers. Judy's family experienced a range of emotions following her arrest. Even though Judy would never return, the prospect of justice offered them the sense of satisfaction they had long yearned for. Years ago, Kathy Myers, Judy's daughter, had stated that while there would be no reunion with her mother, there would be closure. Gaff made an appearance in the Snohomish County courtroom on Monday, May 6, 2024. His plea to the charges was not guilty. There is no bail set for him. The start of his trial is set for June 21st. If found guilty as accused, Gaff's sentence will be life in prison. Moving on to the next case. Krista Martin. Krista Martin, age 20, was a resident of Wichita, Kansas. Her apartment on South Osage Street was her only residence. She had only recently moved into it in the autumn of 1989. Krista was reported missing on October 1st, following family members' inability to get in touch with her. Police checked Krista's apartment the following day on October 2nd to make sure she was there. There, they discovered Krista's body inside the flat. She sustained a blunt impact injury to her left rear brain. She, too, had suffered an attack. While the weapon that was used could not be located, DNA evidence was taken from the crime site by the investigators. There were no indications of forced entry, it was reported. CODIS systems and DNA testing were not available at the time. However, the DNA evidence was stored with great care. Police discovered throughout their investigation that 1 week prior to Krista's death, a domestic disturbance call had been placed in the area of her residence. Officers were unable to establish a link between this occurrence and Krista's case. In an attempt to identify a suspect, the case investigator sent evidence to the FBI crime lab between 1990 and 1992. Sadly, though, this endeavor was fruitless, and the situation remains unresolved. The Sedgwick County Regional Forensic Science Center received DNA evidence in 2009, and that evidence produced a prospective suspect profile. However, the CODIS database did not include any matches. Using cutting-edge technology, the Wichita Police Department approached the FBI once more in 2020 to re-examine DNA evidence that had been gathered in 1989. Othram and the police department collaborated to see if cutting-edge DNA testing may help identify the offender. Before we continue, we want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy our content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. After that, the forensic material was delivered to Othram's facility in the Woodlands, Texas, for sophisticated DNA analysis. Othram's experts created a detailed DNA profile of the unidentified assailant. Following a successful completion of the procedure, the FBI's forensic genetic genealogy team received the DNA profile and proceeded to create new leads for further investigation. A group of federal agents operating in Maryland joined forces with a Wichita police cold case detective and an FBI special agent to travel to Alabama and Arkansas in 2021. Their task was to break the case by conducting in-depth interviews and obtaining more evidence. At last, Paul Hart, a potential suspect, was discovered in April 2023. Unfortunately, it was found that Hart died in an automobile accident in Memphis, Tennessee in March 1999. The Wichita Police Department detective and the FBI special agent went to Arkansas in June 2023 to gather further DNA samples from Paul Hart's immediate family members for extra examination. Investigators were able to confirm that Paul Hart was the one who killed Krista by conducting more tests. On October 2, 2023, a press conference was arranged to reveal the latest developments in the 34-year-old cold case. Actually, the announcement was made on the day that Krista's body was found, precisely 34 years ago. The primary detective investigating Krista Martin's case, Detective Adam Vandermullen, stated that the Wichita Police Department never forgot Krista. It comes just after the preliminary inquiry. When the investigators had nothing else to work with, they adopted a different perspective on the case. For investigators to believe that in 1989, perhaps something would happen, we should definitely capture her DNA using a kit. We would not be looking at this right now if they hadn't taken that action in 1989, because the technology was unheard of at the time. However, it is available now. It seems clear to me that people thought of her more than once. In 2020, so 9 and 89, according to Vander Molen. We used genetic genealogy to narrow down on the Hart family sometime around the spring of 2023. Not from the Midwest, not connected to Wichita at all, and not truly from the city. They hail from Arkansas, which is a beautiful state. I then asked, how does this relate to Wichita? These folks are not locals. What's the story around that? Thus, we began investigating their family. And as we looked further into that family, we discovered someone who had resided in Wichita in 1989, just after Krista Martin was killed in October of that same year. This person packed up and moved back to Arkansas from Wichita. Nobody was aware of him. We've questioned Krista's relatives. Does anyone recognize this name? No. Consult the initial researchers. Went through the neighborhoods and the people they spoke with's case files. The name of this person never surfaced in any of the investigations conducted between 1989 and the present. He resided 6 houses away from the residence where Krista Martin was murdered, and he lived around the corner from her home. Vander Molen went on to say that he thought the information would have been discovered much sooner if it had been someone in Krista's social circle. However, police were unsure of the precise person they were searching for because it might have been such a stranger to her. I get shivers just thinking about that. Simply put, we were unaware of it until a few months ago. They were roughly the same age, and from all the tales I could find, they were not related to each other. Simply a fortuitous meeting? I'm not sure. It is a response that we most likely won't discover. What we did discover, though, was that Krista was a gregarious person who frequently went to bars in her neighborhood and made friends with strangers. Krista frequently invited strangers she had just met to her apartment and accepted rides home from them. According to Vander Molen, he hopes that this case demonstrates that the department will work on cases until they are no longer able to. Mark Bennett, the district attorney for Sedgwick County, also addressed during the press conference. He claimed that upon receiving the case's facts from Wichita police, it was decided that charges would be brought against Paul Hart if he were still alive. Since he isn't, the case is deemed resolved. Law enforcement informed me that they were working on this case, and they brought it to me like any other case once they had investigated it to the best of their abilities and drawn all the findings possible with the help of the Forensic Science Center. It is evident to me, after hearing all of the evidence put forth, the data acquired, and the inferences drawn utilizing the DNA, that this is a case in which, had the suspect been alive, I would have filed charges against him. This investigation has been finished. This investigation has been cleared. Amber Moore, the niece of Krista Martin, expressed gratitude to the detectives and volunteers during the news conference for their hard work in cracking the case. She expressed her gratitude that we may now move on and live in peace knowing that the offender is no longer at large or living among us. We would want to thank everyone once more from the bottom of our hearts for helping to make Krista's case go to court. What she ultimately received from this life was far less than what she deserved. Moving on to the next case. Daisy Evelyn Shelton. A severed human limb was discovered in a gravel pit east of Tip City on Ohio's State Route 571 by a fisherman in June 1964. The horrifying find led to a thorough search to find the remaining remains. Investigators were in a desperate search for leads after their attempts to empty the gravel pit failed. 4 days later, a terrifying find was uncovered by another fisherman. Within a channel of the former Miami-Erie Canal, a burlap sack was discovered. There was a severed human torso inside. A head and a limb discovered in the canal helped to complete the puzzle. The 43-year-old mother from Dayton, Ohio, Daisy Evelyn Shelton, was identified from the remains. Daisy worked for Delco, an automotive electronics company, and resided off Springfield Street. Daisy's daughter Rita filed a missing persons report stating that her last sighting was in late August 1963. Daisy supposedly promised her daughter she would return home soon when she left the house that evening, but she never did. Daisy was well liked by her family and well known for providing for people around her. Her life had been ruthlessly cut short, and the community was shocked by the circumstances surrounding her death. Though the inquiry began with great zeal, the case swiftly became cold and the leads dried up. Decades went by without a conclusion. Then in 2017, an unforeseen development in the case surfaced. A guy in a hospital bed, feeling he was near death, made a shocking confession to a nurse in a twist of events that could only be characterized as fate. He declared that he had seen Daisy Shelton killed. He had been forced by his fear of his impending death to clear his conscience and confess long-buried secrets. The man miraculously lived, and police took advantage of the chance to interview him extensively. The witness, who asked that his identity be kept secret in order to protect him, related a terrifying story. In describing the events leading up to Daisy's murder, he vividly depicted a crime that had plagued him for more than 50 years. His evidence gave new light on a case that had long seemed unsolvable by supplying crucial data that had escaped investigators in 1964. The witness described how he witnessed someone kill her at a Dayton residence on Springfield Street by hitting her in the head with a hammer. The witness, who gave a graphic account of the events, was affected by the act's ferocity. 2 other men slashed Daisy Shelton's body in the house after the first blow. After that, her body pieces were dumped in several waterways in and around Tip City. In effect, the authorities' inquiry at the time was made more difficult by the dispersion of the evidence. The hammer user was the only one identified as a suspect. He consented to several interviews and cooperated with the investigators. Even though he lived on the same block and had the same employer, he first angrily denied ever knowing Daisy Shelton. During an August 2017 interrogation, the suspect's facade started to break. He reluctantly acknowledged knowing Daisy, which was a big lead for the inquiry. Detectives painstakingly put together the suspect's activities and interactions with Daisy as the interviews went on. They found discrepancies in his testimony and unexplained voids in his alibi concerning Daisy's murderous period. As the witness's in-depth testimony and the forensic evidence combined to present an increasingly bleak image of the suspect's involvement, the pressure increased. Investigators looked into potential reasons for her gruesome murder, including financial conflicts, personal grudges, and other objectives. Modern forensic techniques were used by police to compile a complete case. The burlap sack and other tangible evidence were inspected again in the hopes of locating fingerprints or DNA evidence that would unquestionably connect the suspect to the crime. They were able to examine the evidence with a level of precision that was unthinkable in 1964 because to developments in forensic science. The reopened case received varied reactions from the community at the same time. A long-dormant hope for justice was rekindled for some people, while the resurfacing of such a heinous event brought up bitter memories for others. The case received more media attention, and many people in Tip City and Dayton kept a careful eye on the developments. Voluntarily, the suspect himself brought up the subject of a box, speculating that he could explain why his DNA would be discovered there. He asserted that the eyewitness had set everything up to accuse him. He tried to avoid giving anything away, but in the end, he acknowledged that the box had actually been at his Springfield Street house. The suspect admitted that Daisy's body pieces had been transported in a box from his home. This admission represented a significant advancement. The suspect went on to say that he could have misplaced Daisy in his house. This was a substantial departure from his earlier responses, which were more in line with the witness's testimony. The forensic evidence and these admissions made the case against him stronger. One of the suspects admitted that he appeared guilty and might be found guilty in court. He acknowledged that a damning picture was formed by the growing body of evidence, his association with the box, the scene of the murder, and his friendship with Daisy. Even while he insisted he was being framed, his own words had unintentionally cemented his place as Daisy's primary suspect. As they piece together the chronology of events leading up to Daisy's death, detectives are working to strengthen their case. They carefully examined the suspect's past, looking for any indications of aggressive conduct or other possible reasons. The case against the suspect became stronger in light of the newly discovered evidence and his partially confessed statements. The prosecution readied itself to deliver a detailed account that included the testimony of the witness, forensic discoveries, and the statements made by the suspect that implicated him. The intention was to present Daisy Shelton with a compelling case that would result in a conviction and ultimate justice. The grand jury hearing witness gave testimony, but he passed away before the culprit could face charges. The unidentified suspect died in September 2022 at the age of 92. Even after his passing, the grand jury proceedings yielded important new information about the case. They made clear the breadth of the inquiry and the strong evidence that had been gathered against him. Daisy Shelton's story would not be forgotten thanks to the thorough documentation of the suspect's testimony and the investigation's conclusions. Legal professionals and law enforcement officers examined the material that had been gathered as well as the suspect's statement. They made an effort to put up a thorough narrative of the crime. The eyewitness's bravery in coming forward after all these years was crucial in rekindling the case. Along with the suspect's grudging admissions, his thorough confession cemented the story of Daisy Shelton's tragic demise. The community found some comfort in the investigation's transparency, even though the suspect's death prevented a formal trial. Detectives have confirmed in public remarks that every attempt has been taken to find the truth and bring justice to light. On March 29, 2024, the Miami County Sheriff's Office finally declared that Daisy Shelton's case had been resolved, 60 years after prosecutor Anthony Kendall's initial findings. They came at this conclusion based on additional evidence and the confession of the now deceased suspect. Maria Walling, Daisy's granddaughter, stated that her father Rodney also died before finding out what had happened to his mother. Maria claimed that even though all the body parts were discovered, the slayer was never located, which severely damaged him. She is aware of the men's names who killed her grandmother, but deputies won't give them to her. I feel like they finally located the criminals. 3 were present. Upon learning how they killed my grandmother, I will feel awful for the families involved. Furthermore, although the family knows who killed Daisy, the authorities have not yet established a motive. Daisy Shelton's case may never reach a courtroom decision, but thanks to the bravery of an eyewitness and the modern forensics community's unwavering pursuit of justice, her tale will live on. Moving on to the next case. Dorothy Thomas. What makes an apparently normal person carry out a heinous act of violence? How does a community come to terms with the terrible death of one of its own members? The terrifying tale of Dorothy Thomas, a cherished 27-year-old worker at New Way Cleaners in Tallahassee, Florida during the 1950s, revolves around these questions. In a horrific case that has confused detectives and plagued the local community for decades, her life was tragically cut short. Dorothy Thomas, a stunning brunette who was 27 years old, was described as a kind, compassionate, and diligent woman. She was well respected in her community and well known for her devotion and kind disposition. But on September 6, 1957, Dorothy's life took an unexpected turn. Clarence Rames, the Coca-Cola delivery man, found her in a dry cleaner's washroom at 9:04 a.m. After discovering the building to be unoccupied, Clarence looked closer and noticed Dorothy's legs poking through the open bathroom door. He thought she had fainted at first, but then he noticed she was laying in a pool of blood. Dorothy suffered nearly 20 knife wounds to her head and neck, which resulted in deadly blood loss according to an autopsy. The first focus of the investigation was her husband, Kenneth Thomas. His whereabouts on the morning of the killing were described in his alibi, which was substantiated by numerous credible witnesses. After his dry cleaning was discovered on the dry cleaner's counter, Harry Barth was elevated to the status of prime suspect. Barth's name was crossed out in the cleaner's master log, a sign that he had already picked up his garments. There was no cash missing from the open register, indicating that Dorothy was likely in the middle of a transaction when she was attacked. Footprints were discovered in the mud at the back of the establishment, and drag marks traced from the front counter to the restroom. Harry Barth said he had a terrible headache and was unable to get out of bed when the police initially attempted to speak with him. When they went back a few days later, they found a pair of white sneakers with mud on them under his bed, but Barth denied ever possessing them. Barth said that he had used the restroom the day before, so his fingerprints might be in there. He also offered an alibi for the morning of September 6, 1957. Barth made a number of damning remarks during his interviews, including the possibility that he killed Dorothy and the fact that he frequently has blackouts or loses his temper because of excruciating migraines. He hinted that he could confess and urged the cops not to question his wife. Barth's alibi could not be verified by witnesses. There appeared to be an attempt to sway the investigation when the babysitter disclosed that Barth had instructed her to fabricate the time he picked up his child. Barth remained the major suspect even though there was insufficient proof to establish a direct connection between him and the crime. Barth was the subject of a July 1974 investigation by the Nebraska-Lincoln Police Department. This came after it was discovered that she had been with Blanche Klaus just before her death by drowning. Despite Barth's denial, there was strong circumstantial evidence to suggest otherwise. The Tallahassee Police Department, TPD, received assistance from the FBI in 1997 for more investigations. Regretfully, no solid proof was discovered to connect Barth to either crime. Senior Assistant State Attorney Robert Cummings wrote Chief Assistant State Attorney Warren Goodwin a memo in 1999 about Harry Barth's role in the case. Cummings suggested that the case be closed because prosecution was not possible in the absence of a complete confession. Furthermore, it would be pointless to look for witnesses to the events on September 6, 1957. Chief ASA Goodwin, however, insisted that the investigation continue until the death of the key suspect. It has been verified by recent investigations that Harry Barth died in Cary, North Carolina on October 23, 2019, from thyroid cancer. He worked for the U.S. Department of Agriculture for many years as a chemist responsible for quality assurance and food safety. His certificate and an interview with his daughter, Lynn Fisher, served as proof of this information. Detectives established probable cause to believe that Barth was responsible for Dorothy's death after the task team reviewed the case. It is now appropriate to close the matter in light of the information at hand, Chief ASA Goodwin's prior recommendation, and Barth's passing in 2019. Her town has been plagued by Dorothy Thomas's terrible death for many years. In-depth investigations were conducted, yet justice was never done. Following the death of the main suspect, Harry Barth, in 2019, the investigation was declared closed as of 2024. Dorothy was a light that went out too soon, but her generosity and devotion will live on. Detective Mark Ray then made 2 different phone calls after the TPD ultimately closed the case. He was able to inform Dorothy's great-nephew, who resides out of state, that his aunt's case has been closed over the phone. The phone call, he claimed, was relieving. It's always a nice thing to offer some closure. He also gave Barth's daughter a call, to which she answered more incredulously. He gave her a call-back option in case she had any questions, but he hasn't received a response. With the news we delivered, I hope the family finds the best possible healing. Moving on to the next case. Gregor and Irma Poljak. In 1999, Gregor Poljak, then 73 years old, and Irma Poljak, then 72, lived in Canberra, Australia. Around 9:30 p.m. on November 6, 1999, 2 males wearing masks broke into the Pulaski family's Grover Crescent residence. The attacker viciously battered and shackled the couple with wire ties before robbing their home of money and jewelry. Irma drowned on her own blood and died at the scene, but Gregor was able to release himself and contact the police. Sergeant Craig Marriott, a detective, remembered the incident. They suffered severe beatings. The house was looted, and they were restrained with telephone cords, duct tape, and cable ties. Once Mr. Poljak, who had been in and out of consciousness, managed to release himself from his shackles, he discovered his wife face down in the hallway after what is thought to have taken an hour or so. She was dead when he turned her over and took off her shackles. With a shattered nose, she'd virtually drowned in her own blood. The Poljakics were also the victims of aggravated burglaries in 1997 and 1998, which are believed to be connected to the third fatal break-in. Detectives who began looking into the case discovered. Authorities stated that they thought someone in the Hungarian community in Melbourne would have important information about who was behind Irma Poljakic's ordeal. DNA evidence was discovered by investigators at the crime scene. But there wasn't much they could do in 1999 because DNA technology wasn't as developed. A $500,000 prize was put out in 2012 for anyone who could assist the authorities in getting the right person convicted in this case. Investigators made the decision to re-examine the matter in 2019. Now, DNA technology was far more sophisticated. A DNA match was found almost instantly using the National Crime Investigation DNA database. Investigators found Steve Fabrizi through DNA testing. It took some time to locate Fabrizi. On September 8, 2023, during an interrogation by detectives, Fabrizi gave some indications about his role in the incident. He acknowledged that he was there to carry out the break-in. He revealed further information on the break-in that was not widely known. Following his arrest, 68-year-old Steve Fabrizi of Rowville, Melbourne, was accused with killing Irma Poljak. On September 21, 2023, Fabrizi appeared before the Dandenong Magistrates Court and requested to be released on bond. Due to his dual citizenship with Hungary, Detective Sergeant Craig Marriott expressed grave worries to the court police about Fabrizi, also known as Istvan Fabrizi, possibly leaving the country if he were to be released on bond. Marriott stated that they were also concerned that the 68-year-old whose suspected co-offender was still at large may obstruct witnesses. Fabrizi has no relatives in Australia. Despite having his own house there, the court was informed. He intended to retire and go back to Hungary, where he owns land, knowing that the police would be informed. According to Marriott, Fabrizio also has savings of roughly $250,000, raising more doubts about his ability to flee Australia. I also know that while he was being held by Victoria Police, he told them he wanted to hurt himself. He said he had made the same claim to us. He requested that we shoot him. Although the 68-year-old has never before been convicted of a crime involving the failure to appear in court, the court heard that he was incarcerated from 2010 to 2012 for his involvement in a plot to steal a truckload of cigarettes. In the end, Magistrate Jason Ong denied Fabrizi bail and mandated that he appear in Canberra Magistrates Court at a later time. The Poljak family claimed in a statement that they had never given up hope of identifying the perpetrator of this horrible deed, even after over 24 years of suffering, doubt, and confusion. What befell our grandparents was not something they deserved. They say that night not only did Gregor's life all but end, but Irma was taken from us as well, and ours was never the same. Detective Superintendent Scott Mahler of the ACT Police stated outside of court that investigators were extremely satisfied with this arrest. According to him, the family of Irma Poljak never gave up, never stopped requesting help from the community, and always worked to keep the issue in the public eye. According to Mahler, authorities are still looking for and charging a second person and think this will happen soon. Mahler expressed confidence that they will soon be able to offer the family and the Canberra community complete closure. The $500,000 reward offer is still open, and submissions of information may still be eligible for it. In addition, authorities made public a picture of a man who they think could know more about Irma Poljak's fate. Moving on to the next case. J.B. Beasley and Tracy Holla. Two vibrant 17-year-olds from Dothan, Alabama, named J.B. Beasley and Tracy Holla, had a close connection and lofty goals that were brutally dashed on the fatal summer night of July 31, 1999. During the summer of 1982, J.B. Hilton Green Beasley was born. Her name was a combination of her father, Hilton Lanier Beasley, and his buddy, J.B. Green. J.B. was described as a boisterous, gregarious youngster in her early years who was not hesitant to engage and connect with others around her. As J.B. approached puberty, she developed into a stunning and perceptive young lady. Popular at Dothan's Northview High School, she dreamed of becoming a pediatrician in addition to being a talented dancer, hoping to earn a dance scholarship for college. J.B. faced difficulties during her adolescence, such as a brief falling out with her mother and a custody battle, but she overcame them. Tracy Jean Hallett was her family's eldest child. Tracy, who is well known for her compassionate demeanor, went by the moniker Dee Dee since she would frequently act as her friend's designated driver. She was a majorette at Northview High School, where she excelled academically and frequently made the presidential honor list. Tracy had applied to Florida State University with a buddy because she had always wanted to be a doctor since she was 3 years old. Beyond their academic pursuits, the two young women had a strong friendship. On the final Saturday before her senior year began, JB asked Tracy to a birthday celebration. That night's terrible events started when the girls got lost traveling to the Headland party in JB's Mazda 929. In Ozark, asking for directions signaled the start of an unexplainable and catastrophic chain of events. On July 31, 1999, the two adolescents decided to celebrate by going to a field party in Headland in JB's automobile. The occasion was JB's impending birthday. Starting at 10:05 p.m., JB and Tracy set off to travel to the nearby town. They got lost navigating the winding back roads and eventually arrived in Ozark, which is located 20 miles north of Dothan. They stopped at an Ozark Big Little store that was closed at 11:30 p.m. to ask for directions. After receiving advice from a mother and her daughter, Tracy called her parents on the payphone and assured them that they would be home shortly. Sadly, the two girls' call would be their last exchange of words. Carol Roberts, Tracy's mother, went to sleep and woke up at 4:45 a.m. to discover that the daughters were gone. The motionless remains of J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett, who were both killed with a single 9mm gunshot to the head, were found packed indiscriminately into a car trunk. Given the intact possessions in the car, police ruled out robbery as a motive. Important jigsaw piece was the lost automobile keys with the unique block-lettered keychain that said, "Hard to get." Law enforcement initially struggled with few leads in the ensuing investigation, which was characterized by zeal and thoroughness. The girls were completely clothed and muddied, and there were no obvious evidence of struggle, which added to the mystery surrounding their death. A few weeks later, a critical development occurred when the state lab found evidence of male DNA on JB's skin, pants, and bra. This DNA evidence proved to be the key to unlocking the case. A month after the crime was committed, a twist emerged despite the first leads being fruitless. In a confession, a guy by the name of Johnny Barentine stated that he had seen a black truck rush away from the scene of the crime. Barentine's confession was called into question due to discrepancies that emerged from his near proximity to the site of the victim's discovery. The male DNA discovered at the crime scene did not match the neighbor he accused, and the neighbor had an alibi. Barentine was quickly placed under custody as the main suspect. Later on, he would admit to a grand jury that he had made up the whole story in order to receive the prize money. For 20 years, the case remained unresolved despite several theories regarding the culprits. Motivated by the Golden State offender's successful capture, investigators stepped up their efforts in 2018. After the evidence was sent to Parabon Nanolabs, a genetic profile and an innovative identification were created. When Ozark Chief of Police Marlos Walker made the decision to turn over the evidence gathered from J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett's crime scene to Virginia-based forensic technology business Parabon Nano Labs, he found himself in a critical situation. The goal was obvious: identify the suspect in the crime that has plagued the neighborhood since July 31, 1999. Parabon Nanolabs used cutting-edge genetic analysis to create a thorough genetic profile and used the free DNA resource GED Match to follow family ties that would have led to a suspect. The breakthrough arrived months later. There was a match discovered. The 45-year-old Coley McCraney's identity was linked to the DNA profile, a discovery that complicated the case further. Remarkably, Marlos Walker, the chief of police, knew the name from his high school days. It was a student he had used to share the basketball court. The investigation's conclusion resulted in McCraney's arrest on March 17, 2019, during a routine traffic stop. The startling revelation was that McCraney had appeared to have a modest and quiet life. He was a truck driver, a bishop in a nearby church, and had served in the military for a short time. He didn't seem to be connected to the horrible acts he was accused of. The awaited trial presented its own set of difficulties. September 2020 was the original date, but the global pandemic caused a postponement. The family endured more grief in the following months as a result of the trial's delayed August 2022 date due to a dearth of qualified jurors. The setback made the emotional load bearing justice for Tracy and JB much heavier. At last, the trial started at the Dale County Courthouse on April 17, 2023. A parade of forensic experts testified in court, providing vital information. A forensic scientist's discovery that McCraney's DNA was found in Beasley's corpse when it was recovered in 1999 was one of the incriminating pieces of evidence that left no possibility of the criminal's guilt. Throughout the trial, McCraney, who had steadfastly maintained his innocence since his detention, had an unexpected metamorphosis. Suddenly, he gave a different account of what had happened that evening. In contrast to the prosecution's story, he stated in his testimony that he and J.B. Beasley had made plans to meet at an Ozark petrol station on July 31, 1999, at 10 p.m. McCraney claims that because Beasley did not show up at the agreed-upon meeting place, he ended up running into her and Tracy Hallett later that evening while they were disoriented. He offered to help and suggested that they follow him back to Route 231, which brought up an unexpected situation. According to McCraney's evidence, Beasley and he had consensual sexual relations inside his long-haul truck while Tracy stayed inside the vehicle. This story stood in stark contrast to the state's theory, which said that McCraney had led the girls into a marshy area where he assaulted Beasley before killing both of them and hiding their bodies in the car trunk after threatening them with a 9mm handgun. Despite the divergent accounts, on April 26, 2023, the jury rendered a decision following a brief discussion. All of the accusations made against Coley McCraney were judged to be true. The quick decision resulted in a life sentence without the chance of release. After hearing his sentence, McCraney was led out of the courtroom in handcuffs, marking the end of the protracted tale of Tracy Hallett and J.B. Beasley's terrible deaths. Moving on to the next case. Noel Rousseau. On June 27, 1983, Renard Park, a medium-sized planned city located around 50 miles north of San Francisco, California, had an unincorporated region designated for the use of sheriff's officers. A female body was discovered by a 7-year-old boy behind a real estate company near the intersection of East Cotati Avenue and Petaluma Hill Road. Police found the woman had been fatally battered with planks from a nearby stack of wood when they arrived. From the crime site, evidence was gathered and preserved for potential use at a later time. The woman was immediately recognized by investigators as 37-year-old Noel Rousseau. Before her body was discovered on June 24, 1983, she had not been seen in 3 days. Noel's acquaintances claimed that she had broken up with her boyfriend and moved in with a friend in Santa Rosa, California. That evening, Noel was going to take a Golden Gate Transit bus back to her Rohnert Park apartment, so a friend was driving her to Courthouse Square. She vanished after that. Investigators started assembling Noel's life. She was born and raised in San Mateo County, and her title as Miss Burlingame brought her local notoriety in 1962. The 16-year-old told the San Mateo Times that performing the twist was her favorite sport and that her aim was to become a model. "I was astonished beyond belief," the vivacious teenager exclaimed. "I had the utmost doubt that I would prevail. I came in only to make my mother happy." An accompanying shot of Noel holding a bunch of flowers in her arms shows her grinning. She had a son and got married and divorced twice in the next 20 years. She had previously been employed in Colorado as a trainee forest ranger. After that, she went back to her native Bay Area and resumed her studies at Santa Rosa Junior College, where she was killed. She and her 18-year-old son resided in an apartment on Avraham Avenue in Rohnert Park. Her intention was to relocate to Boys Hot Springs. Noel liked exploring the town on her bike. Friends were concerned that she was overly reliant on strangers because she had a history of hitchhiking. It is believed by detectives that Noel never took a bus back to Rohnert Park. It appeared that she had met someone before to its arrival. Investigators employed a sketch artist to recreate Noel in the attire she was wearing on June 24, 1983, and they distributed the image in the days following the murder in an attempt to gather information. Throughout the investigation, deputies and detectives gathered a substantial amount of evidence and spoke with many people. Over the years, detectives identified a few people of interest, but the case remained unsolved and no arrests were made. In 2010, the investigation was reopened by the sheriff's office. Over the course of the following 12 years, investigators started using DNA analysis technologies, sending many pieces of evidence to the Serological Research Center and the Santa Clara County Crime Lab. Ultimately, authorities declared in a press statement that Alfredo Carretero Jr., 65, had been taken into custody on October 2, 2023. He was accused of killing Noel Russo. Russo's family has been informed of the arrest and would like privacy, according to Deputy Rob Dillon. The sheriff's office stated that Carretero Jr. was one of the initial suspects in the case. When the crime was committed, he was 25 years old. Based on evidence including DNA, he was conclusively identified as the person who caused Noel's condition. Carretero Jr. is being held without bond at the Adult Correctional Facility located in Sonoma County, Maine. Deputy Rob Dillon added that detectives collaborated closely with the Sonoma County District Attorney's Office throughout the course of the investigation. Whether the case is recent or ancient, the Sonoma County District Attorney's Office and the Sonoma County Sheriff's Office are committed to achieving justice for victims. The VCI team never stops looking into cold cases and fighting for the victims of violent crimes to receive justice. The current scheduled date of Alfredo Carretero Jr.'s court appearance is October 18, 2023. Whether Noel knew him or not is still unknown. It's being considered by investigators that he might be one of her former boyfriends. Other than his earlier convictions in Sonoma County in 1995 and 2001 for possession of stolen property and possession of prohibited narcotics, respectively, authorities have not disclosed much information about Carretero. Additionally, according to court documents, in September 1985, roughly 2 years after Noel's death, he was a party to a civil action involving domestic abuse. One of Noel's closest friend's mother recounted their time spent together in San Francisco. Like everybody else in the region, they like a little bit of bar hopping and lightheartedness. And that's just what they were doing the evening before she vanished. They parted ways. Although she didn't think it was him that she went out with, she did say that Noel might have been speaking to an ex-boyfriend. However, for some reason, they parted ways that evening, and she was unable to contact her the entire following day. Naturally, that's when they discovered her. She added that the discovery that followed and the grief it caused stayed with her mother for years, to the point that she kept a journal and frequently wrote about her dead companion. I believe that as she glanced at her, her eyes sparkled. She was simply a lovely person, and my mother's words made it clear that she truly cared about her and was devastated that she had lost her. Moving on to the next case. Ravel Balmain. Ravel Sabine Balmain was born on July 11, 1972, and her loved ones characterized her as stunning, gifted, and endowed with all good things in life. Her sudden disappearance in the mid-1990s caused much distress for her family. Ravel was getting ready for her 4th cabaret tour as a hostess in November 1994. She will spend 6 weeks in Japan during this trip, and she was reportedly quite excited about it. The 22-year-old was living in Sydney at the time, working part-time as a high-end escort and part-time as a model. She went as Misha and was employed by select companions and VIP escorts. However, she intended to resign from both positions in the upcoming weeks in order to concentrate entirely on her profession in show business. It was well known that she loved to dance. Jan, Ravel's mother, was waiting for her at Newcastle Station on November 5th. The 22-year-old was scheduled to have lunch with the other before he left for Japan, but she never did appear. Why Ravel didn't get in touch with Jan to inform her that she wouldn't be attending is unknown. Rather, Ravel met a client in southeast Kingsford, a Sydney suburb, at about 4 p.m. She planned to go out for drinks with a friend of hers, Kate Brentnell. She was just heading to her client's house when she called Kate at 7:15 p.m. and proposed they meet up at the Royal Hotel in Paddington. However, Ravel failed to show up for the planned meeting once more. Piers Fisher Poland, a film industry professional who had been seeing the 22-year-old for 6 weeks, reported her missing that evening. Her mother, Jan, also submitted a missing persons report the next morning. Ravel's purse, cosmetics, journal, keys, and credit cards were discovered strewn all over the nearby Kingsford streets on November 6th. One of her shell-studded wedge heels was discovered in a public trash can, and the other one was discovered on a different street. The 26-year-old man named Gavin Owen Samer, who was Ravel's last known customer, caught the attention of investigators right away. After the appointment ended at 6 p.m., Samer claims that he and Ravel had a private arrangement and that she stayed with him for an additional hour. He dropped her off at the Red Tomato Inn, which was close by, at 7 p.m., and went home by himself. At this moment, none of the two individuals was seen by any witnesses. It was also mentioned that on November 6th, early in the morning, Ravel's passport and airline ticket were discovered close to his residence. Michelle Oswald Seeley, Samer's then-girlfriend, told police that she contacted her boyfriend multiple times that evening, but he didn't pick up until 9:22 p.m. Seeley was in Brisbane on November 5th. 2 days later, he picked her up from the Sydney airport, his fingers, chest, and neck all scratched up. On one finger, he even had a bite mark. She also saw that the couple's bed linens had been washed and hung up to dry, and that his automobile had been thoroughly cleaned. Afterwards, Samer admitted to investigators that he had partially paid Ravel with a check, but he was unable to provide the checkbook stub, claiming it had vanished. Although they were questioned, Zoran Stanujovic and his spouse, the proprietors of Select's Companions, were never seen as potential subjects. Even though Zoran provided the authorities with conflicting information on his movements, he denied any involvement in Ravel's disappearance. Gavin Samer, the 22-year-old's final known client, was the primary person of interest and had the chance to murder her, according to the Deputy State Coroner John Abernathy, who made this observation during the inquest. But there was no recognized reason for it. Even after 27 years, Samer for his part continues to claim innocence. In addition, the inquiry looked into the possibility that Ravel's employers had something to do with her disappearance. It also took into consideration a submission from 3 males regarding drug-fueled parties they had with the 22-year-old. However, this later allegation was found to be untrustworthy. In the end, Zoran and his spouse were excluded from the inquiry. Another candidate that was cleared out was Ravel's boyfriend, who had no idea that she was an escort. According to a 1999 statement received by The Good Weekend, one of Ravel's client's friends allegedly said the following: "No one will find her body even though she is 10 feet under. That's what you get for working 2 jobs, taking advantage of the brothel she was employed by, drugging customers, and taking all of their money." In essence, the brothel owner wanted her loan returned since she was ruining his company. Although Jeremy Coughlin made the statement, his friend Mark Colton is claimed to have stated it. Revel's client Colton rejected the claim as total nonsense, saying that he had only heard a rumor and that no one knew the truth about what had actually happened to Ravel. The 1999 inquest found that Ravel was killed by an unidentified individual or people. After that, the matter was put on hold for almost 10 years. Investigators started looking into the case again in 2008, and finally they reopened it. After gathering forensic evidence from the incident, a cold case crew visited Samer's former residence, where Ravel was last seen. This gave the relatives of the 22-year-old the impression that there were significant errors in the first inquiry and that they were correct. Samer's automobile wasn't searched in 1994 until 9 days after Ravel vanished. Moreover, his house wasn't searched until November 8th, and investigators never requested the clothes he wore on November 5th. When police eventually broke into the residence in 1994, they used their own eyes to find signs of scuff marks, blood, and hair, rather than calling in forensic experts. Interestingly, Samaire's run-in with the law wasn't his last. After Ravel vanished, he moved to Tasmania and became reclusive. However, in 2018, he returned to New South Wales to enter a guilty plea to theft charges brought by his own sister. Samaire was found guilty in 2019 of abusing Rosa Rosenberg, an elderly person he was supposed to be taking care of. Even so, in 2020, this conviction was reversed. In addition, he was charged with having committed sexual offenses against her. However, the allegations were dropped after Rosa passed away. An explosion that occurred at the house they had lived in Bondi in January 2020 claimed her life. An EMS spokeswoman for New South Wales claimed at the time that the explosion was being investigated as a possible intentional explosion. More subsequently, Samaire has shown little interest in discussing Ravel's case and has not to respond to the accusations made against him by Rosa. After his 2018 court appearance, he did, however, tell Daily Mail Australia, quote, "I'm one of the softest, nicest blokes on the planet. I'm calm and firmly opposed to violence." In 2021, after it was announced that a $1,000 reward would be given to anyone providing information that resulted in Ravel's conviction, an anonymous sender supplied information to authorities along with a picture of an unidentified male. Investigators think the man may know anything about the 22-year-old's most recent whereabouts, and they think the photo was shot in the middle of the 2000s. They need the public's assistance to identify the man. Ravel's body has never been found, and anyone with information leading to a conviction can still be eligible for a $1,000 reward. Ravel's parents sadly passed away, but her sister is still searching for answers, claiming that it felt as though a piece of her heart had been torn from her chest when her sibling vanished. You can anonymously report information about either of the cases we discussed today by calling Crime Stoppers at 1800-333-3000. Moving on to the next case. Tammy Sue Aldridge. 20-year-old Tammy Sue Aldridge was a lively college student. Her contagious smile and her love of jogging won her a lot of recognition. Tammy's life, full of hopes and aspirations for the future, embodied the purity and promise of youth. Her friends and family knew she was a serious fitness enthusiast. They frequently witnessed her running across the neighborhood with an unshakable resolve and joy. While jogging on June 30, 1979, Tammy was kidnapped in Burlington, North Carolina, close to Jim Barnwell Road. Tammy had walked this peaceful tree-lined path many times, but now it was the scene of a terrifying crime. When she abruptly vanished, concerned members of the community and local law police launched a quick and thorough search. But as the hours passed and Tammy was nowhere to be seen, hope soon gave way to fear. In a terrifying turn of events, Tammy was able to contact home the day after she was abducted. Her family felt a brief sense of comfort as she spoke, despite her dread. The next day, she managed to make another call home, this time sounding eerily desperate and hopeful at the same time. She assured her family, according to investigator Dan Denton, that everything was well and that she would hopefully be returning home. Her family held on to the slim chance that she was still alive and could be saved because of these calls. Law enforcement organizations stepped up their efforts and organized a thorough investigation and search. Her loved ones suffered greatly because they didn't know what would happen to her. The neighborhood came together as one, determined to track down Tammy and securely return her home. Sadly, Tammy's brief but heartbreaking communication with everyone would be the last before her untimely death. On July 3rd, she was discovered. Her lifeless form rested in the center of Highway 54, an eerie sight that would leave a lasting impression on those who came across her. Tammy's hands and neck had been bound with a rope, as evidenced by burns on her ankles. Her shirt was upside down and her shorts were on backwards, suggesting that her clothing had been placed on after she passed away. It was clear how horrible her last moments had been. Someone had attacked her. Her body was still warm when she was discovered, suggesting that she had not expired too long before being discovered. She was strangled to death, according to an autopsy. Her family was devastated and horrified by the graphic details of the killing, which stunned the neighborhood. In Tammy's case, despite a thorough investigation, no one was ever charged or taken into custody. The case was abandoned due to a dearth of leads and solid evidence. The prospect of identifying her attacker appeared to dwindle as the years stretched into decades. Police from North Carolina visited a Whiteford Township cemetery in August 2007 in order to exhume the remains of a man who was thought to be the murderer. Larry Chappelle, who was 51 years old when he passed away in 1989, had DNA samples obtained from his bones. Although Chappelle, who was then residing in that region of North Carolina, was thought to be a suspect, no charges could be brought against him at the time. The DNA samples and the ones extracted from Tammy's body did not match. Once more, the case was unsolved, but the agency made the decision to look into the matter again in 2021. They were motivated by newfound resolve to provide Tammy's family closure as well as advancements in forensic technology. It was possible to find hints that had previously remained hidden, thanks to advancements in DNA analysis and evidence processing procedures. With any luck, these developments would lead to Tammy's killer's identity being identified and the case permanently closed. And fresh spirit of urgency and hope resulted from the reinvestigation. A new detective began going through old records. According to Sheriff Terry Johnson, the individual was able to locate a name on a single piece of paper that no one else had seen in the file. The investigation was then reopened by Sergeant Dan Denton. Finding this name, he said, was the most important thing because if you have a name, a lead, or something to work with, that's kind of what motivates you to keep researching. An important announcement was issued by the Alamance County Sheriff's Office on Thursday, April 4, 2024. Tammy, the person who killed Sue Aldridge, was Gary Lane Laframboise. It was discovered that Laframboise, who died in 2020, was most likely the one who committed the horrifying act. When Tammy died, he was about 19 years old. He was a resident of Graham, a tiny community a few miles from the scene of Tammy's death. His criminal past, combined with his close proximity to the crime site, created an unsettling image. 3 months after Tammy passed away, Laframboise was taken into custody for a separate kidnapping and posing as an officer. His aggressive tendencies were reinforced when he seriously assaulted a detention officer when he was under arrest. He was incarcerated from 1980 to 1982. Years prior, DNA evidence had pointed to Laframboise as a possible suspect, but investigators had to overcome a major obstacle. In order to collect a DNA sample from Laframboise's daughter, they had to get in touch with the Laframboise family. Her DNA was compared to the evidence gathered from Tammy Sue Aldridge's body, and the results were definitive. The revelation was a crucial bit of proof that established Laframboise's role in the offense. The following was stated by Sheriff Johnson at a tearful press conference. "I'm hoping that this turn of events and this development will provide some closure for the family. Although Tammy's family is relieved that the investigation is over, they still have unanswered issues. We would like to thank you for all that you have done," her uncle said. "Everybody will have a distinct experience with closure. We are very appreciative of your work. I'm grateful." Moving on to the next case. Barbara Fay Vale. The community of Garland, Texas, saw a negative transformation in November 1986. Her husband discovered Barbara Fay Vale's lifeless body. Despite extensive inquiry, no clues were found, and the case was closed. Before someone Barbara knew well was arrested in this case, more than 3 decades would pass. Barbara Fay Vale was raised in the rural areas of Indiana as a member of a large, close-knit family. She enjoyed a straightforward and contented upbringing, swimming in the neighboring lake and riding her bicycle to her grandparents' corner store to buy lollipops. She is described as perfect, intelligent, compassionate, and sweet by a close friend. From her mother's marriage to her father, who died when she was only a few years old, she was the youngest of 4 children. After divorcing, her mother had 2 additional children. With so many relatives, Barbara's large family was her home for most Sundays and holidays. She enjoyed spending time with her Pomeranian, Cammie, and sharing recipes with her family. Officers from the Garland Police Department responded to a disturbance report at a residence in the 36th 100 block of Colbath Street on November 7, 1986. When they got there, they discovered 27-year-old Barbara Fay Vale's lifeless body in one of her home's back rooms. Her several stab wounds claimed her life. The big kitchen knife was discovered close to her body, according to police. Domingo Diaz Villarreal, her 32-year-old spouse, was taken into custody on suspicion of killing that evening. Following their interrogation, the police declared him not to be a suspect in the crime. Before we continue, we want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy our content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. There was something wrong with his wife, he told the neighbors, and he had found her body. He requested them to call the police. After being removed from the scene, DNA evidence was added to the CODIS database. 2 years later, in 1988, her husband was shot and killed in Mexico. Then the cops found out that Jesus Canales was truly his real name. The FBI and Garland police investigators pursued a number of leads over the years in both the U.S. and Mexico, but the case was unsolved for many years. The suspect was identified in 2023 by the Garland Police Department using cutting-edge technology, such as DNA genealogy. The 85-year-old brother of Barbara Canales, Liberio Canales, had DNA that matched that taken from the site. One Canales family member's DNA was found in an open database. Canales was known to reside at a house in the city, according to the Lovington Police Department in New Mexico. According to the agency, Canales entered New Mexico after crossing the border from Mexico to spend his birthday with family. On July 18, 2023, Lovington Police Department put Canales into jail without any problems. After that, he was charged with taking someone's life and placed under arrest at the Iolia County Detention Center on a federal warrant. Detectives claim that Canales confessed to killing Barbara because of a family argument while he was being held. A $1,000 bond has been posted for him. Canales was extradited back to Texas and deposited into the Dallas County Jail on August 18th, according to documents that were purchased. In a statement, the police department expressed gratitude to the Lovington, New Mexico Police Department, the Iolia County Sheriff's Office, and the Dallas FBI Violent Crimes Task Force for their assistance in resolving the cold case and providing closure for Barbara Fay's family. Now that Barbara's death was unexpected, her family can finally come to terms with what happened and start the healing process. The Barbara Villarreal case serves as a powerful reminder of the intricacies of family relationships and the long-lasting effects of unsolved fatalities. It also emphasizes how crucial it is to keep going after justice, no matter how much time has gone. Not only is Barbara's lawsuit resolved, but her legacy lives on in the affection and memories of those she left behind. Canales was given a 20-year prison sentence in a Texas prison on March 12, 2024. Barbara's family delivered a powerful letter shortly before Canales was taken away, saying that they would never again allow him to consume their thoughts and that they should always view his existence as a blessing. Inside the courtroom, Canales was admonished by Jennifer Dunderman, Barbara's sister-in-law, "You spent 37 years living your life as if nothing had happened. You not only stole Barb's life, but also a small portion of everyone she was acquainted with." Mark Dunneman, Barbara's brother, stated the following: "Still, nothing truly changes as a result. Even though our sister is still missing, it's good to have closure." According to Leighton D'Antoni, the head prosecutor for Dallas County, they might have committed some evil deeds in the past. They are aware that they will eventually meet their maker. That does, in my opinion, assist people in admitting guilt and accepting responsibility. At 93, Barbara's mother is still living. She placed a great deal of importance on living to witness the day when her daughter's killer is found guilty. Moving on to the next case. Brandy Hanna. The 32-year-old Brandy Hanna worked as a kind and well-trained waiter at a family-run cafe in North Charleston, South Carolina. She was incredibly devoted to her career and had never missed a day of work. She enjoyed working with her mother, Donna Parent. She could only afford a prepaid phone, so her main means of communication were friends and relatives. Her mother wanted to stay in constant communication with her, so she recently bought a paid phone subscription. Brandy's mother had scheduled her for the evening shift on the day she vanished. Usually, a current client who used to be a police officer would give Brandy a ride after work. He offered $5 rides to Brandy and the other residents of North Charleston wherever in the little town, and he picked her up from work at 3 p.m. and dropped her off at her house again, just like he regularly did. He claims that as he watched her enter the house, she said, "See you Monday," before leaving. Brandy was seen as a homebody who avoided going out to clubs or pubs. Rather, she preferred to watch TV while curled up on the couch with her phone plugged in to charge. That evening, Brandy was on both phonies. At 5:30 p.m., she talked over the phone with her mother about the possibility of her new boyfriend, Zeke, dropping by. Next time her mother called on her new phone, Brandy would let it go to voicemail. At around 8 o'clock at night, Brandy texted a friend to discuss plans to get a bathing suit for an impending occasion. A little before 9, she checked her voicemail. Around 10 o'clock at night, she texted Zeke later that night. At 10:30, her coworker thought Brandy had gone to sleep because the lights were off but the television was on when she arrived at her apartment to go shopping, possibly at a Walmart-style superstore with extended hours. Brandy's final words were tested on Monday. She told her rider on Friday afternoon, the last day anyone had seen her before her 7 a.m. reporting to work, that she would see her on Monday. When Donna got the call at 7:20 a.m., informing her that Brandy had not arrived, she realized immediately that something was very wrong. Donna would keep trying to reach Brandy on her phone all weekend. She would repeatedly leave messages, and since Brandy was persistent in returning her calls, she realized something was up. Days after her family began to believe anything was amiss, police would eventually examine Brandy's apartment and discover all of her possessions to be present and accounted for, including cash in her wallet and her prepaid cell phone still charged. There was no sign of Brandy's new phone. Ray McAdams and Zeke Lanford, two of Brandy's ex-lovers, were the subjects of police interest. When Ray McAdams, Brandy's 6-year boyfriend, let his friend Garland Eugene Langford, sometimes known as Zeke, reside at their home, they were living happily together. Because Zeke needed a somewhere to stay after recently divorcing his wife and children. But in a cruel turn of events that shows no good act goes unpunished, Brandy fell in love with Zeke, the newcomer, and she told Ray about their liaison without delay. Remarkably, given her behavior, Ray offered Brandy the option to either end their relationship with Zeke and stay with him or leave. So, Brandy left. She and Zeke searched for a new apartment, which they discovered in a less affluent area near Brandy's place of employment, Alex's. But Zeke lost his cool and brawled with Brandy in public. During a fight, Zeke allegedly threatened to make Brandy vanish, according to Brandy's mother. He went on, "I could kill your daughter and get away with it. You would never know if I made her vanish." "That's a very crazy thing to say to a girl's mother," Donna shot back at him. Recalling that Zeke had to ask Brandy's mother to borrow the money in order to pay the security deposit for their small apartment. This should have raised yet another red flag, according to Brandy's mother. Not surprisingly, Zeke abruptly departed Brandy, likely to return to his wife and children, less than a month after moving into the new apartment and making no financial contributions. Zeke's mother, Donna, called him after Brandy vanished, knowing he still had the apartment key. She told him to meet her outside the house, but not to go inside. But as they got to the house, Zeke was just getting out and shutting the front door. He pretended not to want to frighten Donna by saying he was personally looking for a dead body. The weeks that followed Brandy's disappearance would see Donna's claim given more weight by the authorities. However, Donna formed neighborhood search groups, and a local missing persons operation was started in the gap between her actual disappearance and the time an official investigation was established. Zeke morbidly asked one police officer if the dogs would be able to detect Brandy if she were buried when police eventually brought out cadaver hounds to look for the remains as they began to take the inquiry more seriously. When questioned, Zeke argued that although he had intended to visit Brandy, he had been obliged to stay late at a job site. Thus, those plans had fallen through. Zeke said in a sworn document that he hadn't seen Brandy all day and that his work schedule had changed, which prevented him from visiting her house. Detectives later discovered the story to be untrue, though, as signed work time files show he had left work at 4 p.m. that night and wasn't working late. Z claimed not to have talked to anybody else about Brandy's abduction, but according to city records, he called City Hall 3 times while posing as a worried neighbor and reporting that he saw Brandy get into a car with her boyfriend, Ray McAdams. There wouldn't have been any neighbors who could have made this call because Brandy was relatively unknown and new to the community. A neighbor observed Brandy get into a red pickup vehicle with a white hockey mask in the manner of Jason attached to the front bumper, and she told her family and friends about it. But the fact that Zeke and Ray both drove red pickup trucks and were employed by the same plumbing company presented a challenge for the cops. Even though Ray was the one who set his truck apart with the hockey mask, that detail is easily copied. The witness neighbor, who was driven to Ray's house for identification purposes, identified Ray at his front door after unofficial and improper questioning by family friend and fellow police officer. However, she later claimed to have seen Zeke on the night of Brandy's disappearance. Aside from the improper witnessing method, her error was understandable given that both guys had round faces, light beards, and disheveled brown hair. Zeke Langford was imprisoned in December 2016, over 11 years after Brandy went missing, for the sexual abuse of his 7-year-old cousin. His story had evolved since police had more time and opportunity to question him while he was detained. The probability that he was in her apartment on the night of May 20th, 2005, when Brandy vanished, was now reflected in his sworn statement. Due to this alteration in the narrative, Zeke was charged with obstruction of justice and required a $1,000 bond. In addition, he has not paid his child support and will receive separate sentences for the assault of a minor accusation. It was 11 months after Brandy went missing that Ray McAdams suddenly passed away from a heart attack. Both he and Zeke passed a polygraph test before he went away. Zeke, though, took 3 months to agree to it. Ray had no further information, and authorities are searching for Zeke's and Ray's work truck's location. When Brandy's case was reopened years later, a shoe that fit the description of the blue and white Nike trainer tennis shoes she was wearing the day she vanished was discovered. The serial number indicates that it was created in January 2005, barely 5 months before Brandy vanished, even though no DNA could be recovered. Moving on to the next case. Chrisanne Baxter. Workers for a power company found a woman's motionless body next to power lines in October 1978. In Spokane, Washington, the discovery was made between Division Street and Whitworth Drive. To start the inquiry, Spokane County sheriffs, deputies, and detectives were dispatched to the scene. With the help of forensic experts, the scene was recorded and examined for evidence. A variety of evidence was gathered during the investigation and autopsy, including potential DNA samples. The 16-year-old victim was identified as Chrisanne Baxter, who on September 30th, 1978, had been reported by her mother as a runaway. Tests on the evidence were conducted at the Washington State Patrol Crime Laboratory. Investigators thought the materials contained DNA, despite the fact that 1978 DNA testing capabilities were quite limited. However, these constraints precluded the completion of an analysis. The evidence was kept safe for upcoming analysis. Major crimes investigator D. Marsk sent the samples to the crime lab of the Washington State Police in August 2006, aware of the progress made in DNA testing. DNA consistent with Chrisanne Baxter and an unidentified male was found in the test findings. The combined DNA indexing system received the male profile, but no match was discovered. The profile was updated in CODIS and added to the National DNA Indexing System in 2014. From there, it was examined on a rotating basis for all DNA entries in the country, but no match was found. Major crimes investigator Michael Drapeau sent the samples to the crime lab of the Washington State Police once more in 2020 for further analysis. A portion of the forensic evidence was transported to Othram's facility in the Woodlands, Texas, in early 2021 so that it could undergo sophisticated DNA testing. Forensic-grade genome sequencing was utilized by Othram scientists to generate a thorough DNA profile of the unidentified male contributor. Potential kin of the unidentified man were found by Othram's internal genealogical team, including a direct descendant of the deceased. Detective Michael Drapeau of the Spokane County Sheriff's Office received these leads and utilized the fresh data to carry out a follow-up investigation. By Othram experts, leading to further research endeavors aimed at identifying the unidentified male contributor. After more research, Keith D. Lindblom was identified as a potential person of interest. 1949 was his birth year. After looking through law enforcement records, Detective Drapeau discovered that Lindblom had been charged and arrested in Spokane County in 1975 for the brutal attack on a 16-year-old female victim close to the scene of Chrisanne Baxter's body discovery. Lindblom entered a guilty plea to first-degree assault and acknowledged having sex with the minor victim. The ongoing inquiry revealed that Lindblom was not in custody when Chrisanne Baxter was beaten and killed on August 7, 1978, and that she had been released from prison on that date. Additionally, Detective Drapeau found Lindblom's child in Louisiana. Additionally, it was discovered that the suspect's 1978 DNA sample, which was obtained by the Jefferson Davis Parish Sheriff's Office, had a 320-fold higher chance of matching Lindblom and his known child than it would have if it had been compared to an unrelated person chosen at random from the U.S. population. The male DNA gathered in 1978 did, in fact, belong to Lindblom, as revealed by later relationship tests conducted at Othram, which suggested a parent-child tie between Lindblom's child and the offender. Lindblom died before DNA was entered into the CODIS and NDIS databases, which explains why a match with his DNA was not discovered sooner. Regarding the case, Detective Drapeau conferred with the Spokane County Attorney's Office. And based on this evidence, they concluded that if Lindblom had been alive, charges and his arrest would have been appropriate. On April 11, 1981, Keith D. Lindblom died in a fire. The cause of death was listed on the certificate as an accident. While he will not be prosecuted for killing and abusing Chrisanne Baxter, the Spokane County Sheriff's Office and its cooperating agencies hope that this will provide much-needed clarity for Chrisanne's family and friends, or, at the very least, some solace that the suspect was identified through DNA testing. The Washington State Police Crime Lab, the Spokane County Sheriff's Office, Lindblom's family members who assisted with the investigation, Othram, and most importantly, Chrisanne Baxter's family were thanked by the Spokane County Sheriff's Office for their patience and help during this protracted and challenging search for the culprit. Moving on to the next case. Leonard James Irving. In 2011, Leonard James Irving, then 34 years old, resided in Portland, Oregon. He went by LJ with his friends and family. His children were 5, 6, and 7 years old. On June 25, 2011, LJ went out to celebrate the 21st birthday of his nephew, dressed in dark jeans and a lime green shirt. After working as a produce buyer at Winco Foods until 9:30 p.m., he had to report by 7 a.m. the following day to his part-time position as a chef at the Courtyard Marriott in Lloyd Center. However, he explained to his girlfriend that family was vital and that he had to go to Season Inn Sports Bar and Lounge on Northeast 82nd Avenue to see his nephew. After midnight, his nephew Lamar Lovett Hill and another man were arguing outside the tavern when LJ intervened to defuse the tension. After that, LJ and his nephew crossed the street to get to his minivan in the parking lot of the brand-new Happy Fortune Chinese restaurant. However, someone shot Lamar in the neck and killed LJ 4 times in the back before they could escape. Owner of Season Inn restaurant Samuel Thompson claimed he was in the rear lounge where Benson High School graduates were having their 10th reunion and did not hear the gunfire. However, Thompson realized something was seriously off at 12:30 a.m. when a group of strangers barged into his establishment. Running across the street, Thompson discovered LJ on his back with his right arm resting on his chest next to his van, which had the driver's door open. At 12:37 a.m., Thompson made sure he was breathing and called 911. I took a seat beside him on the ground. Thompson said, "I had my hand on his arm." When LJ's aunt learned that he could have been shot, she went to his mother, Lucy Macchio's house, and the two of them drove to the scene of the murder. Lucy discovered there that LJ had passed away. She said, "My son was an innocent bystander. He was shot by a coward." Adrienne Milam, LJ's girlfriend, stated that initially she believed it to be a nightmare. While taking care of LJ's 3 small children and her own 4-year-old daughter at home, she received word. Adrienne recalled, "I kind of cried to myself in the pillow. Why do individuals act in this way? Why is it so simple for people to obtain firearms? It still seems unreal. It occurs to me that he might still be at work. Perhaps he has not truly vanished. How he can be there one day and not the next is absurd. They were blind to the man's approach. The fact that it was impulsive and cold-blooded hurts so much." Although LJ was raised in Portland, he visited his father in Seattle for a short while in high school. According to his family, he was a devoted father who hoped to become a full-time chef and saw his kids on the weekends and on his days off. His favorites, hot dishes, Christmas prime rib, and jambalaya. LJ was placed under federal surveillance in June 2009 after being found guilty of supplying illegal narcotics in 2005 and given a 60-month prison sentence. His sister added, "I felt like my heart was broken at that moment." However, she was pleased that LJ accepted accountability for his deeds and completed his sentence without placing blame elsewhere. According to his family, he gained maturity, earned his GD, and worked hard to support his children by working 2 jobs since his release. There were not many leads for investigators to pursue, and sadly, the case quickly became unsolved. Then, in January 2023, Joanne Marcion-Polk, 37, was taken into custody in relation to LJ Irving's incident. Since May 2022, Polk has been incarcerated in Multnomah County Jail due to charges that are comparable to those in another case. In that case, he entered a not guilty plea. Chuck Lovell, the chief of the Portland Police Bureau, expressed his excitement at the arrest. Lovell said in a statement, "I spoke with LJ's mother today, and she passed along her appreciation for the work of the detectives. I concur. The investigators' nearly 12-year-long, painstaking work has culminated in this arrest, and I am appreciative of their unwavering efforts to bring LJ to justice." The date of the trial has not yet been announced. One of the first witnesses at the scene of the incident was Samuel Johnson, a former employee of Self-Enhancement Inc., a nonprofit that assists young people who are at danger. He left SEI to create his own company, but not before starting Reclaim the Village, a personal initiative to encourage the community to get involved in the fight against violence of this kind, following the unsolved shooting death of Andre Payton, a 19-year-old client of his at SEI. Thompson said Portland has to wake up. Ultimately, it must be a request for action. It is time for the community to once again promote love. Far too many lives have been lost due to foolishness. It must be comprehended. In LJ, a decent man went to sleep. Moving on to the next case. Pamela Kahanes. Pamela Kahanes was born in 1958 in the sleepy Minnesotan town of Stillwater into a close-knit family on a dairy farm. Pamela, the second youngest of 8 siblings, was surrounded by affection and the straightforward joys of farm life as a child. As she grew older, Pamela experienced a growing desire for adventure outside of her comfort zone. She made the profound decision to enlist in the U.S. Navy at 25, driven by her desire to travel and serve her nation. After traveling from the center of Minnesota to central Florida, Pamela started a new chapter in her life in May 1984 at the Orlando Naval Training Center. Her family farm upbringing had given her a strong work ethic and a sense of discipline, which came in handy throughout the demanding Navy training. After 2 successful months of training, Pamela graduated with pride from the Naval Training Facility on August 3, 1984. But the joy over her accomplishment didn't last long. On August 4, 1984, Pamela's bright future turned terrible the next day. Her last known location was the Fashion Square Mall in Orlando, where she bought toiletries and makeup from a Kmart. Investigators subsequently found a transaction with a timestamp of 3:18 p.m., which provided vital information about her last known activity. Later that evening, between 6:30 and 7 p.m., Pamela was seen strolling close to the Naval Training Complex with an unidentified male. It was recorded that they were present at the Navy base pub, Club Mariner. The mystery surrounding the unnamed individual continued to elude detectives, further complicating the tragic events. On August 5, 1984, Pamela Kahanes's body was found half-naked and unresponsive in front of an abandoned house on Riverview Avenue in Sanford. Her death was terrible, indicating that her life had been snatched and then mercilessly abandoned somewhere else. The case took an extremely terrifying turn when a generic receipt without identifying information was discovered at the crime scene. This enigmatic transaction from 1:09 a.m. was found to be a purchase from a Chinese restaurant. Her family was rocked by Pamela Kahanes's sudden death and struggled for 34 long years with grief and unresolved issues. The initial investigation was complex, and the authorities could not identify a culprit or determine the purpose of the horrible act. Due to its proximity to the Naval Training Center, authorities surmised that the offender may have been affiliated with the military base. The Seminole County Sheriff's Department worked hard. Still, they could not track down any vital leads, and the case went unsolved for many years. The years did not lessen Pamela's family's resolve to pursue justice for their cherished sister. They encountered dead ends and depressing moments in their search for answers, but they never gave up hope. Finally, there was a breakthrough in the development of forensic technology. In an unexpected turn of events, Pamela's family was contacted by a Seminole County Sheriff's Department detective who set up a face-to-face encounter in Minnesota. The family assembled, not knowing the historic discovery that awaited them, expecting regular updates on the case. The detective played a video of Thomas Lewis Garner, one of the suspects, being taken into custody by the family. A first-degree homicide allegation was brought against the 59-year-old dental hygienist who had worked with Pamela Kahanes at the Orlando Naval Training Center. Garner had been living in Jacksonville for several years when the arrest occurred. For Pamela Kahanes's family, the arrest signaled the start of a new chapter. Still, it also raised a lot of unanswered questions. The reason for the crime was never revealed, and it was never made apparent how Garner and Pamela were connected to the naval training environment. After appearing in court, Garner was confronted with the seriousness of the accusations made against him and the possibility of serving out the rest of his life in prison. The creative application of genealogical databases and DNA analysis led to the case's breakthrough. By building a DNA family tree with the help of the Open Access Genealogy Database GEDmatch, investigators were able to identify Thomas Lewis Garner. Detectives were able to match Garner's DNA with evidence that had been preserved from the 1984 crime scene, thanks to further surveillance of him and the discovery of a personal item. After decades of uncertainty, The Kahane's family finally felt hopeful again after Thomas Garner's arrest in 2019. This marked a turning point in the cold case. Thomas Gardner testified on his behalf during the trial. He acknowledged that he might have had a brief sexual contact with Pamela a few years before. Still, he flatly denied having anything to do with her horrific death. Garner's defense team presented an alternate story to disassociate himself from the crime and cast doubt on the prosecution's case. In the much-anticipated resolution of the unsolved case, a jury found Thomas Garner guilty. After being found guilty, Garner was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole, which put an end to a drawn-out court case that lasted almost 40 years. Immediately following the announcement of the verdict, Pamela Kahane's sister, speaking on behalf of the family, gave a powerful speech in public. She conveyed a range of feelings, highlighting her wish that Garner would consider the time he had to himself while her family was grieving. Although the sentence brings some closure, it will never be able to undo the years of agony completely the family went through due to the lack of justice. Thomas Gardner is being investigated as a possible suspect in another unsolved crime, detectives subsequently revealed. According to reports, his DNA matched items discovered at the scene of a Honolulu murder in 1982 that involved a 25-year-old woman. Prosecutors have made hints that Garner might have more victims, even though he hasn't been charged in this case. There was conjecture that Garner might be a repeat offender, which led to more investigation into his possible connection to unresolved crimes. The arrest and conviction of Thomas Lewis Garner in the horrific case of Pamela Kahane is evidence of the tenacity of justice seekers as well as the advancement of forensic science. The narrative of Pamela starts with a young woman seeking adventure and giving back to her nation. However, things tragically change, leaving a lasting impact on her family. The terrible case serves as a reminder that even the most difficult cold cases can be solved with the help of committed investigators and advances in forensic technology. Pamela Kahane's legacy may come to represent tenacity and willpower in adversity. Moving on to the next case. Rachel Zendejas. Two newspaper delivery boys, ages 9 and 14, discovered a female body in Camarillo, California on January 18, 1981. The body was discovered in a carport and belonged to Rachel Zendejas, a 20-year-old. Her apartment, which she shared with her brother and his two young girls, aged 12, was directly across the street from the carport. Rachel attended a community college. She had been beaten and strangled according to an autopsy. It was discovered by investigators that she had hired a couple of babysitters to watch her girls while she went out for the evening. Rachel drove the babysitter home after returning from an evening out. Authorities declared that they thought Rachel was killed after she came back and tried to get out of her car. The sheriff's office detectives worked the case until they ran out of leads and it was declared cold. A very similar incident happened not distant from Rachel's home 11 months after she lost her life. Lisa Gondek, a 21-year-old retail employee from Oxnard, California, about 10 miles west of Camarillo, went to a club at the Port Hueneme Naval Base on the evening of December 11, 1981. Around 1:30 a.m., Lisa's pals dropped her off at her house after they went to a disco. Lisa's neighbor reported a fire coming from her apartment to the police around 3 in the morning. Following the dousing of these embers by Oxnard Fire Department personnel, Lisa's corpse was found in the bathtub. She had been beaten and strangled, much like Rachel. Up until 2002, when a fresh examination of the suspect's DNA from Rachel's crime scene was submitted to the FBI's combined DNA index system, the cases were looked at independently of one another. Although the search produced no findings, Lisa's case detectives alerted the Ventura County Sheriff's Office in 2004 that they had used DNA testing to connect both cases to a single suspect. However, regrettably, the DNA test produced no results for a suspect, and the investigation was abandoned. The Cold Case Unit of Ventura County intervened in December 2019 and initiated an investigation utilizing genetic genealogy, which is the currently widespread method of determining potential biological relatives through sophisticated DNA testing. New leads were found during the inquiry. Additional DNA testing verified that Oxnard resident Tony Garcia was the person who killed Lisa Gondek and Rachel Zendejas. On February 7, 2023, Tony Garcia, 68, was taken into custody in Oxnard, California. Garcia was born in Roswell, New Mexico, but joined the U.S. Navy and was stationed in Point Mugu, which is close to Oxnard according to Sheriff Jim Freihoff. Despite being released in 1980, he stayed in the region and spent several years learning and teaching karate. Sheriff Freihoff stated that the suspect had actually been hidden in plain sight for more than 40 years. Chief Benitez stated that they had found some similarities between the suspect and the victims, but he would not specify which ones. According to Benitez, Lisa traveled from Connecticut to Oxnard for a scheduled 2-week stay with a buddy who was serving in the U.S. Navy. She ultimately made the decision to relocate to Oxnard a few months before she passed away. It's still unknown, though, if Lisa and Garcia were acquainted and whether Garcia was the acquaintance Lisa had come to see. After more than 40 years, according to Ventura County District Attorney Eric Nazarenko, justice is at last being served to the families of Lisa Gondek and Rachel Zendejas. There is no statute of limitations and charges can be brought at any time, as this case illustrates. We extend our gratitude to the Ventura County Sheriff's Office, the Oxnard Police Department, and the District Attorney's Bureau of Investigation for their unwavering efforts in their search for Rachel and Lisa Slayer. Garcia may be connected to further crimes, so investigators are looking into the possibilities and asking for assistance from the public. If you have any information, please email coldcaseofventura.org to the Ventura County Sheriff's Office Major Crimes Bureau at 1-805-383-8704. Moving on to the next case. Renee Blackmore. Renee Blackmore was a 20-year-old private in the Army. In April of 1982, she was assigned to Fort Benning in Georgia. She was last observed going from her quarters. Renee's wallet and sweater were found by the side of the road a few miles from the Army base 1 month later in May 1982. Then, a few miles away on a logging road, Renee's body was discovered in June. Investigators found that she had been shot and killed. It took several decades for police to identify the culprit in spite of a thorough probe. Subsequently, investigators declared in April 2022 that Marcellus McCluster, 64, had been taken into custody in relation to the crime. For a separate killing, he is already serving a life term. This is what Chattahoochee Judicial Circuit Assistant District Attorney Kimberly Schwartz had to say. It is known that she was unable to celebrate turning 21. We have no idea who she may have loved, what connections she may have made, or what dreams she may have come true for. 40 years ago, a shot fired from a cheap shotgun about 2 miles out in the middle of nowhere in South Chattahoochee County put an end to all of those things. That kind of wickedness has no time limit. In a statement, Renee's mother, Donna Reitman, described her daughter as a determined young lady who enjoyed laughing and having a good time with friends. Reitman remarked, "I have lived these 40 years always feeling the pain her absence causes, believing no one outside of her family and friends even cared." We are appreciative that this belief was proven to be false on March 28, 2022. McCluster was always a suspect according to investigators, though they haven't revealed exactly what prompted the arrest. Simply put, they never had enough proof. When the Georgia Bureau of Inquiry established a cold case section comprised of retired agents in 2020, the inquiry was given new life. McCluster is awaiting trial at this time. Moving on to the next case. Ricardo Sepulveda and Michael Sepulveda. Police were called to Blissfield Township, Michigan on November 19, 1997, after the caller's cornfield contained human remains that had been found. Approximately 75 miles southwest of Detroit is Blissfield Township. North of Carroll Highway and west of Quarry Highway is where you'll find the cornfield. The majority of the body was covered in a coating of snow. Police found the body of an unnamed naked man who was missing his head and both hands when they arrived to investigate the remains. It seemed like the hands were severed somewhat above the wrist. Additionally, officers noticed what seemed like irritated striations on the ends of the bones. The body looked to be that of a Hispanic male with light skin. The man was tattoo-free and scar-free. His height was 5 feet 8 inches. The Michigan State Police were never able to obtain a definitive identification because the head and hands were removed. Roberto was one probable name given by a witness. The witness claimed to be a married father of 3 who lived between McAllen and Weslaco, Texas, and kept hens at his home. Roberto was only meant to go to Chicago and back when he left his house. The victim's description did not match any missing Roberto that the investigators were able to locate. Based on what the witness informed detectives, the National Missing and Identified Persons System issued a sketch of Roberto on November 8, 2016, but no one came forward to identify the man. Ultimately, U.S. Marshals detained 51-year-old Ricardo Sepulveda and 49-year-old Michael Sepulveda in Ohio on January 24, 2023. Their siblings. They were both accused of killing the unidentified man. They were additionally accused of tampering with evidence, assault with intent to maim, and conspiracy to commit tampering with evidence. Michael and Ricardo Sepulveda face a life sentence without the chance of parole if found guilty. Authorities did not provide a motive or explain how the suspects were related to the incident. It was Michigan lawyer Dana Nessel who made the announcement about the arrests. No matter how long it takes to get justice, all victims of crime should be given it, according to Nestle. I value the diligent efforts of the Michigan State Police, the numerous state, municipal, and federal law enforcement organizations, as well as the tenacity of my criminal trial prosecutors. Regretfully, authorities stated that while the name of the John Doe is still unknown, he is thought to be a 32-year-old Corpus Christi, Texas resident. Additional charges against anyone who helped with the actual crime or its cover-up could happen, according to the police. Detective Sergeant Larry Rothman's number to report any information is 313-407-9379. Moving on to the next case. Richard Dick Hansen. In San Jose, California, on February 23, 1955, Richard Dick Hansen was born. He was a popular guy who was also a gifted athlete who played football for Santa Clara University. After reaching adulthood, Dick got married and had 2 kids. However, by 1991, he had received alcohol treatment and was divorced. According to all accounts, he had triumphed over his challenges and was a joyful and satisfied individual, eager for the future. On April 29, 1991, Dick gave Jean, his erratic lover, a call. After his time in treatment, he wanted to give the couple's relationship another go. Thus, the two made plans to eat dinner at 10 p.m. at the original Joe's restaurant in San Jose. The two then borrowed Jean's car and headed to a nightclub. Dick parked his pickup truck in the restaurant's lot. At approximately 1:45 on April 30th, the pair eventually departed the club and made their way back to the parking lot. A second car approached from behind them while they conversed inside Jean's car. According to Jean's memory, I looked and I didn't even think it was too strange because there was a mailbox on the sidewalk there. This automobile draws up behind us. The man did nothing except sit. He took no action. Dick dismissed Jean's concern over the couple's relocation, saying the man had enough space to get to the mailbox. Then, as she didn't know San Jose well, Dick informed her he'd get into his car and she could follow him as they decided to return to Jean's apartment. Dick took the lead as they left the parking lot. But not long after they departed, Jean sensed something strange. The identical vehicle from the parking lot was following her around from behind. The motorist would always change lanes at the same moment as her. The man kept following them as they turned onto Interstate 280. At one point, Jean slammed on her brakes in an attempt to startle him, but he wasn't fazed. Despite applying severe braking pressure, the motorist pursued her after that. She recommended they go to a police station when she drew up next to Dick, but he didn't hear her. Jean was told by Dick to accompany him out the next exit. The two made a left onto Highway 85. In Sunnyvale, Dick pulled over to the side of the road, and the man who was following them did the same. Dick got out of his car and approached the man while Jean stayed in hers. Unsolved mysteries were later related by Jean. Dick simply stopped his car at the side of the road. I can't even begin to imagine why, but I drove up behind Dick. I had a feeling that this guy would pass by without saying anything. Maybe a wave. He arrived directly behind us. And I'm not sure if I or Dick am more shocked. Dick turned to face the man again and gave him a slight bow of his head, asking him what he wanted or what he was doing. His words were a bit hard for me to hear, and the man addressed him in some way. And Dick asks himself, "What?" The man continued talking to him after that, pointing to the back of my car. Following this back and forth, Dick moved away from the car and lifted his arm. Even though he allegedly cursed and got upset, he told the man to go. Abruptly, 2 gunshots were heard. The man gave Jean a long look and then left the area. Jean raced out of her car and came to Dick's side after the shooting. Even though he was unconscious, she could still feel his pulse, so she started CPR. She called 911 to ask for assistance, but Dick was declared dead when they got to the hospital. That evening, a white man in his late 30s or early 40s with a dark complexion and big, black-framed glasses was spotted tailing the two. His car is reported to have light gray or blue paint that makes it resemble a 1970 Pontiac GTO Le Mans. Given that it seemed to be an act of random violence, investigators were able to immediately rule out Jean as a potential suspect in the murder, but were unable to learn much more. The prevailing assumption in Dick's case is that his athletic career had something to do with the crime. This was proposed because the attacker pointed at Jean's license plates, which featured the 49 ER Hugs, a reference to the San Francisco 49ers football team, during his altercation with Dick. Investigators were informed by Jean that earlier that night, 2 individuals had confused Dick for a 40-year-old player who was believed to be Harris Barton. Investigators believe that a crazy fan who thought Dick was Harris Barton stalked Dick that evening with the goal of hurting him over a championship game that was lost. According to reports, Dick's father believes the man was upset because he couldn't use the mailbox. Online detectives have questioned whether Jean had a stalker who was angry that she was seeing Dick, though. In 1991, the case went cold fast, and it hasn't been solved since. Moving on to the next case. Rosemarie Lauer. Rosemarie Lauer, 68, a former hospital laundry worker, abandoned her home on Inverness Street, Brunswick, Victoria, in the afternoon of October 9, 2006. She announced her intention to go errands in Coburg to her sister Natalie, who lived next door with her husband, at about 2 p.m. "I'll see you tonight," she added before she departed. Natalie last saw her sibling alive at that point. Firefighters were alerted to a horrifying fire at a coastal reserve in Frankston, around 43 miles from Rosemarie's residence, 5 hours later at around 7 p.m. A week later, Rosemarie's body was found at the center of the fire. Her sister was in disbelief and couldn't comprehend what had happened. The 68-year-old had traveled to Frankston, but why? It was unknown if she had any friends or business there. Rosemarie, by all accounts, led a fairly solitary life. She had taken care of her mother, who was elderly, until her death. Her sister was the only person she saw outside of that. Rosemarie was discovered in an area notorious for drug selling and other criminal activity in the community. Furthermore, it's not apparent why the old woman had chosen to travel to such a seedy area of town. At first, the authorities believed she had been kidnapped. It appeared to be the only explanation for how she had wound up in a seedy neighborhood so far from home. Speaking about her demise, Sergeant Kanye Josephs, the homicide investigator, observed that although there was, quote, some degree of scorching from the tea tree above the deceased, it was evidently concentrated on her body. Rosemarie was not in an unintentional fire of any kind. Someone had targeted her. However, why is the question. Investigators also disclosed that she was alive when the fire was started and that soot was discovered within her nasal cavity. She most likely perished from poisonous fumes from her burned clothing or from breathing in smoke. After Rosemarie's body was identified, detectives started going through countless hours of CCTV footage in an effort to determine when she last moved. It was found that she left her house, took the tram from Brunswick to Flinders Street Station, and boarded the train to Frankston. Then she was captured on camera at Frankston Station. The 68-year-old is thought to have unintentionally boarded the incorrect train. However, it's not apparent how she accomplished it. Rosemarie was still able to use all of her faculties and was lucid, according to her sister. At approximately 4:30 p.m., a witness at Frankston Station came forward to report to the authorities that Rosemarie had asked for her assistance. The 68-year-old reportedly seemed upset and said in their talk that she had boarded the incorrect train. She inquired about directions to the bus station. Why she didn't just find a train to return to Flinders Street Station is a mystery. Rosemarie and the witness separated after this exchange. After that, she proceeded to the Pier Hotel to use the slot machines there. She was used to frequenting the slot machines in a local hotel back home, so this was somewhat typical behavior for her. However, since she was so upset about being away from home, internet detectives have questioned why she stopped to play the machines. Some have theorized that she might have wanted a nap or that she took a time to soothe herself by doing something familiar. Rosemarie didn't talk to anybody else for an hour and a half while she was near the casino machines. At 6:30 p.m., she departed the motel. She had two options from here, either to the foreshore or Frankston Township. She went with the second option. At the time, witnesses reported seeing a group of males close to the 68-year-old's later found body. They also recalled hearing a scream from a woman. Investigators claim to have witnessed one of the men pretend to start a fire in some manner and another man leave the area immediately after. When two men realized that others were staring at them, they turned to face away. Authorities postulated that Rosemarie was attacked for her jewelry or money because she was a simple and defenseless target. Detectives are still perplexed by the crime's savagery, though, with one officer remarking that there's no true explanation for why someone would burn someone to that extent. 6 days later, an individual who was aware of various elements about the incident that the public was unaware of called Frankston Police. He asked to be picked up by authorities from a shopping mall in Dandenong, indicating that he wanted to continue the interview and seemed to have more information. The phone call was placed from an open phone booth. Officers were then sent to pick up the individual, who was later captured on camera sporting a unique bright red sweater. But when the cops showed there, he wasn't there. The same video film showed him fleeing the area before police arrived at the center. Authorities think that, as he was waiting to be collected, he panicked and had second thoughts. The investigation has ruled out both accidents and suicide. Rosemarie's story was highlighted on Channel 7's $1,000 Cold Story program in 2017. The way the show shows cold cases in the hopes that someone watching would have a lead or clue that could help solve the crime makes it comparable to the UK's Crime Watch series. A prize of $1 million Australian dollars is also available for information that results in a conviction through $1,000 cold case. But even with this prize, Rosemarie's case is still unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Terrence Backhead. Terrence Backhead arrived at the Little Champ food store in Orlando, Florida, between 5 and 6 a.m. in February 1996 to prepare for its 6 a.m. opening. An unknown assailant took Terrence Backhead's life during his shift. Terrence suffered an astounding 73 stab wounds. Terrence had recently moved to Orlando, worked 60 hours a week, and had few acquaintances. Given the lack of witnesses to the crime, investigators expeditiously explored every potential scenario to pinpoint the individual or individuals responsible for Terrence's tragic demise. The Orange County Sheriff's Office reviewed the case in 2003 and looked for new leads. They created a DNA profile from the crime scene evidence to make some exclusions, but the offender remained unidentified. Once again, the case had petered out. In the fall of 2019, the Orange County Sheriff's Office brought in the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to assist with the investigation. The government hired Othram to create a thorough genealogical profile using cutting-edge DNA testing, which could lead to fresh leads and the identification of a suspect. Othram created a thorough genealogical profile using forensic-grade genome sequencing. Othram successfully created the profile, then sent it back to law enforcement, where its detectives used forensic genetic genealogy to identify potential suspects. With the use of these new genealogy leads, detectives were able to identify 54-year-old Eustis resident Kenneth Robert Staff Jr. as the suspect in Terrence Paquette's case. Detectives are currently holding him without bond, suspecting him of first-degree murder and armed robbery. The court found Kenneth Stout Jr. guilty on all charges in August 2023, and he is currently awaiting his sentencing. Moving on to the next case. Earl Joseph. A suspicious bag was reported to Jefferson County Sheriff's Office deputies in 2019 by a homeowner in Jefferson County, Tennessee, near the shore of Douglas Lake. When deputies got on the scene, they discovered that the bag, which was actually a golf bag, contained a man's body remains. Initially, the ethnicity, age, and even the duration of the John Doe's death remain unknown to the investigators. In 2020, authorities took the case to the DNA Doe Project, where they provided identifying support. Eric Hendershot, a member of the team, said this: "Early on in the research, we were able to identify one set of his grandparents rather quickly. However, identifying his other set of grandparents took almost another year. A team had found an obituary that connected a number of DNA matches and was able to identify the John Doe's biological parents, but the obituary did not list any children. A biological relative confirmed that all of the children in the family had been placed up for adoption and provided information that the DNA Doe Project team said helped them resolve the case. In January of 2023, it was announced that the John Doe is Earl Joseph Pizzaferrato of Knoxville, Tennessee. The fact that he was put up for adoption made his identification much harder. The investigation into what exactly happened to Earl Pizzaferrato remains ongoing. Anyone with information regarding this case is asked to call 1800-TBI-FIND. That's 1800-TBI-FIND. Before we continue, we want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy our content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Gary Lee Haney. A duck hunter found a male's human remains entangled in fishing line on the tide flats at Spencer Island, south of Marysville, Washington, on January 3, 1979. Because he was the first John Doe discovered that year, the victim was given the nickname 79-1 by the Snohomish County Coroner's Office. Robert Phillips, the coroner for Snohomish County, was unable to ascertain the John Doe's fate. The man's identity was still unknown in March 1979. Thus, he was laid to rest in Cypress Lawn Cemetery in Everett, Washington, by the Cassidy Funeral Home. The Snohomish County Sheriff's Office later returned to the scene where the remains were found, but did not find anything useful. In the years that followed, the case grew cold. In 2008, Detective Jim Scharf, with the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office Cold Case Team, and retired Snohomish County Superior Court Judge Ken Kuser, began re-examining the unidentified person's case. With the emergence of new DNA technologies, the team was interested in exhuming the remains with the hopes of obtaining DNA samples that were not taken during the initial exams. The process of identifying and reviewing the cases, obtaining exhumation permits, and conducting DNA testing can take years. In July of 2015, the John Doe's remains were exhumed from the Cypress Lawn, with representatives from the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office and the Medical Examiner's Office in attendance. The remains were then transported to the Medical Examiner's Office for further examination and given the name Spencer Island Doe. Also, in July of 2015, forensic odontologist Dr. Kyle Tanaka took dental radiographs and uploaded them to NCIC and NAMUS in the hopes of getting a dental match with a known missing person. NCIC is the FBI's National Crime Information Center database, which is a computerized index that tracks crimes and missing persons and allows other law enforcement jurisdictions across the country to view details about the case and compare them against their own missing persons cases. No NCIC dental matches were made. In April of 2016, forensic artist Natalie Murray took measurements and photographs and drew a facial reconstruction of what the John Doe may have looked like in life. In April of 2016, Dr. Kathy Taylor, the Washington State forensic anthropologist at the King County Medical Examiner's Office, performed an examination of the remains and estimated that they belonged to an adult male with Caucasian ancestry between 5'2" to 5'6" in height and between 57 to 61 years old. In September of 2018, a section of the right femur was sent to the University of North Texas Health Sciences Center for DNA extraction and was uploaded to the FBI's Combined DNA Index system. From 2018 to 2021, the Snohomish County Medical Examiner investigators ruled out numerous missing persons by circumstances, testing, and dental records. In 2021, the Medical Examiner's Office began collaborating with Othram Inc. to obtain an advanced DNA profile suitable for investigative genetic genealogy. In January of 2021, a section of the femur bone from Spencer Island John Doe was sent to Othram. The funding for the laboratory work in this case was generously provided through DNAsolves.com. In May of 2021, Othram successfully obtained a DNA extract that was sufficient for testing after multiple rounds of extraction and human enrichment. Biogeographical analysis of the DNA profile revealed that the John Doe was in fact Caucasian. The Snohomish County Medical Examiner's Office uploaded the Othram DNA profile to genealogical databases that allow law enforcement to search and obtain several matches. Adam Wilcoxon built ancestry trees from several of the top matches and found a male who went missing in the Everett, Washington area in the late 1970s named Gary Lee Haney. DNA reference testing of Gary's half-sister ultimately confirmed that Spencer Island Doe was Gary Lee Haney, who was about 29 years old when he went missing. The identification was made in March of 2023. Gary was apparently not reported missing, or at least investigators found no record of that. He was born in Topeka, Kansas, and traveled the world with his mother and adoptive father who was in the Air Force. Gary loved the Beatles and to play the piano. His parents both passed away when he was young and he got estranged from the rest of his relatives, so the only photos of him are as a child. The circumstances of his disappearance are not known. Gary's cousin, Hal Thane from Texas, was able to provide a lot of information. He said it is a relief and closure to know about Gary. He also said that Gary Lee Haney was born Gary Joseph Condomiti on September 23, 1950. His mother, Bernice Schaefer, and his biological father divorced when he was very young. Around 1955, his mother remarried to Sheldon Lee Haney, who adopted him and renamed him Gary Lee Haney, legally changing even his middle name to match his stepfather. Hal Thane, now 71, saw his cousin Gary in person, maybe twice in his life when they were both kids. His uncle Sheldon served in the Air Force, so the family lived in places all across the country from Kansas to New York City. His clearest memories of his cousin are captured in a few precious black and white pictures. Young Gary, cradling a Cocker Spaniel puppy. Young Gary, holding a bigger dog's leash beside his mother in a pale dress and his stepfather in a white dress shirt and slacks. young Gary, with his front teeth peeking out from a half-smile on what looks like a school picture day. Hal Thane said Gary had some sort of a mental disorder. Given what he knows, he wonders if Gary lived with autism. He'd heard another family member describe him as schizophrenic in adulthood. Gary's biological father, Joseph Condomiti, passed away at a Missouri Veterans Hospital when Gary was about 16. Then his mother passed away when he was 19. In the meantime, his adoptive father completed his military duty and worked for Boeing until he was prepared to retire. From the early 1970s until at least 1990, he resided in the Everett area. Please give the Snohomish Police Department a call at 360-568-0888 if you have any information. Moving on to the next case. Lisa Zert. On March 24, 1968, Lisa Zert was born in Holyoke, Massachusetts, to George and Diane Zert. Sharon, Lynn, and David were her three siblings. In 1974, Lisa relocated to Agawam, Massachusetts, together with her family. In 1986, she earned her diploma from Agawam High School. She participated in the concert band in high school, playing flute and tenor saxophone. She had also been a drum majorette for the school's marching band for 2 years. Lisa worked for the school newspaper and literary magazine. After school, Lisa became a member of the National Honor Society and the American Field Service. In 1990, Lisa received a degree in elementary education from Westfield State College. Lisa was a communicant of Sacred Heart Church and taught confraternity of Christian doctrine classes there. Lisa loved to draw and often gave pieces of her artwork to her friends and family. She remained close to her family as a young adult and had a close group of friends. She had a boyfriend named Blair. He co-owned a house where many of their friends lived together. Lisa became a teacher's aide in the special education department at Agawam Middle School. Unfortunately, it did not pay well, so she had to get extra work. One of those jobs was working as a clerk at Brittany Card and Gift Shop. She also worked at the Perry Lane Camp for 4 summers. It is a summer camp for residents of Agawam. April 15, 1992 started like any other day for 24-year-old Lisa Zert. It was just a few days away from Easter. After a long day of teaching special needs students, Lisa hopped in her car and drove over to her night job at Brittany's Card and Gift Shop in Agawam. The 24-year-old with dark curly hair, freckles, and blue eyes was scheduled to work until closing time at 9 p.m. Lisa spent most of her shift putting helium into balloons as shoppers filled their carts with gifts and decorations for the upcoming holiday. At around 5:30 p.m., an unexpected visitor walked into the store, Lisa's sister, Lynn. It was a rare chance for the siblings to catch up. They chatted about Lisa's job at the school where she was beloved by students and her future goals. After about half an hour, Lynn left the store and drove home, glad that all seemed well with her sister. The following morning, Lisa's co-worker, Sophia Maynard, showed up as usual to open the shop. When she spotted Lisa's white Chevy Geostorm in the parking lot and saw that the store's open sign was still outside the door, alarm bells started ringing in her head. The front door was unlocked and the lights were on. A radio was playing in the background. Sophia called out Lisa's name but received no reply. She walked up to the cash register and saw that Lisa's car keys and purse were left behind. When Sophia walked into the storeroom to look for her friend, she noticed that the back door was open and several boxes had toppled over. Sophia began to panic. She ran out of the store and across the street to Alvin's sandwich shop. "Something's wrong," she shouted. "Call the cops." Minutes later, officers arrived at the store and found evidence of a struggle. There were shoe markings on the back door and a small amount of blood in the storeroom. The police theorized she had been taken out the back entrance and into an alley. 2 doors and a card rack were removed by police and taken as evidence. Interestingly, the cash register was undisturbed. It did not appear to be a robbery. Local officers, aided by Massachusetts State Police detectives and the FBI, spent hours scouring the banks and watery depths of the Westfield River on foot and from the sky with a state police helicopter. They could find no trace of Lisa. Lisa had not reported to work at Agawam Middle School, which was unusual enough that the school called her mother. Her family then also started searching for Lisa. A police officer said that he saw that the lights of the shop were still on at about 3 a.m., a few hours before Sophia entered the shop. He did not call it in because he had to transport a prisoner. Lisa was last seen when she spoke to the owner of the carpet store next door for about 15 minutes around 7:35 p.m., an hour and a half before her shift ended. They commiserated over the parking problems at the shopping center caused by people using its lot when going to the nearby bowling alley instead of the stores in the center. Before he left, he told Lisa he would not be challenging any drivers because there are a lot of crazy people out there. The last transaction in the shop occurred at 8:20 p.m. Another customer arrived at the store at 9:05 but found it empty. She thought she heard a noise coming from the back of the store but left without investigating it. This meant that Lisa vanished sometime between ringing out the purchase at 8:20 p.m. and when the customer arrived just after 9 p.m. On April 17th, Agawam Police Lieutenant Robert Campbell told the press that the chances of Lisa simply walking away from the store were slim. He announced that the case was considered a kidnapping as their investigation had ruled out any other possibilities. 3 days after Lisa went missing, on April 19th, it was Easter Sunday. All 12 churches in Agawam passed out white ribbons for their congregants to wear. It was a sign of hope that Lisa would soon be found and of support for her family at their services that morning. Later that day, at around 2 a.m., a man was hiking with his dog along a mud-caked path in the woods 4 miles from the gift shop when he stumbled upon what appeared to be a partially clothed body of a young woman. Based off of the clothing of the body and a charm bracelet on her wrist, the woman was quickly identified as Lisa Zert. Lisa had suffered 7 stab wounds around her shoulder and throat, some more than an inch deep, and another knife wound to her upper left leg. Her light blue denim skirt and blood-soaked white blouse were pulled down toward her ankles. The cuts on her hands led detectives to think she had not gone down without a fight. An autopsy would later confirm their hunch that she had been assaulted by a man. Police discovered male DNA and blood all over her clothes and body. After visiting the crime scene, Agawam Police Detective Wayne Massey sped over to the Zert house. He feared that if he slowed down at all, he would lose his nerve and leave the difficult task of informing Lisa's family to someone else. He tried to think of the least offensive word he can use to tell them that Lisa was not alive anymore. It turned out he did not have to come up with a euphemism. When Lisa's mother opened the door for him, she already knew based on the fact that he had come to their home. Lisa's funeral took place at Sacred Heart Church. More than 900 people were in attendance. Joseph O'Neill, the owner of Brittany's card and gift shop, made the decision to permanently close the store. He had been considering doing so for some time, but the dismay he felt knowing Lisa had been taken from the store and the grief he felt over his employee's demise finalized his decision. After the crime, fear spread through the town. Young women from Agawam and the surrounding communities signed up for self-defense classes in droves and insisted someone walk them to their cars at night. Within 2 days of the discovery of Lisa's body, more than 300 women had filed permits to carry firearms or mace. Police offered check-ins at businesses that were open late to ensure the safety of the people working there. All 8 members of the Detective Bureau at the Agawam Police Department were put on the case. The FBI provided resources for the investigation, and the Connecticut State Police were brought in because of the proximity of the site where Lisa's body had been found to the state border. Lisa's case was worked on nearly constantly with investigators working shifts of 18 hours or longer, spanning every day of the week. Investigators received many calls from residents with possible leads. One of those leads led them to Gary Shara. Let me explain what that lead was. It started with Noelle Deslauriers. She was a 22-year-old nursing student living with her parents in nearby Longmeadow at the time of Lisa's slaying. She was gripped by Lisa's case. Day after day, she sat glued to the TV coverage of the case as police searched for the perpetrator. 9 months later, in January 1993, Noel was in a patient's house working as a home health aide when a breaking news update shot across the television screen. There was another local case that was unfolding in real time. Reporters were interviewing a man who said his infant son had been abducted. Noel realized she knew the man. The infant's father was Gary Shara, whom she had briefly dated while they were students at Longmeadow High School in 1986. A few days after seeing him on the television, Noel was surprised to pick up the phone and hear Gary's voice on the other end of the line asking her out to dinner. They had not seen each other since high school, but she remembered Gary fondly and agreed to meet him a few days later at Collegian Court. It's a historical restaurant and banquet hall in Chicopee, Massachusetts. During dinner, Gary pulled out his wallet and showed Noel a photo of his infant son. 1 month later, the mystery of the boy's abduction was solved when police found Gary's son living with his mother across the country in Seattle. Suddenly, what was once a kidnapping case was chalked up to a messy custody dispute. Through her attorney, Gary's wife, Joyce McDonald, made a startling claim to Agawam detectives. She told them that Gary was responsible for taking Lisa's life. She added that he had an obsession with the case. Agawam police had never heard of Gary Shara before. He had no criminal record and there was not any evidence linking him to the crime. Since the beginning of the investigation, detectives had been flooded with tips from angry former wives and girlfriends who tried to pin the crime on the men who had done them wrong. Detectives quickly placed Joyce's allegations against her ex into that category and dismissed the tip. Even her own family did not take Joyce's claims seriously. She had a long history of alcoholism. At least one relative, according to news reports, said she was convinced Joyce was just being a crazy drunk. Weeks, months went by without a prime suspect in the case. When months turned into years and no other similar crimes were committed, residents began to relax, all but forgetting it seemed that the perpetrator was still on the loose. Mark Pfau worked the case from the beginning, starting in 1993 as an Agawam police officer with a 4 p.m. to midnight shift, during which he fielded phone calls and read the volumes of information about Lisa's slaying. In 2001, Mark had been recently promoted to detective sergeant and took the reins of Lisa's case. He was determined to revive it after the original lead investigator retired. Mark scanned through everything in the files. As a result of Joyce McDonald's claim, Mark asked to interview her former husband, Gary. Gary had declined an earlier request to sit for an interview, but this time he agreed. When Gary showed up at the Agawam police station a few months later in 2002, he was polite and cordial. After Mark asked him to submit a DNA sample to clear his name, things turned sideways. Gary refused to give a sample, saying he was scared of being secretly cloned. In the meantime, Lisa's family kept pressuring the police for answers. Her mother, Dee Ziegert, appeared on an episode of Unsolved Mysteries. It led to a lot of new leads, but none of them were fruitful. Lisa's mother also organized charity golf tournaments to raise money for college scholarships and took part in candlelight vigils in her daughter's memory. "We want people to know that we will not forget. We will not give up," she told a reporter. "Someone knows something, and we hope that they will have the courage to come forward." By March 2015, Noelle Delorier found herself alone and struggling through a messy divorce. Heartbroken, she isolated herself for several months until her friend invited her to another high school reunion dinner. Gary Shara was there at the reunion. There, Noel and Gary talked all night and soon after started dating. Noel believed she had finally met Mr. Right. Gary had a steady job as a shuttle driver for Enterprise Rental at nearby Bradley International Airport in Connecticut. He loved animals and was especially good with children. Noel thought he might be overcompensating because he had no contact with his own son who was living with relatives in Seattle. An orphan like the fictional Bruce Wayne, Gary had a deep affinity for Batman movies. He had a collection of Batman t-shirts. Gary's adoptive parents had taken custody of him as a small child after he had bounced from foster home to foster home in California. The family eventually moved to Western Massachusetts for Gary's high school years. Soon after they started dating, Noelle began to notice odd behavior from Gary. It seemed as if he suffered from anxiety around crowds. When they went to the Boston Marathon, he refused to walk through the police checkpoint, and he was white with fear. As time went on, Noel began to wonder whether perhaps it wasn't the crowds he was trying to avoid, but police. One day, Noel recruited Gary to chauffeur her wheelchair-bound patient to the girls' senior prom at a local country club. After the dance, the teen struggled with a disability ramp and nearly fell out of her chair. Gary rushed to the girl's aid and saved her from landing onto the concrete sidewalk. The patient was okay, but protocol required Noel to call 911. When police arrived, Gary was nowhere to be found. Noel later learned he had hidden behind the transportation van while the officers interviewed her about the incident. By 2016, police were solving one cold case after another, thanks to advancements in DNA evidence. With Lisa's case, that meant they were able to put together a digital composite image of the perpetrator. A man of European extraction with some freckling dark eyes and black or dark brown hair. District Attorney Anthony Gallooni said, "All evidence and leads previously developed in this case are now being evaluated in view of this new forensic development. The technology that we have put to use is at the leading edge of the industry." With their mission renewed, State Police Trooper Noah Pack and Detective Sergeant Mark Pfau once again began poring over the stacks of case files. They focused on 11 suspects who matched the new digital composite and had refused to provide a DNA sample when questioned. After taking the case to a grand jury, Anthony Gallooni received a court order granting him permission to force any unwilling suspect to provide a DNA sample, including Gary Scherer. On Wednesday, September 13, 2017, Noah Pack visited Gary's residence in West Springfield, Massachusetts. He lived with a roommate in a two-bedroom apartment on the first floor of a large two-family home. At the front door, Noah told the roommate he was there to see Gary. The man told Noah that Gary was not home, but said he would relay the message. Later that day, Gary called Noel and asked if he could stay at her place for the night. Noel found the request a bit odd. Gary never spent the night at her home during the week while he was working, but he told her that the traffic around his street was intense because of the hordes of visitors flocking to the gates of the big E-Fair nearby, and he was worried about being late to work the next morning. Gary arrived at Noel's home 20 minutes later, and they settled into a relaxing evening of dinner and TV. The next morning, she woke up before dawn and got dressed for work while Gary slept. When Noel returned home at 4:30 p.m. after an exhausting 10-hour shift, she noticed Gary had left his wallet, his watch, and a handful of coins on the kitchen counter. She tried calling his cell phone, but the device was shut off, so she couldn't even leave a message. Noel then noticed a clipboard belonging to Gary on the coffee table. Attached to it was a letter with Noel's name written on top in Gary's handwriting. Here is what he wrote, with a few words changed to accommodate YouTube guidelines. "You're going to find out some awful things about me today. They will tell you I abducted, assaulted, and took the life of a young woman approximately 25 years ago. It is true. All of it. I had no intention of taking her life when I grabbed her, but events spun out of my control. And in the eyes of the law, it is all the same. I have never regretted anything so much. I always knew one day would catch up to me, and now it has. I received a text from my roommate last night that the state police were at the house with important papers for me. That will be a warrant to take DNA, and that will send me away for life. I have never really been or felt normal. From a young age, I was fascinated by abduction. I could never keep it too far from my mind for long. On that fateful day, I let myself do something terrible. I've never forgiven myself for that. I also never did anything of the like again. I hated what happened. I despised myself. I thought of turning myself in 100 times over the years, but I am truly a coward. Today, it will all end. I will either take my own life or face the music, as it were. Gary Scherer." The next 2 pages included Scherer's last will and testament and also a letter to Lisa's family. In the letter, he expressed remorse for the slaying and wrote that he could never apologize enough for taking their daughter and sibling's life. "I neither expect or deserve your forgiveness," he wrote. but I hope knowing who I am and knowing I am gone will bring you some closure and peace. I am truly so sorry." At first, Noel didn't believe it. She thought that he was having a psychotic breakdown and that he had only imagined committing this heinous crime. Even though she had her doubts, Noel knew she had to give the letter to the police. She scrambled into her car and drove to the Massachusetts State Police Barracks in Westfield. Noel ran into the station and asked to speak with someone working on Lisa Zegert's case. Investigators were stunned when she showed them the letters. They had believed DNA would identify the perpetrator, but they never thought they would see a confession before a DNA test was performed. Police interrogated her into the night, asking hundreds of questions. Most important of all, where was Shara? After saying she was afraid that he took his own life and was hanging from a tree somewhere, Noel added that she still loved him very much. In Agawam, Mark Fow got a call from the state police, jumped into his squad car, and raced to the barracks to read the letters for himself. He stayed silent as he digested every word. To Mark, the letters did not reveal a full confession. After all, Shara did not detail much about the crime, but it was clear to the veteran detective that Shara was attempting to clear his conscience. Mark Fow then reflected on a visit he had paid to Joyce McDonald's relatives in Seattle, where they told him she had received a music box, like the one sold at Brittany's card and gift shop from Shara on the night Lisa's life was taken. Detectives pinged Shara's cell phone and tracked its GPS coordinates to Stratford Springs, Connecticut. It was just past 10 p.m. when police found his black Honda Civic in the parking lot of Johnson Memorial Hospital. There was no sign of Shara, but he had left a note on the dashboard. "To whomever finds my body, I apologize for any psychological trauma incurred. Ball, Mass State Police. Thank you." Hours earlier, Shara had swallowed a fistful of ibuprofen, but he immediately grew scared and walked into the emergency room where doctors pumped his stomach and admitted him overnight. He was then put into the critical care unit, and once detectives arrived, they placed him under arrest as a fugitive from justice. Noel waited outside her home while investigators searched each room for evidence. They took Shara's tooth and a full syringe of insulin used to treat his diabetes. They even searched the well under her house and the cereal boxes in the kitchen cabinet. In the end, the DNA results were conclusive. Saliva found on Shara's toothbrush tied him to the decades-old crime. In 2017, 48-year-old Shara was extradited from Connecticut back to Massachusetts, where police formally charged him with the slaying, aggravated assault, and abduction. It took Noel several months to work up the courage to visit Shara at the Hampton County Correctional Center. She waited for him on one side of a plexiglass partition until he arrived in a red jumpsuit and sat on a stool on the other side. Over the jailhouse phone, he attempted to make small talk, telling her that the food was not so bad and that his brother had sent him some books. After listening for several minutes, Noel stared into his eyes and unloaded. She yelled at him, and all he did was gaze back blankly. He remained silent. Gary Shara, 50, entered a guilty plea in court in 2019 after first entering a not guilty plea. He received a life sentence without the possibility of release. Moving on to the next case. Martin Weiberg. Australia's Sandy Point is a coastal town in the state of Victoria. It is located close to the Gippsland Lakes entry on the nation's southeast coast. Sandy Point is a well-liked resort for beachgoers and lovers of water sports because of its stunning sandy beaches. In addition, there are chances for outdoor activities like bird viewing and fishing in the region. A shocking find was made by a snorkeler near Sandy Point's shallow inlet on Christmas Day in 2017. The snorkeler found human remains on the ocean floor. The remains were devoid of tissue, clothing, or personal effects. Remarkably, almost the entire skeleton was uncovered in a near-perfect condition beneath the sand. With no context or clues to the man's identity, Victoria Police reported the finding to the coroner and transferred the remains to the Victorian Institute for Forensic Medicine. As the team of experts began their scientific tests, they were able to infer some characteristics of the unknown person. The forensic anthropologist determined that the remains belonged to a Caucasian male aged between 21 and 37 years who stood at approximately 170 centimeters tall. The forensic odontologist who delved into the dental restorations noticed that work done on the teeth hinted at the fact that the person lost their life a very long time ago or were not from Australia. The man's upper jaw was recovered, but not the lower jaw. Radiocarbon testing was not able to illuminate the timeline. It indicated a 95% probability that the individual remains. The DNA profile information was compared to the Victorian Missing Persons DNA database, but no match was found. The DNA profile was also uploaded to the National Criminal Investigation DNA database for identification purposes with no match. Since he could not be identified, the man was named the Sandy Point John Doe. At one point, there was speculation that the remains could have been those of Martin Weiberg. Martin was a ship's carpenter aboard the SS Avoca, who in 1877 managed to steal 5,000 gold sovereigns that would be worth $1,000 of dollars today. Martin was caught and arrested on October 29, 1878. He spent 6 weeks in custody and went to the Tarwin River to show police where the rest of the gold sovereigns were hidden. During the search, Weiberg punched one of the officers in the stomach and ran into nearby bushes. He managed to evade police capture for 5 more months. Weiberg met up with police again on a bush track near Eagle Point in Paynesville, Australia. He was arrested, taken to Melbourne, and sentenced to 5 years of hard labor. Once released, Weiberg traveled to Hobart and purchased a yacht. He sailed the yacht back to Waratah Bay in Gippsland, parked the yacht, and rowed a small boat to shore to collect supplies. But when he tried to row back to the yacht, the weather turned bad. His small boat was found washed ashore the next day, and Weiberg is presumed to have drowned. But his body was never found. Of course, the only way of finding out if the remains belonged to Martin Weiberg would be modern DNA technology. The Victorian Institute for Forensic Medicine was determined to discover the identity of this unknown man. Recently, they embarked on a program to explore the use of forensic genetic genealogy to solve several Australian cold cases, including this cold case. Forensic evidence was sent to Otham's laboratory in the Woodlands. Texas and Othram scientists used forensic-grade genome sequencing to develop a comprehensive DNA profile. Once Othram developed the DNA profile, it was returned to investigators who then uploaded the profile to genealogical databases. The investigative research resulted in a compelling lead that Sandy Point John Doe was Mr. Christopher Luke Moore, a Gippsland farmer and World War I veteran who was thought to have drowned in Waratah Bay in 1928. He enlisted for the war, aged 18, serving for more than 18 months for the 10th Field Artillery Brigade. Historic police and colonial documents revealed that Christopher was at Waratah Bay with his parents, Cornelius and Charlotte, brother Francis, wife Elizabeth, and toddler Mary, when he got into difficulty in the waves on December 30th, 1928. A beachgoer tried to save him, but the tide was too strong. Cornelius Moore spent 10 long days searching the coastline for his son without success. Unearthed historical records unveiled an interesting twist. Mere weeks after Christopher's potential drowning, a local Sandy Point farmer discovered a mandible at Shallow Inlet. Christopher's father, recognizing the distinct dental work, confirmed the mandible as his son's. The colonial inquest held on January 24, 1929, officially validated this identification. Recently, the Victorian Institute for Forensic Medicine's findings were shared with the state coroner. A possible grandniece of Christopher Luke Moore was identified, residing in Gippsland, Australia. Police contacted this vital link to history, and she graciously cooperated, confirming the family's account of Christopher's drowning and the subsequent recovery and burial of his mandible. To establish an irrefutable familial connection, the grandniece provided a DNA sample. Confirmatory DNA analysis was used to establish the truth. Sandy Point. In fact, Christopher Luke Moore was John Doe. In July 2023, the discovery was made. It is verified from the family's testimony that Christopher drowned by accident and that there was no criminal activity. A 95-year-old case has finally been resolved thanks to the work of Othram and the Victorian Institute for Forensic Medicine. Moving on to the next case. Yara Gambarasio. A young girl's abrupt disappearance in late November 2010 rocked the close-knit hamlet of Brambati di Sopra. It's a tiny village in northern Italy on the edge of the Alps. The ensuing inquiry is regarded by many as one of the biggest in Italian history. This is the bizarre tale of Yara Gambarasio, which enthralled the country. Yara Gambarasio, 13, was raised in a big, loving household. She was one of 4 children to parents, Fulvio and Mora. Her father worked as an architect and her mother as a teacher. Their respective families had lived in the area of Brambati di Sopra for generations. It was a quiet town with 8,000 residents. Despite being only an hour from the fashion capital of the world, Milan, life in Brambati di Sopra could not be more different. Time moved slowly there, and the scenery is quintessential rural Italy with cypress-lined streets and views of distant mountains. It seemed like the ideal place to raise a family. On Friday, 26th of November 2010, Yara said goodbye to her family and set off to the local gym where she trained for gymnastics. She left at 5:15 p.m. to walk the short couple hundred-meter route like she had done countless times before. Yara needed to drop off a stereo for her instructor, and then she would be right back home. When 2 hours had passed and Yara had still not returned, worry set in for her parents. Yara's mother, Mora, dialed her number, but the call went straight to voicemail. They waited until 7:30 p.m., hoping their daughter would walk through the door with an explanation of something that was keeping her busy until then. Unfortunately, she was still not home, and Yara's father, Fulvio, called the police. The call went through to Letizia Ruggeri, the magistrate on duty in the nearby city of Bergamo. The experienced magistrate wasted no time in getting authorities out and searching for the missing 13-year-old girl. When retracing her steps, the investigators found out that Yara made it to the gym that day where she saw her instructor. They had done a light training session in preparation for an upcoming competition before Yara left and started the journey back home. The last time anyone had contact with Yara was at 6:44 p.m. when she sent a text message to close friend Martina. She told Martina that they could meet up early the next weekend before the gymnastics meet. There were a few witnesses who claimed to have seen Yara talking to 2 men near a red car, but this could not be confirmed. They were not completely certain that it was, in fact, Yara. Tracker dogs were brought to the gym to try and trace Yara's route home. Instead, the dogs led their handlers in the opposite direction towards Mapallo, a small commune located less than 10 minutes from Brambati di Sopra. Yara's phone records confirmed that her phone had been in Maplo at 6:49 that evening. As is standard procedure in missing persons cases, the family is always questioned by authorities. Each member of the Gambarasio family was thoroughly interviewed, which meant the investigators were able to rule them out as potential suspects. Mora and Fulvio were respected members of the community, and Yara was loved dearly by them and her 3 siblings. Letizia Ruggeri authorized wiretaps on hundreds of cell phones belonging to possible suspects and had her team try to track down the 15,000-odd devices that had passed through Maplo on November 26th. This led to the identification of their first suspect, a Moroccan man named Mohammed Fikri. A conversation had been overheard where Fikri asked God for forgiveness and mentioned something about not being responsible for taking her life. At the time of Yara's disappearance, Fikri was working in Mapello on a building site. By the time investigators believed he may be linked to the case, he was already gone. Fikri had boarded a boat heading for Tangiers, a city in northwestern Morocco. The Italian authorities weren't going to give up that easily and set out to intercept the boat. The mission was successful, and Fikri was arrested, His van was subsequently searched, and lo and behold, a mattress with dried red stains was discovered inside. It seemed like they could be on the right track to finding out what happened to Yara until further investigation revealed that the mattress was unrelated to the investigation, and that the supposed phrase heard over the wiretap had been mistranslated. Now the investigation began to slow as no obvious fresh suspect stood out to the authorities. The case had garnered national attention, with the mystery of Yara's disappearance being broadcast on countless Italian TV shows, and reporters from across the country filing into Brembati di Sopra. The Gambarasios knew the attention was good for Yara's case, but nonetheless found the intrusion during such a difficult time hard to bear. Over the next 3 months, the scores of investigators working on Yara's case tracked down every possible lead, checked every possible sighting, and interviewed any possible suspects. Mora and Fovio were still holding on to the hope that their beautiful young daughter was alive somewhere and would be brought home to them. Tragically, that hope was crushed on February 26, 2011, 3 months after she was last seen. Lario Scotti had been flying his model airplane in a town 6 miles or 10 kilometers south of Brembati di Sopra. He chose an area away from any public spaces and over an expanse of scrubland to try out his new toy. Ilario was having some issues with the device, which led to him landing in an overgrown section of shrubbery and weeds. He walked over to the site and waded through before reaching his plane. As Ilario stood back up, something caught his eye. It appeared there was some fabric on the ground. His first thought was that someone dumped some clothing there, but then Ilario saw a pair of shoes. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the remains of a person. While the person had clearly been left in that location for a long time, a few items of clothing stood out: a black jacket and a Hello Kitty sweatshirt, the same clothing items that Yara had last been seen wearing. Further analysis of the scene uncovered Yara's iPad and house keys. Her SIM card and phone battery was also found, but her cell phone was not. The autopsy was performed by Professor Christina Kaka, one of Italy's most well-known forensic pathologists. Traces of lime were found in Yara's nose and airway, and rope fibers were found on her clothing. This suggested that the person responsible may be a builder or involved in the building trade. Yara's body had multiple marks sustained from a sharp object. The saddest finding of all was that she had lost her life due to exposure, not a direct result of her injuries. 2 DNA samples were recovered at the scene, one on Yara's gloves and the other on her phone battery. The samples were run against the national system, but neither person had been recorded before. All of the items were shipped off for further investigation, including Yara's clothing items. This is how a third DNA profile was discovered 2 months later on Yara's underwear. Authorities believed there had been a struggle and the perpetrator had injured himself, hence the DNA being left behind. The suspect was named Ignoto 1, meaning unknown one. Now, they just needed to find who this DNA belonged to. The investigators ordered DNA samples to be collected from everyone close to Yara. That included family members, friends, and locals who frequented areas that Yara had. Other officers were in charge of cross-referencing phone records of devices that had moved through Brembati Jopra and the town where Yara's body was discovered. When a number was found, the owner was tracked down and asked to provide their DNA. This was not glamorous police work. It took 100 upon 100 of hours looking through data and trying to put faces to these numbers. Each new sample took a few hours to analyze and get a profile from, with multiple geneticists from across Italy working overtime to get them logged. The search for Yara and the subsequent search to track down the perpetrator has gone down as one of the largest and most expensive manhunts in Italy's history. Yara was finally laid to rest at the end of May 2011. In the months following the discovery of her body, thousands of DNA samples had been analyzed, but still there had not been a hit against unknown one. Letizia Ruggieri decided to look at another angle. She knew that many perpetrators tend to dispose of their victims in areas that they are comfortable in or familiar with. Where Yara's body was found, there was a nightclub not far away. She knew it was a long shot, but Letitia ordered officers to take DNA samples from club patrons outside on busy Friday-Saturday nights. This is how Damiano Geronone entered the picture. Damiano frequently attended the nightclub, and his DNA symbol bared a striking resemblance to Unknown One. But he had a rock-solid alibi since he was in South America during the time that Yara was last seen. Still, the authorities weren't giving up on this lead, and geneticists were convinced that Unknown One was a relative of Damiano Geronone. Every member of the Geronone family was looked into, and a shocking link to the Gambarasios was discovered. Damiano's mother, Aurora, had worked for the family as a domestic helper for 10 whole years. Aurora lived near to Yara's home and came over twice a week when she was growing up. Yara and Aurora were close. Aurora always made sure to keep an eye out for Yara, seeing that she did not get up to nonsense, and Yara loved to show off her new gymnastics moves to Aurora. Even though she stopped working for Fulvio and Mora, Aurora maintained a good relationship with the family. So imagine her shock when she found herself at the center of the investigation. "It was the worst thing that could happen to me," Aurora later confessed. Both Aurora and her son Damiano were extensively questioned. The pair's phone calls were monitored, and they were followed. After months of trying to find any connection between either of them and what happened to Yara, Letitia admitted resigning herself to the fact that in the end, this was nothing more than a sick coincidence. At the one-year anniversary of Yara losing her life, the pressure on authorities to bring the person responsible to justice was reaching a breaking point. Various politicians were making digs at Letitia, questioning her competence as magistrate despite her running a textbook investigation from the get-go. But she could not let this background noise distract her from solving Yara's case, so she doubled down on the only viable lead so far, Damiano's DNA profile. They focused on building an extensive family tree of those around Damiano, which resulted in hundreds of names being cataloged. Relatives as far back as 1815 were recorded until an immense family tree lay before them. This led investigators to the sleepy village of Gorno, where the same families have lived for generations, including the Guaranones. Damiano's uncle, Giuseppe, passed away in 1999. Investigators hoped they could somehow obtain a DNA sample from him, so they visited his widow, Laura, in September 2011. As luck would have it, she was able to provide 2 stamps that her late husband had licked. The results showed that Unknown One was likely Giuseppe's son, making him Damiano's first cousin. Giuseppe worked as a bus driver and was a talented accordion player, putting his talent to use at Gorno festivals. He had 3 children with Laura, 2 sons and a daughter. When their DNA was compared to Unknown One, neither came back as a perfect match. Since neither of them had children, the next logical explanation was that Giuseppe had another son out there that they did not know about, one that he did not have with Laura. Letitia described this as an investigation within an investigation. So how on earth would they track down Giuseppe's illegitimate son? Through their deep dive into Giuseppe's personal life, investigators found out that he visited a resort called Salis Terme every May from the early 1960s. It was an annual tradition for him. These trips were made without his wife, Laura. The spring months of 2012 were spent looking through Salis Terme's records, tracking down women whose time at the resort overlapped Giuseppe's. The effort proved fruitless, as did searching through orphanage records and women's shelters. They came to the conclusion that the possible woman they were searching for was most likely married. Divorce in Italy had been illegal until 1970. So even if the mystery woman had an affair with Giuseppe, she likely stayed married. During this time, Yara's parents had hired a freelance geneticist, Giorgio Portera, to look over the investigation and explain to them in layman's terms what everything meant. After reviewing the information, Giorgio campaigned for Giuseppe's body to be exhumed, so a proper DNA analysis could be performed. The DNA taken from the stamp could only compare part of Unknown One's DNA sequence. His wish was granted on March 7, 2013, when Giuseppe's body was exhumed. This effort confirmed that without a shadow of a doubt, Giuseppe was unknown one's father. He did have a son out there who was responsible for Yara's passing. The authorities kept details of the information private for the most part, much to the frustration of the media desperate for a story. Slowly, rumors started to spread about Giuseppe's illegitimate son who was believed to have taken Yara's life. As an array of journalists started their own investigation, many affairs and family secrets were uncovered. Things began playing out like a soap opera in the small towns, but a breakthrough was on the horizon. Marshal Giovanni Moccarino worked closely with Letizia. He worked in an office alongside her own. Marshal was a well-liked man with a stubborn streak by his own admittance. Yara's case had caused him many sleepless nights and 4 years with no breaks, working towards bringing the man responsible to justice. In stark contrast to the high-tech work that went into analyzing the DNA samples and tracking phone records, Marshal was more old school. He liked getting out into the community and talking to people, making them feel comfortable by talking face to face. Through this, Marshal found out many details of Giuseppe's life. As previously mentioned, Giuseppe worked as a bus driver, and Marshal managed to track down his old colleagues. The main bus route for the drivers was taking factory workers to the abundant textile factories in the area. Many of these passengers were women. The drivers often described Giuseppe as somewhat of a ladies' man. While Marshal became acquainted with every aspect of Giuseppe's life, a name came up: Esther Asrufi. Esther was born and raised in Ponte Salva, where Giuseppe lived since the early 1960s. And Giuseppe actually lived not far from Esther at the time. When she was 19 years old, Esther got married and moved to a nearby village. She worked at a textile mill and would take the bus daily to her job. This is how Esther met Giuseppe. Her husband was a sickly man who used a cane, and during her frequent trips in Giuseppe's bus, Esther fell in love. Did investigators finally have their missing link? Letizia and her team checked their database to see if Esther happened to be on file. They found that a sample had been taken from Esther back in 2012, but a lab error meant it was not showing on the system. The result was conclusive when the moment came to run Esther's DNA against Unknown One. Unknown One was Esther's son. Had her sample been correctly logged in the first place, this very well may have come to light 2 years earlier. Esther left the home with her husband and they moved back to Ponte Salva in 1970. The couple welcomed twins that same year, a boy and a girl. The little boy was named Massimo. In 2014, Massimo Bossetti was 44 years old and married with children. The family lived together in Mapello, the same town where Yara's cell phone had last pinged. Now that Letizia had a name, she wasted no time in tracking down Bossetti and collecting a DNA sample from him to compare it against Unknown One. This would be the final puzzle piece if it confirmed that his DNA was found on Yara's body. They knew asking Bossetti directly for a sample would raise suspicion, so they came up with a clever plan. But first, they needed to find him. Bossetti was observed for a few days where the team learned he had a fairly set routine. He worked in construction and returned home each evening at the same time in his small truck. Bossetti seemed like any other family man. After establishing his routine and confirming what car he drove, the plan was set into action. While Bossetti was out driving, an officer pulled him over and explained they were breathalyzing drivers to catch people driving over the legal limit. Bossetti was asked to blow into the device. His initial response was a chuckle followed by, "I do not drink." The officer persisted and got Bossetti to complete the test. The officer then looked down at his breathalyzer and explained to Bossetti that it seemed to be faulty before asking him to blow into a second device. It showed that Bossetti had not been drinking that day, so he was free to go. As he drove off, the officer jogged back to his car armed with 2 quality DNA samples from their prime suspect. They were sent off to the lab immediately and ran as they arrived. By early afternoon, authorities had their answer. Massimo Bossetti was Unknown One. On June 16, 2014, Bossetti was pounced on by police and taken into custody. where he was charged with taking life of Yara Gambarasio. During their investigation into Bossetti, investigators found that he frequented areas near where Yara lived. He often ate at a pizzeria down the road and would park his car behind the gym where Yara practiced her gymnastics. He also got regular suntans from a local shop. His internet search history showed a twisted desire for teenage girls, and his phone records showed he was in when Yara disappeared. Bossetti intentionally turned his phone off at 5:45 p.m., only turning it back on the following morning. When he was questioned, Bossetti remained silent and claimed he was not guilty. His legal team decided to call the DNA evidence into question, saying that while it may prove he had contact with Yara, it did not prove he was responsible for her slaying. The trial began in mid-2015 and lasted an entire year. It revealed the sheer extent of the investigation, where over 18,000 DNA samples had been analyzed. After multiple witnesses took the stand and dozens of pieces of evidence presented, it was time for a ruling. The Court of Bergamo, overseen by Judge Antonella Portoia, found him guilty on July 1, 2016. Bossetti was given a life sentence. Yara's case is unique for many reasons. Not only was her loss felt by her family, but the investigation into finding the monster who took her away from them upended multiple other families. Giuseppe's widow now had to come to terms with the fact that her husband had been unfaithful, and that his son was the man responsible for this deplorable crime. In addition to the several additional scandals that were discovered along the way, Bossetti's mother and sister also had to deal with the consequences of his actions. Of course, the toughest loss to accept is the one of Yara Gambarasio, the intelligent young girl who was lost too soon. Given that Bossetti continues to claim innocence, we are still unsure of exactly what transpired that evening. Perhaps the truth will be revealed at some point. Moving on to the next case. Iolia Ryan. Iolia Ryan, a 47-year-old mother of 3, was excited to celebrate the approaching holiday season with her kids on December 1, 2014. She never got to spend her favorite time of year with her loved ones because, regrettably, someone ruined her plans. 3 days later, on December 4, 2014, the Abu Dhabi Police Department made an arrest in the city, ending their ceaseless investigation into the savage murder. When an unexpected motivation was discovered, and it became increasingly clear that this case wasn't as straightforward as it appeared, the events that followed the arrest caused the authorities to be on high alert once more. Who was this woman that the Abu Dhabi police were holding? And what could she have done that put the investigators in a race against time? The woman who was arrested was 38-year-old Alabadr Abdullah al-Hashami. She was a Yemeni-born woman living in the United Arab Emirates with her husband, Mohammed al-Habashi al-Hashemi, and their 6 children. Al's eldest child was 10 years old, while her youngest was merely 10 months old when she decided to commit an awful deed. All her kids, young and innocent, were unaware of the wicked schemes that went on inside their mother's head. On Monday, December 1, 2014, Ella set out to bring her plans into action. She put her black gloves on and covered her face with a veiled niqabi, a usually black garment worn by Muslim women to cover their face as part of an interpretation of hijab. Leaving her house just a little before 1 p.m. that same day, Ala headed to the famous boutique mall, which was located on Al Reem Island in Abu Dhabi. Despite knowing that the mall was equipped with fully functioning CCTV cameras and that she was being watched by the security, Ala was completely unbothered. She wouldn't turn back or leave the mall without doing what she had to do. Before we continue, we want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy our content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Ala entered the mall around 1 to 13 p.m. and took the elevator. Upon exiting the elevator, Ala spoke briefly to a security guard and then headed towards the mall's washroom where she encountered a 47-year-old woman named Iolia Ryan. Ala waited for a while, and when Iolia was alone, Allah struck with full force and stabbed her to death. Moments later, after exiting the washroom, Allah rushed to the lobby once again and hurriedly got into the elevator. It didn't take long for the crowd in the mall to notice what had happened inside the washroom. And as they emerged in the lobby in a state of panic, still processing the gruesome murder that had just taken place, Ayla escaped the building. And even though the security at Boutique Mall was usually tight, Allah managed to slip through the hands of the guards. Luckily, all her movements had been captured by the security footage. The mall security informed the Abu Dhabi Police Department of the tragic incident, and as the detectives arrived at the scene, an investigation was launched into the murder. Iolia Ryan was a Hungarian-American kindergarten teacher who was originally born and brought up in Romania. In 2006, she and her husband Paul Ryan relocated to Sopron, Hungary, along with their daughter Tamaya and twin sons, Adam and Aiden, before subsequently undergoing a divorce. After she had separated from her husband, Iolia went wherever her work took her. Over the course of the next few years, Iolia had a diverse teaching career which spanned 4 countries, including the United States, and with Abu Dhabi being her last stop. She had been residing in Abu Dhabi for almost a year, and apart from being a teacher there, she also fulfilled the duties of being a devoted mother to her 11-year-old twin sons who lived with her in their Abu Dhabi home. At the time, Ibolia's 13-year-old daughter, Tamaya, was living with her father, Paul, Ibolia's ex-husband, in Vienna, Austria. Iolia had devoted herself to the realm of education in the United Arab Emirates, and even though she was in a strange land away from home, she settled in quite well. Beyond the conventional scope of her teaching responsibilities, she also undertook the role of mentoring fellow teachers, contributing significantly to the professional growth of her peers. It was also evident through her actions that her main focus was to lead her students toward a better future, and she was widely recognized for her resolute dedication to her profession. Iolia embodied a sense of purity in this world, serving as a beacon of kindness and compassion. She lived with a profound sense of purpose, consistently striving to create a positive impact and contribute to the betterment of the lives she touched. On December 1, 2014, as the holiday season was approaching, Iolia had planned to go shopping at the Boutique Mall and then head home to her twins. But little did she know that fate had different plans for her. During the initial stages of the investigation, authorities faced considerable difficulty in ascertaining the identity of the suspect, who remained completely concealed from head to toe. This also led them to consider the possibility that the perpetrator might be a male masquerading in disguise. A couple of days after the tragic murder of Iolia, specifically on December 3, 2014, Abu Dhabi police issued a public statement indicating that efforts were still underway to determine the identity and gender of the suspect. And although there were many people who saw the killer, none of them could provide any distinctive details such as facial features or build about the suspect, because of the fully enveloping attire, consisting with a biya, black gloves, and a face cover. The Abu Dhabi Security Media Department further shared more information by uploading a video on its official YouTube channel. This footage, featuring CCTV recordings, portrayed the killer labeled as the Reem Island Ghost. The video showcased the reactions of the people present at the scene during the heinous act. Notably, a mother accompanied by a young child was observed hastily ushering the child away, while security personnel approached the corridor in response to the unfolding events. The footage showed heightened awareness around onlookers, with particular attention drawn to activities in the restroom area. The surveillance footage, serving as a critical piece of evidence, also captured the cloaked suspect subsequently picking up a newspaper, probably to conceal the weapon, and then proceeding in the direction of the restroom. Approximately 90 minutes later, the individual suspected of the assault hastily re-emerged into the lobby, prompting disarray among shoppers who swiftly dispersed. In the midst of the chaotic scene, the alleged attacker dismissed the efforts of a woman attempting to interfere with her. As a security guard made his way towards the restrooms, The suspect rushed into the elevator and ultimately fled the scene after the crime occurred. The tape concluded by revealing a distressing visual. A trail of bloody footprints originating from one of the restroom stalls gave a glimpse of the violent and gruesome nature of the crime. Law enforcement officials reported that the unfortunate victim, Iolia, met a tragic end through fatal stabbing. Detectives also discovered a kitchen knife at the crime scene and confirmed that it was the murder weapon. Questioning the witnesses, the detectives learned that prior to the murder, the two women had also gotten into a heated argument. But it wasn't clear to any of the detectives whether the attack on Iolia was planned, or was it just the result of an overly heated argument. The surveillance footage as well as the official police reports provided a detailed account of the suspect. Following the commission of the initial crime, the Nickeby suspect was seen returning to her vehicle and eventually exiting the scene. Shockingly, detectives learned that the suspect had then proceeded to a residential building situated in the Abu Dhabi Corniche, where once again, an unsettling sequence of events unfolded. The security cameras at this location captured the suspect's movement and showed her walking into the building holding a small black suitcase. She proceeded toward the apartment of a 46-year-old Egyptian-American doctor who was only identified as M.H. The doctor lived there with his wife and 3 kids. She left the suitcase near their residence and exited the building. Compellingly, the police video revealed more details about the suspect. In the video, detectives were able to see the presence of blood on the suspect's steering wheel and the black suitcase, identical to the one she allegedly carried to the doctor's apartment. This chilling visual evidence added another layer of complexity to the unfolding narrative, highlighting the gravity of the suspect's actions as she went from one crime scene to the next. Fortunately, the doctor's son spotted the suitcase in the evening while going to the mosque to pray. He saw something strange in front of the house and told his family. They called a security guard for help and he contacted the police. The police were able to confirm that it was a bomb and defuse it just in time before it could explode. The security guard mentioned that a woman with gloves had come to the house just minutes before the incident. She was dragging a black suitcase. He added that she went to the floor where the doctor's family lived and a few minutes later quickly left the building. According to detectives, the homemade bomb was made using basic materials which were easily available in the market. The bomb was made up of a small gas cylinder, a lighter, glue, and nails meant to cause severe injuries when the bomb went off. While the detectives kept the investigation going to identify the killer, they kept their progress and measures under wraps, not sharing many details about the case. On the morning of Thursday, December 4, 2014, Abu Dhabi police caught the person responsible for the crime. The killer was identified as 38-year-old Ala Badir Abdullah al-Hashami. General Sheikh Saif bin Zayed Al Nahyan, who is Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Interior in the UAE, shared that the security and police forces had arrested the suspected woman known as Nikki B. for brutally killing the American teacher, Iolia Ryan. He highlighted that they identified the suspect in less than 24 hours and arrested her in less than 48 hours. However, the detectives refused to disclose how they successfully identified Ala. Going through Ala's internet search history, it was evident that Ala had become extreme in her beliefs because of the things she saw on the internet and the people she followed. She didn't have a specific plan to hurt a particular American person, but she wanted to hurt someone from another country at random. Ala was quite blunt when she stated the reason behind the attacks and didn't try to hide any details. Ala admitted that she chose Iolia and the doctor simply because they were American. Furthermore, Ala told the detectives in charge of the case that she committed those horrible acts because her husband, Mohammed al-Habashi al-Hashemi, was taken by the police for questioning on the suspicion that he might be connected to terrorist groups. She wanted to get back at the police force for taking her husband and make foreigners, especially Americans, British, and French people living in the country, scared for their safety. These terrible incidents happened after there were other attacks on people from Western countries in Saudi Arabia. Many people around the world heard about these attacks, and it made the international security and business communities worried. Additionally, just a few weeks from Ibolia's stabbing, there had been warnings from U.S. embassies in the area because some websites were encouraging attacks specifically on American teachers. Abu Dhabi was mostly considered a safe place for people from other countries to work, and the security there was very strict when it came to work, and the security there was very strict when it came to terrorism. However, in light of these events, people from other countries living in Abu Dhabi began to grow fearful regarding the increasing crime rate against international citizens. The government in the Emirates said that Ibolia's killing was a terrorist attack done by one person who had been influenced by online terrorist beliefs. The police clarified that Allah didn't know either of her victims. She carried out those attacks only because of the nationality of the victims and not because of any personal problems. This made the people who live in Abu Dhabi, both citizens and those from other countries, feel uneasy because terrorist attacks almost never happen in the United Arab Emirates. Detectives uncovered another threatening detail about Ibonia's murder when they came across a statement made in September 2014 by Abu Muhammad al-Adani, who spoke for the group calling itself the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. In the statement, Abu Muhammad al-Adani urged the Muslim community to harm Westerners and people from any other country involved in the attacks on their group. His exact words were, "Hurt them in any way you can." The attacks that followed this threatening statement were seen as part of a pattern of violent acts inspired by ideas instead of a direct order from militant groups. Other examples included the 2014 ramming attack in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, the beheading of a French tourist named Hervé Gourdel in Algeria, and other attacks on people from Denmark and the United States in Saudi Arabia. Events of terrorism were not taken lightly by the officials in Abu Dhabi. A good chunk of the city's functioning relied on the work of many people from other countries and on tourism to keep its economy going. To make sure that the violence remained isolated, security authorities sent out a strong message to any other potential terrorists in the UAE, warning them of the dangerous outcomes of any attacks they might be planning. A security official in the UAE, who wasn't named, shared with an Emirates news agency called WAM that just before the attack, Allah had been surfing through terrorist websites on the internet. And it was through these websites that she learned how to make explosives and carry out a murder. The detectives were also keen on exploring the possibility that Allah was not working alone. The police talked to ABC News and said they arrested some other people at Allah's house, but they weren't certain whether these people were involved in the attack or not. Allah told the investigators that her husband, Mohammed al-Habashi al-Hashemi, used to support militant groups. He made her watch and listen to recordings of leaders from groups like Osama bin Laden. Her house was said to be like a base of operations, but it wasn't clear if she was part of any groups. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that Allah was also found guilty of using an online account to share information that mocked and harmed the country. As the news channels covered the report of Allah's arrest, it was revealed that she was also convicted of sending money to Al-Qaeda, a terrorist organization in Yemen, knowing that it would be used to support terrorist activities. On June 29, 2015, before announcing the verdict, Judge Falah al-Hajari said that the UAE, with Allah's blessings, had been and always will continue to be a safe and stable place. It's an example of people living together in peace and harmony. He mentioned that in recent years, some new criminal methods not seen before in the UAE have been used to scare and hurt people. The goal was to disrupt the country's system and put society in danger by doing harmful things. When there was a threat to the overall stability of the nation, it was important to review and deal with these actions in the strictest way possible. That's why the new anti-terror law was achieved to fight against terrorism and get rid of it. The judge ordered the law enforcement to confiscate all the evidence in Allah's case and to shut down the online account Allah had been using to communicate with terrorist organizations. Later, on June 29, 2015, the Federal Supreme Court in Abu Dhabi sentenced 38-year-old Emirati woman, Ala Badir al-Hashimi, to death for committing the murder of 47-year-old Iolia Ryan. Since the ruling was made by the Supreme Court, it could not be appealed. Hence, Alla's fate had been decided. During her trial, Alla requested the court to provide her with psychological help. She said that she had been having strange visions and saw ghost-like people. The court took this into consideration and called for psychiatric tests to be done on Alla. However, the results showed that Alla was well aware of what she did, and her mental state didn't seem to affect her actions when she carried them out. When the court declared the verdict and sentence, Alla, surrounded by 4 police officers, didn't show any emotion. After leaving the court, she smiled and waved at her father and brother. On July 13, 2015, a Monday morning, Ahmed Aldhani, Attorney General for the State Security Prosecution, announced that the ruling of the State Security Circuit of the Federal Supreme Court No. 73 of 2015 on the execution of Alla Badr Abdullah had been carried out following the approval of President Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan. However, the officials didn't disclose how Alla was executed. Members of the expatriate community in Dubai held a candlelight vigil in memory of Iolia Ryan and shared how her tragic death had impacted them. The process of closure for Ibolia's family, friends, and the teaching community was difficult. Paul Ryan, Ibolia's former husband with whom she had 3 children, shared his views on the verdict as well. The recruitment firm that helped bring Paul Ryan to Abu Dhabi started a fundraising campaign so he could take her body back home and support their children's education. After a few weeks, the Ryan family took over the fund and utilized it to help Ryan's family in Romania. General Sheikh Saif talked about Ibolia's murder as something that went against the important values the UAE believed in. These values came from the teachings of Islam and the true Arab heritage. He mentioned that the UAE strongly supported these good values, whether it was within the country or in other places. He also shared how sad he felt to see such crimes happening in a country known for its safety and security. Later in 2015, Alla's husband, Mohammed al-Habashi al-Hashemi, faced serious charges for supposedly planning to bomb tourist places and harm a local leader in December of that same year. The name of the leader Mohammed had planned to assassinate wasn't revealed. During a court hearing at the Federal Supreme Court, Mohammed persisted that he was innocent and said he didn't do any of the things he was accused of. Mohammed was being represented by 2 lawyers. One was chosen by the government, and the other was chosen by his family. Both lawyers dodged reporters when asked to make a comment on Mohammed's situation. Mohammed was accused of 7 things, including planning to bomb the Yas Marina Formula One racetrack and a nearby IKEA in the capital. It is also reported that he intended to target a U.S. military installation and tourists. Additionally, Mohammed's connection to the terrorist groups Al-Qaeda and ISIS was established by the police. The court postponed his case until January 18, 2016. However, because there was insufficient media coverage, the public was unaware of the details of the court processes and the outcome. Do you believe Alla would have carried out even more terrorist attacks if the detective hadn't acted quickly enough to result in Alla's prompt arrest? Alla showed no signs of regret or guilt for her acts during her trial. Do you believe that this was the result of terrorist organizations brainwashing her? Moving on to the next case. Jim Sullivan. Jim Sullivan, referred to as Sully by his loved ones, was a talented, innovative, and highly motivated rock and roll performer. His eerie, introspective lyrics and underlying devotion to the core of American folk music were abruptly ended in March 1975 by an inexplicable, untraceable disappearance, leaving those who knew him and upcoming listeners of his music in search of explanations. This investigation of Jim Sullivan's disappearance and the mystery surrounding the La Mesa Motel in the New Mexico deserts is done in the hopes of offering more substantive reasoning based on visible evidence and situational analysis. On August 13, 1940, Jim Sullivan was born in the Linda Vista neighborhood of San Diego, California. His parents, two Irish-American farmers, relocated to Southern California in search of work in the defense sector after leaving Nebraska at the Dust Bowl's peak in the late 19th century. Jim once wrote about his youth in linear notes on his first LP, saying he grew up in a government housing project with a bunch of other Okies and Arches. These experiences helped inspire his fascination with American folk culture, and after frequently listening to local blues groups in the area, Jim decided to dip his toes into the music scene as well. As he entered his teenage years, Jim became quite the athlete, standing at about 6'3" in high school. Whilst playing quarterback for his high school football team, he never missed a chance to rock out on his Sears Silvertone guitar and amplifier, the perfect combo for an upcoming 16-year-old rock and roller. Jim, favoring the nickname Sully amongst his friends, never failed to spark a connection within social circles and met his future wife Barbara in junior high. After finishing school together, Barbara and Jim married. Not long before, Jim joined a classic rock band called The Survivors, a staple in the San Diego music scene fronted by Jim's sister-in-law, Kathy Doran. Jim and Barbara had their first son together, Chris, and when he was 7 years old, the flourishing family moved out to Los Angeles to continue pursuing music and expand their promising horizon. Soon after, Baba received a job at Capitol Records in Hollywood, while Jim dedicated his free time to fine-tuning his guitar skills and making connections within the entertainment industry. He began playing at bigger establishments around the area, such as the Lighthouse and Lindy Opera House. Jim's true hotspot was in Malibu, however, as a celebrity-filled pub called The Raft, where he forged relationships with fellow artists like Farrah Fawcett, Lee Marvin, and Harry Dean Stanton. By 1969, Jim's friends convinced him to record an album and helped him raise the appropriate funding to produce such a project. This first album turned out to be his recording debut, a folk rock endeavor titled UFO. The lyrics originated from spiritual and mystical ideas believed in by Jim, and the recording process included 20 other musicians who contributed a truly ethereal sound, in addition to its country music roots. Not being much of a promoter himself, Jim let his indie record label, Monty Records, advertise UFO. The word circulated through a few unknown music circles and was rumored to be a topic out in Nashville, where Johnny Cash's manager was thought to be an interested party. Even Jim's wife, Barbara, attempted to use her connections at Capitol Records to secure a big name like Beach Boys producer, Nick Venet, to pick up Jim as an artist, but no one took the bait. Unfortunately, the album never caught fire despite Jim and his friends' enthusiasm, and UFO was left for a small reissue at the Century City label. 2 years later, Jim threw together additional resources to release a second album, this time a self-titled project called Jim Sullivan through Playboy Records, completely unrelated to the Playboy brand. Again, the album gained little traction, theorized to be the result of heavy production values that covered up the clever lyrics written by Jim. In the end, after the two projects were a relative failure, Jim and his wife Barbara struggled to get back on their feet at full force and turned to alcohol, where their marriage began to crumble as their careers dwindled into darkness. Years passed before Jim decided that his time in Los Angeles was nearing a stalemate and decided to relocate his musical endeavors to Nashville, Tennessee, where his former bandmate and sister, Kathy Doran, resided. Jim packed up his belongings in his old Volkswagen Bug and told his family to wait and see if he made it big before coming with him. He didn't hesitate and drove out east, making it as far as Santa Rosa, New Mexico before getting pulled over by State Highway Patrol for swerving on the road due to fatigue. To rest for the upcoming journey, Jim headed into town and checked into La Mesa Motel, called his wife from a nearby payphone, and brought a handle of liquor at a local store. What preceded is unknown, because later that night, Jim Sullivan was last seen walking into the New Mexico desert away from civilization, into the dusty abyss only to vanish and never be heard from again. Jim Sullivan's journey truly began in 1968 when he uprooted his family from the perfectly weathered San Diego, California, to the heart of the entertainment industry's playground, Los Angeles. He, Barbara, and Chris left to engage with the world of rock and roll and dedicated his life to his craft, a true love with music and mysticism. From 1968 to the early parts of 1970, the Sullivan family makes a name for themselves. Barbara secures employment at the legendary Capitol Records in Hollywood, while Jim shares his talents with the rest of Southern California. Jim links up with movie stars and fellow musicians, combining a natural gravitas with pure artistic skills. He makes many friends and frequently plays at packed houses at the Raft Pub near Malibu. In 1969, Jim's album titled UFO was released to a bit of critical acclaim, and all signs point to stardom for the folk musician and his family. However, as the dog days of 1970 came and went, Jim's lyrical prowess loses its luster with LA heavyweights, and he turns to smaller record labels to produce another album. Sadly, the borderline experimental soundtrack never takes off like he hoped, and Jim is left to return to play in the dimly lit clubs he once gained his footing in. Following the track marks of failure and losing the glimmer of success that Hollywood once brought upon the Sullivan family, both Jim and Barbara turned to alcohol, and between 1972 and 1974, they see their once sturdy marriage begin to crumble. In the late winter months of 1975, Jim decides to go against the grain and move out east to Nashville, Tennessee, in hopes to restart his career as a musician in a prominent folk and country music hotspot. Jim and Barbara discuss the family aspect of the proposed transition, and they agree that she and their son, Chris, will wait to see if Jim captures success before joining him on the cross-country relocation. So, on the morning of March 4, 1975, Jim packs personal belongings into his old Volkswagen Bug and says goodbye to the town he once dreamed of sparking stardom in. Between noon and 1 p.m. later that day, Jim physically departs from his family in Los Angeles, hops on the National Highway, and heads east on Route 66. 15 long and lonely hours of driving pass by before Jim is pulled over by police for unintentionally swerving around the roads outside of Santa Rosa, New Mexico, in the wee hours of March 5th, sometime around 3 or 4 a.m. After the traffic stop, Jim is taken into the Santa Rosa police station to take a sobriety test. He proves he has no alcohol or illicit substances in his system and passes the exam. The officers determine Jim is suffering from fatigue after a taxing drive across 900 miles and 3 state lines, and recommend he finds lodging to rest. Later that morning, Jim checks into La Mesa Motel right off of Route 66 in Santa Rosa. However, he doesn't unload any of his belongings, and at some point during the day, he leaves the room key locked inside of the room. An undetermined amount of time passes, and Jim walks to the nearest liquor store and buys a handle of vodka. It's unknown if he immediately consumes the alcohol, but he's then soon witnessed getting back into his Volkswagen and driving around the Santa Rosa area. In the afternoon of March 5th, Jim drives out to a ranch about 26 miles southeast of Santa Rosa, a piece of land reportedly owned and lived on by the Giannetti family. It's unclear what exactly happened at the Giannetti Ranch out in the middle of nowhere. However, it's been reported that Jim drove up to the nearby road where an older Italian woman who spoke little English met him with some ranch hands. When she asked him if he had a problem, Jim replied, "No to you." Other reports mentioned Jim driving all the way up to the ranch house and knocking on the door, much to the confusion of Mrs. Giannetti. Regardless of what exactly conspired, Jim leaves his vehicle behind on the ranch that evening of March 5, 1975, and walks off the property towards the endless desert. This is the last confirmed sighting of Jim Sullivan. In the next couple of days following March 5th, after Jim's communication ceases, his disappearance is investigated by Santa Rosa authorities. They trace his final steps around town, ending at the Giannetti family ranch. They find his Volkswagen Bug off on the side with the doors locked and the engine completely dead. Inside are Jim's personal artifacts, including his wallet, his guitar, and a bunch of old musical gear and personal audio tapes. Nobody on the property knew where Jim wandered off to, only that he was seen walking away from the vehicle. A road worker who had been laboring near the vanishing site that day, a man named Sammy Chavez, later recalls seeing the Volkswagen sitting in the middle of a dirt road. He says, "It was quite a strange sight, and when he headed back the other way after his shift, all of the doors on the Bug had been opened where police were searching." On March 8th, the Volkswagen is towed away from the Giannetti family ranch and assumedly taken into custody. However, what happens to the Volkswagen Bug is still unknown to this day. In the preceding 2 weeks of the investigation, countless law enforcement officials searched the nearby New Mexico desert for any sign of Jim, including the New Mexico State Police, the Santa Rosa Police, and multiple volunteer chains. The Sullivan family quickly make their way to Santa Rosa to aid in the search as well. News stations and publications all around write stories and release missing person notices to help spread awareness. However, no leads come to fruition. Around the same time that the Jim Sullivan disappearance is investigated by local and state police, the sheriff of Santa Rosa retires, while the Giannetti family moves to Hawaii. Neither the sheriff nor the Giannettis would ever be interviewed or questioned after those events. At the end of March, investigators discover a badly decomposing body 8 miles west of Las Cruces, a New Mexico town almost 250 miles away from Santa Rosa. The body in question does have a striking resemblance to Jim despite the erosion and is initially thought to be his corpse. Unfortunately, a few weeks later, a local newspaper headlines reports that the body was indeed not Jim Sullivan and that no other leads were available at the time. 40 years later, not a shred of evidence or trace leading to Jim is found by either professional investigators or amateur sleuths. In 2010, a music producer named Matt Sullivan, with no relation to Jim from Light in the Attic Records, heard about Jim's puzzling legend and set out to find answers. While he was able to talk to some people who vaguely knew Jim from his days in Los Angeles, he was unable to crack the case of his disappearance. Although Matt was able to remaster Jim's 2 rock and roll albums, resetting UFO as a cult classic, and prized piece of art amongst fans who were equally as mystified by Jim Sullivan's disappearance as we are today. In the spellbinding case of Jim's disappearance, not many useful clues were unearthed. There were no security cameras at La Mesa Motel or official records of Jim interacting with anybody specific, either in town or at the ranch. There was no blood, no goodbye letter, and no footprints. However, investigators did find something of suspicion a few weeks into their manhunt. A major discovery that was thought to be the resolution: a decomposing body of a middle-aged man found abandoned in New Mexico desert. The body in question had multiple similarities at Jim. The corpse was of a man appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, standing at about 6 feet 2 inches. Both the body and Jim weighed about 180 pounds and sported a tattoo on their right forearms. They each had a mustache and a rough, short beard. When this revelation was first announced through the New Mexico media, journalists and citizens alike were convinced it was the body of Jim Sullivan. Unfortunately, their certainty was short-lived when the same news outlets reported the body was that of someone else, meaning Jim was most likely still lost out in the world. There are a few curious details about this case point that don't add up. First and foremost, no official police announcement regarding the body or its identity was ever released to the public. Thus, neither the people at the time nor people now know exactly whose body was discovered that spring. The fact that both Jim and the corpse were of similar builds didn't raise any red flags, but taking into consideration the similar facial hair and tattoo were of the same length and location, is borderline inconceivable. It raises many questions, biggest of which is if Jim's family ever identified the body. All the news reports stated was the body was later proved not to be that of Sullivan, but there's no official medical announcement or law enforcement comment on the matter. Sadly, DNA forensics weren't in the picture back in 1975 and wouldn't have been available to correctly ID the John Doe. Another difficult detail to comprehend is the land where police found the unidentified corpse. The body was in the desert outside of Las Cruces, New Mexico, the second largest city of the state found in the Missoula Valley. Mysteriously, Las Cruces is seated near the southern border of New Mexico, almost 250 miles away from Santa Rosa. So even if there was an identification error and the body was truly that of Jim, it would mean he had somehow traveled 250 miles by foot across barren desert in a different direction than where he was last seen and died quickly enough that his body would be decomposed past easy recognition. Neither scenario adds up, making the corpse case point a catch-22 and offering quite a few foundations to endless theories regarding Jim's disappearance. Clouds of mystery have surrounded Jim Sullivan since that clear, sunny evening on March 5th. Without eyewitness testimony or hard evidence, the number of potential endings to Jim's story is vast, if there's truly an ending at all. However, there are a few with interesting ties to his friends, family, and short-lived history in Santa Rosa, involving links to police corruption, the Chicago Mafia, supernatural abduction, and even a staged farewell. First and foremost, we must consider the role of local law enforcement during Jim's time in Santa Rosa. It's possible that when Jim arrived in the small New Mexico town, he managed to upset authorities by either something he said or by seeing something he shouldn't have witnessed. It's been confirmed that Jim had at least one point of contact with a police officer outside of city limits when he was swerving across the road and was taken into the station for alcohol testing. The only piece of information known regarding what happened inside of the police department, however, is that Jim passed the alcohol test and was released. Whether or not Jim was forced inside or harassed during his stay is unknown, but certainly possible. Jim was a larger man, and while he was always regarded as a calm and collected individual, authorities could have seen him as a stranger to the area and treated him as a threat. Or maybe Jim was upset with the entire ordeal and caused a scene either at the traffic stop or during his test. Regardless, without knowing what truly happened with the officers, it's impossible to rule out a situation escalating into chaos. So, if Jim had made himself an enemy with local authorities, it's likely the police were called when Jim traveled to the Giannetti family ranch with a handle of vodka. Jim could have been drunk and in a bad mood from the previous encounter, and trespassing on a private property as an unknown figure could have caused Mrs. Giannetti to phone the police. When police arrived and saw it was Jim once again, they could have taken action into their own hands. It's possible they let Jim go off on his own into the desert and waited until he was gone to pick him back up. On the other hand, it's also possible the police never interacted with him a second time, instead finding him dead in the desert after the fact and, instead of investigating the cause of death, moved his corpse out of Santa Rosa and ignoring the situation. This would give explanation to why the John Doe corpse looked so similar to Jim's appearance, yet was discovered 250 miles away from his last sighting. These police tamperings would also explain another peculiar and disturbing anomaly recently found in the case. NamUs, or the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System, is a database of all the people who have vanished or died without an identity. It covers the entire United States and is a brilliant tool in keeping track of DNA, police records, and real-time updates. However, missing from the NamUs database is Jim Sullivan. While it's not exactly a major surprise, seeing as though this case is 40 years cold, it did motivate John Lardon to look into the error. But what Lardon found is the most interesting fact of all. There is no official missing persons case filed in New Mexico, either by state police or by Santa Rosa law enforcement. There are no mentions of the case in police archives and no departmental documentation about a search for Jim Sullivan either in 1975 or otherwise. Now, while this can simply be explained by the possibility that Barbara or any other member of the Sullivan family never filed an actual missing persons report. The fact of the matter is, besides newspaper articles, there is no written communication providing a search even existed. 45 years ago, in small community or not, zero police profiles is more suspicious than coincidental, hinting that local authorities may have had a piece of the pie in whatever crime or cover-up was committed, not to mention the fact that the local Santa Rosa retired and moved away right after the investigation began. Another theory centers on the vague relevance of the Giannetti family and their rumored connections to Chicago crime and mafia ties. A few citizens near the Santa Rosa area claimed the Giannetti family had a history with illicit activities and were operating under direction from powerful people in a Chicago gang organization. Now, whether or not this was the actual dealings of an Italian mafia, or just folklore turned into hyperbole, is unknown. But with multiple claims that the Giannetti family were known for bad behavior, it's not out of the realm of possibility that they dealt with Jim's arrival using illegal means. If Jim truly did trespass on the Giannetti family ranch and disrespected Mrs. Giannetti, it makes sense that another member of the family or one of their colleagues came around and took care of Jim, who could have been drunk and insubordinate. If they indeed killed Jim and had experience with that sort of thing, they knew how to dispose of a body and leave no trace, or they planted the body down in Las Cruces and paid off the proper authorities to sway public knowledge. Now, why an organized crime family would drop a body off in the same state and general area of the murder is nonsensical. So, if the Giannetti family truly is responsible, they are probably the only ones with knowledge regarding Jim's exact location and what happened in the first place. It's worth noting that none of these claims can be confirmed nor denied, with observable proof that Jim even made contact with the family. However, it should also be stated that the Giannettis packed up, left New Mexico, and moved to Hawaii at the same time the Santa Rosa sheriff retired, just as the hunt for Jim and relevant clues heated up. The last three stemming from homicidal origins is that Jim was actually running away from troubles stirred up in Los Angeles and got caught before he could escape. Jim became a socialite in LA, meeting many celebrities and fellow musicians as he performed at various clubs. One of his favorite places was The Raft, now called The Real Inn, where he played with the cream of the crop. He might have somewhere down the line fixed in with the wrong group of people at the Raft or a similar joint, got desperate for money, and was unable to pay off his debts when his scheme reached a dead end. Thus, he packed up everything, asked his family to stay put, and made a run for it, only to be caught up in the end. It would explain why he was so set on driving 15 hours, and then, on the first day of his journey, pushed himself past his mental limit. Maybe after spending time at the police station, he knew his followers were hot on the trail, so he attempted to find solace at a local residence and ended up at the Giannetti Ranch. When he was denied help, he knew it was the last straw, and his pursuers picked him up after a short chase. It would also explain why Jim booked a room at the motel but never settled in, signaling he was either trying to stage his farewell or throw his pursuers off their tracks, unfortunately running into them anyway. The biggest evidence against this theory is that it's been told through the years by many known associates of Jim and his family that Jim avoided conflict at all costs and was quite soft-spoken. However, it still does take into consideration his turn towards alcohol and the pitfalls of broken dreams. We have reached out to the current owner of the Real Inn to see if they had any connections to employees still around from the days of the Raft Pub and Jim's playing circuit. The owner, Andy Leonard, informed us of a former bartender, Ralph O'Hara, whose knowledge of the restaurant dated back to the 1950s. Sadly, upon further investigation, Ralph O'Hara passed away in 2015, leaving the pool of witnesses to Jim's LA life in short supply. One popular hypothesis revolving around Jim has led to his music reaching a cult classic status, specifically his debut album titled UFO, with people believing Jim wandered into the New Mexico desert and encountered intelligent extraterrestrial life, and whether it was by his own free will or under abduction, left our planet with supernatural beings. These conspiracies draw inspection to Jim's music and the aforementioned UFO album, in which he uses surreal lyrics and experimental sound design to build his artistic style. The combination of strange soundscape and mystical songwriting lead many to believe Jim had a deeper understanding of otherworldly themes and ideas. These highlights convince some circles that Jim left on his own accord, rather living with others out in the universe than with the turmoil of failure on Earth. And while the alien abduction conspiracy theory is as often used yet skeptically charged urban legend, Jim's own family doesn't rule out the possibility themselves, saying it would have been a fitting goodbye for Jim and his mystical philosophies. In reality, Jim's UFO album was more creative circumstance than actual extraterrestrial communication. The song, titled after the album, is actually just an existential metaphor describing a religious figure of alien and appears more like a coincidence than proof of interactions with intergalactic life forms. After analyzing all of the puzzle pieces to Jim Sullivan's disappearance and his life surrounding the events, it truly is almost impossible to decide on a solid conclusion to an endlessly confusing event. No theory can be ruled out with such little and conflicting testimonies from everyone involved, but one rarely discussed sequence sticks out a little more than the rest. We believe Jim fully intended to rekindle his music passion in Nashville when he left Los Angeles. But during his grueling 15-hour drive into New Mexico that ended with fatigue and external conflict, he turned back to the bottle and, in a stupor, walked out into the desert with the intention never to return again. It's important to remember what Jim's personal life was like in 1975. His marriage was on the brink, and 2 massive creative endeavors ended up as major flops, providing zero rewards to the struggle and artist experiences whilst chasing their dreams in the City of Angels. Combine the overall turmoil of American culture and the state of the world at the moment in time, anxieties and anguish most likely took over Jim's emotions as he battled with the shrouds of darkness circling his family and career. Thus, Jim packed up all his belongings and set himself on a trail of redemption. When he couldn't weather the long-haul journey anymore, he was stopped by police and most likely stereotyped as an outsider, a tall, bulky man with a scraggly beard and leather jacket. After dealing with the mild aggravation of law enforcement, Jim purchased alcohol, the only comfort he knew anymore. Feeling as if the journey was insurmountable, he most likely pondered what he would do next in his motel room, eventually deciding to leave without notice. So he locked his key in his room, drove out to a place where his car would be found, and the trace would end, explaining the approximation to the Genetti Ranch. Drunk and disorientated, Jim probably stumbled out into the desert, letting go of life behind him and submitting himself to the unknown and undeniable shadow of deserted wilderness. What happened to Jim's body most likely remain a mystery. But taking into consideration the landscape, whatever he left behind was scavenged by wild animals or buried by a third party after he was found dusty in his demise. The area around Santa Rosa is also known for its unusual number of lakes and bodies of water, potential grounds for where Jim could have wandered off to and drowned him while drunk. Had he gotten far enough on foot, Jim could have also disappeared into the surrounding mountains, either dying in the hills or living off the land for a short while. It's unclear if the search efforts throughout the years included the myriad bodies of water or mountainous regions, and if they didn't, Jim's body could easily have decomposed. Many of those close to Jim claimed that he wouldn't have left on his own accord and not taken his guitar with him. However, if Jim was under the influence, his attachment to the instrument might never have crossed his mind. One of the most fascinating aspects to this conclusion is a statement made by Jim's former producer, Bob Ginter. Ginter said that one day, back during their rock and roll endeavors, in the early morning hours after a long night, the 2 men talked about what they would do if they had to disappear. Jim responded that he'd walk into the desert and never come back. It's easy to brush the statement off as coincidental, but even if it was just a subconscious desire, Jim had the thought to walk into the desert before he disappeared. And when factoring in Jim's addiction to the substance that brought forth subconscious feelings, it makes sense that he reconnected to the past ideation after drinking, turning to the New Mexico wilderness when all was lost. One of his more famous songs from the UFO album titled Jerome included the following lyrics: "A more natural pose I couldn't bear to see, and I hope that these people never visit me. It's my time to go. I just want the wind to blow my ashes until they're completely out of sight." Nevertheless, the story of Jim and the vanishing on March 5, 1975 has intrigued all who have discovered the enigma, either through his music or by chance. Some folks believe Jim could even still be alive. A woman by the name of Tracy Pierce worked at a foster home in the Eugene-Springfield, Oregon area about 30 years ago, helping tend to patients who needed a place to stay and care for serious brain injuries. She states that one of her patients back in the day bore a striking resemblance to Jim. Tracy also said he got beat up and left for dead in the desert. He crawled back to the road and someone brought him to the hospital. He was paralyzed from the waist down, but would still get himself up every morning and get dressed. I thought he said it was Nevada, but it was almost 30 years ago. He was a nice guy, but kept to himself. We have reached out to Tracy for further comments, but have yet to hear back. Nevertheless, let's not overlook Jim's unmatched musical style and utterly singular knack for lyric writing while we continue to look for clues in his absence. Many people think Jim could have become a huge star and enjoyed great success as a folk artist if he had been in the appropriate situation and had a stronger network of supporters. Light in the Attic Records and producer Matt Sullivan, who is unrelated to Jim but has written a few articles on him and his legacy that are widely available online, remastered his 2 albums. As you listen, visualize Jim as his dazzling soul, a representation of audacious ambitions and unique abilities. Recall his amiable manner and upbeat disposition as he assisted listeners nationwide in escaping into magical and melodic realms. The riddles surrounding Jim Sullivan, the Highwayman, should eventually be answered, but for now, creativity and imagination will always be present. Moving on to the next case. Patricia Joyce Morris. On January 10, 1966, Patricia Joyce Morris was born to George Morris, a retired Army chief, and Marjorie Morris. She had 2 brothers and a sister, making 3 siblings in all. Although born in Birmingham, Patsy, as she was affectionately called, relocated to Isleworth, southwest London, at the age of 13. Patsy vanished on June 16, 1980, while the students were having their lunch break. The 14-year-old may have chosen to walk home that day since she needed to change into dry clothes because she hadn't had a raincoat on that morning. On her way there, Patsy vanished. 2 days later, a police dog found her body on Hounslow Heath. She had been left face down in a thicket just a quarter mile from her home. A ligature had been used to take her life. Levi Belfield was 12 years old at the time. After leaving Crane Junior School, he moved to Feltham Comprehensive, the same school that Patsy attended. In fact, Belfield had been her childhood boyfriend. A year after what happened to Patsy, Belfield was convicted of the first official crime of burglary. He wasn't at school on the day Patsy was last seen, and he knew the area where she was found very well. When Patsy's mother learned of where her daughter was discovered, it caused great confusion. She didn't understand why Patsy would have walked through there. We can't understand what she was doing on the heath. She was always told not to go there and never disobeyed our orders, she told the press. Knowing now that Belfield used to hang out there, often skipping school to do so, it does make you wonder. But was Belfield born evil? Could a boy that age really be capable of committing something like that? Following the conclusion of Millie's case, the possibility was explored. When Patsy's father, George Morris, heard about Belfield's connection to his daughter, he recalled a time all those years ago when a teenage boy had called his house and given him a death threat. He believes that was Belfield. He's a local man, which is why it could be him. And it's terrifying to think that someone of 12 or 13 could have done it, George said. Patsy Morris wasn't the only unsolved slaying that Belfield was considered for. In 1990, 51-year-old housewife Judith Gold was found a stone's throw from her Hampstead home, having been viciously struck in the head with an unknown item. Similar incidents took place across London from 1990 to 2004. All of these cases could be linked to Belfield due to the nature of them. The weapons of choice were distinct, the same type of weapons he used on Marcia and Amelie. While they couldn't confirm without a shadow of a doubt that he was the person responsible, he could also not be ruled out in any of the many incidents except for one. On July 6, 1996, 45-year-old Lynn Russell and her young daughter, Megan. The pair and Lynn's other daughter, 9-year-old Josie, were ambushed while walking home from a swimming gala. They were then tied up and struck repeatedly with a hammer. Lynn, Megan, and the family dog lost their lives that day. Miraculously, Josie survived. While she was able to make a full recovery, it is highly likely that she still lives with the mental scars of what happened that tragic day. Belfield allegedly confessed to the crime to his cellmate. Belfield denies ever making this confession. His ex-girlfriend, who helped get a conviction in Millie's trial, has always maintained that Belfield was with her that day. "My daughter was born in '96, and that was the day of my birthday. He, Belfield, never left my side all day and all night, so there's absolutely no way he could have gone from Twickenham, where I lived, or Windsor, where I kept my horses, to Kent. Do what they say he did and get back without me knowing he was there. I can hand to my heart, I hate to say it, but I can say hand to my heart, he didn't do it," she said. Michael Stone was convicted of the charges after a second trial following a successful appeal from his first conviction. Michael Stone had been behind bars since 2001. He still maintains his innocence. There have been many other cases that Belfield was considered for, and some that he allegedly confessed to. But as of today, police have not been able to find any substantial evidence that ties Belfield to any of these cases. Maybe one day the police will track down who was responsible for taking these lives, and maybe that man may just be Levi Belfield. Levi Belfield remains behind bars at HMP Franklin in County Durham. He will never set foot in the outside world again. On June 29, 2017, Gemma released a book titled My Sister Millie. In the poignant essay, Gemma shares her experiences navigating that turbulent period while coping with her sister's passing, the media circus, and her parents' misgivings. Gemma describes her journey towards recovery. The narrative of Millie and Gemma's two stolen childhoods, as well as the love that held the family together through their struggles with horrific darkness and injustice, are told in an excerpt from the blurb. Moving on to the next case. Richard Thomas Alt. A human skull was found by a fisherman at the Morrisville boat ramp in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, on June 15, 1986. The skull was brought to the Buckingham Township Police by the fisherman. The only relic found was the skull. Although it was established that the victim was most likely Caucasian, officials were unsure of the victim's age or gender other than the fact that she was an adult under the age of 70. The investigation was abandoned after investigators tried for years to identify the unidentified individual, but were unsuccessful. Then, in September of 2022, the skull was sent to a forensic genealogy company called Othram for DNA testing. Othram first determined the skull belonged to a man. Then they linked him, thanks to his now-grown daughter, contributing DNA to a public genealogy database, which resulted in a potential match. The Bucks County detectives spoke to the DNA contributor, a 49-year-old Florida woman, on January 4, 2023. The woman told detectives that she was 11 years old when her father, Richard Thomas Alt, went missing in Trenton, Pennsylvania. She said that her father's girlfriend's life was taken in 1985 and her father had not been seen since. The woman shared her DNA results from the genealogy website, and Othram confirmed the father-daughter link. Thus, it was confirmed that the skull belonged to Thomas Alt. Bucks County District Attorney Matt Weintraub had this to say about the identification. "I can't even imagine wondering and worrying about a lost family member for even a day, let alone for 37 years. That wait is now over for Mr. Alt's family. I'm just glad that we could give them some peace of mind with this identification and the eventual return of his remains to his family. This would not have been possible but for the technical expertise that Othram provided us for free. I hope that this powerful combination of technology and genealogy becomes the template for solving cold and current cases now and in the future." Richard Thomas Alt was 31 when he was reported missing to New Jersey's Trenton Police Department in early 1985. His parents last saw him on Christmas Eve of 1984. In April of 1985, the body of his girlfriend Lori Sidham was discovered in the Delaware River. At this time, investigators are trying to figure out who killed Richard and Lori. Moving on to the next case. Amanda Jane Dowler. Between February 2003 and August 2004, a malicious monster determined to cause damage preyed on 3 young ladies over the course of 18 months. These women had all been out in public, going about their own lives, when a man made the awful decision to try to kill them by stabbing them in the head or using his car as his preferred weapon. In the latter part of 2004, the individual was apprehended and placed under arrest. A few years after being found guilty of the charges, he was shockingly connected to another unsolved homicide that had taken place 8 years before. On June 25, 1988, Bob and Sally Dowler welcomed Amanda Jane Dowler into the world. Millie, as she was fondly called, was born. Millie had an older sister, Gemma, who she adored. The girls got on extremely well and were practically best friends. Gemma described her sister as friendly and vivacious with a sparkle in her eye. She had many close friends and was a kind, generous young girl who loved to cheer others up when they were having a bad day. Millie was a bright light in the lives of those around her, making her sudden disappearance all the harder to bear. It was March 21, 2002. 13-year-old Millie left Heathside School at 3:07 p.m. and walked to the Weybridge railway station with a friend. Both girls got on a train and rode to the Walton-on-Thames station. This was one stop before where Millie usually got off at Hersham. The girls had decided to grab a bite to eat at the station cafe. Millie made a call to her father at 3:47 p.m. telling him she would be home in the next 30 minutes. The girls parted ways at 4:05 p.m., and Millie set off home. The last time she was seen was waiting at a bus stop on Station Avenue, where a friend of Gemma recognized her. Before we continue, we want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy our content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. CCTV cameras further along the route showed no sign of Millie. Millie didn't arrive home as planned and worry started to set in. By 7 p.m., her parents called the police and reported her as missing. A large-scale search operation followed by numerous different officers on foot looking for Millie. Police helicopters were also deployed hoping to catch a glimpse of the young girl or find something that showed signs of her being in a particular area. Local rivers were searched, and the route Millie should have taken was gone over with a fine-tooth comb. When the CCTV cameras along Station Avenue were accessed, a red Daewoo Nexia was pictured at 4:32 p.m. 7 years later, we would find out who was behind the wheel. Detectives working on the case made multiple public appeals for any witnesses who may have seen anything suspicious or seen Millie herself that day. Her disappearance was so sudden that initial theories revolved around Millie either purposely running away or knowing the person who took her. How could a complete stranger have grabbed her at this time of day in a fairly public setting? It didn't make any sense. Millie's family was adamant that she wouldn't have run away. Crime Watch UK aired a reconstruction of Millie's last known movements and featured a direct appeal to the young girl as Millie having run away was the definite best-case scenario. But her mother couldn't fathom why her youngest daughter would do such a thing. Years later, it was publicly revealed that Millie had written letters saying she was going to leave home and expressing some unhappiness. In reality, these letters were nothing more than a teenage girl writing her completely normal frustrations out on paper after what was likely a typical argument with her parents or sister, nothing more. On March 28th, the police still didn't believe they were dealing with a stranger taking Millie by force. No witnesses had come forward having witnessed any sort of struggle despite Millie having been seen on multiple occasions throughout the afternoon. They felt it was unlikely she had gone anywhere with a stranger, hence, believing she was familiar with the person she left with. 4 weeks went by with few leads and still no sign of Millie. On April 23, 2002, a body was found in the River Thames, and immediately speculation ran wild that this could be Millie Deller. It was later confirmed that the remains were that of 73-year-old Macy Thomas. She had disappeared the year prior, and her passing was ruled as non-suspicious. Macy likely drowned. Weeks turned into months with still no new information about what had happened to Millie. Frustrations continued to grow for the Dowlers, not understanding how their daughter could just disappear into thin air. As if things couldn't get any worse, the family themselves started facing scrutiny with Bob Dowler being the main target. Since the police had stated on many occasions that Millie likely knew whoever she had left with, naturally the media latched onto that person being a family member. While trying to come to terms with their loss, they also had to contend with stories being published and unfounded rumors spreading. Bob Dowler had nothing to do with his daughter's disappearance, which made the focus on him hard to bear. Not only was it a horrific thing to be accused of, but Bob knew that all the time spent looking at him was time wasted on finding the person who was really responsible. Authorities later apologized for the possibility of missing crucial leads while looking at Bob for Millie's disappearance. By June, the authorities spoke to the Dollars and told them they needed to brace themselves for the worst-case scenario. Bob and Sally continued to send their daughter text messages, hoping she was still out there somewhere. That month, a £100,000 reward was offered by the Sun, but still no one came forward with any useful information. In September 2002, everyone's worst fears were realized. It was September 18th, and a small group of mushroom pickers were out in Yateley Heath Woods in Yateley, Hampshire, when one of them spotted something in the undergrowth. It was a body. The authorities were immediately identified, and dental records confirmed that they had found Millie Deller. She was found unclothed with none of the items she had in her possession when she disappeared. That included her backpack, purse, and cell phone. To this day, none of the items have ever been recovered. The case was no longer a missing person investigation. Authorities were now looking for the person responsible for taking Millie's life. The Surrey police launched the investigation titled Operation Ruby to bring this monster to justice. A month after Millie was found, the Surrey police set up a large-scale roadblock near Yateley Heath Woods. Roughly 6,000 motorists were stopped and questioned, but this produced no new leads. Items from Millie's bedroom were taken in for forensic testing, and on March 23, 2003, a year after she was last seen alive, unknown male DNA was found on one of her items of clothing. This led authorities to theorize that Millie had potentially met with the man who took her life before she vanished. Unfortunately, this lead was shortly ruled out. Despite hundreds of people being interviewed, extensive house-to-house inquiries, and a thorough look into some unsavory characters that lived near where Millie was last seen and near where her body had been found, the Surrey police still had nothing. The next possible lead came when the Dowlers received a chilling letter from someone claiming to be responsible for what happened to Millie. It didn't take long to work out the letter was written by Paul Hughes, who was in jail at the time for indecent acts to a young girl. He was given an additional 5 years behind bars for the letter and the threats he made to Millie's sister, Gemma. The prison service made an apology to the Dowlers for not having intercepted the letter before it was sent to them. Other sick individuals also viewed Millie's disappearance and passing as some sort of game. Leanne Newman made multiple phone calls claiming to be Millie before her blog was found. She called Bob and Sally, the police, and even Millie's school. Newman was given a 5-month prison sentence after pleading guilty to making these phone calls. Gary Farr, a mentally ill man, repeatedly emailed those close to Millie and the investigators claiming she had been smuggled into Poland. Farr claimed her body was nothing more than a cover-up. He was eventually sanctioned under the Mental Health Act for indefinite holding due to being a danger to the public. Behind all of this nonsense, there was still a family desperate to know what happened to their Millie, but the truth was years away. On February 4, 2003, 19-year-old Marcia McDonnell was hit over the head with a blunt object not far from her Hampton home. The incident happened not long after Marcia had gotten off the 111 bus at the Percy Road bus stop. Tragically, Marcia lost her life 2 days later in hospital. On May 28th, the following year, 18-year-old Kate Sheedy was walking home when she noticed a suspicious car parked on the roadside. A man was inside and the engine was running, but the lights were deliberately turned off. Kate decided to move away from the vehicle and cross the road. Before she even knew what happened, Kate was run over by the car. Proving this wasn't an accident, the man then reversed over Kate's body before racing off. Miraculously, Kate was able to drag herself off the road and find help. Despite the severity of her condition, Kate survived after a lengthy hospital stay. 3 months later, another young woman was preyed upon. Amélie Delagrange was a 20-year-old French student visiting England. Shockingly, Amélie's life was taken in a brutal manner similar to that of Marcia McDonnell. It took authorities less than 24 hours to link the cases. On November 22, 2004, a man was arrested for what had happened to Amélie Delagrange. His name was Levi Belfield. Levi Rabetz was born on May 17, 1968 in Aylesworth, London, to parents Jean and Joseph Rabetz. It is unclear exactly when he changed his surname to Belfield from Rabetz, but we do know that was his mother's maiden name. When he was still a child, Belfield's father passed away after battling with leukemia. He grew up with his 4 siblings on a council estate in southwest London and attended Crane Junior High School. When Belfield was in his early teens, he was convicted of breaking into a house and stealing various items. That was in 1981. In 1990, Belfield got into a physical altercation with a police officer, which resulted in a second charge. His criminal history is littered with multiple offenses and convictions, but none of them were as serious as what he would later be accused of. Belfield has 11 children with 5 women. His ex-girlfriends later described Belfield's behavior as charming initially, before his true colors started to show. All of the women shared the same stories of what Belfield was like as a partner. This is what Detective Chief Inspector Colin Sutton, who worked on the later cases involving Belfield, had to say of the man. When we started dealing with him, he came across as very jokey, like he's your best mate, but he's a cunning individual, violent. He can switch from being nice to being nasty instantly. In 2003 and 2004, Levi Belfield operated a wheel clamping business. This gave him an intimate knowledge of the streets he stalked. Like a wild animal looking for its next meal, Levi would prowl the streets looking for a suitable victim. Detective Sutton commented on this mentality of Belfield, saying, "Belfield has a massive ego to feed. He thinks he's God's gift to everyone. He drives around in his car, feels a bit whatever, and sees some young blonde girl. The young blonde girl says, 'Go away,' and he thinks, 'You dare to turn down Levi Belfield, you're worth nothing.' And then she gets a whack over the head. It is shown in the case of Kate Sheedy. She was smart enough to think she didn't like the look of his car and crossed the road. He thinks, 'You think you're so clever,' and whoosh, he runs her over." After CCTV linked him to Amélie's case, Belfield was surveilled by undercover officers who witnessed him talking to young girls at bus stops. It was quite clear that had he not been taken into custody, more women would have lost their lives. On February 25, 2008, Levi Belfield was found guilty of taking Marcia McDonnell's and Amélie Delagrange's lives. He was also convicted of his actions towards Kate Sheedy. On February 26th, Belfield found he would be spending the rest of his life behind bars. His defense passed the news on to Belfield as he refused to be in court that day. Levi Belfield was also considered in 2 other cases, falsely imprisoning 17-year-old Anna Maria Rennie back in October 2001 and attempting to take the life of Irma Dragoshi in December 2003. Both women identified Belfield as the person responsible, but juries failed to reach a unanimous verdict in both cases. Following his convictions, 39-year-old Belfield was publicly named as a chief suspect in Millie's case. This was mainly due to CCTV footage that tied him to the red Daewoo Nexia seen around the time Millie was last seen on the same road that she had been on. Further investigation showed that Belfield's then-girlfriend owned the car, and she lived in the same area as the Dowlers. In an interview Belfield did with the Daily Mirror in 2009, He said, "There's not many red Daewoo's floating about in Walton on Thames, so we've got to be realistic about it. But then, I've got to be careful about how I answer these questions. I did use the Daewoo once, and I was stopped by the police once in it for speeding. It is unclear why Belfield thought this was the right thing to say when being considered for something so heinous. Like Millie's items, the car was never found." In March 2010, investigators felt certain they had their man, and Levi Belfield was charged with snatching Millie from the road and taking her life. Belfield's trial began on May 10, 2011 in the Central Criminal Court presided over by Mr. Justice Wilkie. It took place over 6 weeks before a verdict was reached. In his opening statement, the prosecuting barrister recounted what happened to Millie on her final day. On this day, an entirely innocent and quite ordinary diversion to a station cafe to buy some chips with some school friends was a decision that was to cost Millie her life because it meant her taking a fateful journey along Station Avenue. Belfield was found guilty on June 23, 2011, and given a second life sentence. Years later, Belfield admitted to what he had done to Millie. The Dowlers finally had some sort of closure, but still a sour taste was left in the mouths by many aspects of the investigation. Sally spoke to journalists and explained, "Our family life has been scrutinized and laid open for everyone to inspect." Bob said that the price for this conviction had been far too costly for the family. Belfield's defense had viciously cross-examined Millie's parents as Gemma watched on. She later described what she witnessed as one of the worst days in her life. The defense attempted to paint Millie as a depressed teen, not the vivacious girl those around her knew. Following that, on June 30, 2011, Crime Watch aired a special titled Taken, the Millie Dollar Story, which brought Millie's story back into the public eye. The show included Millie's family, interviewed witnesses, and provided a full account of the inquiry. They also included reconstruction, in which they acted out the events of that day. Finally, Millie's family could present to the country Millie's true self, one that went beyond the dramatic headlines. One question remained after all. Did Belfield commit any more murders? Moving on to the next case. Eileen Cotter. 3 years after her parents relocated from Ireland to England, Eileen Cotter was born in 1952. Patrick Cotter, her father, worked as a worker. Eileen, at 15 years old, discovered her mother's body in 1967 after she tragically committed suicide. At 16, Eileen dropped out of school to work at a vacation camp on Wales' Barry Island. She eventually secured employment at an Irish care facility. Just after 2 p.m. on June 1, 1974, a resident at a block of apartments in Hamilton Park, Highbury, North London, saw what she thought was a bundle of rags in the courtyard next to a block of garages. Another resident realized it was a body and asked her father to call the police. When police arrived at the scene, they documented that the female body was lifeless. The body was identified as Eileen Cotter's. She was 22 years old at the time. Eileen was found strangled with her one eye black and bruises on her face and neck. She was lying face down with her lower body exposed and her underwear and tights pulled down. Her handbag, glasses, and shoes were missing. Eileen Cotter's father released a statement detailing his daughter's short life marred by family tragedies after her body was found. A forensic examination was done on her body. A pathologist found that the cause was manual strangulation. DNA samples were recovered from 2 places on Eileen's body. The DNA was used to extract DNA profiles, but unfortunately, no matches could be made at the time. Police interviewed 92 potential suspects and carried out an extensive operation to identify local curb crawlers in their effort to find the attacker. Unfortunately, he was not identified, and her case went unsolved. In 2012, 37 years after Eileen's body was found, the investigation was reopened following advances in DNA profiling. The trail went cold for 7 more years until 2019 when John Applegren came to the attention of police for attacking his wife, Anne Smythe Applegren. He lived in the same area as Eileen when the crime was committed. John Applegren is an 80-year-old pensioner who was formerly a mini cab driver and a bricklayer. He is from South Africa and had previously been married in South Africa to a woman with whom he had 2 children. It is not clear if Anne Smythe Applegren is his second or third wife, as there are no details of a second wife, although many sources call Anne his third wife. It was in February 2019 that he was arrested for domestic assault by his then-wife, Anne Applegren. There was a breakthrough when police took Applegren's DNA for the first time. The sample was a 1,000 to 1 probability of a match to the DNA collected from Eileen Cotter's body. When interviewed, he claimed that he did not know Eileen, but accepted he had relations with other women during his marriage. On June 22, 2022, John Applegren was arrested and charged with the slaying of Eileen Cotter. The arrest was made after investigators concluded that Applegren is 100% responsible for what happened to Eileen. Detective Chief Inspector Lawrence Smith said that if someone knocked on his door and arrested him for a crime of almost 50 years ago, he would repeatedly plead his innocence until he could no longer speak. That was not him. He was very calm about it. He had an aura of, dare I say, evilness about him. Applegren appeared at the Bromley Magistrates Court on Thursday, June 23, 2022, where he was remanded into custody. The judge fixed a trial of up to 4 weeks from June 6, 2023. Opening the prosecution's case, prosecutor Alexandra Healy said that DNA samples taken from Eileen's body in 1975 matched those of John Applegren of Bryden Close in Sydenham, southeast London. During the trial, she told jurors that in 2019, Applegren had come to the attention of police for attacking his wife. The court heard Applegren was seen on the night of the slaying in 1975 at a Finsbury Park hot dog stall where Eileen would often go. Miss Healy also told the jury that it appeared Eileen had been pushed out of a car after she and Applegren had intercourse. She described to the court her body was discovered in the position it fell without shoes and with her tights and underwear still around her right leg. Applegren hit Eileen in the face and throttled her before throwing her body out of his car. The defendant was 31 at the time. This happened just 6 weeks after the birth of his first child with his then-wife, Anne. Applegren told police in 1975, when he was interviewed as a potential suspect, that he was living in Leighton and never went to the Finsbury Park and Highbury area, which was a lie. Miss Healy also said Eileen did not have the defendant's DNA on her underwear and tights because she never pulled them up after they were together. She never pulled them up because she was not alive anymore. During the court case, it was revealed that Eileen and Anne were most definitely not Applegren's only victims. Applegren assaulted an 18-year-old female guest at his own wedding to Anne Applegren on October 14, 1972. Miss Healy told jurors the incident only came to light years later when police interviewed Anne Applegren as part of the reinvestigation into Eileen's case in 2012. Miss Healy told jurors that Applegren had pushed the 18-year-old woman against a wall after she left the toilet at his wedding reception and assaulted her. The victim had not told anyone about the incident as she was afraid she would be blamed. The teenager told Anne Applegren about the assault after the pair later divorced. Anne Applegren, mother of 2, also revealed that she had been mistreated and that Applegren had once grabbed her neck with both hands. She added that she believed he was cheating on her just months after their 1972 marriage and later found out he was sleeping with her brother's wife. After 11 hours of jury deliberation, Mrs. Justice May announced the jury's final decision. She told Applegren that putting your hands around a young woman's neck and squeezing hard carried a high risk, which ought to have been obvious. The judge added, Eileen must have been terrified. The jury found Applegren guilty on Friday, June 16, 2023, following a 2-week trial. In addition to being found guilty of manslaughter, he was also convicted of indecent assault. Justice May then sentenced Applegren to 10 years for manslaughter and a further 6 months for the earlier assault to run consecutively. This means he will be eligible for release on parole after 5 years, 3 months on June 21st, 2028, when he is 85 and hopefully worm food. In mitigation, Justin Rouse listed Applegren's health problems, saying the defendant would be affected significantly by serving his sentence. Detective Chief Inspector Lawrence Smith said, Eileen's life was tragically ended at a young age with her body then discarded onto the street. When my team reviewed the original investigation, we were impressed by how thorough it was. Investigators at the time used every available method to find the suspect, including operations with decoy women. This was a tactic used at the time where female police officers under protection were placed at the scenes of crimes in efforts to draw out predatory men. Smith continued, unfortunately, they did not have the science available to us now. And although he should have been in prison decades ago, he has now been brought to justice. Investigating violence against women and girls is a priority for the Metropolitan Police, and we will relentlessly pursue predatory men whether a crime took place decades ago or today. Eileen's half-brother, Patrick Cotter, who was 5 at the time of her demise, said in a statement, Eileen and I shared the same father. My mother cared for Eileen as her own mother passed away. I was not only deprived of a sister I had little time to get to know, the knock-on effect also meant I lost my mother, who took her own life, and my father to mental illness and alcoholism. This was all brought about because John Applegren took Eileen's life. 3 years after Eileen's strangling, my mother took her own life as the relationship between her and my father broke down significantly. Due to the fighting between them, I was placed in a care home where I suffered abuse until the age of about 11. It was never explained to me why I was placed in care, and I lived most of my childhood believing it is because of something I had done wrong. His statement continues. Again, being a young child, I struggled to understand with little explanation given to me. My father drank heavily, but Eileen's demise and the loss of my mother caused him to drink even more, and he was eventually admitted to Springfield Psychiatric Hospital. Following this, my father went to live with his brother in Ireland. However, his drinking became too much, and he also passed away. According to Patrick Cotter Jr., he has no memory of Eileen's funeral and has no idea whether she was buried or cremated. He also has no idea where she was laid to rest. As a result, he had never been able to visit her grave. Patrick continued, I spent a very unhappy childhood moving amongst various care homes and foster homes. However, when I was 14 years old, I was placed with my foster parents, John and Yvonne. I was very fortunate to be placed in a loving, caring home. They explained various aspects of my life that I did not know or understand, filling in the gaps, so to speak. I also had a half-brother from my mother who was 17 years older than me. However, when I was taken into care, he was told to avoid any contact with me. I felt as though I lost him as well. He was someone I was very fond of and have happy memories of, but this was also taken from me. In conclusion, Patrick Cotter expressed his desire for justice to be served for Eileen, whose life was tragically taken 49 years ago. Because of the horrific experience I had as a child, I became emotionally numb. It has complicated my ability to build meaningful relationships. My sister is quite dim in my memory, but I think she loved me. Moving on to the next case. Gretchen Eleanor Harrington. On June 13, 1967, Gretchen Eleanor Harrington was born in the small Pennsylvanian hamlet of Marple Township. She was Harold Boyd Harrington and Ina Cover Harrington's cherished daughter. Gretchen had 3 sisters, Jessica, Anne, and Zoe. The girls grew up in a loving and supportive family with their siblings. Their strong relationship and encouragement certainly had a significant impact on Gretchen's development as a person and the creation of treasured memories. Her father, Harold Harrington, was a pastor and dedicated his life to serving various congregations of the Reformed Presbyterian Church of North America. On the morning of August 15, 1975, 8-year-old Gretchen Harrington left her home on 27 Lawrence Road in Bromall, Pennsylvania, with her Bible in one hand. She was on her way to go to summer Bible school camp at the Trinity Church Chapel Christian Reformed Church on 140 Lawrence Road. This was the premises of 2 local churches. Gretchen's father was the pastor of the one church, and David Zanstra was the pastor of the secondary church. She was eager to attend Bible school. Usually, she walked the half-mile with her older sisters, Zoe and Harriet. But on this particular day, though, her mom, Ina, was bringing home her newborn baby, Jessica. Zoe and Harriet preferred to stay home and wait for their arrival. Pastor Harrington encouraged Gretchen to go to Bible school to keep up her perfect attendance record. Therefore, Gretchen was all alone as her father waved goodbye to her. She began her stroll up the hill to the church just after 9 a.m. A child walking alone on a sunny summer day in a place like Marple was hardly unusual. It was not regarded as dangerous or risky. This was the 1970s in a leafy suburb. Kids played various games outside till all hours. They played on the streets, in the dark, and in the woods. They cooled off in Darby Creek, which ran behind Gretchen's home without a care in the world. Kids walked to their friends' houses blocks away. No cell phones or GPS watches to tether them to their parents. Marple was as safe could be. At around 9 to 9:30 a.m., the children arrived at the camp, and the first activity on the agenda was a morning exercise session led by David Zanstra, the other pastor. At approximately 10 a.m., half of the children were then transported to the Reformed Presbyterian Church for the remainder of the day. Zanstra was one of the people responsible for transporting the children. At 10:30, Gretchen's father became concerned when she had not arrived yet at the second church where he was waiting. Harold began searching Lawrence Road to see if maybe Gretchen had wandered off or went home. When he could not find Gretchen, Harold contacted Zanstra's wife, Margaret, who was at the Trinity Church to find out if Gretchen was still there, and if David Zanstra perhaps knew if she was transported to the other church. Margaret told Harold that her husband returned to Trinity Chapel after transporting children. He was somewhere on the property of the church and had not seen Gretchen that day. The Harringtons and Zanstras knew each other well. The two families lived close to one another. Both dads were at the same line of work, and both moms filled the stereotypical role of pastor's wife. One of Zanstra's daughters was Gretchen's best friend. When David Zanstra learned that Gretchen's father was looking for her, he called the Marble Township Police Department at Harold Harrington's request and reported Gretchen missing. The call was made at 11:23 a.m., and Zanstra described Gretchen to the police as an 8-year-old girl with blonde hair and pigtails, 3 feet 6 inches tall, a 1450, wearing dark blue shorts with a zipper and snap in the front, pockets on each side of the front and no visible buttons, and a white top. Quite a detailed description for someone who apparently did not see Gretchen on that day. As the sun set that day just before 8 p.m., there was still no sign of Gretchen. Margaret Sandstrom brought supper to the Harrington home where Ina, Gretchen's mother, seemed resigned to the fact that she would never see her daughter alive again. Margaret commented, she was just kind of accepting the fact that Gretchen was gone. I do not know whether she was just putting on a brave face. I think she was in shock. Gretchen's disappearance sent shockwaves through Broomall and Marple Township. The people went into full-blown panic mode. By Saturday, hundreds of people were involved in the search for Gretchen. A Pennsylvania State Police helicopter searched the area continuously from above. Friends and family members began handing out flyers to passing motorists in the area. The flyers showed Gretchen in her most recent school photo, sporting a missing tooth and a childish grin. There was a lot of speculation, so many unanswered questions. Had she run away? Did she drown in a creek? Did a stranger kidnap her? Was it somebody she knew? People and church members who searched for a little 8-year-old Gretchen said her disappearance destroyed the belief that their community was safe. Karen Frank Zetterberg was a Bible school classmate of Gretchen. They were the same age and lived in the same tightly knit community. After Gretchen's disappearance, Karen's mom took her to the hairdresser to cut her hair real short in order for her to look like a boy. She did not want her daughter to stand out with her long hair. Karen was also not allowed to walk alone to her piano lessons and to the swim club anymore. Paul Barton, who lived in nearby Newton Square, heard about the search on his police scanner while he was relaxing in his backyard pool. He soon drove down to Darby Creek to join a search team. His group combed a grassy hill. Barton recalled there was just this very solemn feeling amongst all of us who were out there searching. We went out there not knowing what to expect, what we might find. We were looking for something, anything, but we found nothing. Nobody did. That Sunday, just 2 days after Gretchen's disappearance, police called off the large-scale search operation. Investigators had little to go on. The police chief told a local newspaper, "We haven't got a clue." No useful clues of any kind were found by the search parties. In the weeks that followed, the police spoke with several people to piece together what had happened to Gretchen. On August 17, 1975, the interviews began for the investigation. Witnesses, camp teachers, students, and parents were interviewed by police providing various important facts for the case. The crucial pieces of information were the observation of either a green station wagon or light top, dark-bottomed Cadillac stopping to talk to a girl near the church. Another fact that was brought up was that the camp's daily routine was broken on August 15th because the group at Trinity Church stayed 45 to 50 minutes longer than usual. The investigation took a turn on August 19th when a small pair of shorts were found on a fence post in Westchester, Pennsylvania. David Zancho was called in to talk to police based around the fact that he provided such a specific description of Gretchen's shorts, although, according to him, he never saw her that day since she never arrived to camp. The shorts found in Westchester ultimately ended up not being Gretchen's, but investigators were still left questioning how Zandra knew such specific details about her shorts. When investigators interviewed Zanstra on August 19th, he told them that he had picked up some children and driven them to the church the day Gretchen went missing. He still denied having seen her that day. On October 14th, 2 months after Gretchen disappeared, a jogger in Ridley Creek State Park, about 20 minutes from Gretchen's home, stumbled on human remains. At first, he was not sure what he had found until he saw what was clearly a fingernail. He ran to fetch a park ranger. Gretchen's parents confirmed that the distinctive clothing found with the remains was hers. Ina made the girl's clothes by hand. The remains found were of a small human body, which the autopsy later revealed was indeed Gretchen Harrington's. Dental records were used for identification purposes. Dr. Halbert Fillinger performed the autopsy. He found a cranial cerebral injury and stated that Gretchen had suffered 2 or more blunt impacts to her skull, leaving her with a depressed skull fracture. Police suspected that she had been assaulted as well, though the autopsy revealed no evidence of that. The heart-wrenching discovery left everyone mourning the loss of a promising young life. The Sunday after Gretchen's body was found, her father, Harold, delivered a sermon at church. Gretchen, with her simple faith in Christ, is free, he declared, but the perpetrator is in terrible bondage. The world is filled with unspeakable evil because of the wickedness of the human who knows the truth but will not accept it. The discovery in the woods led to a new frenzy of activity in the case. Witnesses came forward with reports of men of various descriptions they had seen in the area where Gretchen was found. Police received numerous tips, some sounding very promising, some completely frivolous. On October 30th, 1985, David Zanstra was called back to the police station for a further interview about the morning of August 15th. Zanstra told police that he started picking up children for the opening session at 9:10 a.m. and was finished with the pickups and back at Trinity Chapel by 9:30 a.m. He denied ever seeing Gretchen and told police that he was unaware she was even missing until he was called to the Reformed Church at 11:05 a.m. by Harold Harrington, Gretchen's father. Investigators looked into a series of potential suspects, including several known offenders of assault living in the area. Nothing led to an arrest. What happened to Gretchen became a mystery for decades. No one knew who took her life. The case went cold. Joanna Falcon Sullivan was only 9 years old in 1975 when Gretchen's slaying took place. She was born and stayed in Broomall, Delaware County at the time. The case had always haunted Sullivan. She became a veteran journalist and wrote a true crime book detailing the ongoing investigation in Gretchen's case. Sullivan said, "I had wanted to write this story for decades. I grew up in Broomall. My co-author, Mike Mathis, grew up in Broomall as well. He grew up in Lawrence Park where this happened. It affected both of us as kids, and it affected a lot of kids our age." Sullivan started the book during the pandemic, and Marple's Gretchen Harrington tragedy was released in October 2022. The novel was Sullivan's first book, but she said she does plan to revise this true crime book to reflect any updated information about this case as it unfolds. Naturally, when detectives retire or pass away, other investigators inherit their cold cases. In the case of Gretchen, Sergeant Coffin became the head investigator. When a woman called Marple Police and wanted to talk to somebody about Gretchen, her message went to Coffin's phone. He was sitting at Marple Township Police Headquarters when he heard the voicemail. The woman said she thought she knew who was responsible for what happened to Gretchen and talked about an attempted kidnapping around the same time. She also mentioned that she kept a diary in the 1970s in which she recorded some of this information when she was a 10-year-old girl living in Havertown, about 3 miles east of Marple. The woman still had the diary in her possession after all these years. Sergeant Coffin got in touch with Pennsylvania State Police. Though the case remained open with the Marple cops because Gretchen had last been seen in their jurisdiction, the state police technically became the lead investigatory agency once the remains were found in the state park. Coffin noted, "Besides, I have 4 detectives in my division. The state police have so many more resources." State troopers scheduled an interview with the woman. She is designated in court documents only by her initials, SF and CI number 1, the terminology used for confidential informant. The interview would turn out to be a monumental development in a cold case that had been unsolved for nearly half a century. And monumental developments in decades-old cold cases do not happen that often. The woman told the state troopers on January 2, 2023, that she had been childhood friends with Gretchen and Zoe Harrington, one of Gretchen's sisters. She was also friends with David Zanstra's daughters, Mara and Kristen, and that she would often play at the Zanstra home. She frequently slept over at their house. During one of these sleepovers when she was 10, she told the troopers she awoke in the middle of the night to find Pastor Zandra touching her inappropriately. She shifted her position, and he immediately hurried from the room. The next night, he touched her again, she said. When the girls woke up the following morning, the woman said, she mentioned David's odd behavior to Mara, his one daughter. And then Mara told her something to the effect of, "He does that sometimes. And sometimes I hear my sister crying in the middle of the night." When the girl related the incidents to her parents, they told her she was not allowed to sleep over at the Zanstra house anymore. Notably, police believe the incident in question occurred exactly 1 week before Gretchen vanished. A short time afterwards, the Zanstras moved to Plano, Texas, a Dallas suburb. The confidential informant also told state police about another child in the neighborhood with whom she was friends, a girl named Holly. According to her, somebody had attempted to kidnap Holly. She wrote the following entry in her diary, which she turned over to the state troopers. In one entry dated September 15, 1975, she wrote, "Guess what? A man tried to kidnap Holly twice. It is a secret, so I cannot tell anyone, but I think he might be the one who kidnapped Gretchen. I think it was Mr. Z." She confirmed to the troopers that the Z stood for Zanstra. Local police had questioned Zanstra twice back in 1975, along with many other people. Some witnesses had said they saw Gretchen outside a car talking to someone sitting inside on the morning she disappeared. Some of the descriptions of the car matched one of Zanstra's, but Zanstra always insisted he had not seen Gretchen on the day in question. Bizarrely, though, as you, the viewer, would already have noted, there was an investigatory gap never explained by Marple police. Zanstra was able to give an accurate and detailed description of the homemade shorts Gretchen was wearing that day, even though he supposedly had not seen her. Sadly, the original Marple detective in her case passed away in June of 2020, and therefore there is no explanation for the investigatory gap. In June 2023, state troopers tracked Zanstra down to a lakefront home in Marietta, Georgia. He and his wife had moved there. Zanstra agreed to meet the troopers at the headquarters of the Cobb County Police Department on July 17, 2023. The troopers questioned Zanstra about Gretchen's disappearance, and he denied any involvement. Then they revealed the newest allegations to him, that the pastor had assaulted his own daughters and a best friend. David Zanstra then finally came clean to investigators on what really occurred on the morning of August 15, 1975. Jack Stolzheimer, the Delaware County District Attorney, outlined Zanstra's confession about what happened. Once Gretchen was out of her father's view, Zanstra then invited her into his green AMC Rambler station wagon. Instead of driving her to church, he drove her to a secure wooded area, parked the car, and asked her to take off her clothes. She refused and responded that she wanted to go home. He struck Gretchen with his fist and she began bleeding from her head. After feeling her pulse and her appearing lifeless, he carried her out of the car and attempted to cover her body with sticks. He then left and went on with his day. Due to the nature of the close relationship the Harringtons had with the Zangstras, investigators determined that Zanstra had the means, motive, and opportunity to take Gretchen's life. David Zanstra was taken into custody in Georgia on July 17, 2023. He is currently being held in Cobb County, where he has been denied bail. A DNA sample was collected from Zanstra that would be compared to DNA collected in other open cases in Pennsylvania and across the country. Investigators believe that it is unlikely Zanstra is not involved in other crimes, considering he worked with children for decades. Phil Stoddard, a detective in Marietta, Georgia, who sat in on the Zanstra interview, told a TV news crew there that Zanstra was emotionless during his confession to the troopers. Trooper Eugene Trez conducted the interview. Afterwards, Trez said, "I do not know if he is sorry for what he did, but this is a weight off his shoulders for sure." On Monday, 24th of July 2023, Delco officials announced the arrest of 83-year-old David Zanstra in connection with Gretchen's kidnapping and slaying. Zanstra was born in May 1940. He was still working as a pastor in Georgia at the time of his arrest. Delaware County District Attorney Jack Stolzheimer said he is every parent's worst nightmare. This heinous act left a family and a community forever changed. At long last, I can announce today that David Zanstra had admitted to this crime. Justice has been a long time coming, but we are proud and grateful to finally be able to give the community an answer. We have to realize that most people in this world are good, and that most pastors, especially people who claim to be men of God, are good people. But there have always been people, and there always will be people who are this cold-hearted, remorseless, and just evil. Thank God there is law enforcement here to hold them accountable. And however long this takes, we are going to do it because this young lady should be alive. What happened to her is just horrendous. Stolzheimer added that Zanstra was fighting extradition to Pennsylvania and that his office was seeking a governor's warrant to bring Zanstra to Delaware County. The district attorney's office will submit a petition for requisition. Once approved, arrangements will be made to have representatives from the Delaware County Sheriff's Office pick up Zanstra and bring him to Pennsylvania. The process could take as long as 2 months. Stolzheimer added, "We are going to try him. We are going to convict him, and he is going to stay in jail for the rest of his life. Then he is going to have to find out what the God he professes to believe in holds for those who are this evil to our children. He slayed with his bare hands this poor young girl and then lied about it for 48 years. He ended this girl's life that he knew and who trusted him, and then he acted as if he was a family friend, not only during her burial and funeral, but for years." Chief Graff of the police department in Marple Township said during Monday's press conference, If you are a praying person, you can certainly pray for Gretchen, and I do not think she needs it. She is in God's hands. You can certainly pray for the evil man responsible for this because he is going to need it. The charges filed against Zandra have brought a sense of closure to Broomall, Pennsylvania, which has been haunted by Gretchen's case for nearly 48 years. Gretchen's demise had transformed this community. Pre-August 1975, it was Anytown, USA. Post that day, it changed everything for the kids, for the parents, for the families, for everybody, because nobody could do anything anymore, in the innocence that they used to do it before this happened. Jim Cristaldi, who as a youth delivered newspapers to the Harringtons, spoke fondly of a pre-disappearance childhood in which he and his friends would spend countless hours building forts in the woods with only the light of the moon. But right after Gretchen vanished, Cristaldi, a teenager at the time, found himself in search parties in those same woods looking for Gretchen or anything that might have led to her whereabouts. We were innocent, and this absolutely shattered our innocence. Pennsylvania State Police Lieutenant Jonathan Sunderland said in a statement, "Justice does not have an expiration date. Whether a crime happened 50 years ago or 5 minutes ago, the residents of the Commonwealth can have confidence that law enforcement will not rest until justice is served. This case has been investigated by generations of detectives, and they all are owed a debt of gratitude for never giving up." Particular recognition is due today to Corporal Andrew Martin of the Criminal Investigation Assessment Unit and Missing Persons Unit. His determination to build upon the work of his predecessors and his belief that the case could still be solved have been instrumental in getting us to today's announcement. Michelle DeLone, President and CEO of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, said, "Today's announcement is a testament to the power of perseverance and a family and community's commitment to justice. Regardless of how much time has passed, we know answers can be found. As we mark this achievement, we applaud the incredible efforts of the Delaware County District Attorney's Office, the Pennsylvania State Police, the Marple Township Police, and their partner law enforcement agencies, and the Cobb County Police Department for their unwavering dedication in this case. Days like today fuel our ongoing passion to protect children, and we're keeping Gretchen's family in our thoughts as well as the many other families out there who are still searching for answers. David Zanstra has been charged with taking Gretchen's life in the first, second, and third degree, as well as kidnapping of a minor and the possession of an instrument of crime. The website of the Christian Reformed Church lists Zandra as a retired minister and said he was ordained on September 20th, 1965. In addition to the Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church in Broomall, Zanstra also served at churches in New Jersey, California, and Texas between 1960, 65, and Tucson and 5. The Christian Reformed Church said in a statement on Monday that it wanted to extend their condolences to the family of Gretchen Harrington. We are additionally grieved to hear that a CRC pastor has been arrested in the case. We recognize that we live in a broken and sinful world where violence can happen anywhere by anyone, even within our churches and by leaders we hold to the highest standards. David Zandra's wife, Margaret Zandra, did not immediately respond to a request for a comment after her husband's arrest. While the Marple community now has most of the answers it had been seeking for all these decades, many of the residents had not found peace in the shocking turn of events. It was much easier to believe that some outsider had done this. Some deranged, itinerant offender who had somehow wandered into town, snatched up a young girl, and then disappeared just as quickly, taking his evil with him to whatever unfortunate place he landed next. Instead, it was a respected member of their community, a religious leader with a wife and young girls of his own, a wife who had brought supper to the family of the girl he's confessed to slay. Karen Frank Zetterberg, Gretchen's Bible school classmate, observed. Back then, everybody was surprised that Gretchen would get into a car with a stranger. And now, to find out that this monster was hiding amongst us in plain sight all the time, it is just sickening. We were always taught in church that evil exists in the world, but you do not really understand evil until something like this happens. We were far too young to learn about evil the way we did. Sullivan, who wrote the book on Gretchen's case, said after the announcement, "I was stunned. The fact that this case is finally, potentially coming to a close, it is very exciting to hear this news. It is still very sad, you know. We cannot change what happened." I interviewed Zyanstra, his wife, and his daughter when doing research for my book. Zyanstra had a murky recollection of the day Gretchen went missing. There was a sense of fear and apprehension in Brumal. I remember seeing a helicopter flying over our neighborhood in a search effort for Gretchen. That image stayed with me for the rest of my life. Sullivan's book was just released last year, and CBS News Philadelphia talked to her about whether she believed it may have led to a break in this case. Sullivan replied, "We started interviewing people. We went to Marple Police Department and were able to comb through the cold case files kept by Chief Brandon Graff, who never gave up on this unsolved case. Marple Police encouraged our research and said that we somehow contributed. I think we got people talking again. Reverend Zandra took our calls. He answered questions about that day. There's a lot of relief and disbelief that it is actually happening. David Zanstra's neighbors in Georgia also reacted after learning about the charges against him." Karen Alsdorf said, "It is shocking. I had no idea. They have just always been very nice people." Aaron Christian said, "Friendly guy. I talked to him a few times. I see him walking around with his cane." The family of Gretchen Harrington released the following statement. "With today's announcement of an arrest, we are extremely hopeful that the person who is responsible for the heinous crime that was committed against our Gretchen will be held accountable. It is difficult to express the emotions that we are feeling as we take one step closer to justice." Gretchen was only 8 years old when she was suddenly taken away from us on her way to church on Friday, August 15, 1975. If you met Gretchen, you are instantly her friend. She exuded kindness to all and was sweet and gentle. Even now, when people share their memories of her, the first thing they talk about is how amazing she was and still is. At just 8 years old, she had a lifelong impact on those around her. The kidnapping and demise of Gretchen has forever altered our family, and we miss her every single day. We are grateful for the continual pursuit of justice by law enforcement, and we want to thank the Pennsylvania State Police for never stopping in their constant search for answers. We would not be here today if it was not for them. As a family, we ask for privacy at this time as we continue to digest this information. Thank you for your understanding, love, and continued support. It means the world to us. Gretchen's parents were married for an impressive 59 years. Her father passed away in 2021 at the remarkable age of 94. Officials said Zanstra moved around quite a few times to different churches during his 40-year tenure. He lived in California, Texas, and Georgia. Stolzheimer said, "We are concerned that there may be more victims who might have been assaulted by this man. We want to hold him accountable for everything he did. We must exercise diligence. If you know anything about it, or if David Zandra ever did something to you, please get in touch with the Pennsylvania State Police or District Attorney Geoffrey Payne." What ought to have been a 10-minute stroll down the street became a cold case that engulfed the entire neighborhood for almost half a century. Moving on to the next case. Michael Johnson. A man's body was found in Vancouver, Canada's Columbia River, on October 26, 1998. The only information available to the Clark County Medical Examiner's Office was that he was white and might have been in his 50s. A DNA sample from the remains was just sent to Bode Technology by the Medical Examiner's Office. This Virginia-based DNA lab specializes in extracting DNA from difficult-to-reach human remains samples and offers forensic genealogical services. The forensic genealogist matched the DNA from the remains to online genealogical databases that enable searches for unidentified individuals in order to determine the unidentified person's lineage. The forensic genealogist found an ancestral link to a family from California. While there were multiple possibilities, the forensic genealogist noted that one person, a son of Chesley Johnson Jr. and Ruth Marie Hansen, appeared to have no traceable activity since 1998. In October of 2022, Medical Examiner's Office Operations Manager Nikki Costa contacted other children of the couple. Russell Johnson and Kathy Bergen indicated their brother, Michael E. Johnson, had left to California over 20 years ago and had no contact with family. Over the next several months, Costa reached out to other agencies for assistance as she pursued the lead. Since Michael was missing from California, the California Department of Justice Missing Persons DNA program provided analysis of family reference samples for comparison to the unidentified male in Clark County. The Wasatch County Sheriff's Office in Heber City, Utah, collected a DNA sample from Johnson's sister, Kathy Bergen, and submitted the family reference sample to California's Missing Persons Program. The University of North Texas Center for Human Identification, which developed the initial DNA profile of the unidentified male in 2008, sent its DNA profile to California's Missing Persons Program for comparison. Based on the results of the forensic genealogical analysis, DNA analysis, and circumstantial evidence in the case, Clark County Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Martha Burt concluded that the previously unidentified man was Michael E. Johnson in 2023. It was revealed that Michael had been fatally shot in the head. Regarding Michael's movements and actions before to his body being found floating in the Columbia River at Lower River Road, law enforcement is in the dark. Sergeant Patrick Moore of the Major Crimes Unit of the Vancouver Police Department can be reached at 360-487-7440 if you have any information concerning Michael. When Michael was killed, he was 53 years old. This image of him and his spouse Joyce was captured at some point in the 1990s. Moving on to the next case. Connie Maroto. On July 31, 1976, Connie Maroto was born in Rockville, Connecticut, to Cindy and Kenneth. Connie was one of 4 siblings. Her brothers were Keith and Marlise and Leslie. The Maroto kids were raised in Ellington and Vernon. Connie graduated from Ellington High School in 1995 after attending. Connie then enrolled at the University of Connecticut. She attained her undergraduate degree in 1999 and began working as a pharmaceutical sales representative for Reckitt Benckiser. Everyone who knew Connie described her as a warm-hearted, generous person who would do anything for those she loved. Connie had many friends and was popular among everyone she met. In the early 2000s, Connie told her close friends about a man she had met. His name was Richard DeBate, and Connie was smitten. He was a handsome man who treated Connie like a queen. When Connie was introduced to Richard's family, they immediately knew that she was the one for him. Richard, or Rick as he was known, was born on July 29, 1976, to parents Richard Sr. and Julie DeBate. He grew up in Manchester, Connecticut, and graduated from Manchester High School in 1995. After finishing high school, Rick attended technical school before beginning his career in computer network administration. Ricky and Connie married on July 4, 2003, and had 2 sons, RJ and Connor. Connie was a devoted mother to her boys, and Rick seemed like the perfect husband and family man. The DeBates lived in a beautiful home in Ellington on Birchview Drive. 2 of Connie's closest friends, Peggy and Darlene, lived in the same neighborhood. Before we continue, we want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy our content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Their families spent plenty of time together, with Peggy and Darlene often joking about what a doting husband Rick was to Connie. From any outside perspective, life for the DeBates looked picture perfect. They seemed to have it all. In reality, cracks had started to show. December 23, 2015 started like any other day. It was a Wednesday, and everyone in Ellington felt the festive cheer with Christmas just 2 days away. At 8:10 a.m., Rick dropped Connor and RJ off at the nearby bus stop. While he was out, Connie dressed and headed to a spin class at the local YMCA. What happened next is unclear, as Rick has given many differing versions of events. This is what he first told investigators after the incident. Rick dropped off the boys and then returned home to change into his work clothes. Once he was ready, Rick got back into his car at 8:30 a.m. and set off on the 40-minute drive to work. He wasn't on the road for long until he realized his laptop was still at home. Rick couldn't work without it, so he went onto his cell phone and emailed his supervisor that he would be late. As Rick looked at his phone, he happened to see a security alert about a silent alarm that had been triggered at his home. He mentioned this in the email as well. Rick headed back home and cautiously went inside. Rick heard a noise coming from upstairs, and upon further investigation, it sounded like someone was in their main bedroom. The door was partially opened, and when Rick looked inside, he was confronted by a masked intruder. It was a large framed man standing roughly 6 foot 2 inches tall, wearing a dark green camouflage outfit and mask. The intruder pulled out a knife and told Rick something along the lines of, "Give me your money, your wallet, and your pins. And if you don't, I'm going to wait here for your wife and kids." The man had a deep voice which Rick compared to sounding like Vin Diesel. Rick had been with the intruder for less than a minute when he heard the sound of their garage door opening. It was Connie. Her class had been canceled and she was back early. Rick screamed out to her, desperately trying to alert his wife to the danger in their house. The intruder then apparently turned his attention to Connie, and he and Rick were in a race to reach her first. In the struggle, Rick was pushed down the stairs and was briefly disoriented. The intruder managed to get past him and pursue Connie into the basement. Rick was able to pick himself up off the floor and rushed to Connie's rescue, but it was too late. As he sped down the stairs, a gunshot rang out. It was so loud that his hearing was affected for several minutes afterward. The intruder turned his focus back on Rick, where he overpowered him by using a certain pressure point that caused him to collapse. The next thing Rick knew, he had been partially tied to a metal folding chair with zip ties. The intruder had grabbed a box cutter from Rick's toolbox and inflicted superficial wounds on Rick's body with it. The intruder next grabbed a blowtorch, which he used to burn random items. He then tried to use the blowtorch on Rick, but Rick was able to use his free hand and grab the blowtorch from the intruder. He aimed it at the man's face and burnt him, despite Rick previously saying the man had a mask on. The entire ordeal lasted 5 minutes before Rick scared the man off after the blowtorch incident. Looking at the original timeline, this meant that it would now be no later than 9:05 a.m. Rick only calls the police at 10:21 a.m. State troopers were already on their way, as a call had been automatically placed to them at 10:16 a.m. from the security company regarding an alarm triggered at home. This alert gets sent to authorities immediately. So why did it not get sent after the alert that Rick allegedly saw shortly past 8:30 a.m.? The first to arrive at 7 Birchview Drive was a member of the Ellington Fire Department. He noticed the front door was open, but the storm door was still closed. He knocked with no answer and proceeded inside. He first noticed a light layer of smoke that hung in the air. The basement door was open and droplets of blood led from the basement toward the kitchen. The man followed the trail where he found Rick. Rick was still attached to the folding chair lying face down on the kitchen floor. Rick told the man that he is still in the house, referring to the intruder. The man quickly called for backup, reporting the crime as a home invasion, and soon a flood of officers were on the scene. They focused on locating the gunman as soon as possible. The investigators started taking note of everything in the house. They took multiple images of Rick on the floor, showing how he had been tied to the metal chair. Curiously, it was only Rick's left hand and left ankle that was zip-tied. Connie was found in the basement's boiler room. She had been shot twice, once in the stomach and in the back of the head. She was pronounced deceased at the scene. This was no longer just a home invasion. K-9 units were soon on the scene, hoping they would show investigators which direction the gunman had gone in. But the dogs seemed only to be focused on one person, Rick DeBate. One of the dogs found Rick's wallet on the lawn outside, presumably where the intruder had dropped it while fleeing. Still, the dogs could not follow a scent leading away from the property. Instead, they led their handlers to the ambulance where Rick was being treated for his superficial wounds. From the get-go, investigators saw holes in Rick's story. Rick was taken to Hartford Hospital. This is where he was first questioned about the events that day. He described the intruder to the investigators and told them he had seen the man shoot Connie in the basement. After he said his version of events, the investigators had some follow-up questions for Rick. This was when they noticed Rick's story changing slightly, which is always a red flag. There was confusion about the alarm system when Rick saw the alarm alert, and whether he had been the one who set it off. Initially, Rick said he left before Connie dropped the boys off. This changed to him saying he couldn't remember who left first. The next thing that changed was his explanation of the sound upstairs. Now, Rick hadn't heard a sound when he first entered. Instead, he went upstairs and noticed the bedroom light was on. He then came across the intruder rifling through their closet. The next story change involved the staircase. Remember that Rick first said he was pushed down the stairs. Now he was saying he tripped down them. Most important to investigators was the gun story. The gun used to shoot Connie was a .357 Magnum. It was one of Rick's guns that he kept in the house. He first told investigators that he was unsure how the intruder got the gun from Connie. Now he said he saw Connie and the man wrestling for the gun. The man pulled it from Connie, and he then shot her. Oh, and the basement was also dark during all of this, apparently. Rick told investigators how he dragged himself up the stairs still attached to the metal chair after he regained consciousness. He found his cell phone and called for help, all while calling out to Connie hoping she would call back. Rick's injuries were conveniently located. The wounds to his chest were only found on his left side, and the wounds to his legs were all within reach of his right hand. This piqued the investigators' interest. He also had no injuries that would suggest he had been pushed or fallen down the stairs. The dried blood from the box cutter marks hadn't dripped down the edges of his legs like you would expect if the wounds had been inflicted while he was sitting on the metal chair. The other inconsistency that stood out to investigators was the lack of blood leading up the stairs. If Rick had dragged himself from the basement to the kitchen, you would expect to see evidence of that. Instead, only droplets were found on that path, and the only drag marks were found in the kitchen. Rick seemed to have walked upstairs before collapsing in the kitchen. Investigators were also curious why Rick hadn't tried to check on Connie. The evidence shows he hadn't been near the body after she was shot, as the pool of blood near her body was undisturbed. Investigators wanted to find out exactly how an intruder was able to get into the home. They theorized they had entered through an open basement window, as the rest of the house showed no sign of forced entry. But even this didn't make sense. The locks on the basement window were removed from the inside and just left on the windowsill. An intruder wouldn't have been able to access these locks from outside without leaving significant damage. So why would Rick or Connie have removed these locks without immediately replacing them? It is customary for investigators to question those closest to a victim to get an idea of their life in general and any possible problems they were experiencing. After running through that morning's events, the investigators asked Rick about his relationship with Connie. He started off by saying things had been pretty good, but added that Connie was going through some things lately. She was battling with depression and had been noticeably easy to anger, something very unusual for the usually cheerful mom of two. Rick did say that Connie seemed to be slowly returning back to her old self, though. The investigators then bluntly asked Rick whether their investigation would reveal any problems in their relationship, to which Rick replied yes and no. Rick revealed he had been having an affair, but he had an explanation for this. He claimed that both he and Connie were wanting to add another child to their family, but health problems were standing in the way of that. Connie was unable to conceive, and after several attempts they decided to explore a different route. Rick told the investigators about Sarah, an old friend from high school who was newly divorced. Sarah also happened to want to have a child. Rick explained that the three of them, meaning Rick, Connie, and Sarah, got together and came up with a plan that Rick would get Sarah pregnant. Since the entire artificial insemination was so costly, the group agreed that Rick would sleep with Sarah and get her pregnant that way. He insisted that Connie agreed to the whole thing, even adding that was actually mainly her idea. So how would the parenting work? Apparently, all three of them would co-parent the child together. The investigators couldn't make sense of such a bizarre story and felt skeptical that Connie would agree to something like that. They asked Rick more questions about this situation, and yet again, his story started to shift. He told them that their baby was due in February 2016, but when asked whether Connie knew about the pregnancy, he wouldn't give the investigators a straight answer. If this had all been Connie's idea, surely she would have found out the good news as soon as Rick had. Rick then added that Connie and Sarah hadn't actually ever spoken. Yet again, this punched major holes in his story about Connie's involvement in the plan and their eventual co-parenting. By the end of the conversation, the real story came out. Rick had been unfaithful to Connie for years leading up to her passing. Sarah's pregnancy was also unplanned. The investigators didn't try to hide their disbelief. They told Rick that his entire story didn't make sense and added that the evidence at their home didn't match what he said happened that morning. He insisted he wasn't responsible for what happened to Connie. After hearing about Rick's affair, the investigators focused on tracking down Sarah. She was able to give them a statement later that same day. Sarah admitted to knowing that Connie and Rick were married, but said Rick had told her he was getting a divorce. Rick told Sarah that he and Connie had been unhappy for years and that the divorce was a mutual decision. Sarah found out she was pregnant on June 18, 2015 and waited until August to break the news to Rick. But when Rick found out, he told Sarah he had recently hired a divorce attorney. Like many other things had been, this was a lie. Sarah and Rick were still in an active relationship shortly before Connie lost her life, even traveling to Vermont in mid-December 2015. During this trip, the pair discussed how they would break the news to Connie. Rick wanted to wait until after the holidays to tell her. During subsequent conversations with Connie's closest friends, investigators discovered that Connie would never have accepted Rick having a child with another woman. Connie shared everything with her close friends, who said she never mentioned Sarah or the child's situation. She would have undoubtedly told them if she found out Rick was unfaithful. While Connie's friends were none the wiser to Rick's affair, Rick's friends, on the other hand, did know about Sarah and the pregnancy. He told a friend how much he loved Sarah and that he was afraid Connie would leave him. The entire investigation team was in a precarious position. From the get-go, though, they felt that Rick was involved in his wife's slaying. This was something they kept private from the public. To everyone outside of law enforcement, they believed that an intruder had broken in and taken Connie's life, leaving Rick injured. Those close to Rick hadn't even considered the possibility that he had something to do with Connie's passing, and they grieved alongside him. While they clearly had a main suspect, the investigators didn't want to lose focus on exploring all possibilities. The debates did have someone who would potentially want to hurt them. They had been involved in a long-standing legal battle with a contractor who worked on the house. Connie and Rick sued the man in small claims court after multiple problems with the contractor's work, and Connie had even expressed concern about her safety. The man was difficult to deal with, and Connie's car had even been vandalized twice in 2015. She believed the contractor was behind it. After these incidents, the debates installed their security system and purchased guns. The contractor even came up multiple times when friends of Connie and Rick were questioned after her passing. But this lead fell flat after the contractor was found to have an airtight alibi on the day of the crime, and he didn't at all match Rick's description of the intruder. While no one other than law enforcement suspected Rick was involved in Connie's demise, many people noted odd behavior from him. He didn't seem to be grieving how you would expect. Not long after the incident, Rick placed a message on the neighborhood group asking everyone where they liked to get takeout food. This seemed off for a man who had recently lost his wife in such traumatic circumstances. As investigators peeled back the layers of the debate's lives, they uncovered some glaring financial issues. Money was going out faster than was coming in, and Connie felt like all the responsibilities were resting on her shoulders. She told her close friend she was thinking about separating from Rick and even had a file on her notes app titled, "Why I Want a Divorce." The reasons ranged from Rick's lying to his poor treatment of her and not being a good father to the boys and focusing only on himself. Money is often a motive in cases like these, and in mid-January 2016, investigators found out about 2 life insurance policies for Connie and Rick. Each policy was for the hefty sum of $475,000. It turned out that only Connie's life insurance was still valid as Rick's had lapsed due to non-payment. Rick waited just 5 days to claim Connie's insurance money. He also received $75,000 from her employer a month after her passing. Over the next year, investigators slowly built their case against Rick DeBate. They executed multiple search warrants looking into both Rick and Connie's phone records, financial statements, communications with outside parties, security system data, and, most importantly, Connie's Fitbit. Connie's Fitbit showed she had first been active at 7:52 a.m. on the morning of December 23rd. This was followed by an extended period of inactivity consistent with Connie driving to the YMCA, the search warrant stated. We know Connie arrived at the YMCA as she was spotted on surveillance cameras. Then her Fitbit again registered another 10 minutes of inactivity when Connie was driving back home. She was back at the house at around 9:20 a.m. From 9:37 a.m. to 9:43 a.m., she was stationary. Investigators believe Connie was just resting during this time. The next 20 minutes saw Connie moving around like normal. During this time, Connie posted videos from her phone to Facebook with an IP address linked to her house. The last time Connie's Fitbit picked up any movement from her was at 10:05 a.m. So why was this so significant? This information provided concrete evidence that Connie's life was not taken at the time that Rick stated it had been. Connie was alive and moving until 10:05 a.m., an hour after Rick said he had witnessed the intruder take her life. Once they felt like they had enough evidence to convict Rick DeBate, authorities arrested him on April 14, 2017. He was charged with taking Connie's life, evidence tampering, and giving false statements to investigators. Rick pleaded not guilty to the charges. The police had a 50-page affidavit that included the Fitbit information, Rick's contradictions, and his affair with Sarah. The news of Rick's arrest rocked the close-knit community of Ellington. No one had given a thought to him being responsible. Even Connie's close friends who she had spoken with about her marriage issues thought many people go through difficulties without it ending like this. His bail was set at $1,000, which he posted immediately. Despite the mountain of evidence, it was a while before the case was actually taken to trial. It had been postponed twice before it kicked off on April 5, 2022. From his arrest to his trial, Kanye's case received a lot of media attention. It became known as a case that was solved by a Fitbit, which Connie's family didn't approve of. They felt that it took the focus off of Connie to get a catchy headline. While it seemed like the prosecution had a clear-cut case, the defense was able to bring forward some damning information. Unidentified DNA had been found in the home in 6 separate places. This DNA coincides with Rick's story about the intruder starting off in their closet, moving down the stairs, and ending in the basement. The other evidence that the defense used was the gunshot residue found on Rick. The amount found on him was insignificant. You would expect there to be much more had he been the one to pull the trigger. The prosecution was able to counter this by explaining that the test had been administered hours after the trigger was pulled, meaning his hands could have easily been wiped or washed during that time. The prosecution stated a clear motive from the get-go. Rick's life was falling apart around him with Sarah's pregnancy and Connie thinking about leaving him. Attorney Matthew C. Godansky told juries, "Time is moving on. The pressure is mounting. The baby is coming, and the defendant's worst fears are going to be realized." Following the 5-week trial, on May 10, 2022, the jury deliberated for 3 hours before reaching a verdict. Richard DeBate was guilty of all charges. Connie and her family finally got justice after 6.5 long years. Judge Corinne Klatt handed down a sentence of 65 years in prison. She described the crime as ruthless, cunning, and unfathomable. Her punishment was only 1 year less than the maximum allowed. It seems likely that Richard will serve out the remainder of his time in prison, even though his attorney did indicate they would file an appeal. Judge Klatt came to know the amazing woman that was Connie during the trial. She was a devoted mother, a diligent worker, and many people's best friend. Without Connie, the world is a truly sadder place, as Judge Klatt so eloquently stated. Moving on to the next case. Heidi Marie Erickson. On December 14, 1984, Heidi Marie Erickson was born in St. Paul, Minnesota. She has two brothers, Peter and Joel, and was the daughter of John and Linda Erickson. As a young child, Heidi gave her life to Jesus Christ and followed him with faithfulness. She was referred to as a happy godchild. Her family and her many lovely friends loved her, and she loved them back. In 2005, Heidi met Nick Fergus at church, hit it off, and they got married soon after. Nick was born February 25, 1983, and is the son of Steve and Julie Fergus. Heidi found work at Securian, a financial services company, while Nick Fergus was the director of operations for a carpet cleaning business. Heidi and Nick Fergus were both close with their parents. In 2010, the couple had been dealing with financial difficulties and were about to be evicted from their home. They were in over $15,000 of credit card debt. Heidi knew none of this, however. Out of shame, Nick did not tell anyone about their financial situation. Early in the morning on April 25, 2010, at approximately 6:30, 25-year-old Heidi made a 911 call from her cell phone. She frantically said that someone is trying to break into their home. She could be heard breathing heavily and screaming. It was clear she was terrified. The call ended abruptly with a loud noise. Just 65 seconds later, another 911 call was made from their home, this time from her husband, 27-year-old Nick Fergus. "My wife is shot. Someone broke into our house," Nick screamed into the phone. "I've been shot." When officers arrived at the scene, they found Nick with a gunshot wound to his left thigh. He was beside Heidi on the floor, talking to the 911 operator. He was highly emotional and was taken to the hospital. Heidi had been fatally shot in the upper back. Her body was found in the kitchen. Investigators noticed that the Fergus house was clean and tidy, and the entryway table beside the front door was undisturbed. They could not find any signs of a struggle taking place or anyone that forced themselves into the house. Nick Fergus told Sergeant Jim Gray of the St. Paul Police Department that he awoke to a suspicious noise at his front door, grabbed his shotgun from the closet where he kept it for safety, and alerted his sleeping wife. Both of them were trying to run out the back door to the detached garage to escape, according to Nick. Heidi stopped next to the front door to grab her wallet, which was on the table next to the front door. At that moment, the door opened, and there was a guy around 61 or 62 with a dark hooded sweatshirt with the hood drawn tight around his face. Nick Fergus said that the guy grabbed the barrel of the shotgun, they wrestled, and that his finger slipped onto the trigger and it went off. The gunshot hit Heidi, and she fell onto the floor. Nick Fergus and the intruder struggled over the shotgun, and the gun went off a second time, hitting Nick in the leg. He fell down, and the intruder took off through the front door. He told police that they were about to lose their house because they were behind on their bills. He said that they had not told any of their friends or family about the foreclosure or their need to be out of their house, but that they were going to tell their parents and friends and were planning to move later that day. According to him, they had planned to pack up their house on Monday morning, put some of their belongings in the garage to get later, and find someone to stay with. Photographs and a video taken inside the Fergus home after the incident showed that despite having to be out of the house the next day, absolutely no packing had been done. Also, Heidi was scheduled to work on Monday, April 26th. She did not request the day off. On Thursday, April 22, 2010, 3 days before her life was ended, Heidi exchanged text messages with a friend making plans to get a pedicure in the afternoon on Sunday, April 25th. In this exchange, Heidi was given the option of doing the pedicure on Sunday or the following Wednesday, and Heidi chose Sunday. She also suggested that they all go to church together that Sunday morning. It was evident that Heidi knew nothing about the eviction or that they had to move to a new place. Heidi's funeral took place at the Calvary Church in Roseville, Minnesota, a week after she lost her life. Many messages sympathizing with her parents, Nick, and their families streamed in. She was remembered as a beautiful young woman, and the community was deeply saddened. On her tombstone, the words "Joyful Child of God" are engraved. Extensive neighborhood canvassing and a canine search showed no sign of an intruder. He was never found. Investigators did note that Nick Fergus perpetuated several false accounts to them during interviews. He became a suspect in the case when the police found no signs of a forced break-in or any missing items. There were also no background noises that indicated there was an intruder or a struggle taking place when investigators looked into the audio of the 2911 calls made. Investigators also found only Nick Fergus's DNA on the gun, and several witnesses testified there were no signs of a break-in. Nick Fergus's attorneys claimed the intruder was wearing gloves and was in the home for only a couple of seconds, so he could not have left DNA evidence. Nick Fergus retained the services of a defense attorney, Joe Friedberg, who recommended he cease contact with the St. Paul Police Department. At the advice of his lawyer, Nick Fergus declined investigators' request to sit down with a police sketch artist to create a composite of the alleged intruder. I knew they had used that as a lever to try interrogating him more, so I said, "No. We won't do that, but we'll hire an artist and do it," Friedberg told ABC News. Nick Fergus and Joe Friedberg returned to the St. Paul's Police Department with their own sketch of the alleged intruder, who Nick Fergus said was a male in his late 30s and wearing a hoodie. The police released the sketch through the media to see if any tips would come in. A woman identified Michael Pye to police as a potential match. Investigators started researching him immediately, and they learned that he was engaged in a pattern of breaking into homes in St. Paul around 6 in the morning. However, Michael Pye was incarcerated on the day of Heidi's slaying. Authorities subsequently cleared him of having any involvement in this case. A few months after Heidi's demise, Nick Fergus met Rachel Watson. She believed he was the man of her dreams. Rachel is described as a loving, caring, and generous individual who is always ready to extend a helping hand. She is also known for her kind and amicable behavior, which helps her maintain positive relationships with everyone around her. Also born in Minnesota, Rachel got to know Nick Fergus on a personal level through her sister, Sarah, and her brother-in-law, David Olson, who were both close friends of Heidi. In fact, Sarah considered herself one of Heidi's best friends, and she was the one to insist that Nick Fergus was a wonderful man who loved and took care of his first wife without fail. Neither Sarah nor David minded when Rachel fell in love with him before deciding to tie the knot. The two got married in August 2012 and moved into a house purchased for them by Nick Fergus's parents. They welcomed their first child just a few months later. Neighbors who were acquainted with the couple claimed they appeared utterly in love, and they even went on to become proud parents of 2 more wonderful children. Yet, with time, Rachel began doubting her husband's involvement in Heidi's case. Her suspicion about her husband's involvement with what happened to Heidi were raised when she found a notice that they might lose their home to foreclosure due to unpaid property taxes. Nick and Rachel Fergus had an arrangement where they would pay the mortgage amount to Nick Fergus's parents, and he would pay the property taxes directly to the county. She immediately thought of what she had heard about Heidi's demise. According to Rachel, "I didn't know that this was happening, and I'm living with this person. I have children with this person, and the last time he had problems with finances, a lot of things went wrong," she said in an interview. She decided to confront him about it. Because she feared for her life as well, she sent their children away and even decided to record the whole conversation before talking to Nick. Although Nick Fergus said nothing incriminating while talking to his spouse, it was apparent he was hiding something. In one recording, Rachel said, The fact that your lying was so easy for you to do in front of me over and over and over makes me think that I could end my wife's life?" He responded. She replied, "Yes." This worry kept nagging Rachel until she could not take it anymore and divorced him in 2019. Rachel told ABC's 2020 that catching Nick Fergus in a substantially similar lie was what led her to see the 2010 event in an entirely new light. In 2019, Sergeant Nicole Sipes of the St. Paul Police Department took a new look at Heidi Fergus's case. "The case always bothered me because the circumstances did not seem to fit what happened," Sipes said. Once Sipes learned of Nick Fergus's recent divorce from his second wife, she reached out to Rachel, who shared her suspicions. "She could have also been a victim," Sipes said. In May 2021, Nick Fergus was arrested and for the first time officially charged with taking his first wife's life. The investigation showed Nick Fergus was served with foreclosure in June 2009, and their house was sold at a sheriff's auction in the same month, 10 months before Heidi was slayed. Eviction proceedings had been filed in February, and an eviction hearing was held on March 8, 2010, which Nick Fergus attended alone. The lockout date was originally set for April 9, 2010. Nick Fergus called the attorneys and stated his grandmother was in hospice and asked to move it to April 26. However, investigators found no evidence either of his grandmothers were in hospice or passed away in 2010. In a review of correspondence between the couple and financial documents found in the home, investigators were unable to find any proof that Heidi knew of the impending eviction. Nick Fergus's trial started in February 2022. Defense attorneys argued Heidi knew about the foreclosure and impending eviction. Prosecutors, on the other hand, said she did not know, and her husband was desperate. Nick Fergus, the complaint said, had done absolutely no packing and kept Heidi completely in the dark about the fact that they were about to be evicted on April 26, 2010, which was one day after the slaying. Investigators have reviewed the text messages and emails sent to and from Heidi and Nick Fergus's cell phones and email accounts. There is not a single message that references foreclosure or eviction proceedings or gives any indication that they would need to move out of their house imminently. On the contrary, on March 11, 2010, Heidi sent an email to a friend saying, "Wish we weren't tied down to our house so we could move somewhere fun." The law firm handling the foreclosure and eviction has no documentation signed by Heidi, and their representatives never had any contact with Heidi. All their contacts were with Nick Fergus. Investigators have spoken with Heidi's family, friends, and co-workers, and not one person said that Heidi ever said anything about foreclosure, eviction, or needing a place to stay or store their belongings. In April 2010, Heidi emailed Nick Fergus multiple times regarding scheduling a meeting with a realtor who helped them buy their house and who was referred to as JS, and also a friend from church. Nick Fergus responded by saying that he had been in contact with JS. On April 23, 2010, Heidi sent Nick Fergus an email asking whether he had heard from JS. Nick Fergus responded, "JS said that he's ready to meet when we are. I told him Monday should be good." Police interviewed JS, who said that he had not spoken to Nick Fergus in over a year and that there was no meeting scheduled for any Monday. The FBI also combined their ballistics testing and a virtual model of Heidi and Nick Fergus's house to prove that the shots were most likely not accidental in the middle of the struggle, but deliberate. However, Nick Fergus's attorney countered that these findings did not necessarily disprove his version of the events. Finally, the prosecutor asked the big question: "Did you have anything to do with the incident in which Heidi lost her life?" "No," Nick Fergus said, "absolutely not." Ramsey County prosecutors argued that Nick Fergus hid details of their financial troubles from his wife and took her life due to the shame of their impending eviction. It wasn't just going to be the loss of his house. It was going to be the realization that he had lied to his wife and he had lied to his friends. He had lied to the community for many years, Ramsey County Assistant District Attorney Elizabeth Lamond said. He took Heidi's life and saved his reputation, Senior Assistant Hennepin County Attorney Rachel Craker said at the trial, where she aided Ramsey County prosecutors in securing the conviction. The trial lasted 11 days. On February 10, 2023, after 4 hours of deliberation, the jury found Nick Firkus guilty of slaying Heidi. Robert Richmond, Nick Firkus's defense attorney, refuted these allegations, but nevertheless he was found guilty on all the charges against him. In April 2023, Firkus was sentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole. It took more than a decade for this case to be solved, and it could very well have still been unsolved if Firkus was not caught in a big lie by his second wife, Rachel. Nick Firkus's family declined a request from ABC News for an interview, but issued a statement in support of him. He was wrongly convicted and sits in jail for a crime he did not commit. This is not just the belief of heartbroken parents, a part of the statement reads. After 13 years, Heidi's family and friends found some sort of closure. They had this to say in a statement. Because of the lies we were told as early as the day after her life was ended, along with the pressures to believe them, it has been virtually impossible to find closure to our grief as the shock begins after what happened to Heidi. The realization quickly set in that everything Nick Firkus was telling us betrayed who I knew my sister to be, Heidi's brother, Peter Erickson said. The fact that he had the audacity to peddle a story that was so obviously inconsistent with Heidi's character was, and still is, very much insulting and offensive to me and everyone else who actually knew and loved her. I really miss my sister, he added. Heidi's mom, Linda Erickson, holding back tears, said Nick Firkus's unthinkable actions robbed her daughter and loved ones of participating in that adventure of life with her. She looked forward to being a mother, she said of Heidi. Because of Nick Firkus, I never get to see my friend again, Jessie Bain added. Because of him, Heidi is missing out on so much. Rachel still makes her home in St. Paul, Minnesota, where she runs her own cosmetics business, Be Lovely. She also speaks out in support of those who are the victims of human trafficking. According to sources, Be Lovely actually donates 10% of each transaction to charities that support victims of human trafficking and other forms of social injustice. To be honest, I'm thrilled to see Rachel succeed. At the Minnesota Correctional Facility in St. Cloud, Minnesota, Nick Firkus is incarcerated for life without the possibility of release. Moving on to the next case. Yoo Young-chul. On April 18, 1970, in Gohan, Gyeongbo, South Korea, Yoo Young-chul was born. His family had very little money and lived in extreme poverty. Every day, his father, an alcoholic, would mistreat his family. Yue's father, a veteran of the Vietnam War, received a sizable bonus following his combat injuries. However, much to his family's dismay, he would later gambling it away. Yu's parents separated when he was 8 years old, and his mother eventually dropped him and his siblings off at his grandmother's house before leaving her own family behind, allowing his grandmother to raise and look after them. Eventually, his father would take Yu and his siblings with him to live with his new wife. Yu's new stepmother was violent towards him and his siblings. The family struggled financially and lived in an area which had very limited water and inconsistent electricity. Because of his visible poverty, Yu was bullied throughout his school attendance, and while he found solace in drawing and singing, his adolescence was further stunted by the death of his father, who died in 1985 in a traffic accident. Not wanting to become like his father, Yu decided to study hard and become an artist. He applied for admission into Anyang Arts High School. However, due to low grades and his financial status, he was rejected. As a consequence of these schoolyard traumas, rejections, and the poverty with which he was brought up, he developed a deep-seated hatred for the wealthy. Failing to get into a program that would make him on track for a bachelor's degree in arts, he enrolled into a technical school in 1987. During his school years, he began his life of crime. In 1988, at the age of 18, He stole a guitar and a Sony tape recorder from a wealthy neighbor. He was caught and sent to a juvenile detention center. As a result, he could not complete his technical high school. After his first arrest for petty theft in 1988, Yu escalated rapidly into stealing larger and more expensive items from cash to cameras to cars. In 1991, he met a masseuse named Hoang Mo, and both started dating. He would later marry her and have a son with her. On June 23, 1999, he stole a camera and $500 from his landlord. He was caught and sentenced to 10 months in prison. After his release, he stayed clean, but in 1994, he decided to steal a car. He was again caught and had to spend 8 months in prison. After his subsequent release, he suffered from epilepsy and was admitted to a psychiatric hospital for bipolar disorder. He was released from that hospital in 1995. In 1995, Yu changed his criminal status from that of a thief to that of a monster when he was caught distributing illegal pornography images and videos involving minors. It is unclear how long he was sentenced for this heinous act, but in 1998, he was free to again roam the streets and committed more thefts. He also impersonated a police officer, and for that he was remanded to prison for 2 years. In the year 2000, Yu was again arrested, and his predilection for the illegally young was demonstrated as he was proven to have raped a 15-year-old. For this crime, he was sentenced to 3.5 years in prison. Until now, his wife had tolerated his behavior, but after this arrest, she divorced him, citing abuse and alcoholism in the filing as the main issue leading to their separation. Unsurprisingly, after his short prison sentence, there was no improvement in Yu's criminal predilections. While incarcerated, his hatred towards the rich and privileged only grew stronger. He believed that the rich were the main culprits for the hardships and misery that the poor have had to endure, and he wanted to murder them all. While in his cell, Yu read and studied an article about a serial killer named Chung Ju Yong, who had murdered 9 wealthy people in the Gunam province from 1999 to 2000. Some wonder if the consumption of such violent and specific media while incarcerated for violent crimes had inspired his own future reign of terror. In prison, he also developed a hatred towards women after his wife left him. He wanted revenge on his wife and his son and formulated a plan to kill them both. He was later quoted as saying in a succinct summation of his beliefs, quote, "Women should not be sluts, and the rich should know what they have done." Yu was released from prison for the rape of the 15-year-old in September of 2003. After being set free with inadequate supervision, Yu lived with his mother in Seoul. His wife acquiesced to allow Yu at his request to see his child. Unbeknownst to her, he was a danger to both his wife and his son, as he was planning on killing them. However, Yu said that upon seeing the eyes of his son, he was forced by his better and some say perhaps his biological judgment to change his mind about committing infanticide. After making this moral decision, Yu decided to just kill his wife, but even then he was not able to actually commit the murder due to the familiarity. This was the last time that Yu would be allowed to see his ex-wife and his only child. Because of this murderous deficiency of Yu's inability to kill those he loved or to whom he felt intimate feelings, many theorized that Yu found surrogates in his subsequent victims unknown to him, and thus easier to kill without remorse. It is at this point that he decided to get his revenge on the wealthy, but first he needed to practice as he had never killed a person before. So he started experimenting with killing dogs. He would take the dogs to a secluded area and kill them with a hammer that he himself had built. He later decided to target older wealthy people as he thought they would be easier to kill. You would be free for less than 2 weeks before escalating in his illegal activity choice and upping the brutality with which he engaged in it. On the morning of September 24, 2003, Yu left his home carrying a pair of gloves, a 15-centimeter long knife, and a hammer. He went to Sinsadong, Gamyeonggu, Seoul. Sinsadong was one of the wealthiest districts in Seoul. After reaching the district, he walked through the streets scouring the area looking at all the houses trying to find a home without any surveillance. After walking around for a bit, he saw an old man getting out of his car and entering his house. He looked around the house and jumped the garden wall. The house belonged to a retired university professor and his wife, Mr. and Mrs. Lee. Yu forced his way into the house and entered the living room. He there found 70-year-old Professor Lee sitting on the couch. Upon seeing the intruder, Lee panicked and started shouting. Yu immediately stabbed him in the neck. Yu then bludgeoned his wife with the hammer that he had brought. He finished off the professor with multiple blows to his head. Yu then cleaned everything up so as not to leave any evidence. He then locked the front door and exited through the main gate. However, just as he was leaving, he realized he had forgotten his knife in the house. He climbed the wall again and kicked the door open. He took the knife and staged the homeowners as having experienced a botched robbery. He trashed the place but made a key in, somewhat forgetting to actually steal anything, thus tipping off to police that this was not the work of a panicked thief but that of a brutal yet somewhat disorganized killer. It is thought that there are two distinct types of serial killers, organized and disorganized. According to the FBI, an organized killer is defined as a, quote, individual who planned his murders and displayed control at the time of the scene. Whereas a disorganized killer has the characteristics of spontaneity, and, according to the FBI, quote, their crime scenes appeared more muddled, and the crimes were more opportunistic in nature. Yu is described as disorganized due to his lack of foresight. Around 2 weeks later, on October 9, 2003, Yu struck again when he broke into the home of a multi-generational family in Goidong, Seoul. Yu first smashed the skull of the homeowner's mother, Kang Mol, who screamed, then alerted the homeowner's wife to the fact that her mother-in-law was in trouble. She rushed down the stairs to assist and was met with her own savage death at the hands of Yu, but not before he kicked her in the stomach, demanding that she tell him if any other occupants were in the home. She, terrified, told him that her husband along with their disabled son were upstairs. After that, he killed her with a hammer and moved on to her disabled son. The son was also killed by bludgeoning with a hammer after being forced to kneel execution style. The husband, not actually home, had not even the chance to defend his wife, son, or mother, and would later uncover the brutal truth upon returning home. Police found a partial shoe print at the crime scene, however. It did not match any of the other family members. 1 week later, on October 16th, millionaire's Ju Hee-yu was attacked by Yu in Samcheongdong, Seoul, when he broke in and demanded that she tell him of the whereabouts of the home's occupants. When she admitted that she was home alone, he dragged her to the bathroom and beat her within inches of her life with a hammer. When her son later returned home, he found her, but she later succumbed to her injuries. Police were able to find footprints at this crime scene too. The footprints matched the prints found at the Goyeondeong crime scene. The media started linking the 3 murder cases together. However, police denied it as they did not want the public to panic. 1 month later, on November 18th, housekeeper Choi Hai-bae was accosted in the home that she was working in Hyeoitong, Seoul. Yu, who had broken in, demanded she tell him the location of the master bedroom. A consummate professional, she politely inquired as to his identity and purpose for being inside. He took out a knife and told her to take him to the bedroom. In the bedroom, he found the homeowner, Young-soo Kim, and a 1-year-old baby lying in bed. Yu immediately took out his hammer and bludgeoned Kim to death. The panicked housekeeper took the baby and tried to run, but Yu snatched the crying baby away and took him to the living room where he wrapped him in a blanket to muffle his screams. He then went back to the bedroom and bludgeoned the housekeeper. He trashed the place to make it look like a robbery and tried to open the safe but got a cut on his finger. In order to leave no DNA evidence, he set the house on fire. However, this time a surveillance camera caught him leaving the house. He was wearing one of the jackets from the victim's home, possibly to hide the blood on his clothing. The video captured him from the back, so it was impossible to identify him. The 1-year-old baby survived and was taken to the hospital. The police made the footage public in hopes of anyone being able to provide any clues, but to no avail. After this, Yu would take some time off from killing. He forged a fake police ID and went to the red light district to extort money from sex workers and pimps, as prostitution is illegal in South Korea. He was also able to accumulate about $4,000 and rented an apartment. He was a regular customer of the sex services in the area, and at the end of November, he met an escort named Kim. Both would soon start dating, and within 2 months, he had proposed to her. However, Kim found out about Yu's criminal past and rejected him. She left him and told him not to contact her anymore. The rejection ignited a new hatred, this time towards women who worked as sex workers. He now decided to target them and his murderous intent. In January of 2003, he was arrested for robbery but was released shortly after. On March 16, 2003, he called an escort service and told them to send one of their girls to meet him at the Soryeomon GU shopping mall. He took her to his apartment, and after having sex with her, Yu dragged her to the bathroom and bludgeoned her to death. Since his apartment was on the 3rd floor, he could not carry the body down to dispose of it, as he would surely be seen. So he dismembered her body into 18 pieces and put them into several plastic bags. He also put kimchi in the bags to mask the smell. He buried her body on a small mountain behind the Sogang University. Since the area was small, he marked the burial site with a bottle cap so that he would not accidentally dig it up again for when he needed to use the area to bury more victims in the future. In early April, Yu bought Viagra from Pyeongseong Plaza Pharmacy. However, the owner had actually sold him fake Viagra. This angered Yu, and he returned to the place on 13th April posing as a police officer. He found the owner of the pharmacy, Jae So Nan, who was heading towards his van. Yu decided to extort money from him over the selling of fake medicine. Yu showed him his fake police ID. However, since An had had several run-ins with the law, he immediately recognized his ID to be fake. He told him that he would go to the police station with him to verify it if he wished to continue threatening him. Yu, realizing that he could get caught, decided to kill him instead. He handcuffed the pharmacy owner and shoved him into his own van. Yu then drove the pharmacy owner's van back to Yu's own apartment to get his murder weapon of choice, the hammer, the knife, as well as the gloves. He then drove to a nearby underground parking lot and stabbed and bludgeoned on to death. However, in the process, he got a cut on his hands. Knowing that he could not leave any DNA evidence behind, he decided to attempt to set the crime scene on fire. But he knew he could not do it near his apartment without catching the attention of authorities. So he walked to his apartment, cleaned himself up, and then drove the van to Womito Island. He cut off the victim's hands and put them and the handcuffs in a plastic bag and threw them into the sea. He did this so that police could not identify the body. He then doused the van with gasoline and set it on fire. In April, Yu called another escort service and asked them to send a girl to meet him in front of the SK Telecom next to the Green Theater in Nogosangtong. He took her to his apartment, had sex with her, and then bludgeoned her to death. He then dismembered her body and disposed of it at the mountain behind the Solgong University. He would go on to murder 8 women between April-July in his apartment with the same modus operandi. Because sex workers often lived alone and without any contact with their family or friends, their disappearances would often go unnoticed. Even the police would turn a blind eye. The escort service owners would not report the escorts missing, as that would get them in trouble with police. This was the main reason that no one cared enough to report the girls as endangered or missing. You would call the escort service agency under different names and phone numbers so as not to get caught. It wouldn't be until one of the escort service owners started noticing his girls disappearing that it would become painfully clear something was wrong. On July 15, 2004, Yu called the escort service again using a different name and phone number and asked for an escort. However, the owner recognized the phone number as having belonged to one of the previous girls that went missing. Suspicious that the person on the phone was abducting the girls, he reported it to police. The police then worked with the owner and asked the woman to act as bait. The woman then took a taxi and went to the small park near Hanguk University where Yu had asked her to meet him. The police followed her closely. The woman reached the location and waited for Yu. Yu then suddenly called her and told her to go back. Yu told her that she was too tall. Apparently, Yu would only target women who were shorter and easier to overpower and dismember. If the woman was not his preferred size, he would let her go. Yu then called the owner again and asked for a new girl. He told her to meet him this time in an alleyway. The police and the owner of the escort service arranged for a new girl and sent her to the location. After waiting for a bit, Yu finally showed up. The girl then immediately called the police and the owner who were standing nearby. Yu was caught and handcuffed. At the time, police thought he was a thief or a kidnapper who was abducting the sex workers. They had no idea the criminal they had in their midst. He was taken to the Seoul Metropolitan Police Agency for interrogation. In the interrogation room, the detective asked him, quote, "Where did you sell them?" To which Yu replied, "If it's a kidnapping case, it's not me." The detective then said, "Then what are you?" To which Yu replied, "Me? I killed people. Those 4 murders, I killed those old bags." The detective thought that Yu was joking, so he smacked him. Yu then asked the detective to give him a notepad and started drawing tally marks. He drew 26 tally marks. The detective then asked him what his marks represented, to which he replied, "That's how many people I have killed." He then told the detective that he was willing to confess to his mother. The police then brought in his mother, and Yu told her, quote, "I have killed a lot of people, and that is why I am here." Upon hearing this, his mother fainted and she had to be taken to the hospital. The police then took him to Koijong and asked him to show them the house where he killed the people from one of the crime scenes in order to verify his claims. Yu, it seems then, intentionally took the police to the wrong house. He also intentionally gave wrong details, like that the daughter was laying face up when she died, when in fact she was laying face down when her body was found. Police believe that maybe Yu was not a killer but simply a mentally disturbed man, so they let their guard down. He was taken back to Seoul Metropolitan Police Agency for further questioning. Upon reaching the interrogation room, Yu faked an epileptic fit. The detective immediately removed his handcuffs and sat him down on the chair. The detective then went to leave the room while an officer stayed in the room with Yu. While the detective was leaving, however, Yu followed him right behind. The other officer, thinking that the detective was taking Yu to another room, did not question the action. Yu then ran down the corridor, down the stairs, and out of the building. After he escaped, Yu then went to his mother's house and cleaned up. He then picked up the hammer, the knife, the gloves, and the bag that was seen in the CCTV footage and threw them in dumpsters around the city. The police went to his apartment but found out that the address on his ID was incorrect. Police combed through the streets searching for him but to no avail. Then, 12 hours later, a police officer saw Yu crossing the street at the Yongdongpo station. He was captured and brought in for interrogation yet again. He confessed to murdering 26 people. He drew maps of the 4 murder cases committed in the wealthy neighborhood and gave details about the crime scenes that were not known to the general public. He then took detectives to the burial site behind Sogang University and told them that he had marked the burial sites with bottle caps. To the shock and horror of everyone present at the scene, the police would dig up 18 bodies from the burial site. Yu also claimed to have eaten the livers of 4 of his victims. However, this has never been confirmed. On September 6, 2004, Yu appeared in court and apologized to the families and friends of victims, but said he had no intention of stopping. He also confessed to the murder of a 25-year-old woman in Imundong, Tongda, Mong-gu. However, he later retracted his confession for this particular murder, saying he had been coerced by the police on the premise that they would send his son to university. He admitted in court that the only time he felt horrified with his own actions was when he was dismembering one of the victims, and his son had called him. Yu recalls that his son said to him, quote, "Daddy, do you still have a cold?" Yu said that it felt like his son was saying to him, quote, "I know everything. Don't do that." Yu said that after that call he couldn't dismember the body, so he ate ramen. In his second appearance in court, Yu jumped over the railing and lunged towards 3 judges. But he slipped, which gave the policeman just enough time to apprehend him. Yu attempted to hang himself in his cell on October 4, 2004, but was stopped by cops. He assaulted a court spectator on October 25, 2004, after the spectator had insulted him. After being halted by the police, he was forced to sign a statement promising not to disrupt the trial anymore. Yu was found guilty on December 13, 2004, of killing 20 people, and he was given the death penalty. In 2005, the Supreme Court affirmed his execution sentence. At the Seoul Detention Center, he is presently a prisoner. Thanks for watching. We hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with us. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into unsolved mysteries. Your support helps us bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like us to cover next. See you in the next video, and remember, the search for truth never stops.